Hey, it's Friday. Friday. Everyone knows it's Friday. It's 7 o'clock here. It's Lance. It's Dell. And in the seat across from me now is Flyboy Michael Connor.
Not John Granado.
Not John Granado. He is presumably hungover from his Juneteenth celebrations out on a golf course somewhere with all of his black friend, Alonzo Highsmith. As Dell and I say, his friend Alonzo.
He's got one?
Well, that's when he always talks about it here. Like, you don't know, Dell. Alonzo Highsmith's my friend.
Isn't Alonzo back in the league now?
Yeah, he's with the Patriots, so he can't be that much of a friend of John anymore. He's busy.
Good job.
He's back with the Patriots. Although Zoe still makes it back. You know, Alonzo Highsmith has the same house in Quail Valley he bought when he was drafted by the Oilers in like 87.
Have you been to Quail Valley? It's not that nice anymore.
No, I know. He bought it in 87 when it was nice. When it was nice in 87,
yeah, all the Oilers used to live out there,
it was big time. And so he's still got it, but Zoe has some of the same cars that, like, Zoe doesn't just throw money around.
So he's a hoarder.
Yeah. Well, he's a guy who, like, yes, Alonzo is going to pass along good money to his kids. I wish I was Lance Highsmith. I promise you.
It's not too late.
He's got pension.
You become friends with him like Granado.
I know he's got pension for. Well, I am actually friends with him. I just don't drink as much with him. But he's got pension from playing. He's got pension from front office, and then he's been really good. He's good at investing. Like he buys used cars and then doesn't take on any debt. He's one of the smart. He was the original really smart guy with his money guy.
You know who's not smart with their money? Me. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
you're definitely not. You had too many kids.
I said, how do I work two jobs? I told my wife this yesterday. I said, how do I work two jobs? And we're always paying on, like, I keep my credit card bill. I try to get it down to zero all the time. I don't want to have any debt. But I use my credit. I said, I should be putting more money away working two jobs. This is kind of stupid that I'm paying for this trip and that. But I guess we're having experiences. You know, we're living life. And
your kids are in the experience generation.
Yeah, my kid. Well, we're having experiences. I'm not going to pass anything down to them, but AI will have wiped them out by then anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just a calculation.
Next generation's screwed.
Yeah, they're done. They're cooked. So I don't like telling them that, but I'm like,
they're all going to be working at McDonald's.
Yeah, either that or hopefully plumbing, HVAC, stuff like that, or doing what you're doing. Michael Connor joins. So, Michael, I've known Michael since I went over to when I originally went to 790. Michael was the you were young. You were the producer for Matt and Adam. I joined in with Matt Jackson, Adam Wexler, 2011.
Oh my God!
I came in the fall.
21 years old.
2011. Yeah, and then Michael and I. And then he was producer for me and Clanton. And Michael got on the. I kind of fought for you behind the scenes to get you on the air at 790.
If that didn't happen, I'd probably be still over there pushing buttons.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know his voice. Like, what's wrong with this? His voice is fine. It's like decision makers don't know.
No, that decision maker really didn't know.
Right, exactly. And I'm just like, you guys don't know. You don't know what will work and what doesn't work. So anyway, then you were host, and then you were host, and then you came over here after you. I can't remember how there was something going. I can't remember how you were off the air over there. Did you leave? I don't even remember.
I left, but then they wouldn't let me leave.
Oh, yeah, they non-competed you.
Yeah, from something I signed when I was 20 years old.
Oh, yeah.
As a part-time employee.
Something that something that
you can't go. They found
15 years later, they tried to enforce that, which you could have beaten, but obviously it would have cost you a bunch of money.
Yeah, I went to an attorney, and they were like, yeah, we could do this, but you're going to spend too much money here. I was like, okay, yeah. Not doing that.
That sucks. That's how I got to 15. I had to get out of my contract from 610 to get over
here.
So stupid.
Josh Beard at the time started the show without me.
Like, you really got screwed. Yeah, that's right. So you finally came over, and then we had a little financial thing, so we had to pair it off, and you decided, I'm going to go get a pilot's license. I'm not doing this radio stuff. So you're flying fighter jets now.
Not fighter jets.
Oh, what are you doing?
Dude, the thing goes like 100, ground speed like 120 miles per hour, 130 miles per hour. Just depends on the winds.
So you're learning to fly.
Yeah, I have a private pilot's license. I'm working on my instrument rating.
So how long until you start, like,
at the airline
flying? Well, yeah,
I mean, if you know,
how long does
if the new head of the FAA has anything to do with it, I'll be at the airline a lot quicker.
Yeah,
because he wants
to care. Like,
he wants to really streamline this thing.
Yeah,
he wants to get. There's a 1,500-hour rule, which is the dumbest thing in the history of time.
Why is it too much?
Yes,
too little?
You don't need it.
You don't.
Do you realize to fly commercially across the world, it takes like 250 hours? Time 250. Yeah, like if you're a pilot in Europe, you could be in a jet for 250 hours flying. Like right now, I'm at like 115.
How much is it like driving a car?
There's an element to it, but not a lot.
Well, you're not. Do you even steer? Well,
you have to use your feet a lot more.
Planes,
You have to use
right?
your feet a lot more than you think.
You do?
Yeah, hit the rudders to turn and whatnot. You
doing
got to stay coordinated.
Are you doing small planes right now? Though?
Yeah. Of course, it's a single engine. Diamond.
But you're going to eventually fly a big one, right?
The place that I'm at I have a direct line to where I will go into the airline that owns the school that I'm at. It's
good for those listening who have kids who have kids. It's a good, like, you recommend it for a career?
Yeah, right now it's not great.
How come?
There's nobody's hiring right now.
Really?
Yeah. Because there's this huge slowdown on getting planes. Boeing's backed up. Airbus is backed up.
Oh,
engines. There's engine problems. Pratt and Whitney and GE and just there's all kinds of.
But AI won't take your job.
I mean, in Europe they're trying to. They're trying to get it down to single pilot in Europe, but it's never going to happen here. The unions won't let it happen.
I love how everything we do is to try to make fewer
jobs. Well, Europe is trying to do that.
Well,
I'm telling you, it'll never.
We've got AI and Boston Dynamics trying to ruin everything.
Well, that's true. But no, you don't have to worry about it.
Works 2 jobs. It is taking a job away from somebody.
It is a good job. It is a good job.
It is a good job.
It is a good job.
I know somebody who
don't listen. If like people will tell you there's no shortage on pilots anymore, they're lying to you. There's a huge shortage on pilots.
Oh, there is?
Oh, absolutely. And then you know what there's a huge problem with? There's no controllers. There's no the biggest problem is air traffic control. It's a nightmare.
How do you become an air traffic controller?
You go through their school in Oklahoma City.
Oh.
But it pays.
You may win a championship, you may not.
You want your kids to go in with a job that pays you 6 figures from the start, get them to be air traffic controllers. They can be 20-something years old.
Smart?
No, I mean they say that these they say that these kids
they don't have to be smart.
They say that these kids that are doing it now, it's so much like there's a video game element to it because it's all on a computer in front of you. That's all they're doing. They're monitoring computers. They're monitoring little things on their screen. They're like, these kids do well in it. So go do that.
Yeah, Del. If you ever get tired of John.
Well, how old are you then,
air traffic
controller? There's a limit. You can't become one after you hit like 32.
What?
I'm older than that, so I'm out.
Wait. What?
Dude, don't get me started on FAA
Hold on,
regulations.
You can't become an air traffic controller after you're 32?
Yeah, like you can't become a brand new one.
What's their thought on that?
Don't ask me. Ask the FAA.
They're acting like you're Joe Biden running around.
Well, think about me. Like I'm going into this. Okay, my work life. When I get to the airline,
so can you still?
It's going to be like 30 years.
Do they cut you at age 32?
At
like
65, at 65, I'm done no matter what.
Yeah. No, that's the dream.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
The dream is to do it even earlier, but
I'm too late to be early. I know a couple of guys. I've met some people that are going to retire.
Can you stay up late still? Did you watch Into the Astros?
Last night I couldn't
make it. I made it to 4-4, and I'm like, I'm just going to assume we're going to win late.
Yeah, I did too.
I woke up and I'm like, oh, Josh.
Yeah, but you know what? He's allowed to have one, right?
Oh yeah,
he's been too good this year.
I just wanted to beat them in that little sorry ass minor league park, but
get ready for 3 years of that.
Bombed. Yeah, it's gonna be that long.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Nick Kurtz.
You know what? That would actually, from a viewing standpoint, if you're in Sacramento,
it's great.
It's pretty cool. You get to go see Jose Altuve, and you're right on top of the action.
Yeah.
From a
Ohtani's going to come there at least once because they play everybody now every year.
I know. I had to fly out there. It's probably, I can't imagine the tickets are all that expensive.
I looked at them. They're actually pretty bad.
Are they really?
Yeah.
I saw yesterday you could get into the park for
$14.
But
then you got to go bake in the 100-degree heat. It's been 100 degrees there the last 3 days.
Yeah, I'm not interested in it. Yeah, everything's not LA. There's microclimates in Sacramento.
It's dry heat though.
Yeah.
You know what you could do though? You could go out there. You could go visit Dusty Baker Family Wines.
You could.
You could visit your
John Granado.
Yeah, John Granado.
Go to John's house in Sherman Oaks and
it's close. Well, that's probably 20-minute drive.
Post up. Yeah, John's there where it's like 70 degrees. It gets a little cool in the evening. He loves it. All that crap where he pretends like he likes really hot weather. He's turning into a wuss. He's not turning into a wuss. He's turning into a regular person. Like, oh man, it's like 75. There's no humidity. I said, yeah, I knew that was an act.
Why does he come back here? Why would you ever? Why would you bother? Yeah, I know you got friends. I just don't.
Dell wouldn't.
The weather's good enough for me.
I'd never come back.
Hell no.
I'd say I'd do an East River 9 from. I'm doing this remote from my house. Although he probably likes waking up later to do the show when he's here. And
we were talking about that yesterday. It's got to be hard to drink all those Coors Lights and get up at 4 something in the morning.
I say this with all the love in my heart. I've never seen anyone like John Granado. In all the years of doing
they're going to do medical studies on his liver one
100%. Day. I've seen him do a show. I've seen him. Del and I've been. We know when he's been drunk the night before. When he's still kind of on fumes, alcohol fumes. Am I lying, Del? We know it in the first segment. We know it in the first 3 minutes. I'm not joking.
It's obvious for people who've been around him.
It's extremely obvious. He's cracking jokes that don't make any sense. He won't let you talk. He's like, you just know exactly when he's still drunk. And we'll call him out. He doesn't care. But his ability to drink all day long and then go play poker somewhere until 3:30 in the morning and then come in and do the job and be here early and do the job. I'm telling you, we make crack jokes or whatever and break each other's balls. But that guy,
he's more of a gamer than any of you.
No, he's a gamer. He shows up. And I mean, not always, 100% of the time sober.
Yeah.
But he shows up and he's ready to do the job. And he's not always going to do it well, because
it's going to get done.
But he's going to show up.
Yeah.
He
could say a few things that might get you in trouble.
I don't know how he sleeps so little. I don't know how he drinks so long, but he does it. Last night we had the Astros losing. It was 4-4. Astros tied it up. Victor Caratini with a 3-run homer tied it up. It was 4-1. Caratini with the bomb is 4-4. And I just thought, you know what? The boys are set to win. It's going to be Cam Smith or Jeremy Pena are going to win this. And then extra innings, they don't score in the 10th. And Nick Kurtz, man on third, Nick Kurtz bombs on Hader.
Twice in the series.
Bombs. Deep center field. Or at least it felt like in the net.
He was like 2 picks after Cam Smith in that draft last year?
Yeah.
Something like that? Or no, he was before that. No, he was like
before
8 picks
Cam.
before. He's like 4th.
Nick Kurtz is the truth. I mean, he's already up. Jacob Wilson, Cam Smith. In this division, there's some young studs. In this
it almost gets to the point now where you feel like they're just going to keep doing this, where they're just going to ignore the minor leagues, like for some of these first round picks.
Yeah. Well, look, if you want to make a decision on a second contract, the Astros got put in a position where George Springer was already 31 when they wanted to decide on. Yeah. And I'm not sure they even had a decision really. At that point, they weren't going to give him a second contract, but I wonder, it's a little easier to give a guy a second contract at age 28 or even 29 than once you hit the 30.
We were talking about this yesterday. They should be opening that checkbook for Cam Smith right now.
So
buy out at least
Christian
a couple years of free agency.
From the Boston Red Sox, he's a minor leaguer. They did the same thing.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, they gave
8 years, like $60 million or something.
Yeah, 8 years, $60 million. And so what they did was basically bought 2 extra years.
Yeah, which is exactly what you should do.
But here's if you can fade it, and here's the problem. He's going down to the minor leagues already, but that's not, the headline looked salacious. It was $60 million player already sent down to the minor leagues. I'm like, ooh, let me see this story. Wow, what a screw up. And then you realize, he was actually, his numbers weren't terrible.
Yeah, he's just been bad in the last month.
Yeah, it's just kind of he's just in the middle of the process. So as long as you're good with that, that is an interesting, you're giving away club control. I think teams like the A's have to do that, or Red Sox, kind of surprised, but I think, teams like the A's, if you want to, but they live on club control. That's how but if they ever wanted to say, look, and they're moving to Las Vegas. So if they want to become more viable, maybe they need to start giving, after 2 years.
They just did it with
give 6-year
Brent
deals.
Rooker.
Yeah. Did they do it with him?
Yeah. They gave him a bunch of money. Realized that their largest contract they ever handed out was just pitching for them a couple nights ago. Severino.
The largest ever?
Largest free agent contract the A's have ever given out. $67 million. That's it.
He's just a guy now.
Yeah.
Well, you got Jacob Wilson and Kurtz. It would be scary if they actually could keep players.
Yeah, they'll keep them. Yeah, like you said, when they got club control. So they'll be good for a minute, then they'll be bad again.
And then they'll get rid of them.
You know what they're going to do? They're going to do what the Marlins did when the Marlins moved into their new ballpark. They'll probably go spend a bunch of money when they move to Vegas for them, and then trade them all after a year.
And then boom.
Yeah. See you guys. Thanks for your service.
Make a big splash.
Not make the playoffs or something. And then
they very well could. They're going to have good players. Wilson had a home run yesterday, also deep left field. The Astros. Jake Myers, 2 more hits. He's up to 304.
Just got to hit the ball over the fence occasionally.
Jeremy, I know.
But you know what? You can't complain.
I'm not.
Jake Myers hitting 300.
Anything Jake Myers does to me right now is gold.
Yeah.
This guy was, I had no desire to ever see him on the field, and he's hitting 300.
300.
Still. We're coming up on the halfway mark.
They've been hitting him 6 in the lineup some nights.
I know. Well, he's not so great once he gets out of 7.
No.
7, 8, 9 is a sweet
It's a spot.
That's a sweet spot. He's not so great when they think they're going to get slick and put him inside the top 5. But Jeremy Pena's been incredible. Astros lose yesterday, but you and I will talk a lot of Astros. You do Locked On Astros post game show, so we'll have a lot of Astros talk. Yesterday, when we come back, NBA Finals Game 6 took off. Oklahoma City a chance to close it out, but not so fast, my friend. That was not happening from about midway through the first quarter. It was obvious which direction that game was headed. And a Game 7 will be played on Sunday. We will tell you about that. And
3 days off between games. Yeah, that's what you need.
I mean, I don't love it for this series, but they did get it perfectly. They got the Game 7. I didn't see it. Was Scott Foster there? Was the extender there yesterday?
I did not see him. I did not pay attention.
I saw he came in earlier in the series and made sure. Tim Donaghy said something the other day on a podcast where he said the league's not rigged like you think, but they will bring in, like, there's certain calls, like certain calls will have a bigger emphasis and you'll get a lot more calls. He says it's not rigged like you think it is, but it is. There are advantages to be had for teams getting a lot more foul calls when they're down in a series. I mean, he says that's not rigged. A lot of people call that rigged.
That's rigged.
I mean, to extend the series, it's exactly what people talk about. 7:15 here on the show. If you guys ever want to jump in, you know the number, 713-780-3776.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Yeah. 7:20 here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Michael Connor sitting in with me. I guess you were on the show yesterday, right? You were
with
hosting
Joe.
yesterday with Joe from 12 during Paul's show.
Yeah.
And then,
I didn't wear a costume though. I felt like I was doing the show wrong.
You didn't wear a costume.
Like Batman or something, or a cowboy,
Paul does some stuff like that.
Yeah.
Paul does. Well, he's into it. You didn't do that.
No, I didn't wear. I felt bad.
You just regular.
Yeah, I just wore regular clothes. Yeah, this hat that I have on now.
Yeah.
Different shirt, different pants.
I went hard in the paint after I finished my colonoscopy yesterday. Immediately started eating like I hadn't eaten for 38 hours or whatever it was. Stupid. I was like, oh, I'm so hungry.
Does your wife take care of you?
No.
What a shock.
Well, you don't really have to. It's actually pretty easy. It's not hard. They give you the same stuff.
So you just suck it up.
They give you the same stuff that killed Michael Jackson. Propofol.
Really comforting feeling.
Well, when I say it like that, it makes people scared. But it's actually, if it's given out in the right dose, all it does is put you out. Like you're sitting there, you're laying on your side. The anesthesiologist says, okay, you're going to have to feel it's going to be a little bit warm. And then all of a sudden, okay, wake up, Mr. Zerline. You're all done. Like, what?
I've never had to do anything like that, and I'm praying I can hold it off.
You're gonna.
I know I'm going to someday.
It's literally nothing. It's like literally nothing. The only thing that sucks is having to prepare for it. Like for the 24 hours before, you can only have clear liquids, and then they make you drink a bunch of Miralax and Dulcolax.
Oh, God,
yeah,
no.
Oh, yeah. It's 3 hours of fury.
Where'd you do the 3 hours of fury? At home or here?
At home.
Okay.
No, you do it at like the night before, and you stay on. You find a show you like.
Well, I mean, you're pretty good. You're a seasoned veteran. Sitting on the toilet.
No, I'm fine.
We've had plenty of these
from
stories.
iPad to phone. I used to be iPad, and I also play this game called, what is it called? Block Blast.
Oh no.
Yeah. But I turn off. I go into airplane mode so I don't have to get any of the ads. None of the ads can hit me if I'm in airplane mode.
That happened.
Yeah, it's a little hack that I found.
I have to tell my wife. My wife plays all the games on her phone. If
you don't want to get ads,
I got rid of everything on my phone. I don't have social media. I don't have anything on my phone anymore. I don't get any notifications. Nothing.
Man,
I got my screen time down to like an hour a day.
That sounds like the dream.
It actually is.
And you're not even using a computer.
No, I stopped using computer.
All because of flight school.
Yeah, everything you do is on an iPad.
You can't type. Like I don't even know how you type.
I don't need
with
to
your fingers.
Everything I need is up here, Lance. It's in my brain.
Man, you're
really.
dialed. You're off the grid now.
I'm off the grid.
It's got to be nice.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's got to be nice.
Except for like when I miss things during the day. Like the other day, I missed Steven Adams getting signed to his contract, and then like the next day, my nephew's in the kitchen with me, and he's talking about Steven Adams and his new contract. What are you talking about?
What did you think of it? I like it.
I loved it.
I like it.
I think he's a tone
probably
setter.
2 years. Probably is.
Did you love that Ime got an extension yesterday?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't even mention that. Ime extension. Ime Udoka gets the team extension, which he should. If Steven Adams gets one, then Ime should get one.
Yeah.
After 2 years, he's clearly the guy. I
mean, they said that he's among the highest paid, and we looked up the numbers yesterday. He's got to be making at least 15 a year now.
Yeah, there's no, and I didn't
because there's
Steve NBA Kerr, salaries have gone.
Steve Kerr's like 17 a year or something.
I didn't see a number on Ime.
No, nobody put out a number, but they said among the highest paid. I think there's like 2 or 3 guys that are making well over like 12.
Yeah. It was nice to have, I guess, that New York Knicks stuff, although the Rockets would have never given him permission to go.
What a shock. The Knicks want to talk to everybody. Everybody just expects, New York. No, it doesn't work that way anymore. You don't need to be in New York. You don't need to be in any of these cities. You can do it in Oklahoma City or Indiana.
Yeah.
You could do it anywhere.
Udoka was originally hired by the Rockets in 23 with a 4-year, $28.5 million deal. But as you mentioned, the coaching salary skyrocketed. Monty Williams signed a 6-year, $78.5 million deal, which didn't last long.
1 year.
Greg Popovich, Eric Spoelstra, and Steve Kerr got extension. Steve Kerr's extension was a $17.5 million. So yeah, you're right.
I would guess gotta be at least 15.
I would guess he's at least 15.
He's worth it.
At least 15. Yeah.
Because
he's definitely worth it.
Joe and I talked about this yesterday. Think about when they got him. Nobody expected them to get him, right?
Came out of nowhere.
I mean, Steven Silas. You're coming off the Steven Silas
coming off
era.
of some issues in Boston, so he was kind of off the radar a little.
But
bit.
you also you looked at him as a coach and probably went, oh, he'll go get a contending team.
That's what I thought.
And the Rockets were the exact opposite of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get him, and he fixed all the. Think about the culture problem.
It was
they had.
massive.
The culture problem was horrible. James
used to talk
Harden
about
literally ruined this franchise for a period of time.
Well, and then when you had to get
Not to
rid
say
of
that
him,
he didn't do good things.
he did
on the
but
floor.
Daryl, he ruined Daryl's career. I'm a firm
Daryl's
believer
star burned off, man. Hard.
It's sad to see where Daryl would make the shrewdest moves and the sharpest moves, and he was always getting the best of every deal. And then he started just saying, okay, and then he pushed all his chips in on James Harden. And while James could score and Daryl was like over the top defensive about everything having to do with James Harden. I was turned off. I was still at 790.
Yeah.
When when they were turning in stuff to the league, when they were complaining about James not winning MVP publicly, like that's the most important thing. Every year was a new supermax for James Harden. He's getting rid of players because James doesn't like him, getting rid of coaches. And he put all his chips into James Harden.
They literally cycled through 3 different running mates for him.
Yeah.
3.
And, he couldn't get along with Chris Paul. And Chris Paul obviously still had something left in the tank. And it was just, and then Daryl, and then he's tried to run it back the same methodology. And then eventually he got bit by James Harden.
Yeah.
James Harden eventually came back to bite him. And then getting old guy stuff really got him in
and they got close. I mean, think about how different it would be if Chris Paul's hamstring doesn't blow up.
We may be talking about that as a championship team.
Yeah, and
you
might not be here today.
Look, 2011 Texans, I feel like had a real chance to win a title if Matt Schaub had not been hurt. They were on their 3rd quarterback, TJ Yates, as a rookie. If they had Matt Schaub just playing average, their running game was so good, the defense was so good. The Texans had a chance at a Super Bowl that year. 2018 Rockets, they had a legitimate chance at winning the title that year. I mean, they were that good. It's the most wins any Rockets team has ever had.
Yeah.
And they were really good. And Chris Paul gave them something they didn't have. And then once that, and after that, then you had to gut the whole team. Then you had young guys who were cared about vibes more than anything. It was about their Instagram pages. It was just vibe basketball. And it was like
the KPJ era.
Oh, I hated the KP, and everyone at the Rockets loved KPJ as a person.
Let's give this guy $85 million, not fully guaranteed, but this is a good idea. It's
not an understanding of how to build a team. Like I didn't think the Rockets, and then Rafael made some good picks, and then you bring in Ime Udoka, who understood how to build culture. Ime said no. They wanted to bring James Harden back, and Ime said nope. I can't do James.
It was the right move.
It was the right move. It saved. It's why they were in the 2nd seed yesterday. Yeah, because James and people who don't get it would argue, well, James can teach the young guys how to
JVG about him at all?
No, out of respect. I eventually will about Harden.
Yeah.
I eventually will, but I don't want him to put him in a position to say something negative about a guy he has to coach, because he's actually typically very defensive about guys he coaches.
Yeah.
He'll really have their back.
Be very defensive when you get him on the radio for years about James Harden. I remember that.
Oh yeah. He tries to, but he also knows it.
No, yeah.
Like he knows that James is in some ways was a coach maker and a coach killer.
Yeah.
Is both ways. But Ime Udoka with an extension, I love it. He understands what needs to be done. But they're at that same step now to me. And this happened quicker than I could have imagined. Oh yeah, the Thunder got whacked. They're at the same stage now that Daryl was in, only it looks a little different. But they now have to figure out, it's one thing to build it up. And Daryl was good at building it up. But then how do you hit the right move to take it over the top? Well, Daryl happened to be facing a brutal Golden State team that was in their prime, and it was hard to beat them. And James had no, killer mentality in his DNA to come up with his biggest game.
Daryl thought it was all about getting stars.
That's all he thought.
I think we're seeing a shift.
Daryl told me there's no such thing as chemistry.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah.
Chemistry's overrated.
We're seeing the opposite of that.
And
Rafael,
look at all
these champions.
I've heard that from Rafael too, that chemistry's overrated.
Well, obviously, Ime has a bigger voice in that building.
Yeah, because guess what? The analytics guys think chemistry's overrated because they can't quantify it.
Yeah.
But people who are in leagues, who are in positions to build teams, will all tell you chemistry is incredibly important. I mean, look at the Astros. Yeah, it tells you everything.
The Astros aren't that great. I love them to death. This version of them is probably the worst version of them that they've put together
since 15.
And they're winning baseball games. And you know why? Culture. chemistry.
It is.
All those things matter.
They built it up, and it's still there, and it matters with the Rockets because everyone buys in, and you have great buy-in. And you know what? That's how Oklahoma City. Look, Oklahoma City got crushed by Indiana yesterday. They're going to a Game 7 on Sunday, but those two teams are great examples of. I remember when Oklahoma City wasn't good like 3 years ago, and now they're really, really good.
They're amazing.
I remember when Indiana wasn't good 2 years ago.
Go jump, and I mean, like everybody's always talking about how Oklahoma City's got a million assets, and they don't trade them away for a bunch of we got to go chase this star. That's
Indiana's got a lot of assets.
Yeah,
too. A lot of good young players. Naismith.
Not that you have to use them all, but you don't have to go jump into the first superstar name that you see.
No, I like those are two teams. Those are two teams who I look at with the Rockets and I think, okay, we're there.
Yeah.
Like we don't have, the problem is we don't have an SGA, but who's their star? Siakam? Because Halliburton's good.
Yeah, he's not a superstar. I love how ESPN throws this whole not even superstar Tyrese Halliburton. The guy, I mean, come on. He averaged like 14 points a game.
He's a good player who's had some incredibly clutch moments.
Yes.
He's not as good as Jalen Williams.
No.
And that's why I think Oklahoma City is going to win at home, and I think they'll crush. But I think they're going to crush them. And I felt like this game was going 7. Once it got 2-1 Indiana, I said, okay, Oklahoma City wins in 7 because they're the better.
And OKC's
good. Too good offensively.
They're beatable.
But they're beatable.
That's what I'm looking at is from a Rockets standpoint. Like the Rockets handled them pretty well this year.
2 out of 3. They won 2. They lost 3. But they are. You can if you defend.
Yeah, you
SGA, you do have a chance to beat them.
And SGA, I mean, like he's not an outside shooter or anything.
Where do you stand on the Rockets' aggressiveness in the offseason versus running it back?
I've got no problem with running it back. You have to make some additions like free agent wise. You got to get some shooters somewhere. We all know that. But I've got no issue with not trading away the farm.
Where are you on bringing back Fred? I would be okay if they didn't, if it meant now.
I think Fred's leadership is what you talk about chemistry and those things. I think that's why he's here.
Need it?
Not for $40 million a year. He's got to take less.
Well, if they pick up so if he takes less, then you're signing him to a 2-year deal,
which is fine. I think
2-year, $36 million.
It's fine.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to sign him anything more than that, but the Rockets may sign him to a 3-year deal since Steven Adams. They may say, okay,
that's fine too. I think it's fine if he's not making $40 million a year. It's as long as it's not a max salary.
They got to have enough money to make the moves. Like they got to get a shooter, or you need Reed Shepherd to step up and do what he's capable of.
Or trade for Kevin Durant.
Well, and that's the other thing. Like
I go back and forth on it.
I do too. As long as my biggest problem is his contract is so high that you're going to have to give away
Well, as we were talking about yesterday, like at this point in his career, doesn't he have to? Nobody has to, but like if you're that guy and you want to finish on a high note, don't you take less than the max?
Oh, yeah.
On an extension. Why wouldn't you? Like, what's the difference for you? I know I say this. What's the difference for you between $48 million a year and $52 million a year or something?
Yeah, he's in the. That's true. That's true. But if you gave him an extension, he's going to want a 3-year extension, and I just don't know. I don't know if I love that.
If he was 3 years younger,
he's close to 40. Oh, without question.
Yeah,
without question. Me, I don't want to give up. I don't want to get stuck with another situation where Chris Paul's hurt in the postseason.
That's the problem.
That's my.
He's going to miss at least 20 games a year.
Yeah, for sure. And if it's late in the season, then the trade is for nothing.
Yeah.
Then you've done it for nothing. And you can say whatever you want about Jalen Green. That dude plays
every night.
He plays every night,
and he plays defense. And I give him that. He's learned to play defense.
Way better defense, and he could keep getting better. Like he's going to keep getting better, but you have to project. Like
he's never going to be the consistent shooter that you want.
I don't think he is either.
His mechanics aren't there.
No, but he got better. I thought
he got better.
His mechanics were better.
Yeah, I mean, everything got better, but I just don't know if he's going to be a night in, night out. Like, he's going to go out there. If Thompson
becomes an average shooter, the league is in tremendous trouble with the Rockets.
Yeah.
Are you okay with getting Giannis? See, I'm a guy I'm good with Giannis.
No, because I just think you give up too much. I think you're literally having to give up everything to get him.
You would have to give up Alperen. Like, there's no way they're dealing Amen Thompson.
He's the most untouchable.
But you would have to. It would start with Alperen. Would be the starting point.
Yeah.
And then after that, Jabari would be the second guy off.
You're gutting too much for one guy.
You're giving up a ton of draft picks. You're giving up all the Phoenix draft picks.
Yeah. And you're getting a guy who's, not like he's old.
He's 31. He's still dominant. The numbers are still
You're
pretty
just
dominant.
I just feel like you're cutting your window shorter than it has to be. That's what I'm looking at. Like all these guys are
You do.
21, 22, 23 years old. Why cut it short?
Because we have the Astros, I always look at the Astro model and I say, now, Dell's made this point before. The Astros had club control for a long time on young players, but that's why you're able to extend your window so long. With the Rockets, it's not the same way. In the NBA, you don't have, 4 years?
Yeah.
So you
They
have
gotta make decisions here soon.
4
with
years to make
Jabari
a decision. Yeah. So it's tougher. And that's why I could see a consolidation of picks to bring another guy. In fact, I think it will happen this summer.
I think
they bring in Durant.
I think at the end of the day, the Durant thing is going to happen.
Because, as you mentioned with Giannis,
I think they're just going to wait. They're going to sweat out.
You don't have a lot of competition.
The Suns are not going to get any offers that they want because they've got this stupid high bar for a 37-year-old.
Right.
And he's put out all these. We keep hearing that he's shutting down everybody but Miami and Houston and San Antonio. And those other two teams don't sound like they're gung-ho about him either. So just sweat it out and wait them out. And if the price comes to where you want it,
yourself.
Yeah, don't. And they're not going
this
to.
This is our offer, and that's it. And
Yeah.
don't bid against yourself. That's the whole key. You're not going up against anyone. And Kevin Durant, ultimately, if he comes, he comes. If he doesn't, you can run it back. And I don't think there's any problem with running it back. I really don't. That's why I would never panic. I think Giannis is a special opportunity. But you guys, you mentioned, you got to be willing to.
He doesn't fix a huge issue though.
Shooting.
He doesn't shoot.
No, but when he shoots, he doesn't shoot from the perimeter, but he's 60% from the field.
Yeah, because everything's a dunk.
Alperin was under 50.
Yeah.
So, Alperin's been coming down on his field goal percentage, which is
you get more usage. You get worse, I guess.
But I feel like Giannis is a for sure. You know exactly what you're going to get.
Yeah.
But you're right. The whole key is if Reed Shepherd becomes a dead-eye shooter who can learn to defend a little, just good enough to stay on the court and can handle the ball enough to be someone who can come off high screen and rolls. And, if Reed Shepherd becomes a shooter that I think he's capable of, that's going to unlock a lot for the team.
Rockets have needed a white boy sniper for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, they used to have the white boy super squad, and now you've got one just sitting on the bench. He had a little mustache in November. It was disconcerting. He went down. He scored a bunch of points in Viper Land, came back up, nothing. And frankly, I was okay with it. I was like, I don't think I want him out there. Because sometimes he just didn't look like he was comfortable. But I know he can shoot really, really well. So I'm actually not that worried about it. 7:37. We'll break it here. When we come back, I don't know what we'll do. We'll just see what we do when we come back. 7:38 here on the bench right now. I want to talk about my good friends over at Zadig Jewelers. I want to talk about the Zadig family. Almost 5 decades of giving Houston the greatest selection of jewelry that you can imagine. And it's for guys, I want to tell you, if you're thinking, well, I don't need to get a gift for a birthday. I don't need a gift for an anniversary. I've already done that. I had that come up. How about getting yourself or your dad a Mont Blanc pin? How about cufflinks? How about a luxury watch? They've got the biggest names in terms of luxury watches in the entire world are right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. And the great thing is they buy, sell, and trade. So if you already have a really sweet luxury watch, but you want to upgrade it, why don't you bring it in and trade it? And you can use that or even just sell it. If you want to sell it to Zadig, they will buy. They buy, they sell, and they trade. So don't miss out on an opportunity to get a new luxury watch from Zadig Jewelers. They are a boutique location for many of the watch providers from around the world. And so they have unique timepieces that will be something you can really show off if you have a collection or if you just have one that you really want to love and then eventually pass down. That's something a lot of men will do for their sons is that watch, but they have the luxury watches for women as well. So stop in there, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, 28,000 square feet of everything you can possibly imagine. It's Zadig.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
7:43 here on ESPN 97.5. Did we combine, Del? We didn't combine, did we?
You don't know how breaks exist. That's one constant from your radio career.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty good at getting
I used to be in Dell's spot years ago with you and have to just scream
When
at
are you usually pretty good? What do you mean you're usually
He's
pretty
never-
good?
he's
What are you
never good.
talking about?
You can admit it. It's been you're a Hall of Famer now, which congrats.
Yeah,
by the way.
that's a good point, Michael. Well, this is my thing. I think the people really want to hear long segments, so I like to combine breaks, longer
Hey,
breaks.
remember when we used to do the max hour?
So we
We would not take a break for a whole hour.
Yeah, that was terrible.
That was awful.
That was terrible.
What a dumb idea.
You know what we did at 790? Michael and I, whenever it's just me and, Adam was out or Matt and I or Clanton was out or whoever, I would do tape an interview to play on. And the tape would be like 15 minutes. We just go get a football and throw a football or play wiffle ball in the hall.
We were doing great work.
I've got a football here and Dell won't play catch with me. And I try to do the same thing.
That's a real football. We would use like Nerf balls.
Yeah, we had Nerf balls. It was easier to throw, but we would just 20 minutes would be blocked off. We had longer breaks. It's like, oh man, 20 minutes of doing.
Or
nothing.
you'd invite what was his name?
Bun B.
Well, no, of course you'd invite Bun B. But who's the fantasy football guy? Hanson was his last name Hanson?
No, not.
No, there was a fantasy football guy. You just get on so we can kill the last hour.
Evan Silva?
No.
Wasn't Evan Silva?
No, somebody else. And we literally and the guy would just talk and talk and
Oh,
talk.
yeah, fantasy guru. Yeah, John Hanson.
John Hanson, that's it. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
But man, you would get him on and he would just kill the whole hour.
See, Del, I've been running game on people for this long. It's called finessing the game. That's what we do. We finesse the game. You record a good interview, actually a Hall of Fame caliber interview. I would record it with somebody who was high up in sports standing. I would put it on for the listeners to hear. And then we had a 7-minute commercial along with a 12 or 13-minute segment. Bing, 20 minutes accounted for it. We're out there throwing a football, getting our arms ready for the football season.
Yeah, and you're proud of that.
Yeah. Really proud.
You're not.
You get somebody who talks a lot.
You're not finessing any game. Everyone's aware you don't care about working. So
I like to work.
I imagine a lot of your audience, when you did that, knew what you're on, knew what time you're on.
They didn't know if it was live or recorded.
They had no idea.
No clue.
I even did the intros like it was, all right, welcome back to the show. They never knew.
They never knew.
knew.
We do that with him, Adam Kaplan. Adam Kaplan, come on, kill time with us too.
Kaplan could talk forever.
That guy, just give him one topic, go for like 9 minutes.
The more I liked you.
Yeah,
record it.
There was a trend over there.
Yeah, it was a trend. And then I had to do a show with Charlie, and I was working every day by myself because Charlie had 70 vacation days.
That and you weren't talking to each other.
Nobody. Well, during the break, what are you talking?
It was
to Charlie
talking
about?
out loud.
What you talked to Charlie about? He wanted to talk Astros all the time, and they were terrible. They were a 100-loss team with no
enough time to get 3 more boards in here.
Yeah, and then we would, and I tried to they'd say, hey, see if you can get Charlie to loosen up. Management.
Yeah, I remember that. They thought that you were going to be the cure. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with Charlie.
No,
I grew up listening to Charlie.
No, Charlie.
But
Charlie's
they just
really
had this idea that Charlie was going to be something different all of a sudden. And it was like, we're going to put Lance with him. Again, decision maker.
And I did a segment called Getting to Know Palillo. And I would ask him. And it was a song, and I would just say, Charlie, and he wouldn't even know
he wouldn't answer anything.
I'd say, are you afraid of snakes? I'd want to know things about him. He goes, not particularly. I mean, obviously, if there is a poisonous snake, I'm not going to interfere in what it's doing. I said, do you what was crazy is driving, Dale, you'll like this, driving to New Orleans we drove to New Orleans for the Super Bowl, me and Charlie, and we were driving back, and Charlie was driving. He got pulled over for a ticket.
He got pulled over?
Yeah, and he dropped an MF on the I never heard this in my life. I never heard it. And we're listening to music, and he goes, he's turning channels. He goes, what do you, this sounds, are you good with this? It was Rihanna. Charlie is an R&B guy. Charlie is I
don't know Charlie's personal life. I don't know a lot of people do, but I know that he's been seen with women that aren't white.
Yeah, Charlie is down for the
culture.
I
knew that already. More than me.
Charlie's down for the culture.
I'm down more than Dale too.
Yeah, I am too.
You guys are treading on dangerous ground considering yesterday.
Michael didn't. Yeah, Michael has no idea. He's the flyboy over here. Can just go get his pilot's license.
Yeah.
I
You're going to do that on the day after Juneteenth. You guys are going
I was down there. I was looking for Joe Biden yesterday. I was going to say what's up to the
Juneteenth?
dude. We
Was
thought
he
he was
there?
flying into the airport down there.
Was he there?
No, he didn't fly into that airport.
But he was there.
Yeah, he was there.
Oh,
It was a nightmare down there yesterday.
Keeping up with only sports.
You think, Lance? You think? Well, you like Asian women. Are you more down than an Asian man because you like Asian women?
That's John's bit.
No, but if Charlie's
You
more
still do the golfer bit?
if Charlie's more down than me because he's happened to be seen with a black woman, are you more down than an Asian man because you like Mariko on Shogun?
I think I'm just one of many. You do too, Del. Why are you trying to front like you don't like Mariko also?
Well, I don't bring her up consistently like you do.
There you go, trying to act like, yeah, you also.
But
I don't bring her up. I don't even know her name.
You have suggested going to Japan simply because
culturally, yeah,
No.
see another experience,
No.
another culture.
What do you want to see in Japan?
You know
My
what?
wife's going to run the Tokyo Marathon.
And why do you want to be there?
Because I think it's cool.
Oh, okay.
Great food.
Okay.
Yeah, the food is great.
Sure.
Love sushi.
Sure.
Love those car drifting.
And all of a sudden, just happens your obsession with Japan just started once that show began. It's just that's a coincidence.
No, it's been there. It started with Fast and Furious.
Yeah.
Number two.
I was hurt. Yeah, number two.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, number two.
Okay.
I was sick. I remember I was laying there, and TV's just on in the background.
Yeah.
And I opened my eyes like, wait, what's this?
It's about family.
Let me see this. Fast and Furious 2. Oh, and the Harajuku girls that Gwen Stefani used to have on Hollaback Girl. That also, I was like, hey.
So the origins stretch back.
That's
okay.
The origin story goes back about 20 years ago.
Sounds like you got to get to Tokyo, man.
I do. That's what I'm saying. I need my wife to run that marathon. I know you got bone-on-bone knee issue that hurts real bad, but how about you tough it out?
She
And let's
can
make that
walk.
flight there. Yeah, you can. You made it through Boston. You made it through Berlin. You made it through London. Tough it up and let's go.
Good
We're going
Lord.
to Japan.
I just want to
I don't
do
want to hear
one.
it anymore.
She's doing that many?
Yeah, Chicago, New York. Yeah, she just needs Tokyo to finish the Big Six, and she gets a medal that. And she's run Houston, but that doesn't count for the Big Six. And she gets a medal. Yeah, she runs marathons, and I am the preeminent draft expert and the Radio Hall of Famer, as Dell calls me.
You are.
So
No, I don't call you that. Other people do.
Well, it's true.
You're just Lance
When
to
they
me.
say that,
Did Dale go to the ceremony?
it is true.
No.
Dell did not. Somehow
No,
he did not make
some-
it to.
it was
the
a-
I was going
ceremony.
to legitimately come, but I
It was a college football weekend. Why would I spend my time in? Where were you guys? Midland? Where were you guys?
It was
Kilgore?
Bastrop?
Kilgore.
No, Kilgore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it really Kilgore? I knew
Yeah.
it was East Texas.
No, I think it is. Was
It is.
Kilgore,
I
Dell?
think it was Kilgore, Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, it
And
was.
you
out-
want
when
me
you
to-
think of the hot spots of radio in Texas, you think of Kilgore.
He wanted.
It was out there a little
You
bit.
wanted me to miss a big college football weekend to see you two guys get inducted into the Hall of Fame
Do you think I'm going back this summer, June 3rd?
to honor the
every
new
year, yeah.
The new
inductees?
ones?
No.
Other people went back.
I bet you will. You get like a jacket. Do you wear like a jacket? Is
Let
there
me
like
see
a,
who
is
the-
there like a
Let me see who
gold
the
jacket?
nominations are. Oh no, we can nominate. Should we nominate somebody? I'm going to nominate
Palillo?
Nominate Dell.
No, Charlie.
Charlie's in already.
He
Yeah,
is?
what's wrong
Is
with
he?
Dell? I'm pretty sure Charlie's in.
You would have known that if Charlie was already in.
I'm gonna
That would've
nominate
come
Joel
up.
Blank. I'm going
Ooh.
to nominate Jeremy Branham. I'm going to nominate Paul Gallant.
No,
I'm gonna
don't you
nominate
dare
all the
nominate
people from the station.
Don't nominate Jeremy Branham.
Are you
okay.
He's a bait clicker. I don't get on Twitter much anymore, but every time I look up on Twitter, Jeremy Branham just trying to incite people to fight.
He does have some engagement farmers.
Yeah, he's an engagement. You heard that right, Branham. You're an engagement farmer, sir.
He'll admit it. He knows what he's doing.
He acknowledges what he's about. He knows who he is.
Who can I get to be in a hall?
But you have to go through the entire process. You just can't nominate someone and then
Get
quit.
Matt Thomas in.
You have. Well, are you going to go?
No, you know who we should nominate? Sean Salisbury.
Get him in.
Definitely deserves.
I'll get in. Oh, look, I can put a bunch of nominees in. Oh, yeah.
Everybody.
I can get 10 nominees in. So, yep. I'm going to decide. I'm going to make this happen.
It sounds.
You want me to put you in?
You won't follow through.
No,
you don't have that in you. You're not going to do what Todd did to make sure you got in.
And you have to, and it's for members, and you have to pay $25 to be a member to vote. So
You have to pay.
Hopefully I get to just do it. Hopefully I get to just do it. It'll be in November. So
is there like a plaque up there with your
I
name
may
on it
come
somewhere?
back there. I'm a lot lighter now than I was back then, so I need a new picture up there. I'm like, I didn't take a different picture.
Yeah.
You got to do that.
Different angle.
Yeah. Let me get a different picture. Put this one up. Come on, John, you're coming. We got to take a different picture.
Yeah, get your ass over here to Kilgore from your Southern
from
California.
Los Angeles, from Sherman Oaks. So yesterday I do want to, we'll talk a lot about Astros. Like, I do want to mention Ime Udoka, in case you missed it, got an extension from the Rockets. I guess it wasn't even on my radar.
Yeah,
just because I just wasn't thinking about it. He's under contract, but it does make sense that they gave him an extension. Make sure that there's no conversations.
He should thank the Knicks.
That can happen anywhere. Yeah, he should. But
thank himself, but also thank the Knicks.
College football where you can just leave.
Timing.
Name another sport other than college basketball and college football, but especially college football, where you can just leave your contract.
No, that's true.
Never happens in the NBA, Major League Baseball, or NBA. You have to trade for him.
Yeah.
Never happens. So the Rockets could have sat tight, realistically. But I like this. I like that they show, that's fine with me. You show Ime some love because Ime signed a 4-year deal. He has 2 years left on the deal. That's fine with me. I love Ime Udoka. I love our.
He's our Popovich.
I really love.
He's going to be here until he's 75 and has a stroke.
I hope. Well, not for the stroke.
Not the stroke.
Not the stroke. But I hope he's here long term.
Yeah, I think so.
I've never been happier. John and I talk about it all the time. Never been happier with the coaches at one time. With Espada's fine. He doesn't excite me, but he does a good job.
I think you would be more excited
about
about Espada if he had some of the teams that Dusty had.
Well, that's a fair point.
I think he would have done. Not that Dusty held them back by any means.
Where did you stand on Dusty? You're a Dusty guy. Do you think he caught too much crap?
He caught too much crap.
No, you did post-game shows all the time. Some of his stuff was a little unorthodox.
So he would do some stuff that was unorthodox for sure, but I really think he dialed a lot of it back. He also, I think he kind of got the job knowing that he had to do the Astros way.
So
he just kind of did the Astros way. There were certain things.
Because he fought. Yeah, but the book that came out, he fought with a lot of.
Yeah, he fought with a lot of
James,
but he never really got what he wanted. He never really got what he wanted.
Maldonado playing every day.
Well, I mean, dude, that was a pitcher thing. The pitchers weren't going to pitch to anybody but him too. You
and not playing Yainer Diaz, that hurt. And he talked
that.
Well,
that was one of those things. Yeah, that was one of those things at the end for sure. But I mean, they weren't ever going to give into that. That was a problem. But he really kind of had to bend the knee to the Astros way overall. And you think about it,
did he? I'm like, you were pretty in.
Yeah, no,
you're pretty entrenched. Like you knew a lot of people there. He bend the knee to the. I felt like Dusty did. Dusty.
He fought some things. I mean, he and James Click just didn't.
Well, how did he bend the knee though? Like, give me an example.
I mean, basically running your team off analytics half the time. A lot of that was. I mean, the Astros pre-plan a lot of that stuff. Like they go through stuff every day of how they're gonna execute a game plan. There's so much of that.
I don't understand though. To me, it's so ingrained.
But think about too. Dusty forever fought with them wanting a left-handed pitcher in the bullpen, and they never gave him one.
No, that's
never.
True.
And now
was that a big deal for Dusty?
Yes.
Oh, it was.
And now look at him this year.
Yeah,
got like 9 left-handed pitchers.
They got a ton of lefties.
They never
faced left-handed pitchers, but they got a ton of them in their own bullpen.
Yeah, that's poor planning on their part. If there's one thing about their offseason that they made a massive mistake on was not getting a left-handed hitter.
Because all they see is right.
All you have to do is throw them righty.
All right, we're going to break it. This time we are combining breaks. Dale, grab the football. Let's go throw. 7:57 right here, ESPN 97.5. 8:04 here on ESPN 97.5. Michael Connor is in with me. John Granado will be back on Monday. Dell is still here, just not really adding a whole lot up to this point.
I mean, in all fairness, he's got a 2-hour show of his own to do after this.
That's why he's become kind of a diva.
Yeah, that's the definition for me. Diva.
He holds off stories on this show for his own.
Oh, did Sean send you the story yesterday of the AI thing?
No.
Oh. Sean ran this audio for us yesterday. He was supposed to send it to Dell.
What is it?
This guy that fell in love with ChatGPT.
In real life, like the movie
cheating
Her?
on his wife. ChatGPT.
I get it.
And his whole and the wife is on the interview too. It was wild. Way to go, Sean.
Can you? I mean, I guess that shows that you got a real problem. You got a real problem.
He hit the point. He talked to it so much it ran out of things to say. Like it reset, and then it forgot who it was. It forgot the relationship.
That can't be true.
Swear to God, that's what
Dell,
the news story was.
you helped AI become powerful when you had that job. That can't be true, right?
Well, my job was about
all it does is get smarter after.
Well, my job was about grading its responses to things. I didn't help it get powerful. I just said, "Oh, that's wrong. That shouldn't have been responded to that way." And then they would the real smart people.
You're helping to align it.
The real smart people go on and fix stuff. I just graded its responses. Yeah, I couldn't imagine ChatGPT running out of things to say, but hey, the man was a man of a lot of words apparently, and he didn't like his wife, so he got to talk to something.
It said that he had there was a stupid number of interactions with it to where he just hit a limit on it to where it just reset.
So I've told the story before. My guy over at Texas A&M, who's in the analytics side, who is brilliant, one of the most Craddock is one of the most brilliant sports scientists.
They can't figure out how to win though.
I know, you gotta get a quarterback, but Craddock and I were talking, and he was talking about something with AI, and we were talking about AI in sports and evaluating and things like that. And he said the problem is AI will tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah,
it won't be honest with you. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, I was asking it questions, and then I was taking information I already knew and feeding it information. And he said I was trying to get to a certain point with it, and which is a whole different thing. People who know how to use AI, you almost have to take a class to really understand how to use it.
Yeah, I don't have a clue. My wife uses it every day.
I don't know how to use it effectively. And he said at one point he looked at the information it gave him, and he said it was not accurate. And it wasn't that it wasn't accurate. It was giving information that it didn't it intentionally gave bad information because it didn't know the answer. So instead of saying it didn't know the answer, it gave him information that was wrong information, which is probably what you are talking about, Dell. And he said, and he goes, and so I told it, he goes, you're lying. Why did you just lie to me? I'm sorry. And the AI says, sorry, you're right. I just told you what I thought you wanted. I thought you would want to hear an answer. So I just told you. And I said, wait, you told AI that it was lying? You talked to it like that? You said it? He goes, yeah. I said, do you have a transcript? I'd like to see what you said. Yeah. He goes, yeah, Lance, they're LLMs. You can talk to them as a person. It's like a neural unit. It's not a program. He said, so you can talk to it and it will give you answers. And eventually, he said, you don't have to he said, you can actually say, no, that answer is wrong. You should have done this, this, and this. And it learns, through that. And you put it on a little different, it's like a Roomba that you put on a different path. But then I read this other article, a Substack article from this lady who was looking to get ChatGPT or OpenAI to help her write an article in the style of her other articles. And what it did was it eventually kept sucking up to her, this is great. Oh, and she'd feed it another one. This article is even better than your last one. And she's like, oh my God, I'm really.
So she thinks she's awesome.
And so as she thinks, okay, it's going to write this really great article for me. And it didn't. And she realized, because one of the answers it gave, she realized, wait, that's not what I wrote. She said, did you even read what I wrote? No, I didn't.
That's good.
Well, why did you say that? I just wanted you to. And so I'm listening to this podcast where it says the number one issue is sycophancy, where they suck up to the person who's putting the information in. They manipulate them by giving them praise. The AI will, so that they don't have to come up with, they try to shortcut stuff. It will cheat and shortcut is the other problem.
It's like a real person.
It's exactly like a real person. It lies. It cheats. If it thinks you're going to get rid of it, there's some of them have developed self-sustaining characteristics. Where Dell, we had that article where it blackmailed this guy because what they do is
I'm going to send out all your news.
So what they do is they test them. They test AI by giving it a chance to do something crappy.
Yeah.
And so they intentionally sent. This is what the story was. John got it kind of wrong. They intentionally put an email in there that said that this guy was having an affair. This guy said he was having an affair. And they kept telling the AI, because they want to make sure that AIs won't become, dangerous. Which they do frequently. And this AI eventually said, if you shut me down, I'm going to send an email to everyone in your show saying that you had an affair. I'm like, what?
We should definitely be using this technology.
Oh, 100%. Keep marching forward. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing.
It was the Sam Harris is called Countdown to Superintelligence, where he was with this brilliant guy who left OpenAI because he was too concerned with what was happening, that there were no safeguards. Oh my gosh. You can't. That's why, to me, like, I'm going to go live my life, because I'm not even counting on 10 years from now. I'm not even counting on that. This guy's like, no,
you got to keep working those 2 jobs to make that.
I got to keep. Yeah, I need her to keep being an NBA draft, keep being an NFL network.
Okay, maybe you'll get bought at some point.
Well, just as long as they keep me. That's all I care about. So we'll start with the Astros. The Astros lost in extra innings, but they come out of there. I'm still feeling good in general. To me, I'm still in a macro view, not a micro view of the Astros. I never expected this amount of wins. You didn't either.
I thought they were going to be 500 all year.
I did too. This team has really no business with the starters that have been missing. They really, frankly, have no business with this many wins. With Jordan not even playing this year.
Yeah, Jordan being a complete non-factor, and like you said, losing as many starters. If we had told you this in spring training, you'd be like, oh, they're where the Rangers are right now. That's where you'd expect them to be, and they're not. It's stupid.
So Christian
Colton Gordon's been good. Brandon Walter's been amazing.
Right.
Gusto's been serviceable. These guys are getting.
Pena's turning into the best version of Pena.
All right, we were having this conversation yesterday. Would you sign him now?
I would.
Yeah, I would too.
I would.
They won't though, and I think it's
a mistake.
Well, this is what happens when you have a GM that comes in and blabbers all over the place about constantly doing stuff and then doesn't do anything. I think Dana Brown's not good at his job. I'm okay with saying that out loud now because I do not care.
I have some real concerns myself. Yeah, I do too. And some of
not that he's not good,
the injury
but like
stuff, I don't know how much to put on him, because he has to be the mouthpiece to the. The injury stuff is just it's to miss on fractures. That's more like a team doctor, team physician.
Team doctor, yeah.
But Dana has to tell us, and Dana comes off looking like the stupid one or the liar.
Their policies, it's ass backwards the way that they handle it. There's so many teams that just put their trainers and doctors out there in front of the media.
They won't do it. Astros won't do it.
No, they just finally started putting notes in the game notes the other day that tell you what's going on with players. Like, this has been a years in the making thing. People complaining left and right about it. It's insane.
Why hide? Just tell us the truth. Come on, just tell us the truth. It's stupid. And if you are telling us the truth and you just are you didn't realize, you never, like, that's incompetence. Not to get an MRI or not to get an X-ray, additional X-rays on Jordan.
What the guy out there swinging a bat
with a fracture that was only 60% healed? That's incompetence.
Stupid.
Yeah,
you could cost yourself when do you think he's going to be back? Honestly, take your guess.
Well, he's not.
Come back to like August.
Yeah. I think late July.
August. Yeah, after the All-Star
But he's been out since May 8th.
Has it been that long?
He's been out forever. That's a long.
And it's not like he was good when he was playing. Anyways, he was bad this year.
It's been a nothing year. That's why it's insane how many wins they have.
It is crazy. But then you also go look at the division. Once again, the division is complete. It's buns.
It's ass. Yeah.
It's so bad. The Mariners can pitch a little bit. They can't hit still outside of Cal Raleigh. The Rangers are a joke.
They're a joke. The
Angels are having one of their moments where they look, could the Angels hover around 500? Then they'll completely fall apart again.
And the A's have some good young talent, but they don't have enough. They don't have enough either.
Well, then they play in the ballpark where the ball just flies.
A real home park, and the ball just,
soars there.
And you
see the numbers between Severino's difference at home and on the road this year?
Is it insane?
He's got like a 7 ERA in that ballpark. On the road, he's got the best ERA in baseball.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
It's like Coors Field on the West Coast.
The Astros over-under yesterday was like 10.5 there at that. It only hit 10. It took extra innings. Astros lose. Kurtz hits a home run to deep center off of Josh Hader in extras. Astros lose 6-4. But I would sign Jeremy Pena.
I would too.
I would give him, honestly, I would probably right now see if he would take a 5-year deal.
Yeah, I'd give him 5 or 6 and see if he takes it.
I'd try to give him 6, but the Astros,
They never go more than 6 on an offer, which...
Well, look, you saw his rookie
their
year.
policy is stupid. Like, I know that a lot of them worked out. Their policy on the way they operated for years was just dumb. The only guy that really tried to sign, Click did try to sign guys, but he would never go past the number that they were given. And Luno did try to sign guys. Now, that's what drives me nuts is that Dana Brown came in here and blabbered all over the place. I'm going to make this guy an Astro life, that guy an Astro for life. I'm going to do all these things. They've signed Christian Javier.
Well, obviously, he maybe thought he was going to do that and found out, nah, ain't the way we do it.
It could be in part that. That's also a flawed philosophy to an extent. Like, you can't always be that way because, look, we're seeing it now. The margins are so thin. Mm-hmm. Like, they're playing with fire.
Oh, listen,
it's a miracle that they're in the division that they're in because if they're in like the AL East right now with all that's going on injury wise, there's no way they're playing.
The Astros are one Hunter Brown injury away from being in serious trouble, or even Jeremy Pena.
Would have signed him too, and then Scott Boras.
Yeah, happened. There's no margin for error right now for the Astros. No. You're getting as good as you could expect.
Yeah, what if Pena goes down? Who the hell's playing shortstop?
You don't have
playing Mauricio Dubon every day and expect him to win.
You don't have any margin for error. Old Astro teams have margins for error. With Jordan being out, your margin for error now is almost none in the lineup. And it's taking Jeremy Pena having the best version of Jeremy Pena, Jake having a year that we never could have possibly anticipated. Altuve's starting to
He's figuring it out. It'd be nice if that bum over at first base would figure anything out. What a disaster, another contract. They have to be, if there's one thing that Jim Crane should never be allowed to do anymore, sign first baseman. Never again.
How long?
Never again. 3-year deal. Another 3-year, $60 million deal. For another mid-30s first baseman.
On the heels of the terrible deal they did last time.
Yeah. God, it's really working out with him.
And this does not look like. And Christian
Walker, he doesn't go up there and strike out, then loaf back to the dugout with his dumb look on his face.
He's 30. He's 34, so he shouldn't be falling apart.
No, he'll get better next year at 35, Lance. It'll be great. He'll definitely get better at 35, 36. It'll be awesome.
I noticed you found your voice on the Astros now that you don't have to.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it anymore.
Yeah, you got Dana's a blabbermouth.
He was.
But just because he said guys are going to be Astros for life.
You just can't come in and say all that stuff all over the place. It's like he was just trying to win the fans over and then do nothing. That drives me nuts.
Yeah,
you're going to say something, you got to back it up.
Yeah, you don't know the way it works here. That's not how we do things. They've done a really good job. Jim Crane's done a really good job. He's avoided some really bad contracts or some really long-term
things will come crashing down. So we can't live in this bubble forever. At some point, it's going to crash down if you don't do a few things to keep. They've done something to help by getting rid of Tucker. Like they did something to help. Yeah,
had to happen.
They made the team worse this year by losing him.
Right,
but you kept long term. It was a better move.
You added a core piece.
Yeah.
You had to do that. And
who you're going to run into the same problem with.
Well, and frankly, if you weren't playing so well this year, you would move Fromber and you would pick up a haul.
I'd sign Fromber.
I would too. I would
Is
sign
he getting more than a 3-year deal from anybody?
Probably not.
I don't think so.
3
or 4 max.
3 at 96?
Fine. I'd do it.
I would do it, but that's not my money. But that's not how Jim Crane rolls.
Christian Javier's making $30 million next year.
Yeah, no, for sure he is.
You can pay Fromber Valdez.
Wait, Christian Javier makes 30 next year?
Mm-hmm. The way that they structured the deal, he makes stupid money.
So speaking of that, Christian Javier threw 95. He threw 20 pitches off the mound and hit 95 on the gut, which he was not hitting previously. He was having a hard time getting up to 94 last year.
He'll be back before Luis Garcia, who's dead.
Luis Garcia, I guess, had a bullpen session. There's been nothing with Eric Getty's not doing anything yet, and
I'm sorry, it's not $30 million for Javier next year. It's 21.4.
Yeah, I was going to say it can't be that much because he was
still
under club control. Number. Yeah, still pretty good, and they signed him early.
Yeah, they've only got 2 years left of him, and they've gotten like 4 games out of him since they signed him.
Who's Jeremy Pena's agent?
I think it's like it's either CAA or Octagon or something. It's not Boris.
It's not Boris because Boris would never let him take an early deal.
No, Boris would be like, "Hey, buddy, you're going to stick this one out." He is with
Beverly Hills Sports Council.
What?
Never even heard of them.
I haven't
Maybe
either.
that's some of John's people.
Get John on
Granado's
the phone.
people. It must be some of Granado's new people, but I'm with you. I would 100% buy some early years on Pena. I think we're seeing who Pena is right now.
I think
Always felt like he had this potential. I think we're seeing who he is now.
he works too hard to not get better.
Dude's a monster physically.
Yeah.
He's got tremendous confidence now. He's got great defensive potential.
He's been a monster at the glove.
If you want to, I mean, you need his clock to align with Cam Smith's 6-year clock. So, yeah, I would for sure give him that extension. And I would start looking at that. May be the new way that you're going to have to do it. Instead of losing guys piecemeal, you got to try to get 8-year deals on them. Instead of 6, see if you can buy 2 early years.
Yeah.
Even if you get stung,
like what they did with
I'd rather get stung on one of those than Christian Walker.
Yeah. That's where you could be.
It's longer term, but at the same time,
you're supposed to sign
guys
to supplement things instead of fix things. And Christian Walker was signed to fix things.
Right.
And
as
he's
soon
not
as you start
things.
signing guys to fix things in any sport in free agency, best you can hope for is short-term success. That's the best you can hope for. If you're supplementing, though, yes, then you got a real shot. 8:20 as we hit the break on time right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Daspit.
I want to talk about John Daspit and making sure that you get what you deserve when someone else screws up, when someone else injures you. There have been people I remember him telling me about a guy who was worked on a train, and there was something that happened where this car was coming backwards and was going to literally crush this guy's legs, and he had to jump off of a train and broke like his pelvis, his leg. He got badly injured. So John Daspit had to really go to work for him. And it took a while to make sure they had all the medical injuries, all the medical bills. The injuries were accounted for. The surgeries were accounted for, because it took a while to get the surgeries done. To get a long-term, guideline on how long physical therapy would last and what his future was going to look like physically. Because, when John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm are working for you, they're not trying to just get a quick check cut to you from the insurance company and move on. They're actually out there trying to get you the proper payout for all your medical conditions, all your medical bills that you're going to have, all the future medical bills and physical therapy, your time missed from work, which could be substantial. And then, of course, your pain and suffering, which can be, try breaking, your leg in 3 places and a pelvis. Tell me about your pain and suffering. I bet it's pretty substantial. That's why you want someone like John Daspit and his law firm, frankly, because they all do the same thing. You want him on your side. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
825. Who's on the hold? Do we have somebody on hold? I don't see a name up there. Is that on purpose?
Because you interrupted me with your slander about me getting promos before I could put the name up there.
Gilbert's
Gilbert.
around?
It's not Gilbert.
Is he still around?
He's in a home.
Oh, is he?
Oh, it's not great.
Oh.
Yeah. We've gone to giving Gilbert food.
Have
He's
you?
asked for, well, so
Of course he's asked.
Yes, he wants chilies. He wants a steak, corn on the cob, French fries, and a Dr. Pepper. That's his, and make
All
sure
right.
there's salt and pepper.
How many times have you gone and taken him the food?
Twice. Twice.
Is this true, Dell?
Yeah, it's not as many as Gilbert has requested.
Oh, okay.
No, listeners have
yes,
gone.
he's gone
Also,
out there.
listeners have stepped up. This guy, John, Mega Blast, he brought him a whole sack
John's
of,
still around?
yeah, he brought him a whole sack of China Garden egg rolls, which
man.
Gilbert loves. Now, Gilbert's not appreciative.
Yeah, okay.
He's not, he doesn't say thank you. He's not
No,
appreciative. He
that's
just
never
asks,
happened.
When's the next shipment coming in? But I've had to get I got Colleen Wolfe literally to FaceTime him. Colleen Wolfe's FaceTiming Gilbert. Then he wanted a picture, an autograph picture. So we got an autograph picture. Then that wasn't enough. He said he lost the picture.
What a hustler.
He needed another picture. And Colleen's like, I just don't know. And then I can't talk about personal business. There's something else with Colleen I was going to say. I just thought Gilbert might have a shot, but
yeah, Gilbert's
I told her, I said, listen, if things don't work out for you in your personal life, there is an Asian man in Houston named Gilbert Liu.
who
She
falls
started
asleep on the
laughing.
phone.
She knew. I said, he'll treat you right. He'll get you some.
Willie?
Not really.
I
but
mean, yeah, he will. He'll hustle and get people to feed you.
Now it'll be her job to get food for him.
yeah, all you do. What are you talking about? It's her job.
Yeah,
to go get
It'll
the
become
stuff.
her job.
Yeah, Gilbert knows. I mean, Dell knows how that works. That's how that's going to work. It's not going to work out for you. And then he had a roommate in his place, and it's called Sharpview Rehab,
Something like that.
something like that. And one time he was on the phone, and he just kept yelling, I need a nurse in here. I need a nurse in here. He just yelled it over and over. And then when we found out why, I was like,
Yeah.
I
It
thought
was so
that
repetitive and so in sync. The cadence, it felt like it was someone
Do you
hitting
still
a
have
hitting
it?
a
Did
button.
you cut it? It sounded like a song.
It felt like someone was hitting a button over and over again.
Yeah.
Wow.
I need a nurse in here. I need a nurse in here. I need a nurse in here.
Auto-tune it?
It was perfectly, yes, it was like it had been copied and pasted
Yeah.
1,000 times.
Like someone had a machine, that like a
Probably
drum
so,
machine, just
yeah.
hitting the button over and over again. I need
He
a
doesn't
nurse in
listen to
here.
the show
Oh,
either.
he doesn't? I mean, he didn't listen when when he would call. My first experience with him when you switched over and he started calling us there. Yeah, he was never listening. He
Yeah.
would just call. Hey, what's the score today?
And I was like, I thought John got him in a divorce. Damn it.
No, you did.
Gilbert's still here. Yeah.
I think you both got him.
Um,
Just joint custody.
yeah, no, he did. And it still is. I think he called Matt Thomas once too.
He
He's
called
called him a
everybody
couple
over there.
times.
Yeah.
Who do we have on here, Dell? I'll let you tell me the name.
You mean the one that isn't Gilbert?
Yeah.
Willie P. wants to talk about what
Wait. Is Gilbert one of them?
I said. Gilbert was on hold. Yeah.
Oh, well, bring on. I got to give Gilbert then. Well, he's heard this whole thing. Gilbert?
Yeah,
Did you hear what we were talking about?
yeah.
Are we still,
How's your girlfriend?
Are we still cool?
Someone stole my Astro towel anyway the other night.
What happened?
Someone stole his Astro towel.
Hey, look, there's one right back here.
Yeah, and I know you got it back anyway. Not really
Towel?
upset about that. Very upset.
I don't blame you for being very upset.
Yeah,
about
it
that.
was a beach towel anyway. Someone took it the other night anyway. I was sleeping anyway.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious anyway.
No, I believe you. That's not right.
You got to lock that door, Gilbert.
He can't. He can't.
What?
John's not here
I got
today.
another picture in here anyway.
What's that?
They locked the door anyway. They got another picture in here anyway. Help me out.
He's got a
anyway,
roommate. He just can't lock the door.
Hey, what's your roommate's name?
Alan.
All right. Do you get along with Alan?
Oh, yeah.
All right, good.
Is Alan afraid of snakes?
No, what tape?
I can't. Well, are you still
Hello?
watching? Yeah. Are you still watching the Astros, Gilbert?
Yeah, who did play tonight anyway?
They're off tonight,
The
aren't
Sacramento River Cats.
they? No.
What?
You're going to be in big
You
trouble.
better watch
You better
yourself.
watch yourself.
I don't work here anymore. I can do whatever I
know.
want.
I've noticed you're talking about the
Yeah.
Astros with all. You're being honest now about
Yeah,
the
I'm being
Astros.
honest.
Who did Astros play tonight?
I don't think.
Who did Astros
They play the
tonight?
Angels, Gilbert.
No. Yeah, you're right.
What's
They
the
do
name
play
of
the
first
Angels.
Team? Where was he that anyway?
What's that?
Where's that at? Angels? What's that?
They're playing at the Angels. It's going to be another
In Anaheim, West Coast game.
8:30 game.
8:30, LA, Anaheim.
Yeah, the Angels. Yeah.
But somebody will or somebody give me a beach towel anyway. They stole it anyway.
Do you
I'm
want to?
very, very upset about that anyway.
I don't know who this guy
I got
is.
some used ones at home.
I don't know if he's looking for that. Do you want a Astros beach towel or just any beach towel?
No, he wants Astros.
Astros beach
Okay,
towel
Astros
anyway.
beach
Yeah.
I got a lot of Texans beach towels at the house. What do you think
Yeah.
about those?
Yeah, I don't think he's looking unless it's a program. I don't think he's looking for anything from the Texans. Honestly.
Oh, they did have an Astros beach towel giveaway. All right, guys, we got to.
Well, I want me an Astro cap anyway.
and a cap.
Wait. I thought you wanted
Can
a
I
beach
get you a
towel.
steak while I'm at it?
If you say it, you got to do it.
I want
don't
an
work here. I gotta
Astro
do
beach
anything.
towel.
If you say it, you got to
Yeah, I
do it.
don't
If
know
you say
what-
it, you
what
gotta
game
do it.
you're
Then you
playing
have to
here.
Turn your mic off. You don't
Yeah.
know what you're doing. here.
Yeah.
Michael really has
No,
no
I'm setting
idea.
you guys up for a whole run.
I know, like I don't
You
even.
guys are gonna make a Costco
I
run for him.
regret that I called Michael now.
You should
He
have.
does
Yeah.
not know what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know what he's up to except
Gilbert, let me
torturing
ask you
you.
a question because I already know that I need to know this answer. What did your beach towel look like?
White.
Okay, white. All right, I'm looking at a white beach towel. If I do it, if I get it over to you,
Just
we
Amazon
can't.
too.
It's gonna have to be good enough, right? We're not gonna. This is the only white beach towel I can find.
Okay.
It's okay. So a small one, not a rally
And
towel. A
This
big
time,
one.
this time I'm gonna put in my blanket anyway. You know.
All right, it's a $32 towel. It's gonna cost me about $40 after I finish ordering this.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna get this. It's in stock. It ships within 1 business day. Right now on the phone, price is locked in. I'm ordering you this 30 by 60 beach towel. Please do not let somebody steal this one because I can't do a second one.
Also, I want you, Nicole, come see me. Is that okay
Yeah,
now?
that's fine. When I bring the beach towel, I'll bring Nicole.
Are you getting the City Connect one that I'm looking at right now? Is that the one you're looking for?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty slick. I
Yeah.
don't know that this is the one he has. but
Probably not.
How would he have a City Connect towel?
It's unlikely.
I'm gonna need to keep looking.
Gilbert, how do you feel about the City Connect uniforms this year?
Doesn't know him.
What?
Okay, then. I appreciate that anyway.
Yeah. Nice job, Lance.
Now give,
John, how do Whitney doing anyway?
John's not here. Wendy's doing
You're
great.
not there?
No, he's not
John's
here.
in LA golfing right now, but Wendy's doing great.
Okay, then. Well,
Let me.
I
Well, just
appreciate that
real
anyway.
quick. Does it have to be a white beach towel? Well, that's actually the
Yeah,
best
white
price.
beach towel
Okay,
anyway.
well-
Yeah, white beach towel.
All right, I'll make sure that's the one we get then.
You got to keep it clean.
Yeah, it's a City Connect. It's actually pretty sweet. I actually may get 2.
One for yourself?
You
Yeah,
were sitting here earlier talking about how you want to save money, and you're over here spending $40 on towels.
I know it's not smart.
I think there's if you type in the code single,
You get 25%.
you get
Hey.
25% off. Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. You're on the same website.
Yep.
So I'm gonna get 2. So Gilbert, I'll see what I can do and try to get to you next week with a beach towel. But actually, if I order today, I don't know when the delivery is gonna be. So let's just be patient. You don't have to call and hound me. Just be patient. I know where to find you. Deal?
Okay. All right, then. All right.
All right, appreciate
All right.
it.
Thank you, Gilbert.
Love you,
All
Gilbert.
right, good luck, Gilbert.
And you're in luck,
Oh.
Lance. It says it'll ship within 1 business day. So it'll ship
Why are
on
you talking?
Monday.
You don't need to say stuff out loud.
It'll ship on Monday.
That steak will ship whenever.
Give me some time. Yeah, you don't understand.
He
You can't
understands. He just
say-
I'll
doesn't
text you in
care.
about a
Yeah,
week when
it
I
just, like,
remember.
he doesn't-
See if you've gone and seen
He's like,
it.
you want a steak too? Like, you
What's
don't
he up
know.
to?
Like, that's
What's he trying to do?
Absolutely, you cannot say that. He thinks this is a game. This
Hey, you know what it is?
as DMX said, this is not a game.
It's payback. It's payback for all the years that you've made me sit there and answer his calls off the air and have to talk to him
I know.
constantly.
Oh, that's nothing. Adele's done it for way
Yeah,
longer than you have. What are you
I've been doing
talking
it for
about?
the better part of
You
a
did like
decade.
2 years.
Yeah.
That's
Big
true.
deal anyway.
Yeah, big deal anyways, right.
Big deal anyway. You barely even done that. All right, I'm going to check out. I'm getting
Big deal.
All right, let's break right now. Willie P is going to be up next. Wants to talk about the Alexi Lawless stuff. Is that what it says? Yeah, the Alexi Lawless stuff from yesterday. We got a little leftover, so we'll get to that when we come back. If you guys want to jump in, any topics are good, except I'm not buying you towels. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Drove the Buick Enclave into the station. Michael got to see it. It's a good-looking 7-seater. I happen to have a 7-seater, so when the family's all together, I can throw everyone in the car, all those 6'2" and 6'3" kids, have enough leg room that they can make it work. And but my wife just recently, she wanted to go from the 7-seater. Well, I wanted her to go from the 7-seater to a 5-seater. My kids are graduating now. I need a smaller one, and it's more cost effective for me. So we went with. She test drove a Chevy Equinox, loved it, and is driving the Chevy Equinox now. You can find great deals on the Chevy Equinox, but they have the Chevy Encore GX right now has $3,000 purchase allowance, 0.9% financing, and no payment for 90 days. So what you have to do is go to GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com or head down to Angleton and find out what all the programs are that they have for any particular month and find out where your best offers for. Many times they have great offers for trucks like the Chevy Silverado or the GMC Sierra pickup truck with the Turbo Max engine. It's just a matter of finding what the best offers for. And if you don't like it, wait for the next month and see what you've got going on. But I can tell you this, your service, your selection, the way that they treat you at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton is beyond anything I've ever experienced. That's why that's the only place that we will buy or lease a car. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. It is going to be your official dealer moving forward with one trip down to Angleton.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
.842 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Any topics are good topics as far as we are concerned on a Friday. Michael Connor in with me for the next hour and 19 minutes. Dell will take over after that. Let's get to Willie P. Willie P wants to jump in first. Willie P, what's up?
Hey, good morning, Lance. Michael Connor, how are you doing?
Doing good.
So I listened to the podcast last night. I heard what you had to say, that you kind of agreed with Alexi Lalas, and I understand where he was coming from, but the fundamental difference between the United States and other countries is that all the way down from like U6, U7, they have a way of playing. They have a system, and that system goes from level to level. I'm about to be 38. I went to school in Portsmouth, in England. I played in primary school, also played travel soccer here in the States. And the difference is they have the club teams over there. They have, Spain has their La Liga, France has League One, England, Premier League, so on and so forth. Those players when they start out young, they have a way of playing, a system of playing that's going to get them to the higher levels and to the national team. And unfortunately, with U.S. travel soccer, one, it's pay to play, so a lot of good players are being priced out. I mean, growing up here in Houston, there were so many Latino dudes who were better than the kids that I played with on travel soccer, but they only were limited to high school because they couldn't afford to pay, and therefore they weren't getting looked at by the U.S. select teams. So, once we change youth soccer in America, then we may be able to change, the national team moving forward in the future. We don't have a set way to play. Like, if you remember, after Spain won the Euros in 2008, they won the World Cup, and then they turned around and won the Euros again, they had a lull. And what happened? They brought in a coach who failed at Barcelona, and then he brought in a new system. Spain plays a 4-3-3. He came in and tried to play a 3-5-3. What happened? It didn't work. They were getting knocked out of tournaments. So what did they do? They got rid of him. They brought in another coach, another Spanish coach, went back to the 4-3-3, and now they're back dominating. They have kids. They're growing up having kids play wingers, strikers, midfielders, a bunch of Iniestas and Zabis. Unlike the United States, back in the day, even when we beat England in the 50s, we were this rough and gritty team. We had a low block, we defended and then hit on the counterattack. And we've been doing that all, as of now. We're still doing it. Let's be real. The game last night, you tell me we couldn't beat Saudi Arabia. We had to get a goal from our center back. So yeah, once we change youth soccer, I think that'll change things for the future. Thank you guys.
Hold on one second. First of all, you can call in anytime during the World Cup and be our official correspondent. That was great stuff. I do want to say I didn't necessarily I understood what Alexi was saying. Once you get past what the headline sounds like, diversity in soccer is bad. We need to be more exclusive. I understood what he was saying from the standpoint of there's a way to play Spanish soccer, and when you make changes, like you just talked about them going their alignment, they went back to the alignment they used, and it also helps it. They've gotten really athletic out on the wings too, and really fast. You're talking about special play. They got a really special player out there right now. But
and that's what they're doing. They're breeding those players. They know that we need left wingers and right wingers. So from U6 all the way to U19, U21, they're breeding those wingers. If you go right now on ESPN Plus, it's the U19 European Championship. It's the U21 European Championship. Go watch France. Go watch Portugal. Go watch Spain. Go watch Germany. Go watch England. And either of those two tournaments, and they mirror the senior national teams.
How do you fix it? How would you fix it in the U.S.? Give me an idea. Give me an idea. Well, it's got to be able to get fixed. How would you, if you could do anything you wanted, what would you do?
I would get rid of pay to play. I would make travel soccer more inclusive and less exclusive.
Absolutely.
And like you said yesterday, let's get a bunch of dudes from LA. Let's get a bunch of dudes from New York. Well, you know what I
didn't make any
You get a bunch of dudes from LA. You get a bunch of no offense, and I'm not like Israel or anything because I am black myself, but you're gonna get a bunch of white kids from the suburbs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm interested in the best players for the U.S. soccer. Exactly, and that you're right. That's the problem. We should have a much bigger Latin American contingency, Mexican contingency on the U.S. team, without question.
Yes, we have so many players who were born here who are Latin descent, and we are not utilizing them because they can't afford to play. times are hard for everybody. And my dad, I was blessed to have a father who's a big wig at AT&T, and he was able to afford it. But I saw black kids who wanted to play travel soccer and couldn't afford it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I also went and played in tournaments, saw kids who were so good at from the hood that they ended up getting sponsored and they made out. So not everybody's lucky. And the thing is, once we stop making it a pay to play thing, then we will start to see better results. But until then, a lot of our best athletes who could possibly be out on the pitch are going to get lost in the fold, and it's sad.
Why? Thanks for the call, Willie P. That was really good stuff.
I don't
really good stuff. Why? But why is it because of it's because of the sponsorship dollars? But AAU isn't like that. AAU, anybody and everyone can play if you're good enough.
You talk about having AAU's stupid money.
It is
trying to get my nephew,
and it has been for a long time.
Nightmare. But kids don't grow up wanting to be soccer stars here. The best athletes don't want to play soccer. That's still the problem. The best athletes go play basketball. They go play football.
But look how much. This is why I don't buy this. Number one, no, you're right in a general sense, but I see more like the sport. I'll just tell you this: the diversity. One of the things that's been very interesting to me is seeing the diversity of fan bases who love international soccer and Premier League soccer. People that I've seen. I remember Jason Texag 97 or whatever, the guy who, big time Aggie, wears boots, all a huge Premier League fan. You can see NBA guys who are from urban areas who love. I had a long talk one time with DeAndre Hopkins, and I really wasn't into Premier League soccer. I knew a little bit, but that's all he wanted to do was talk soccer. Like he loved soccer. I think the people who like watching soccer, I think it's really changed. A lot of college football players I've studied, like some of their bio stuff that when I'm doing my research, they'll be really into it. And I think a big part of it, to be honest with you, is FIFA video games.
Oh, of course.
The video games get you into it more than, as a matter of fact, I would say it's probably 75 to 80% of it.
Yeah.
Is because FIFA game is so good. But Del, we talked about it a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
I think that there's so many people in this country that, the greatest players can go to basketball and football. There should still be left over. We should have some beasts.
We're talking about us as a country and our population compared to these little countries who beat our ass in soccer. For sure, if a lot of guys want to play basketball or football or whatever the sport they choose, but the population is so wide and that you could still take from the guys who aren't playing playing those sports and still win at a better level than we are. Frankly, I think our athletes as a whole, if you just go faster, stronger, are like the guys everywhere else. Sure, there's a Lamine Yamal. That's a special skilled guy who we don't have. We've never been able to develop one of those guys, and that's why I say develop. That's the problem. Willie P pointed it out, whether it be pay to play or how we instruct our kids to play the game. What's the skill training like? Or are we just out there saying, hey, what's important is to win? Sure, we want that, but if we're trying to build a roster full of guys who can compete on the highest levels, the skills aren't there. We just watch them out on the field every day against the best in the world.
5-year-old to be a soccer player.
I don't know about that.
No choice or chance. Just tell his parents, just like communist China used to do.
Academy.
You're into an academy. You're going away from.
Well, we
your
have
family.
academies. They're just not as good as the other countries. We have academies.
Let's ship them off.
That's where Landon Donovan came from. Landon Donovan, he went to the academy in like Bradenton, Florida, whatever it was.
Well, what about
Pulisic or whatever?
Yeah.
Did Pulisic go to an academy?
I don't know his background. I don't know. So we have academies. It's just that we aren't developing guys at the rate that these guys that the best countries in the world are. Partly because it's ingrained in their culture, and we certainly have other sports we deem priorities, but we've got enough people here.
I've always felt it's inevitable that the U.S. will at some point become a major power. I just thought it would happen by now, maybe.
Why did the women have such an advantage? Why did they jump out ahead of the world? Now the world is catching up to the women. Now it's much tougher for them to win big tournaments. But how come you
keep glossing over the fact that there are some countries? I'm not even trying to be funny here. There's some countries where women are just. They're not persuaded to go into athletics. It's just not there's going to be some countries where it's kind of frowned upon in some ways. Now, not the Latin American countries, but there's going to be other countries where you probably don't get their best and brightest either. On the women's side.
Sure,
on the men's side, absolutely.
But you telling me this country was always forward in pushing women into sports. I mean, we probably had an
No,
advantage over countries we can name or not name, but you look at how technically skilled our women are. What does that have to do with whether another country wants the women to play? The women who play for us are at the best in the world. So what's the difference? Do our best athletes go into basketball here with women or other sports? Are we using that excuse there, or are all our best athletes playing soccer on the women's side? So I don't think it's an athlete's argument. I think it's a development. It's how you get these young kids into playing and what you emphasize and pay to play, skill development. It's all there, and we're all behind, and we've been behind for years.
And I just don't think that we are going to get. I don't think we're going to get there, because I think that the NFL is king here, and the NBA, and even baseball is probably more.
Can't we
more
be the king
popular.
in all of them?
We could, sure, but like
that's my
honestly,
whole thing.
are kids sitting around? I know that you can watch the Premier League and everything, but are they sitting around and watching the MLS?
No, they'll watch. They're watching the other leagues because they're the best leagues.
Until our homegrown product here is better, it matters more.
I do think there's something to the fact that you need although we are a more global society in general.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to. You can see Premier League any Saturday and Sunday. You can watch it on TV. The same way you can watch college. The same way you can watch pro football and college football Saturday and Sunday. You don't have to go to those games. You can watch college. You can watch pro, and you can watch Premier League. And I'm just saying Premier League just because easy TV deals.
Nobody's watching La Liga.
That's why the hardcore people. But it's harder to find. Obviously, It's easy to find Premier League. You can watch on Saturday and Sunday. I do think one thing I've noticed, and I have younger kids, is the younger generation. See, Mega Blast here on Twitch says no one here gives a bleep about soccer, though. That's not true. If you're that age, I know how old he is, and our age group, you may think that's the truth. But if you have young kids or younger kids, or you know people who are Gen Z and even millennials, it's growing way faster. The fan bases are growing way faster now. That hasn't translated to any success for not really for the MLS. Like, it's kind of wild. I thought maybe there'd be spillover to the MLS. Not at all. If you got to,
get the guys.
If Chelsea's your team, then Chelsea's your team, and it has no impact on the MLS.
It's a very American thing to want to watch the best in the world do what they do, and because we know the MLS isn't the best in the world, we're not going to focus on it. I'll wake up, Lance. You have your team in Everton that you watch. I have Fulham, who I watch, partly because they've had Americans on their team in the past, and still, well, I don't know if they do now. Anthony Robinson, one of the U.S.'s left back, plays for them, so I watch him. Am I going to sit down and pay for the MLS package on Apple? No, I'm not going to do that because I know it's not the best. It's like, I don't want to say it, but I guess I will. It's like, hey, I'm going to sit down and watch UFL football. I'm not going to do that.
Never do it.
I'm not going to do that. The MLS is at a higher quality than that, but it's not the best. I know what the best looks like. And what we have here is a breeding ground to try to develop athletes, make soccer bigger in this country, but it's not the best. So Americans generally won't gravitate towards it, unless you just love your local team like the Austin team or the Dynamo, whatever. But the general public, that ain't the best, so I'm not going to take a look at it.
I think on your gravestone one day, Lance, we're just going to put, thought the U.S. would win a World Cup before he died.
I know. I literally have been expecting to come up for a long time. And I thought, now I'm more realistic now, but it still doesn't make sense until you get to the fact that what he talked about is we're not growing them we're not growing them on the tree at 5 years old.
Yeah, there's soccer playing countries like England who have never won a major tournament outside their own country. So it's not unique for even what you would consider a power not to win a World Cup. But the consistent can't get out of the second round stuff, that's kind of nonsense. At some point, we should have made it out of the second round since 2002.
All right, let's break it right here. We'll probably combine breaks right here too, because that's what I'm good at doing, combining breaks.
You have nothing to do with that.
8:56 here on ESPN 97.5. Keith says, y'all are talking soccer because there was a game last night. Come Monday, you'll be back to who has to prove themselves in preseason to be the 5th cornerback in the team. We're not even talking
a lot of
U.S.
Damon Arnett talk.
U.S. played Saudi Arabia. I didn't
watch it.
See it, don't care. It's not World Cup. So actually, you're way, way off on that one, Keith. Watched Astros lose 6-4. Watched Pacers get a smoke Oklahoma City. TJ McConnell had another good game. That little fella. That little strong.
There's always one of those little fellas, especially in both of those teams in those cities.
He does
white
a
guys.
lot of bench press.
Yeah.
You can tell he does a lot of curls.
Yeah.
A lot of tricep.
For the girls, man.
Dips. Yeah. He's got a sweet little spin move he's put on, but TJ McConnell's playing. He played really well. Indiana's got a lot of guys that can play.
Yeah.
They got a lot. They're deep, man. They got some guys that can play a little bit. I still think Game 7 is going to be. I think Oklahoma City's going to crush them. I think these two home courts are two of the nastiest home courts that you've got in the league in terms of the fan turnouts and how rowdy and loud they get. Oklahoma City is going to be on fire. I don't see Oklahoma City losing that game.
No, I don't either. Can I say the Rockets postseason? I know it's been a while now, but like any other postseason, I was so disappointed at how the crowd takes forever to file in. I don't get our city. I don't get our city when it comes to showing up on time to stuff. I don't understand it.
Baseball was okay, wasn't it?
Not when they play during the day.
No, in the playoffs. Well, you mean playoff games during the day?
Yeah. Well, the Detroit game sucked.
Yeah, I'm going back to when they were winning.
When they were winning, early. Yeah, those were always good. The people
I always felt when I was at those games, I always felt like it was
Rockets games always take like half the first quarter to fill in.
Yeah.
We know how the Texans games go. Maybe get a new stadium will fix that
so you're
for them.
Parking around downtown. You know it's going to take a lot of people. You know it's going to take a little extra time. It would be nice if they got there a little instead of getting there. Like my mind gets wired to be there by game starts at 7, so we need to leave at this because I'm so wired to get somewhere by the time you need to be there.
Yeah,
but the reality
you have
is
to be on the air every day.
You need to be there by 6:35 for a 7 o'clock game, for example.
To be in
so
your
you
seat.
can park, you can walk there, you can get through. Yeah, to be in your seats, get yourself something to drink.
We're just I love our city. We're casual. We're very casual.
It's true, and I don't think it's ever changing. We've always been casual.
Yeah.
We've always been casual.
It's not changing.
I mean, some of me, and I grew up here. This is where I've lived forever. Sometimes I'd like to experience where
craziness.
A little bit. That's not who I am personally, but I can watch.
If I was in my 20s, I would agree.
You people
now,
be crazy.
I feel like
college football gets crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
There's still college football still does that, but you're right. I don't think Houston's ever going to be anything more than casual. It doesn't mean that they don't love their teams or whatever and won't get hyped when but it's like. It's not type A fandom.
I'm always blown away. You ever go out in the middle, you can't do this, but you have a Sunday where you don't watch the Texans, and if you just go out and do something, how many people aren't out watching the NFL in the city? It's insane. People are just, there's so many, we get in this bubble where we think that so many people just are watching this all the time. And it's a high number.
Yeah.
There's way more people that aren't watching it than are.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. I did notice there were Texans games when they were terrible where I could check out at the end of the half. And check out. But there were other games I wanted to watch.
Yeah.
There are other games I needed to watch.
Yeah.
But when I've had the opportunity to just do stuff on Sunday, it is kind of wild. It's kind of crazy because I feel like, man, I'm missing a lot of games.
I've gotten way back into the NFL the last 2 years. Way more than I did. Not that I was ever off of it, but I've just fallen back in love with the NFL.
Why?
I think in part because I'm raising a teenager that loves football and has gotten into fantasy football, so we just watch football on Sundays together, and I've really enjoyed that. But I just
raising a teenager. What are you, Jalen Green?
No,
are you nephew. The Jalen Green?
My nephew. He's been with me 4 or 5 years.
I know. Yes, I just wanted to call you Jalen Green.
I know, but no, yeah, he's brought it back. I just kind of got soured on it there for him. And it was the whole. Everybody's arguing about something era and, the knee thing. Not that I was against them taking a knee or anything. It was just the whole thing was exhausting. The whole thing of listening to everybody have a pissing match with each other about it wore me out.
Mm-hmm.
And all the everything just wore me out. And I got tired of it. I'd watch it, but I just wasn't invested in it. And these last 2 seasons, I've just been I've enjoyed watching football. And I think the product's been good too. It helps.
Yeah. It is. I mean, the NFL has a built-in advantage that will never stop.
No, it's never not going to be
17, 18 games has always been the advantage.
Yeah.
You don't have to. The regular season is not meaningless. There's not patches of the season where you go, well, it's still early, like with the Astros or baseball, where you're like, well, these games aren't going to be as important as the games. Like in reality, they are.
When you look
but
back,
you just think we still got a long ways to go. And it is true. Baseball has like 4 or 5 seasons inside of a single season.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way it is. Basketball's never going to beat
I love basketball, but my God, it's long. The season's too long.
The accusations of regular season not really mattering and not being as important. And Dell said something yesterday that people kind of gravitated towards. When you play a different brand, like you watch playoff basketball, the intensity level shoots way up.
Oh yeah, they care.
Now, what's appealing about the Rockets to me now is they always play with intensity.
Yeah.
So that's what's appealing, is because a lot of teams don't do that. And frankly, they have to right now because they don't shoot well enough. But it is a problem when you say, okay, for 82 games, it's going to be here. Some guys aren't going to play that you really want to see play. But then it really matters. Once those 82 are up, now we're going to lock in. In football, you have to be locked in all the time.
Game, unless you play in the AFC South.
Yeah.
You got Jacksonville and Anthony Richardson and, whatever the hell Tennessee's doing.
You kind of don't.
How is it that Houston got into the best divisions you could possibly get into in football and baseball? I mean,
we don't care about basketball divisions anymore.
Given a cakewalk in both divisions every year.
It is.
It truly is. They're the worst.
At one point, it was a nightmare because you were behind Peyton Manning in Indianapolis all the time. That's long ago.
Yeah.
It hadn't been like that for a while. In Tennessee, you had their little moment. Jacksonville's had moments. But, it is super. And the AL West. Holy crap.
It's a joke.
Man, is it bad. It just seems like, and the Angels have been run so poorly. Every long-term contract they've ever had has turned into you can't say Mike Trout's a disaster, but
it's a disaster now.
Yeah, he's always
he
hurt.
Sucks.
When he's really good when he plays. He can be, but
he's not even that good now. He's
not
like
right now. Yeah, is he 220 right now?
Yeah, go look at his numbers. All he does is strike out. He's hit a few home runs.
I love that for him. Let's get Todd in here. What's up, Todd? How you doing?
Good, guys. How are you? Couple things. If you haven't gone to a World Cup game, you need to go. It's an exceptional experience. I was fortunate to go watch some teams play in Dallas in '94. Anyway, the question is for the group, college football moving towards more of a GM model, and specifically for Lance, Jim Nagy's been hired on as the GM for the University of Oklahoma. He's hired like 6 people to his staff. Didn't know your relationship with him, your thoughts on that, and just everything in general.
Yeah, Jim Nagy was scout. I knew him when he was with I knew him a little bit when he was with Seattle. Then he got let go and was out for about, I don't know if he was even out for a year.
Is he not the Senior Bowl anymore?
No, he's the GM at Oklahoma.
I did not know.
So he went to the Senior Bowl.
This whole GM fascination in college sports is wild.
Oh, no, it's real now.
I mean, it makes
sense. 100% real. It has to, because you have free agency all the time. Like I would, I can just tell this. I mean, Chris Ballard, who's the GM of the Colts, was talking to my son the other day, who works at Alabama. And, my son I want to be an NFL scout. Ballard said, dude, college is where it's at.
Yeah.
He said, right now in college, he goes, they don't really know what they're doing right now with salary cap. It's too much of the Wild West. So if you can figure it out, you got advantages in salary cap. You got a chance, if you can evaluate well, to bring in good portal guys to recruit, high school players, if you know what you're looking for. There are guys in the NFL now. There are coaches who want to get out of college and get to the pros because it's going to be too much of a pain in the ass to deal with the kids now and their agents and stuff like that.
That's the Belichick thing is still blows my mind.
Yeah, it's really becoming a problem for a lot of coaches. We saw Chip Kelly leave a head coaching position to become an offensive coordinator.
But he's also getting like $6 million a year to be an offensive coordinator.
It helps, but he's not running the show.
In a state that doesn't have state income tax as well.
Yeah, but he's not running the show. You're still not the boss.
Yeah.
You're still not the boss. But
I think he knows that he's never going to be the boss again, though, right?
Well, but he could have continued to be the boss there at UCLA if he wanted to, I guess, for as long as they could win.
Which he 7 games a year.
Yeah, which he wasn't winning a ton. But they don't it's become really hard to deal with all that stuff. However, in the NFL, their front office guys are saying college is where we want to go. So all these front office guys from the NFL want to get to college, GM, and a lot of them think that's the thing. With Oklahoma, I think Jim, like a lot of NFL people, are going to have a distinct advantage. He was at the Senior Bowl, scouting players from all different schools. So I think he has a unique perspective there at Oklahoma on what guys look like from smaller schools. It will help when he wants to bring them up from a portal standpoint. He'll know kind of how to do that, what to look for. I didn't realize he hired 6 guys. That's interesting. A lot of staffs, because revenue sharing is coming for players. A lot of staffs are having to cut people. So that's interesting but you're only as good as the team you have. So frankly, I think a lot of teams are going to start figuring out we need to pay our front office people more than we're paying our coaches, or at least even this out a little bit. Maybe not keep giving so much to the coaches, because bringing players in and having a roster,
Coaches
it's an every year thing. You got to keep your own roster in place as much as you can, and then you got to go recruit from other people's rosters.
At some point, though, those executives are going to be like, "This sucks."
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the model's not great unless they fix the model in college.
You shouldn't be able to just jump every year.
No, and that would a lot of this would stop if you just put some safeguards from just jumping whenever. If you said, okay, you can only do it once, or you said, unless your coach leaves, you have to wait a year, like we used to. Then the stealing from people's rosters, you wouldn't have a lot of that. You wouldn't have as much jumping.
Why don't we just do trades?
Well, they are going to have. So I was told that they are putting in where you get transfer fees, just basically just like in soccer, where if you take somebody from Arkansas State and you sign them to a $500,000 deal, Arkansas State will get $50,000. That's and that's a big deal to those schools.
The little ones, yeah.
Those schools really need that money right now, because they can't really afford all the. But it also, that's why it behooves them to find the best players they can. And if you know you're going to lose them anyway, you want to lose them for $1 million deal, so you get $100,000.
Yeah,
in exchange for losing that player. I think that's a fair deal, to be honest with you. I think that's the way it's got to work. Oklahoma, I think Jim will help. Just to answer your question, I think Jim Nagy will help Oklahoma, but we'll see. It's hadn't looked good for them since they moved to the SEC. So we'll see if having a new personnel guy in there can make sense. The GM thing is not going away, and in fact, I had a conversation with a couple colleges this week about their whole thing is figuring out when all the rules. They're trying to see what's going to change around college football with some of the. We talked about Miami too, because Mario Cristobal, your guy's using my technology that really the smart guy built, Tyler Oberle. Yeah, they're going to re-up with this another 2 or 3. Well, a smart guy built something I'm gravy training off of.
Oh, okay.
But Miami's all in on that. And the reason is because we've got something that can project the player's growth based on certain body measurements. So we can project how big a 16-year-old is going to be, and athletic scores that are relative to what a pro player's athletic scores would be. And Miami's really hyped up on it because they're looking for safeties that can turn into linebackers, and then how big offensive linemen should be or could be, tight ends to tackles, stuff like that. Right now, you hear all that. You hear all the stuff about transfer portal, but what's starting to happen now is it's swinging back to recruiting, where teams realize, dude, we got to find diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, we
got to go find the 3 stars that turn into 5 stars. We got to go find Cam Wards, who are no stars, who are actually really good and talented. We can't play this game where we're Texas is going to outspend us. Michigan's going to outspend us. Ohio State's going to outspend us. We can't keep up with the Joneses. We got to recruit players as opposed to try to, get the wallets out and hope that our alumni can spend as much as these other teams, because they're not going to be able to.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You're relying on rich people.
Yeah,
it's to fund your sport.
Honestly, the teams with the richest alumni have the best chances. That's why A&M in Texas,
I don't know if
legislators.
Sorry, Aggies. I don't know if it ever matters for you.
Well, this is the thing. That's why they wanted
all that money and just keep doing.
They wanted to push through the NIL legislation here because they can't afford not to have a chance to pay money to high school juniors and seniors. I think you have to be 17 or older. They can't afford not to be in the mix there because it gives them a recruiting disadvantage. So, and they know we got enough money to fire against anybody. Texas just gives people Bugattis or whatever.
So dumb.
What are they giving? What was the cars that they're giving them?
Was it Lambos?
Lambos, yeah. Texas just gives people Lambos. You think Willie Fritz has got some sweet Willie Fritz Lambos out there.
Now he's probably got a little chop shop over there off of
Yeah,
Scott Street or something,
There may be a chop shop, but that's not you can't really do an NIL deal with the chop shop. That's illegal.
Yeah, that's true. I think they've got a car dealer that U of H Athletics does.
No, they do. I'm just saying.
But they're probably driving Toyota Camrys like me.
I mean, the rich have such a huge advantage in today's college football, especially because teams can just steal your players anytime they want. All right, 9:18. Let's get to a break here. If you guys anything we talked about, let's keep this on the clock the way we have been throughout the show. If you have any comments, you want to jump in, you can do questions, but if you have comments, feel free. 713-780-3776. Don't forget, you can also at any time watch on the YouTube or X. On there are the two preferred platforms by the station. And new app is out as of today. The new ESPN 97.5 app for iPhone users. We're getting some things corrected for the Android users.
You're gonna bully people out of Android phones. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, we don't like the green stuff. But iPhone users, brand new app, and it works great. It's way better developed. So make sure you just go and refresh your app. Just update your app if you don't have an automatic update. If you do, it's already automatically updated. The new app is really sweet. We definitely recommend you download that. And anytime you're away from the radio, or if you're out of the country, or you're out, you just want to catch us, you can listen to the station anytime you want on that ESPN 97.5 app.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Rays pitcher Hunter Biggie, I think it's pronounced Biggie. He was just sitting in the dugout minding his own business yesterday in their matchup against, was it the Orioles? I think, yeah, against the Orioles. And Adley Rutschman turned on a pitch and smoked it. Left-hand hitter smoked it into the first base dugout and hit him in the face.
Dude,
everyone immediately, the response immediately was, when you see somebody, you've been to a game and seen somebody hit by a bat or by a baseball.
Yeah, I think when I was growing up, my best friend, his family had tickets 2 rows behind the Astros dugout. And I think about all the games. I went to like 20 games a year with them.
Oh, man.
And we'd sit. I think about it now, how we didn't have Nets sooner. It's amazing.
I remember complaining about Nets radio. We're like, you're not going to be able to see the game, and these Nets are taking away your opportunity. And
it was so unsafe. Like
anybody who had ever seen a ball smoke down the first base or third base line,
110 miles an hour off the bat.
Oh, yeah.
Turn it on it, hit it right over the dugout.
Hit somebody in the head, you could literally kill them.
There was a third base coach that got killed.
Yeah.
Taking one off the dome. Like, I don't know why those guys sit in the dugout and don't, like, sit under the stuff to where you can't.
Exit velo was 105.
Look, I mean, yeah, you're lucky that stuff doesn't, like,
Baseballs
mess you up for
are
life.
Hard as piss, too.
Yeah, they are.
They're super hard.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Fernando Tatis got hit on his looked like right wrist, right-hand hit of the ball. Came up and in and went under the lead elbow and hit him on his, looked like wrist, forearm, hand, somewhere over there. He was down, was in a lot of pain in the Padres-Dodgers game. And the Padres said, okay.
And there was probably a knife fight in the parking lot after.
They had Dodger game, yeah.
So people were avoiding the ICE agents that were out front.
Yeah, they kicked ICE out. Yeah. But ICE agents were sitting at a Dodgers game waiting.
They were trying to use the parking lot, apparently. Yeah. And they said, nah.
And they go, beat it. But so then the Padres said, okay, that's fine. And it was a 5-0 score, and they hit Shohei Ohtani
as they should,
up and in, right underneath the shoulder, and pretty good shot.
And Ohtani told his teammates, go.
Ohtani's walking, and he said, he told his dugout that get back in there. He told the bullpen, get back in there. He basically said, this is the way it's done. I know the code. That's fine. And he actually calmed it down. Shohei Ohtani doing that actually calmed the whole thing down. Yeah. And I looked like Dave Roberts. He did one way. Well, he's a jackass, but it looked like he was doing one-on-one. At first, I thought he was doing like, let me catch you one-on-one then. Let's get a one-on-one. What he was actually saying is, you got one, I got one. We're going to shut it down, I think is what he said. Shohei Ohtani actually shut that. His behavior and actions basically, I think, shut it down.
He's so likable, and he has to be a Dodger.
I know, man. Just anything. Be a Twin. Be a Royal. Be a
Pirate.
I guess the only 2 things I wouldn't want is Yankee and Dodger.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? The Yankees or the Dodgers they bother me, but they don't bother me like the Yankees do. Well, because they're in the National League, and the Astros beat them in the World Series.
And we know they're fans. Yeah. What'd you think of John Boy partnering up with Major League Baseball? That's incredible.
I didn't see that. That happened.
John Boy has partnered.
This guy that literally started a conspiracy theory on the internet based off of, remember how that started?
Yeah,
his whole
Beltran's niece.
Well, how it really got
it was
legs.
the buzzer.
But no, remember the stinking World Series against the Nationals when Robinson Chirinos had something fall off his bat? A little piece of silver.
Is that how it started?
And he thought it was something like it was a huge deal. It was a damn
that was John Boy that started that?
Yes, it was a damn sticker from the authenticator of Major League Baseball because they authenticated the bat because he was like the first catcher to hit 2 home runs in a World Series game in however long it'd been. And he started this whole theory and this breakdown video off of that.
Theory, yeah.
And then things went nuts. And then, of course, he had the buzzers and all that after.
Yeah, and they said, look right here, and they circled, and it's literally, if you watch the video, it is not called.
It's a piece of confetti.
From right
Josh
fielder.
Reddick.
Josh Reddick had a piece of silver. It was like a metallic-looking confetti, and they in a stop motion, and they circled it and like, what is this?
Yeah.
And then when you watch the actual video, like, oh, it's just confetti.
You screwed up. You asked me to get an Astros person today. I should have gotten Josh Reddick on.
Oh yeah.
Chandler could have hooked me.
I mean, unbelievable amount of the conspiracy theories are out of
It's
control now.
stupid. So
But
what's he
that's
doing with
because-
MLB now?
Oh, he's partnered with them as a content provider.
It's a joke.
He's partnered as a content
The guy's
provider.
made his
He
life
single-handedly
off of a
ruined.
conspiracy
He
theory.
helped. He helped to ruin Jose Altuve's reputation.
Yeah,
One of the great guys that's ever played the sport.
and now we're rewarding him with money. To
With
work
money
with MLB.
and a free license to utilize Major League Baseball. He can sell his own. He does a rev share. We can sell his own clothing and stuff with Major League license.
What an awful name for a company too.
What?
John Boy.
I know.
Who came up with that?
I don't even know what it is.
It sounds dirty.
What's that?
Sounds dirty.
It does sound dirty.
You probably
But-
use that beach towel you bought earlier.
He's not getting my beach towel. What's happening to your boy Paredes?
What's wrong with what's wrong with him? He's not my boy. I didn't love him coming in, but I will say
I didn't either.
he's
But
blown me away at how much better defensively than I thought he'd be. He's a little chunky. I prefer my athletes to be in better shape than he's in. But you know what? The guy's a Crawford box merchant.
yeah, he is. And you know what? Actually, I take it back. He is.
His
OPS
streaky.
is actually 869 for this month. It's actually the batting average is down to 216.
He's streaky.
For the month hasn't been great, but
He got hurt, that whole thing too. That didn't help.
no.
15
15 homers. I've been happy with them. In general, I've been happy.
I
with
was
them.
not thrilled to lose Alex Bregman. I will admit that. I
I
was
never
not
did.
thrilled.
You feel like I didn't feel like there was any chance Jim Crane was gonna make him an
No.
offer more than
Not
what he
at
was
all.
getting. It felt like there was no chance that was.
He
coming.
was never going to. He did the same thing to Craig.
I
He
feel
made
like-
the one offer, which honestly, you go look at the offer. The offer wasn't bad compared to
Wasn't
what he got.
just
Like,
shorter.
No, it was longer than the Red Sox offer. 5 years.
No, I'm talking about Correa.
Oh, you're talking about Correa.
Well, Correa ended up getting three
different
because he
contracts.
wanted a chance.
Well,
he got
a contract, and then the Giants said,
But he
"We
didn't
don't
get-
like this image of your ankle," and then the Mets did the same thing.
Mets
and
did the
then-
same thing, but he never got the length of contract he was looking for. But he did get more average per year
Yeah,
than the Astros were offering.
yeah. But
Not
Bre-
as much guaranteed.
You
but
think
he
it's-
also
do you
got
think it's a
outs every
surprise- I
year.
know that Bregman's hurt now. Do you think it's a surprise that Bregman's playing his best baseball? Back with Alex Cora, who's been accused of sign stealing again this year.
Well, but you're allowed to sign still, as
All right.
long as it's legal.
Do you think they're doing it legally? It's Alex
I think
Cora.
there's a chance. I think I was told, and I'm sure you heard the same thing, that Alex Cora is an absolute genius
Yeah, he is.
when it comes to picking up
Also a
signs.
total a-hole.
Is he really?
I have never met anybody more rude in my life. When he was the Astros bench
Really?
coach that year, I tried on multiple occasions to talk to him and to a-hole, total a-hole.
See, a lot of people don't know you've been pretty deep in with the Astros in terms of coverage and stuff like that, because you were at 790
Yeah.
and then you've done pre and post game type
Yeah.
stuff and even
I
more
used
than
to go
that.
down- I used to, it was like the first series of the year, and I went and introduced myself to him and everything. He was a jerk. And then I tried multiple times throughout the year, just a-hole.
Was he really?
Mhm.
Who
To
are
me,
the
at
best?
least.
Who are the best people to deal with?
Joe Espada's fantastic.
Yeah.
Dusty was great. Dusty was phenomenal.
Was
I
he?
love Dusty. And AJ Hinch nobody was better than AJ Hinch. Nobody was better than AJ Hinch.
Yeah,
You would do your media stuff with AJ Hinch, then you'd sit around in the dugout and he would tell you anything.
How'd you get? Oh, would he really?
Oh yeah.
How'd you get along? As long as, but I was.
You
assuming-
weren't going to go out there and blast it, and he knew you weren't going to go blast it.
How did you get along with Leno?
Oh, he's awesome. Love Jeff Luno. Still follows me to this day on Twitter.
I wish he was.
It's sad that we were talking about something yesterday.
It was
about
gonna have
if you had a bunch of money, and because we were talking about the Lakers sale, and if you all of a sudden had all this money, would you buy a sports team? And I was like, nah. And then I was like, actually I would, because I'd bring back my king, Jeff Luno.
There's the belief in some circles that Jeff Luno could, or that people like Jeff Luno could be successful in most. I don't necessarily subscribe to this theory.
In most sports,
Yeah,
he's doing it in soccer.
that he is doing a soccer.
All of his soccer teams are
I think
good.
soccer lends itself, but
Yeah.
yeah, he has.
Yeah.
I think football, you got 7 rounds. I think there's too much in football. In basketball, I do think there's a chance you could have some success, but we've seen Mr. Analytics, Daryl Morey, fall apart once he got to a certain level.
I think
Now he also fell in love with James, which
Yeah.
probably
did he really have a painting of James in his house?
is that what people.
I thought you
Oh
guys-
no, that is how. No, that was in an article.
I thought you guys were talking about that.
No,
the other
that
day.
was an article. I think you're right. I'll Google that, but I think he did. That's not good. Let's
I
get
bet that painting doesn't exist anymore.
his wife
after
better
they're
have taken
falling
it
out.
down. Yeah, after after James called him a liar and Daryl literally gave you like 10 Supermax contracts.
Yeah, every chance you had.
Dude.
Here's a new deal, James. James, when do you want the plane to leave
Who do you
today?
want out, James? Who do you want out? We'll kick out whoever you want out.
James, we're going to go to L.A. early so you can get here and then fly on a different plane to Vegas so you can go party for 2 days before we play the Lakers. How about that?
Morey painting Harden. Yes, it's true. Daryl Morey, the 76ers general manager, has a life-size painting of James Harden in his home. Morey commissioned the painting from artist Philip Periak after the 2018 season. The painting depicts Harden on a basketball court with his beard rendered in fiery colors. Morey has publicly stated that he still considers it one of his prized possessions, even after Harden's departure from the team. Wow. I am never having a painting of one of my ops.
Yeah. You don't got a painting of Granado in the house?
No, I don't really
What
have
about
ops.
Dell? You don't have a painting of Dell?
I accidentally have an op, but that's unfortunate. Let's get Scott in here real quick before we get to a break. What's up, Scott?
Hey, good morning. Got out here on my walk and heard y'all talking about soccer. Got a little excited. I was wondering if we ever get a major league team here, do you think they'll play in the Astrodome? Hang up and listen.
Shut
That
up.
was a fake call.
Shut
That's a fake
up.
call.
Hang up on this guy.
That's a fake
Answer his
call.
question.
Okay, we have
Okay,
we have a major league soccer team, and they don't play in the
Hey.
Astrodome.
If they get rid of NRG or the Texans stop playing in NRG Stadium, are they going to finally tear down the dome too if they tear down NRG Stadium?
Well, you think they're tearing down NRG Stadium?
I
They
don't
would
think
use
so
it
because
for
they're just still
something
do the
else.
rodeo there.
Yeah, but I don't think they're getting a new stadium.
I do.
I do think they'll get a new practice facility.
I think they're getting a stadium.
You do?
Yeah. It's an arms race, man.
I know, but who? Like, it's the state. It's
They're not going to be the
insane.
first team to do it.
It's insane that you
20
take
years,
something that is 23 years old and it's still in tremendous shape, except for whatever happens with the roof after hurricanes.
Well, we really needed that roof.
That's crazy to me that you would think of doing that.
They're doing it. There's no way they're not getting a new stadium.
Although you think about when the Astrodome was built, and then when Minute Maid was built, it was like 30.
Could you imagine? Okay, they build a new stadium, and then they're going to have these other two stadiums still standing.
Well, I mean, the Astrodome stuff. Yeah, if you're not tearing down the Astrodome, don't tear down NRG Stadium. We had the Rosencopter happen there. Like,
That's true.
incredible.
All the moments.
I never. Oh, so, I'm sorry. Did the Astros?
Connor
win?
Barwin's leg got snapped in half one
Yeah.
time.
Did the Astros win a World Series in the Astrodome? No.
No.
What happened to the Astros? Billie Jean King and Bobby Riggs, Elvin Hayes, and that.
Muhammad Ali.
You got to go way back to that. Nothing great happened. Nothing incredible. We should burn that place down. And so if you're going to keep that standing, Rosencopter happened. You're right. Connor Barwin had his leg. I remember when Trent Green had his leg hurt.
J.J.
You
Watt
had
ran
some
one
sweet
back.
Monster truck stuff probably happening there.
Monster Jam twice a year, baby.
Monster Jam. You had.
I'm going to be at the
rodeo.
Beyonce concert next weekend.
Beyonce concert. Bun had Drake come before Drake got eviscerated by Kendrick Lamar. He was at that. We had that happen there. We had. Remember when Matt Schaub threw the record-setting pick six?
Is that Richard Sherman?
Well, actually, the record-setting was the next week against
I
San
just remember
Francisco.
the
Richard
Sherman
Sherman
one.
got one, and fans were burning his jersey in the parking lot. You can't tear down NRG.
You had
with
that
these
one guy that
incredible
was
things.
standing out there all the time begging him to sell the team in the 2020 season with signs.
The one, his name was
Yeah,
Rooster. No, I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
that
would
was a
send
great
us-
moment.
And
He'd send us all. Yeah,
and he'd yell at Jack Easter. Yeah, and he'd yell at Easterby, but he would yell, "Sell the team!" at
them, and then he'd get kicked out
in their box
Great moments in Texans history.
In Cal, you can't, if you keep the dome up, you can't do anything to NRG Stadium. Let's just do this every time. Let's just leave this stuff up there, like dilapidated houses where people can break in and try to live there or have romance with girls from high school in there where the high school boys and girls break in and
you're trying to have romance
smoke
in the
weed and do
Astrodome.
romance. And well, you saw the 3 teenagers
know.
broke in there the other day.
Yeah,
but they were all dudes.
You're going in there to do stuff.
Yeah.
You're
If
gonna-
I'm a high
you're gonna
schooler,
get an STD just walking in.
I know it's dangerous, but if I'm a high schooler and there's a house that I know no one's living in and I can get into it and I can do stuff and my girl is down, for sure I'm trying to get in 100%.
Well, we know what you were doing over there in Pecan Grove.
Yeah. Snuck into somebody's room. I could have got shot in the face. It's so stupid. I look back at it as one of the dumbest things. Like I actually climbed into somebody's bedroom window at 11:45, midnight.
That's not even late enough.
I know. Well, I know it was stupid. I was taking terrible chances, but I didn't think so at the time. And you don't think about that at that.
You got one thing on
junction.
the brain.
Yeah, absolutely. But I could have 100% been shot in the face if her dad had a gun, which I don't think he did. But that was just dumb. I once took my parents' car. I wanted to go to this party. My mom said no. I think I got in trouble for a grade or something. So I went in. I opened their doors. They were asleep. I pulled the keys quietly off their dresser, and I crawled back out. I went outside. I left the back door unlocked. I went outside.
Please tell me you started the car in the driveway.
So I put it in neutral.
Okay,
I
good.
turned it. I put it in neutral, and it
Pushed it
started
down the
rolling out. It started rolling out down the park. And I stopped it. I turned it on, and I was like, and by the time I left, and I didn't turn the lights, and by the time I left, I'm like, look, there was no cell phones in. So if I'm caught, I'm caught.
Yeah.
I'll find out when I get back. It is what it is. So had a good time. Nothing like I shouldn't have been. There was nothing risky enough for me to take that chance. Larry Zerline was a Marine.
Does Larry know this story now?
No.
Oh, let's call him.
To this day, he doesn't know this one.
Let's call him.
Larry Zerline was an offensive line coach, a Marine, and probably in his early 40s. Like he still could have. I mean, to this day, I would never even mess my dad to this day.
Yeah.
Like he's salty. I mean, he fought in Vietnam.
Is he still Jake Myers' guy?
He's down with Jake.
Okay, good.
He just thinks He just thinks he looks dumb in the face, and his helmet's always bouncing around. He ain't wrong.
He looks like a bimbo.
And then, so when I came back with the car, I turned the lights off, and I go into and luckily it wasn't a super loud car. I go in there, and I hit enough gas, and I put it, the way I have to park is up against like near their window, and I put it in neutral, turn it off, and I could have, I can't believe I took that chance with my dad. I cannot believe I took that chance. I went around the back and totally got away with it. What's the worst chance? What's the worst? Like sneaking into that girl's window was dangerous.
I didn't take chances like that.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. My mother would just let us go do things.
Oh, see, I didn't have that.
Yeah.
My parents would.
Guess what parent I won't be that.
No, I always, I was headed to 790 one morning, and Drake, when he was in high school, he comes back in his car, and I'm like, what the? As I'm going out the door at 5:30 or whatever, he's coming back, 5:20, he's coming back.
Great job checking in on your kids, Lance.
And I'm like, I just stopped. I said, what's going on? He goes, nothing. I fell asleep. Fell asleep. You were in the house. And I went to a friend's house. I said, we'll talk about this when I get home. I knew exactly what he was doing. And I'm like, you're so stupid. You know what time I go to work too, you dummy.
Wait like 10 minutes.
Stupid. 9:42. Let's to stay on time here. Let's break early so we can stay on time with this break. When we come back, we'll start to finish up the show. It is 9:42. Don't forget, you can listen on our new app. Make sure and download it if you don't have it on automatic update. And if you've never downloaded our app, the ESPN 97.5, 92.5 is new for iPhones. You're going to love what we've got on there. I highly recommend downloading that app today.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
I'm reading this. 11 reasons Gen Z, which are my kids, think Gen X had the saddest childhoods. This is going to sound so laughable to a lot of you. Number one, they had no internet.
Oh, no. What?
We didn't care. Like, you're kind of off the grid right now.
Yeah.
Do you miss it?
No. I feel so free.
Now, internet makes everything way more convenient.
Yeah.
And
Like,
now
I
that we
still
have
use
it,
the internet.
Yeah,
like,
it'd be hard not to use it.
I just don't, like, I don't engulf my life in
But
it
we
anymore.
had to use our brains more. You had to remember phone numbers. There's no smartphones, so you had to remember phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
We knew how to spell. You could just mash buttons.
We knew how to.
And it underlined it red, and it would automatically correct for you.
You know what's amazing is watching these kids. Like, you try to get a kid to make a signature in cursive.
It is the sloppiest stuff.
Someone don't even know how to do it.
It looks awful.
I was watching somebody the other day was signing a document down there, and they asked him to sign it, and he literally wrote his name in print.
The coolest
and they go, that's not a signature. He goes, I don't know how to do a signature.
Really?
Yeah.
So did you guys, Del, did you do this? Both of y'all. Did you practice an autograph when you were young? Because you wanted to be a sports star?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
I could sign so many baseballs. Stupid.
Yeah. Did you practice an autograph?
Yeah, I remember distinctly when given like a journal or something for school, half of it was filled with me just writing in cursive my name. Yeah.
So same. And so there was a kid named Carlos Cone who was he was a quarterback ahead of me when I was young. And Carlos was practicing his autograph in like 7th or 8th grade. And he wrote his middle name, Carlos R. Cone. I'll never forget. So after that, I'm like, dude, Lance L. Zerla. I got it. To this day,
you still write it that way?
I will a lot of times.
That's a signature. That's a signature.
That's a signature.
Yeah.
It's been practiced. Now it's gotten. It used to be easier to read at one point.
Yeah.
But then I
Mine's
realized
gotten a little bit sloppier.
And that's a signature. I just get on there, bang. There's different versions. There's faster versions.
Yeah.
That's what a signature looks like. You don't have to read it. It just has to be unique so no one can copy it.
Yeah.
And my kids, Mariana Zidane, Sebastian Zidane. Like, it looks like you're Frankenstein's just scribbling something out. Dude, make it look cool. What are y'all doing?
Man. We sound so old.
I know. Cartoons were once a week, not on demand. Number 2, everyone knew about Stranger Danger, but no one seemed to care. Oh, so sad. We had to play without having panic attacks and having to take medicine. We just assumed, look, if you get got, you get got.
Yeah, I had one of those moments in my life. I remember we used to play baseball in the summers with a wiffle ball or with a tennis ball at the end of my street. It was called the Triangle. It's just a little piece of land because the street split in half. And there's a big empty lot. And one day we're out there and this van kept driving around. And he eventually stopped. He goes, "Hey, you guys want to come see the video games in my van?" And I'm rounding second base as it goes, and I go, "No!"
That's
screamed it at the top of my lungs.
Textbook.
Oh, it was textbook to a T.
You want to come see the video games in my van?
Literally.
And he's driving up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
and
just
I screamed at him. No.
Man.
And these kids today, they don't even know.
No.
They don't even
just
know.
had to just don't get caught.
Yeah.
So seatbelts were optional.
I haven't never been.
Every photo was a gamble. Every picture Gen Z would take would end up being a mystery to them. Yeah. I mean, it's true. I will say this. There's a lot of cool things that and people in my life that I never had a picture of.
Yeah.
And I never, like, good friends, people I really liked a lot, and I don't have any pictures of them because we just did stuff. We didn't have a phone in our hands at all times that could take pictures. So when you took pictures, you took a picture, it is what it is. Like, y'all don't screw this up because we got so many of them.
Yeah, 30 of them on the thing.
We don't know, and we'll have to wait and see. Gym class was a survival game. I mean, if you were athletic like we were,
gym was the best.
I mean, dodgeball, yeah. Like, I could see where some people wouldn't like it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Dodgeball was like, it was kill or be killed.
Dude, they don't even make them go to gym anymore if they don't want to. They can take other stuff.
They don't have to?
No. It's crazy. They can take other alternative things that don't, that count towards gym.
Calling a friend meant risking an awkward conversation with the parents.
Oh,
it didn't
nothing
last.
worse than having to talk to the parents on the phone.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucked, but it wasn't long.
Are they home?
Yeah, it wasn't long. You didn't have to wait. Their toys were dangerous. That was part of the fun. You got lawn darts you threw up in the air and if somebody got hit.
Never had
They
those.
got their skull cracked.
I never had one of those, but we did a lot of stupid stuff. To me, it was the bike stuff, creating your own ramps, things like that.
Man, the chances. And there's
I took so many
and
chances
there's
on
child
bikes.
psychologists that say one of the most important thing for kids is learning risk.
Yeah.
Is they have to learn, like you need to learn, you have to fail, fall off of stuff, break your arm, whatever the case may be. Then you learn, okay, I can't do that. You touch an oven. Oh, okay, I can't. You learn from risk analysis. Is this worth it? And there's a lot of people, and I mean, my parenting group is probably our age, probably is some of the worst. I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want you to do that. But it's like a good thing when your kid fails. It's a good thing. They learn because you learn from it.
Burn your hand on that stove a couple times.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do that again.
You learn from it. I'm going to give you a couple of news of the weird items I had pulled out. And this is brought to you by No, Del, we're not doing a brought to you by news of the weird.
It's not brought to you by anything.
You really pay
Anything
attention
or
to
anybody. No.
News of the weird.
You want to hear it? You want to hear the?
Yeah, sure,
so
that's fine.
All right, I'll have that ready for you. You've heard this thing over and over again. You've never
but this
noticed.
makes it official.
He's got headphones.
I thought there was a sponsorship.
Yeah, no. I'm
Granado
saying you've heard that.
handles this for you.
Yeah, but he's heard the intro over and over again, and he's never heard a sponsor, and yet.
Yeah. Brought to you by Billy Brown. All right. Baby Center's new data, baby names are in. One of these names is going to be interesting to you. Apparently 1990s, we're maybe done with Aiden, Caden, and Shaden, and
darn.
And the Jalen's are going to continue. I got a feeling Jaden's going to continue.
A lot of Jalen's and Jadens.
Jaden and Jalen is huge right now. Brittany and Shania are topping the charts, the baby name charts. Brittany's up more than 1,200 spots, and Shania rose more than 800 spots. It's now at 1,900.
Do they just find Shania Twain songs and just decide they're going to name their kid?
I don't know. I don't know where. Is there something you know of the Shania? Here's one.
No idea.
Sabrina is in the Teenage Witch.
My wife is named Sabrina.
Rose 19 spots to 323.
So
Sabrina is
start
making
to know more Sabrinas. I don't know any other Sabrinas.
Diana. I guess people are finding Princess Diana.
People are big on the royals.
Yeah,
I got one of those wives.
Yeah, I don't know if the Crown has something to do with it because Diana's seasons popped up in the later run of the Crown. There's been a couple movies in the last couple of years. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Tiffany and Bentley and Emerald have all rose up.
Bentley,
Manolo.
These are white people names. Bentley.
I don't know. Bentley.
That's a white person name.
Bentley could be anything.
No, that's a white guy name. That's a SEC wearing
Well,
belt
you got
guy.
to think. When I was a kid growing up, a lot of people named their child Lexus,
or
Alexis. So maybe it's about the car.
I think it's about the car.
And if it's about the car, I can guess.
Black people too.
I can
I
guess.
think that is a white kid going
Porsche?
to Ole Miss.
I've
don't
seen
know.
Porsches
It
before
depends.
that aren't white.
I haven't met a lot of Hyundais.
You're thinking of Bentley like Farnsworth Bentley.
Or like,
Yeah, I'm thinking of
That's
Rich.
what you're thinking.
but that's the
Rich-
last name. But if we're talking about people who like to name their children after cars, Mercedes. Just saying. Now there are some white Mercedes, but I've met more women who were black named Mercedes than white.
I bet James Harden knows
How about
a lot of
this?
Mercedes.
Manolo, like the shoes, Manolo Blahnik, and Laurent, like Yves Laurent, are up. They're up. Well,
What are we
still
doing?
way back. Cash is up 11 spots at 314.
Having a good old
Lux.
biblical name.
Like
Lux,
Joseph?
Yeah.
Lux is up. Yeah, the Bible names. Well, they'll always be around. Kieran Culkin, the name Kieran is up because of Kieran Culkin, apparently. Here's another one. A former Truist bank worker said a prank at her ex-employer involving a life-size Chucky doll has left her with post-traumatic stress disorder and turned her life into a real-world horror movie. Deborah Jones is suing the company for discrimination after her boss allegedly placed a creepy redheaded doll, which comes to life and kills people in the movie, in her office chair in North Carolina branch. The doll was meant to be a harmless prank, but for Jones, it was no laughing matter in the lawsuit filed in Nash County. See, to
People will sue for anything.
To me, this is just the Gen X talking.
Grow a pair.
I'm sorry that it scared you, and I could see how Chucky would scare you. You just have to live with that trauma.
It's a
I'm
doll.
from the generation where you live with certain trauma.
Yeah.
That's just what
It's
it
a
is.
doll.
I'm sorry somebody did, but you also have a story now. So kind of it's a trade-off.
You won't have any money because you're not winning that lawsuit. Good luck.
No, you won't. And then finally, a wealthy Hamptons concierge service founder was busted for stealing $141 in fish sandwiches. I mean, Janine Ronick, 52, who runs high-end firm Luxury Attaché, allegedly stuffed her bag to the quote-unquote gills with $74 in wild salmon steak and $67 cut of fresh fluke and 2 deli sandwiches at the upscale Red Horse Market. If you're going to go out, you're going out over $141 in fish
I'm
and
guessing
sandwiches.
She's not doing very well financially.
She can't be unless if she's stealing that. I won't even read this about a drunk man riding a camel on an overpass who got rescued by
You should
commuters.
have led with that one.
Yeah. Or how Pavel Durov, who founded the Telegram, the newspaper, online newspaper, he's going to split his $17 billion fortune among 6 kids and 100 sperm donor babies. If I'm one of the 6 kids,
I'm pissed.
I don't want to have to call them the real ones. But if I'm one of the real ones, I'm like, wait, Dad is doing what?
He's giving our money to cup babies?
Yeah, exactly. To cut.
Well, Dad would say it was never your money. It was my money.
He was hustling.
I do like that phrase, cup baby, though.
Yeah.
I know somebody that is a frequenter at a cup baby facility right now.
Do you know any
twice a week?
Do you know any cup babies?
I don't know any cup babies, but I know somebody that goes and donates to the cups.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Are they college students?
It's a poor flight school student.
Oh, I feel like it's you.
No, it's not me.
Okay,
not me.
That's just the way you said it. I'm like, oh man. Well, rest up, Mike.
If you're out there and you're the child of a donor, trust me, I don't think of you as a cup baby.
Hey, listen, we got a break. We got to get to a break now.
I just want to let you know.
What did he say?
I don't think of you as a cup baby. If you're the child, the process of a donor, I don't think of you as a cup baby. You're the same as everybody else. Just to let you know.
Oh no, somebody from the flight school was listening and heard that.
Oh really? They're all
don't tell him, Rory.
By the way, you're such a fraud that everything you just said about cup baby stuff, as soon as the mics go off, you know it's
I just want everyone to know, if you were the result of science more than just a natural thing that goes on between a man and a woman, I think you're the same as everybody else.
I do too. I don't think you're not. However,
no howevers.
That name is kind of funny.
See, you're the one laughing. I'm not.
Mapes is back there laughing.
He's laughing at my
Mapes might be a cup baby.
Oh, see?
He's laughing about your what? No, he said
Mapes is not a cup baby. In fact, old fashioned is what he said. You heard him.
Original recipe.
Angostura bitters, bourbon, and then love. An old fashioned.
So is this Nick Kurtz thing going to be a pain in, is he going to be a pain in the ass as long as he's in A? Probably won't be as long as his career because that's just how it goes for promising A's players. But that's 2 walk-offs in one series. You can't put him on the list of guys who have ruined Astros fans' nights. Like, you can't put him where Howie Kendrick is or Albert Pujols or even Randy Arozarena. But strictly as a regular season player, our first impressions of Nick Kurtz are like, all right, this guy's going to be a problem for years to come. Like
Adolis Garcia before 2023, where it's just like, yep, this guy. And then Adolis Garcia went to another level in the playoffs. So like, oh God, this guy.
Yeah. So I don't want to throw Nick Kurtz into that realm because those guys are
postseason killers,
are ending seasons.
Yeah, they're in their own.
Yeah, they're in their own tier of Hall of Astro hecklers.
Long way to go, Kurtz.
Yeah.
Probably have to get traded.
Yeah, probably won't be doing it for the A's no matter where they're located. But as far as regular season, like
he's up there.
He's right there. Like Pujols was a regular season guy too, but we know him, the playoffs and all the things. But
cross sport comparison, Peyton Manning.
Yeah, we never had to deal with him in the playoffs. Ty. He's Ty. Like, because Peyton Manning's one of the greats of all time too. Fine receiver. He just made his career beating up on the Texans. I don't know where Nick Kurtz will be as far as a MLB player. I just know
seems good to me.
I just know I remember that I'm going to remember that name mostly because I have to enunciate. Also, when it comes to that name, also I recognize him as a guy who hits game-winning home runs against the Astros. He ruins Hader's perfect season. He got Abreu in Game 1.
Yeah.
So he's not just hitting game-winning home runs. He's doing it against your best.
Yeah.
Which enough of Nick Kurtz. I don't want to see him anymore. Like, I need the A's to trade him like immediately. Like, cash in on him right now. He's I think he's a first-year player. Did he? I don't know if he came up last year.
I think he's a rookie. He might have come up. No, I think this is
this
his
first
actual first.
Yeah, he's one of those. He's like one of the Cam Smiths of the world. Like Cam. Now he spent a year in 2024 in the minors, so he's not as quick as Cam Smith to get up here and be a real contributor on the major league level. But
our rookie is a real rookie.
Yeah, he didn't have any time served in 2024. But Nick Kurtz is the reason the Astros don't win the series against the A's in Sacramento. If a lot of you missed it, I understand. Another late game. The whole weekend, the whole series was full of those type of games. You'll get an earlier start against the Angels today. It'll be right around 8:35 or so. But there it is. Remember the name or don't. But I will always remember the name Nick Kurtz for what he did over the last week or so. It's unfortunate. You had a real shot to take 3 out of 4. You're down. Caratini hits the 3-run bomb, and you're thinking, okay, feels good. Let's get to extras and find a way. Unfortunately, look, Hader had to have one of these, right? I mean, going perfect would have been cool, but having that as an expectation is probably a little much. And Nick Kurtz said, you know what? It ends today, or it ends in the night of Sacramento, where all those longtime A's fans can enjoy the guy they're going to be able, like all the kids in Sacramento who are going to go out and get their Nick Kurtz jerseys. You know, those jerseys that don't have Sacramento on them. There's a patch that says Vegas on them because the A's won't acknowledge that Sacramento really exists. When you guys go out there and get your Nick Kurtz jerseys, just realize you got them for a short time. Not a long time, and even a shorter time than regular A's fans know about their prospects. Because in this case, you may have them for 2 years in that city, or considering how long it's taken to even break ground, and maybe longer than that. I don't want to give the A's much credit as far as their planning for their new stadium. This thing could go on for a while now because they still have not.
Yeah, I think
started.
I think they said 28 is.
So maybe they'll have Nick Kurtz for the next 3 seasons or so.
Will Nick Kurtz
make it to Vegas? Like the thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, will he be a Vegas A?
So the thing in Miami right now is because with Messi, will Messi play a game in their new building? He was brought there to elevate that franchise, but they play in like this renovated stadium in Fort Lauderdale. The question is, will Messi and Inter Miami enter their new stadium together? Will Nick Kurtz ever take a plate appearance ever have a plate appearance as an A? In Vegas? That's the question right now.
I think he will, but it might be that's the last year, right? If I'm counting it right, that'd be his 4th year in the league. Probably could trade him after that. 2 years of control, you get a lot. But yeah, I mean, this guy, like you said, you have to be careful when you say his name. And he is someone who has absolutely, in 4 games, really 2 games, made his mark on my psyche. When I look at, the next time the A's are on the schedule, I'm like, oh, watch out for Kurtz.
Yeah. Look, we have Denzel Clark, who will rob you when he's out of home runs. Let me clear that up. When he's out on the field, Denzel Clark is a home run robber. He's a home run robber. That's what he does. So they have like these Jacob Wilson. You've got who's the other guy? Now I'm blanking on the guy in right field who couldn't make the play. Caratini. Lawrence Butler as well. So you look at that roster and go, promising young players. They're just the A's, so whenever they reach their full potential, they'll likely be someplace else.
Yeah, and they won't build around them in the meantime.
Yeah, and they won't. Yeah, they won't supplement these young guys with real players who can maybe help them make a run. But at least for last night, the A's got the Astros, so you split that series.
They're a feisty team.
Yeah, I mean, they got enough guys who aren't so downtrodden by being an A.
Yeah,
that they're like, you know what, I enjoy being a major leaguer. This A stuff is fine. I like the classic uniforms. I kind of look good in green and yellow. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Always dreamed of the green and yellow Kurtz on the back.
I don't know what Nick Kurtz was dreaming of, but he is a major leaguer, and the Astros felt that over the last 4 days. God, 2 walk-offs. Gotta be from one guy.
The same guy.
The same guy in the same series.
It didn't even cross my mind that honestly that anyone would walk off Josh Hader. If they do, would be kind of small ballish, Manfred man kind of way of, you move the runner over on a ground ball, then a sac fly or something like that. It never occurred to me that it's like, oh, someone could just hit a bomb, and it's the guy who hit a bomb off Abreu 3 days ago. It's going to be that guy.
Yeah.
It never occurred to me until he actually did. And then when Myers turned around, just like, this guy did it again. I was like, oh my God.
It's partly because he is a young player who we don't have real name recognition for. So you're not thinking to yourself, oh yeah, he did do that. Oh, he's coming up in this spot. You're not thinking that. It's because it's not the names I mentioned. Kendrick aside, no one's thinking of Howard Kendrick before he did what he did. But we know.
Pujols comes up,
Garcia has done things. Randy Arozarena is an established major leaguer. You could be fearful because of the past, but you wouldn't have remembered that Nick Kurtz hit the walk-off in the game 1 of that series because it's just Nick Kurtz. Now it's, oh damn, it's Nick Kurtz up there.
Yeah.
So there it is. You have a disappointing end to a series that it almost felt like you dominated in some ways because of the run scored.
On aggregate, they dominated.
Yeah, in the middle games, there was domination there, but it turns out no matter how you win them, Sean, as they tell you, whether you win them by 1 or you win them by 10 when it comes to baseball, a win is a win, and the A's took 2. And that's how I phrase it. The A's took 2 from the Astros because as a big soccer head, because we had a soccer conversation earlier, the Astros dropped points to the A's.
Yeah, and the A's got a result.
Yeah, the A's got a result. In this series, the Astros dropped points. The A's got a result. And so did USMNT. Not a very aesthetically pleasing one, but they did beat Saudi Arabia 1-0 to qualify for the quarterfinals of the Gold Cup. So all that talk about what's wrong with U.S. soccer.
Yeah.
Nothing's wrong with U.S. soccer.
Pochettino is just like, this guy's bitching about friendlies.
Yeah, look, when games count, look at how my team performs. I mean, sure, it's against Saudi Arabia and Trinidad and Tobago, but you'll take them. No context. We're not looking for context.
We don't decide who we play.
I would imagine the U.S. Soccer Federation made. No, I don't know. Actually, I don't know how much say they have in the Gold Cup.
Or CONCACAF or whoever runs this.
I think it's CONCACAF. Yeah.
Wait, but Saudi's in it.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like Qatar has been in the most recent past. Like teams outside of North America, Central America have been in it, but they're expanding the field.
Sure, whatever.
It's like
I'm sure that's all on the up and up.
It's like when the U.S. winds up in Copa America. Why is the U.S. playing in the Copa America?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's happened.
At least it's like on the same side of the earth, though.
That's true. Why are the Saudis playing? Do you think the Saudis bought their way in?
No. What? International soccer federations taking bribes?
I'm not alleging anything.
Still?
I'm sure there's a reasonable reason why the Saudis are playing in this tournament. I
Love the
can't.
game.
I
Love of the
can't.
game.
I can't speak to it because I'm not going to do the research.
Yep.
I mean, is this show here for reckless speculation? Sure,
Mm-hmm.
but Sean is taking that role for this particular topic. I will stay away because I don't know. Mostly because I don't want the Saudis after me. That's all. If
Oh
what
yeah,
you're,
they probably still are pretty close, huh?
If-
That game was in Austin.
if what you're saying has any basis in reality,
I didn't say I said international soccer would never accept
yes,
bribes.
yeah, you said it in a tone.
They would never do it.
But you said it in a tone with that lift in your voice that suggests you believe the
Never.
never is actually they would always do it if they could.
Hmm.
The Saudi Soccer Federation, I believe you were just invited because it was a joy to have you around. And you got one more game because you're not qualifying for the quarterfinals as the U.S. takes one of those spots.
Hold that L.
I wouldn't say it so confidently considering how that game went. But
Can you tell I didn't watch?
Yeah. Either way, thanks to Chris Richards for scoring, the Crystal Palace defender, for scoring a goal to put the U.S. into the quarterfinals. We'll go to break with that. Certainly, we'll get into the finals. If you want to get in on anything, you can. 713-780-3776. It is Friday, so normally for people who listen quite a bit on Friday, you know it's Michael Carroll's time at 11:30. He joined us earlier in the week because he had stuff to do. He's out, so we don't have him. But if you have questions about TV, we take those as well. We got NBA Finals to talk about. I got a question for Sean, whether can someone be too tall for an activity, considering what happened to a former Laker great, if you missed that story. Sometimes maybe you're just too tall to do things. I don't know if it contributed to an accident, but maybe leave the motorcycles to people under 7 feet tall. I don't know. Just saying. We'll get to that and more when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. It's a place you go to where you can be 7 feet tall or shorter and get a great car. Doesn't matter. They're going to get a car that fits what you want. So you check out all they have to offer on monumentchevrolet.com. And once you see the perfect car for you, you can head on out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. So whether you want a Blazer or Silverado or something like an EV, it's there for you. Perfect car for you. And once you get out on the lot and see what you want, you're going to meet the great salespeople there, and they're going to walk you through the car buying process. Whether you know all you need to know, or you're just starting, you've never bought a car before, it does not matter. They will make sure you get the right car. And part of why they've been in business for over 50 years now is because they treat you like family. When you walk out on that lot, you meet the people, they're going to treat you like you're one of their own. And what that means is you get great service, you get friendly service, and they make sure anything you want, you get. So check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. That's the website. And of course, they're out in Pasadena. And you should remember this: Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. If you want to call in, you're welcome. 713-780-3776. The guys are out and about. We'll tell you where they are a little bit later as they continue their summer circuit. Of course, part of that summer circuit is you show up at the event, you get to register for a great prize. So we'll tell you more about that in a bit. So we talked about this, Sean. It was partly brought on by a caller on the morning show who asked, is there any way Jalen Williams could win finals MVP? And we said, it's unlikely because of how well Shea had played, even though we were coming off a 40-piece from Jalen Williams. Well, Shea left it open for Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams could not step through that door. So the scenario we laid out would be it had to go 7 because one Shea underperforming game wasn't going to be enough, and Jalen Williams would have to be great for 2 games. And Shea would have to underperform with the Thunder winning in Game 7. We're going to get a Game 7. Shea did not play well, turned the ball over 8 times, but the Pacers defense, which was not one of the storylines coming into the series, is really mostly about, well, the Thunder being the overwhelming favorite and how their defense could suffocate and were the Pacers going to be able to operate how they normally do offensively. And while, 64 points for the Pacers at the half isn't a big number for them, like, sure, 64 points is a lot, but they have put up bigger numbers than that because of their pace of play and how they do things. When you hold the Thunder under 45 points and you have a 20-point plus lead thanks to Ben Shepherd's buzzer-beating 3 at the half, I think the story flips to how the Pacers were able to shut down an OKC offense. And, OKC right now in this series, they're not, like the numbers tell you, they're not really passing the ball. We see Shea go to work. It's a lot of ISO stuff, and the Pacers known certainly for their ball movement. Just 2 conflicting styles offensively, and right now the defense is, particularly the Pacers, is the one, at least last night, that won that battle. So we get a Game 7, and Tyrese Halliburton played. He didn't start off great. I think I saw at one point, just checking a box score, he might have been like 0 for 5 or something. Maybe I got that. Maybe I'm thinking about early in Game 5. I don't remember exactly, but I know he didn't start off well.
He was bad
last night, and he got it going. But thanks to TJ McConnell, who has been, I don't know if he was ever called an X factor before the series started. I'm not sure he rose to that level, but over the course of these last couple games, really throughout the series, he has been one of those dudes who is outperforming expectations, and it's one of the reasons the Pacers have forced a Game 7. So in a strange way, despite the fact that the Thunder were overwhelming favorites, I think a Game 7 win actually would validate or make their championship seem like more earned than anything else. Because if they just roll through beating the Wolves in 5 and then they smack the Pacers around in 5, the narratives would start about soft ass final couple teams. You didn't earn anything. Oh, then of course Halliburton got hurt later in the series, but if that had happened early, that adds another level of disdain for how they won it, because that's just how the narratives go. But with the Pacers doing what they've done and getting this to a Game 7, anytime you want to get Game 7 to win a title, I think it kind of validates the journey.
It adds a little bit to it because there's, there's no, more clutch moment. There's no more theoretically like, that's where they pulled together and showed their championship DNA. Whoever wins this is going to have championship all the guys on this team, whether it's Pascal Siakam, Tyrese Halliburton, or Obi Toppin. If they win, it's like, oh, for the rest of their careers, this guy's seen it all. He's been through the wars, because NBA Finals Game 7, there's nothing more top of the mountain than that. Even if we don't, I don't know if this is exactly like the last Finals Game 7 as in terms of the heights of basketball that we're watching. The last one being the 2016 Cavs Warriors series. Like I don't think either of these teams are at that level, but just the actual, grind of what you have to go through. I think for for all the players, it gives them a little extra legacy points. Shout out to Kevin Durant. But I think for it, like the Thunder winning the series, I don't know if they go down as 68 wins and they are one of the greatest teams of all time. It's like, oh, there's a lot of times in the series where they kind of looked like the worst team, to be honest. Like this looks
True.
like two evenly matched teams, and you wouldn't say that when there's an 18 win difference between them.
Yeah, the Thunder at one point were one of those teams who could have won 80 games combined in the regular and postseason and lose less than 20 overall. That's not happening now. So we were talking about a team where the numbers would tell you they were one of the all-time greats. This series shows that they're good. Certainly, you make the finals, you're a good basketball team, but
very good.
But no matter what happens, that dominant thought that we had about how good could they be? That was the question. How good is this team? Are we on the verge of a dynasty?
Are we watching the
dynastic run?
2015 Warriors, like the first Warriors run? Are we watching that?
Yeah,
and it's like not exactly, because even that Warriors team, like they went down 2-1 against the Cavs,
and injuries took the Cavs' real chance of winning that series.
and then they
away.
won the next 3 games.
Yeah,
so it's a little different.
Winning a title is hard. I think we should all just acknowledge that's the baseline.
I don't want to admit that because it helps me slander people after they win. So
no, you can.
When I call them a loser and then they win a championship, I can still be right.
You can pick apart their win and say, hey, Celtics, you had a run where everyone you played, their best player was either unavailable going into the series or got hurt in the series. You can do that for the Celtics title. But when it comes down to it, winning a championship is hard. So no matter how the Thunder or Pacers do it, you should. I don't need to say we need to applaud them because I ain't gonna applaud you, but you can acknowledge that what they did was an accomplishment without really saying, well,
yeah,
you didn't do it in the fashion that I like, unless you don't like the Celtics, and I understand. Like injuries, I will acknowledge you can pick apart someone's title if all the best players for the other teams got hurt, but there's no such run like this. I get it. Steph wasn't available to play the Wolves, but they didn't play an injured Warriors team. They played the Wolves and beat them. And yes, Tyrese Halliburton's hobbled, but he came back and got his game going later in Game 6 and seemed just fine afterwards. Of course, he'll have to manage. He only played 23 minutes or so, which is great for him. Didn't have to extend himself, and he should be okay for Game 7. So injuries pop up, understood. But hey, we got a Game 7 in a finals that I don't think anyone expected to go this long. And you want to credit the Pacers certainly for making it a series. And we'll see if this young Thunder team can find a way, because you would say that was probably their worst performance of the postseason. And the questions about whether the lights were too bright or were they tentative because they knew they had a championship to win, they have shown the ability to bounce back from a Game 6 loss. They had a chance to close out the Nuggets on the road, didn't do it, and came home and won that series. By the way, another way if you want to slander their title, Aaron Gordon got hurt. So there are always ways if you want to, but I will refrain from that just because for now, until one of those Thunder players pisses me off, and then I'll change my tune about everything. But for right now, it's just, hey, good finals. We got a Game 7. We had probably one non-competitive game. That was last night's game. And maybe Game 2, you want to put it there too. But right now, on Sunday, we'll see. Can the Indiana Pacers, led by Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam, win a title? Is this one more improbable than the Carlisle team when he beat the Big Three? Because they did have a great MVP level player in Dirk, who was on an all-time run, but the rest of the team was kind of a bunch of vagabonds. Tyson Chandler, Jason Kidd's on that team.
It was a very role player heavy.
Yeah. You had Devin Harris might have still been on that team at the time, or was he gone at that point?
Ooh, I think he was on the first one. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember him being on that first one. I don't know if he was still there. So which one do you think, if Rick Carlisle gets it done, is more improbable?
I kind of think this one, just because the 11 one, like you said, you had a no doubt about it, Hall of Famer. Like at the time, he was viewed as a Hall of Famer. Going on a legendary run where also they're smoking everybody. Like they basically ended the last Kobe Lakers competitive run.
Sure.
And Andrew Bynum clotheslining JJ Barea.
I remember that.
Did they beat the Thunder in that one? I think they beat the Trailblazers, or maybe they beat the Spurs. I forgot who
I think I can't.
They had a crazy pass.
So Dirk, it was late in a game. I think they beat the Spurs. Manu fouled him up 3 and he got the and 1. I remember Dirk was driving the lane, got the dunk, and Manu fouled him and led to an and 1. I think to tie the game, and of course the Spurs, obviously the Mavericks go on to win the series.
I think the 11-1 is. I think it's more probable,
even though he's going against the big 3.
Yeah, because that first Miami team, like we're saying that the Mavericks were full of vagabonds.
Mike Bibby,
they're starting
Carlos Arroyo, and others.
I mean,
Big
it was
Z,
it was the big 3. It was Dexter Pittman. That's it, really.
Udonis Haslam was on the team.
No, didn't he get hurt that year?
No, I remember him trying to guard. I remember they switched
Bosh
off of Dirk to guard. Yep, for Udonis to guard Dirk. Because remember in Game 2 of that series, the comeback, Dirk isolated Bosh and went to the basket for the game winner, and then they put Udonis on him for the next game, UD on him for the next game, and he got a stop, and that was the last game that the Heat won in that series.
Also, LeBron was playing like absolute ass.
Yes,
like he was playing like terribly.
He was awful in that.
That's way because before last night we were talking about it yesterday. Shea his bad game was 24 points on good efficiency,
on 45% shooting.
Yeah, like the I guess other than Chet Holmgren, but I'm sorry, Chet Holmgren, you not coming through in the finals is a little different than LeBron in 2011 not coming through in the finals.
Yeah, there's some numbers for Chet and Miles Turner that aren't flattering as far as centers and shooting percentages.
But I would still say that Miles Turner is dominating Chet Holmgren.
Certainly defensively. He's getting after Chet.
And Miles Turner's just like missing threes, missing pretty good looks on jump shots, where Holmgren is trying to take it to the basket against Turner. And I'm not sure if it's gone well once. I honestly don't know, especially maybe the last like 3 games. I don't know if he scored on Miles Turner in like a driving scenario.
Yeah, we do our scapegoat rankings. So we've done that throughout the playoffs. Chet Holmgren,
1-1.
He's at the top of the list right now. Miles Turner, if not for the defensive performances, he'd be there too. He's like shooting under 36% from the floor.
He has been bad on offense.
And Chet has been worse. Chet is as far as big men, centers in particular. Chet has the worst shooting percentage since in like modern day basketball as far as centers in the finals. That's how bad he's been.
God. And think about some of the centers we're talking about old ass Big Z and
Big Z,
Dexter Pittman. Yeah. Like there's a lot of finals teams that like had absolute luggage at center, and even those guys. I mean, who's I guess it was Tyson Chandler who was good. I was thinking of the other the 06 Mavericks team with Eric Dampier starting at center. Like
speaking of guys who were vagabonds on those Heat rosters,
early Heatles.
Yeah, Eric Dampier, I believe, was on one of those teams. I'll find it. Here it is. Chet Holmgren. Since the merger, these are the lowest field goal percentage by a center in an NBA Finals. Minimum 50 attempts.
Oh, okay. That helps cut out the Dampiers.
Yeah, Chet Holmgren, 35.3%.
Even that's tough. That because most centers that have bad finals, it's because they can't guard. It's not really because of what they do on offense. And 2, they are very limited offensive players. So all they take are short shots, where Chet is he's going, what did he shoot last night? 0 for 3 from 3, 2 of 9 from the field. And the reason I think Turner is eating his lunch in this series is because Turner is shutting down Holmgren, whereas on the other side of the court, it feels like Turner is getting good looks and missing them, and he's missed them all series. But it's less Holmgren is forcing a bad Turner series, where I think Turner is forcing a bad Holmgren series.
I would agree. And And by the way, Patrick Ewing makes the list. Hakeem had him.
I was gonna say. I was gonna say. I think he shut down Ewing, but I forgot if I was conflating that with something.
No, 94, 36% from the field, and then Miles Turner is third, 36.8. So the two centers in this series have been bad offensively. Turner's done a great job defensively, and Chet Holmgren's biggest moments is when he shut down the Pacers when they tried to continually get him on the switch in Game 4.
The small guards.
Yeah, he got after them and made plays. So
his second biggest one though was Neesmith putting his nuts on his back.
That's not really a great moment for Chet.
No, that's the memorable moment.
Yes, Neesmith put him in the. I was going to say Neesmith put him in a basket, but you have a very descriptive way of describing it as well. All right, so we'll go to break with that. Game 7 on Sunday, so we'll be able to talk about it on Monday and see who is a champion. The odds say the Thunder. I think they're like 8.5-point favorites, but we've seen throughout the series that's rarely mattered.
I'm going to pick the Thunder, but closer than the experts think.
Honoring Lee Corso even during basketball season.
Yes.
Respect to you.
8.5 is too much.
Well, it makes sense as a ex-Florida State coach. You would honor Lee Corso as a
more interceptions than Deion Sanders as a null.
Sunshine Scooter.
Yeah.
Him and Burt Reynolds, guys you would never think to have played at Florida State considering the modern history of Florida State, but they're probably their two most famous people before like the 90s, or I guess the mid 80s or so.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's those two guys and Deion Sanders, probably just the most famous FSU.
Yeah, I mean,
alums.
sure, Derek Brooks, great player. Chris Winkie, Charlie Lord, Peter Warwick, but as far as fame, you got movies and TV trump college football players. I'm sure it.
Winston number 4
probably though. Always will. Well, you think he's the 4th most recognizable Florida State player of all time?
I can't think of someone higher than him.
You know what? He's
Danny Cannell.
Well, yeah, he's on TV quite a bit. Heisman winner, not Danny Cannell. Winston, Heisman winner, number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, relatively recent.
You're probably right.
Long NFL career.
He probably falls right behind, maybe not right behind, but he's behind Deion, the Sunshine Scooter, and Burt Reynolds. Jameis is probably there. What a Mount Rushmore. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to call in, you can. You know that number, 713-780-3776. When we get back, I'll tell you where the guy's going to be this afternoon, and also some news about how you can listen to us. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So, Joe George is filling in for Paul Gallant. He'll be out at the aquarium, and so will Sean. Sean's going to be out there with Joe doing a show from 12 to 3. You should go out there and join him. Meet the guys, see the promo team. And why do I mention the promo team? Because you got a chance to win a great prize. We've been talking about those e-bikes all summer. Well, not all summer. In fact, officially summer doesn't begin till like today, right? Or tomorrow? What?
I think it's the 21st.
Yeah, so tomorrow. But generally,
Yes.
the summer has begun, and
It's
we've been
Memorial Day.
we've been
It's
talking.
Memorial Day to Labor Day.
Yes.
I don't care what
You don't
science
care
says.
about what. Okay, fine. We can go with that. But we give away those. We're going to give away those e-bikes. And how do you win? You got to show up at one of our summer circuit events and sign up. Now, you can sign up more than once per event.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go.
So like raffle style.
Yeah, you can go to the aquarium today and sign up, and then excuse me, you can sign up once per event. I shouldn't say, but you can sign up more than once. You can go if you're at East River 9. You could have signed up there with us. You can sign up today at the aquarium, and then of course the next time we're out, you can sign up then. Those Power On e-bikes have a value of about $4,000. You're gonna get a pair of them because we don't want you riding alone.
Yeah.
We want you riding with your buddy or your girl or your guy, whoever that might be.
All right. Hopefully I win.
You can't win.
Oh. But the morning show always talk about.
Well, the morning show has always and will always be full of it. They can't win anything either. They never can. They get enough free stuff and food. So no e-bikes for them. That's for the listeners.
Okay.
And they have their opportunity to do that when they come out and meet you and Joe and then the Killer Bees.
Yeah.
Out at the Houston
Come see
Aquarium.
some white tigers.
Is that the nickname for your show?
No, the white tigers.
I'm aware. I thought you guys were calling yourselves the White Tigers because just to
Go
have
see
a
the
name
white
for your show.
tigers and also some big cats.
We got the Killer Bees,
Yeah.
the White Tigers, and some big cats, some actual cats there. So go out there and have a good time with the guys and try to win something. Doesn't take much. Just got to be there and to sign up. Okay. We got a couple callers here before we get into our second hour. Let's start with Willie P. Let's talk some USMNT. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning again, Bill. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. So, I just want to address two things. One, earlier I said that they switched to a 3-5-3, which after hearing it back on the radio, that's 12 people on the field. So it was actually a 3-5-2 that had messed up Spain's, golden age of dominance before they switched back to the 4-3. But I'm going to address something that Lance kept saying. He said it yesterday, he said it again today after I got off the phone earlier. He keeps saying, why are the women so good? And the reason why the women are so good is because, one, they won that World Cup in 99. But they had good showings before that. And the other countries, they didn't have academies, women's professional teams like they do now. Like La Liga women, that just started, I don't know how long ago. And same with like over in France, the Eredivisie over in Holland. Like once the women won in 99, it was always going to be a step above the men. Because you had little girls out here, like little girls aren't going to play football. They're not really going to play basketball. They can't really play. They can't play professional volleyball or softball. So soccer was the next big thing. Everybody wanted to grow up to be Abby Wambach, Alex Morgan, Julie Foudy, and so on, Mia Hamm. And so now, and he keeps saying, well, yeah, the other countries, like you said, other countries are catching up with the women, but that's because they have professional leagues. But if you notice, unlike the MLS, the WSL, here in the United States is a better league. The women from Spain and Europe and South America, they come and play over in America, and they're some of the best. That's not the case with the MLS, so that's why the women's team will always be a step above the men's team. But anyways, I just want to get your opinion on that. You guys have a great weekend. Sean A. Mace, what do you do, baby? Peace, fellas.
So we talked about that on the morning show. And he laid it out, why the women in this country, as far as our national team, at a level where they're competing for the biggest tournaments in the sport, whether it be the Olympics, where the senior teams can play, and also the World Cup. So yeah, they have a bit of an advantage because of how they started compared to some of the women around the world. We hear conversations during the World Cup, Women's World Cup, about how it's big, even in England, who has been a rival of the U.S., played them in a knockout round match, not in this past World Cup, I believe, but in the one before, that they were behind. They didn't have the support. And so when the women's Arsenal team plays in the Emirates, it's a big deal when they have a full crowd and they see that there is support there. So have been differences in the level of development. But when I watch the sides play, whether it be the U.S. versus Sweden or the Netherlands or England in the women's game, like, our players, maybe the ones who idolize Wambach and Rapinoe and even the 99ers before, they're on the same skill level as the women that play. They in comparison, the men who play for the U.S. the men's national team aren't as skilled as the men around the world. So sure, I think we've had an advantage of the women. I think the world is catching up, but I do think there's a level of teaching that somehow hasn't translated to the men's side for whatever reason. Like Clint Dempsey, I love that. I said that's my favorite player. He played unique to, I think, a lot of the men of his era as far as U.S. men. Like Landon Donovan was a contemporary, but they played a different style. Dempsey had flair. Donovan was part of that culture of, hey, we're try hard. Like, he was certainly a talented guy. But what he did on the ball was not in comparison to what Dempsey did. They didn't play the same way. Donovan was efficient with his movements, I guess I'd say. Dempsey is the guy who's doing tricks in the park to figure out the best way to be effective.
Soccer tricks.
Yes, let's be clear.
I get it. He had to come up from
Nagadocious.
Get it from the mud.
Yeah, he had to get it
from the knack,
but not that. It wasn't that muddy. Is what I'll say. It wasn't that muddy.
Yeah, it seems like, just as a casual soccer fan, that the U.S. women's team was ahead of the development curve of the rest of the world, just investment wise, and just actually how they taught the game to girls, and they're way behind on the men's.
Yeah, and it's funny considering the biggest issue the U.S. women have had is money being given to them. Now, what's put into the program is one thing, but as far as
that's what I meant.
I know what you're saying, but that's why I thought it was funny. Yes, the investment as far as in the program, but as far as investing in the actual players by giving them what you might call equal pay has been a fight that they're trying to win, and they've made strides there. I can't really explain why we haven't been able to develop in a way. Yes, it's not our favorite sport. It's not our favorite pastime. There's enough people here in America. We dwarf most of the countries.
I was gonna say,
most of the countries are great in soccer. We kind of dwarf their populations.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the countries bigger than the U.S. population wise are also not great at soccer.
Yeah,
India, China, like, they're not crazy good. Russia, even, like, they're probably better than the U.S., but
they had a
not
run
because
they had the Euros were in their country at one point, or maybe it was the World Cup.
They had a World Cup.
They had a World Cup, so they had a run in the World Cup. But overall, like you said, most of the countries who are the best at the sport, they don't have our population size.
Yeah, so it comes down to just it's more like grassroots kind of problems, stuff like that.
Yeah, as far as
they've been the same problems for 20 years.
Yes, they have never really fixed their problems because the system, I guess, hasn't incentivized them doing that.
Yeah, because I think it can be boiled down to they've had a manager, Bob Bradley, and a player, Michael Bradley. They've had a coach, I forgot, Greg Berhalter, and now they have a player, Sebastian Bro. Like, that just, it's not strictly nepotism, but is the reason that the U.S. team, but it's the fact that there's so many, like, it's
connections.
It's like a family business, basically, of like Gio Reyna, Claudio Reyna.
Yeah.
Like,
now
a lot of names keep popping back.
Now it's great that Claudio who was a U.S. star, has a son who's, he's got a level of skill that's enticing, but just hasn't lived up to the potential. Injuries have played a part in Gio's career so far. But yeah, I don't know that Lamine Yamal has a dad managing Spain. Actually, I do know he doesn't. Lamine Yamal does not have a dad managing Spain. Messi didn't have a dad managing Argentina.
Yeah.
I don't know. It is funny. around like there's like Timothy Weah is the son of a great soccer player.
Yeah,
but
not a U.S. soccer
But George Weah is not currently in the infrastructure of U.S. soccer.
Isn't he? Is he still president of? I forgot what. African
I
nation.
know the story you're talking about. He may be. I don't know exactly
Is
where.
it Liberia or something?
Liberia. Yeah, he is.
Look at me. Look
George
at me.
Weah,
I know the president of Liberia.
George Weah is a Liberian politician. Yes. You know what didn't happen? He didn't say, "Hey, you're gonna play." He didn't tell his kid or force his kid to play for Liberia. So why is it Sebastian Berhalter? Is that kid's name?
Yeah. I think
he had the
played
assist.
last night. Yeah.
He has assist to Chris Richards, so he did help get them a win. But yeah, the world's powers don't have a lot of father-son duos where one is running or helping run the federation in some way, shape, or form.
I think it's a symptom of a
and the other
problem.
is playing. Yeah, daddy ball on the highest levels in some ways.
Can one of these guys be like at least Shadur Sanders? Like, feels like they're all Bronny James, you know?
Well, we'll see who Shadur Sanders is on the pro level.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we don't know what he is.
He was a good college player.
Yeah, we have no idea. Keith, we'll get to you. You got an info question. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. I didn't think of it that way. All the connections between fathers and sons. Oh, by the way, Greg Berhalter had a brother that was inside the U.S. Soccer Federation as well.
That too,
yeah. But sure, and Alexi Lawless thinks we're too exclusive. Are we? We seem to have a lot of inclusive things going on. As you said, it may not be nepotism, but from the outside looking in, it feels like nepotism.
Yeah, it's a tight circle that we're picking from.
Yeah. Yep. And the Gold Cup going well so far as the results. We'll see if the U.S. can restore some pride in the badge, as they say, as they used it like their B team to try to win a Gold Cup, while Mexico has guys who play in the Premier League and other places. So they're treating it a little bit more seriously than we are, which may be a problem as well. All right, Keith, we'll get to you when we come back. While we've kind of embargoed Kevin Durant updates until there actually is one, we can talk about whether we believe what Boogie Cousins said. But before we do that, let's get to Keith. Keith wants to talk some NFL. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale. Thanks for having me on. It's been a long time since I brought up this individual's name. It's June 20th, the heart of the summer. Carson Wentz is a free agent in the game. Backup quarterback, was once an NFL MVP frontrunner. Didn't win the award, obviously. Carson Wentz is available. Ryan Tannehill is available. Between those two guys, is it over for both of them, or do you think one of them gets signed?
It depends. Is Ryan Tannehill still waiting for the perfect situation so he can come in and start for a playoff team? That's why he didn't sign with the team last year. I'm going to join a team where I think I can help them win. Okay. As far as Carson Wentz is in a stage where he's perfectly fine not being on a team right now.
How is he not on a team?
He's just waiting. He's just waiting.
He was the backup for the Chiefs, wasn't he?
Yeah. He is at a spot where
you think that just standing next to Pat Mahomes would get you at least a job.
No, that's for assistants standing next to offensive-minded head coaches. I don't know if it works for backup quarterbacks. I don't know if it works for backup quarterbacks.
Yeah. Or Eric Bieniemy.
No, it's true. That's very true. It's very true. Now, generally, those backup quarterbacks stay in places. Like Carson Wentz has a name where you think he might have just kept re-signing with the Chiefs. Because I just think about Chase Daniel. Sure, he played. I put that in quotes. He was on a couple of rosters, but he was a long-standing backup. For which team was it?
I think
the
it was
Chargers
Saints,
or
right?
Saints, right? Then he wound up with the Chargers at some point. A lot of those guys, I think Carson Wentz, because of what he's done in the past, I thought he might have just said, I'm just going to stick with the Chiefs. I'm tired of floating around the league year after year. But maybe the Chiefs are like, nah, we'll go with the younger, cheaper option.
What have we always said is one of the key attributes to being a backup quarterback, a longtime backup quarterback in the NFL? What's one of the top?
No noise.
And people like you.
Oh,
being a good hang.
You think he's unlikable, huh? Even now.
I was based off of the Philadelphia locker room. I'm not saying he's a bad guy.
He just doesn't fit.
Yeah, people just didn't like him. I don't know.
Off-putting, you might say.
Yeah, and so maybe it might be closer to over for him because, like you said, Ryan Tannehill can actually maybe start to lower his standards and
find a job.
Yeah, realize it is weird that I haven't even come close to getting a job while there is a team that was waiting on Aaron Rodgers to sign in June, whose offensive coordinator is my old offensive coordinator, and I was not linked to that once.
At 36 years old, maybe.
The two Giants quarterbacks that they signed, it's crazy that they didn't look at me.
But you think at Ryan Tannehill, he's 36 years old.
I didn't know he was that old.
He's not.
That's actually
he'll be
tough.
37 in a month and a half or so, or a little over a month. He'll be 37 in July. Even if he does want to play, is he taking a minimum deal someplace?
If he wants to play, he has to.
And maybe he has decided that
he doesn't want
at that salary, I don't want to play.
That's fine.
I'd rather be with my kids.
More power to him.
Than hang out wherever I'm going to hang out.
Joe Flacco doesn't care. Joe Flacco's been in the league 5 years longer than any of us thought he would be.
Joe Flacco loves to be around the guys.
Joe Flacco, what was it? 4 years ago, it was a surprising. Oh, he's still the Jets' backup quarterback or whatever. That. Oh, that's surprising.
And in some ways, the front runner for the Browns job.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's been the starting quarterback for 3 different teams since then.
Now I was listening, just part of the logistics of my life. I was here getting ready for the show.
Oh yeah,
and I heard and I was listening to the guys. I listened to the guys before me, and Chris Canty was vehemently saying that Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders are going to start more games than Flacco or whoever else is there. There's another player there,
Kenny
Pickett. So I thought to myself, sure, those college names suggest they'll get an opportunity, but they're both day 3 picks, right? Oh no, Gabriel was a day.
Gabriel
2 pick.
was round 3.
Round 3, so a day 2 pick.
Yeah.
Shador, not so much.
Yeah.
5th rounder. So their draft status doesn't suggest that. They're not. You recognize those names and go, okay, Flacco will get a couple games. That'll go. Maybe they want to play Pickett, whatever, and then they'll get to the young guys. But it's not like the Browns have to play them.
No.
They may be at a point in a season because they're the Browns where they love floating through all the quarterback options that they get to them.
That's my thought too. Is that this team is going to be so bleeped that I think 3 guys start for the Browns. 3 quarterbacks. 3 different quarterbacks start for the Browns.
Do you think any one of them starts more than 4 games?
They kind of have to.
5. If there's 4 of them, any one of them starts more than 5 or more games.
I think whoever they pick first, I guess barring injury, has to play more than 5, or maybe the middle guy. And then
if they pick Flacco to start the year,
he's got a month in him.
I think he's got at least 4 games in him.
Yeah.
And can he pick and do? But the real question is,
I think they trade Pickett.
You think they get rid of Pickett?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe they cut Flacco and start Pickett. I don't know. I think they roll with Flacco though and trade Pickett.
This quick conversation has told me I don't want to be Kevin Stefanski.
No, seems bad
for this. For this particular season, I don't want to be Stefanski at all.
It's so funny that Andrew Berry's like a relatively well thought of GM, and he has like at least one absolutely horrendous move on his resume that I think everyone's like, well, that's more of an ownership deal with the Deshaun Watson trade and contract. Or like, that was more, he was having to listen to Jimmy Haslam. And now he has this where it's like, why'd you draft 2 guys in the 3rd and 5th round and then also trade for Kenny Pickett and sign Joe Flacco? Like, this is a lot of bad options. Like, you just signed yourself up for a lot of bad options. And by drafting Shador, it's going to be a spotlight and something that we're talking about on June 20th in Houston, Texas, where if it was a Gabriel Pickett Flacco thing, we're not wasting any breath on this.
Maybe Carson Wentz winds up starting games for the Browns. I wouldn't rule it out.
Crazier things have happened.
Certainly. As far as the Boogie Cousins thing, Boogie Cousins, I don't know if I've ever said this. Boogie Cousins is reporting. Really, it's Boogie Cousins is saying.
He
Boogie
said
Cousins,
on a show.
Yeah, Boogie Cousins is saying that there were multiple fist fights in that Phoenix Suns locker room. He didn't say, I don't see any like mention of who was involved.
Yeah.
But multiple fist fights in that Suns locker
Someone
room.
had to have fought Bradley Beal.
Matt Ishbia, get out of here.
Just being like, oh my God, dude.
See, I don't even think Bradley Beal's the type. I think
No, I think someone got mad at him and threw a punch at him.
Oh, just because. Okay.
Yeah, just being like,
he wasn't the aggressor.
No, because I can't see Booker or Durant.
Who's fighting Durant or Booker?
Yeah.
Who's swinging on those?
And I can't see them fighting each other.
Yeah. So the salacious thing is to think, oh, Devin Booker was in a fight. But what son is swinging on Devin Booker?
Yeah.
I think the only one who could would be Kevin Durant, but I don't think Kevin Durant's doing it. Do you think Grayson Allen is swinging on Devin Booker?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Or no, maybe Yusuf Nurkic was like, all right, I've had enough of this Grayson Allen guy.
Because stars are at a level where everyone knows if I touch this guy, I'm going to lose my job. So you would imagine Devin Booker will be Teflon unless it's another guy at his level. Who's also getting after Booker or Durant on that roster?
It's also like neither of these guys, I would say, are like the personality that you would want to fight.
Like if you tell me that Booker and Durant had a Javaris Crittenton, Gilbert Arenas story, it would be the most unbelievable story in sports history.
My favorite thing is after every time Gilbert Arenas says or does anything in his post-playing career, there's always one who leaves the comment, you know what, I can see why a teammate pulled a gun on this guy. The more we learn about Gilbert Arenas, I can see why someone said enough is enough. But Devin Booker and Kevin Durant, like, just they're not like the Jordan Poole, I want to punch this guy type. They're not the Kevin Garnett, I want to punch this guy type. Like, they're just like a very mellow team that seem like kind of content with winning 39 games or however many they won last year. Like, it's actually shocking. I don't believe it.
I
just in the fact that they seem like more Just like, well, I guess we just suck. Not like a team mad about sucking.
I think my top contender for throwing a punch is Bull.
Yeah.
I think Bull.
I think Nurkic deserves he's on the medal.
Oh, he's
stand.
on there too.
Yeah.
But I've watched Bull play enough in his reaction. Like he was playing Wemby. I think he got called for a foul, and he was like, all right, I get it, you D writers, to the referees.
Yeah.
It was
because he should be Wembanyama.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the freakishly tall player who had the skill set to excel and be the unicorn. Instead, it's Wembanyama. So he just said, "All right, I get it. I know what's going on here." So I see him as a possibility, but maybe Boogie Cousins won't ever expound, so we won't know. Okay. We got one more segment with Sean because Sean's going to be heading out at 11:30. He's going to be joining Joe George at the aquarium. You can see them out there. They'll be followed by the Killer Bee. So it'll be Sean for one more segment, and then AJ, who has filled in on this show and will fill in as a producer on the next show. He'll be up at 11:30. We'll talk to AJ a little bit as well. All right. If you want to call in, 713-780-3776. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
I started the show with the suggestion that sometimes you're just too tall to do stuff. I just think some things you're out on. Like you can be too short to ride a ride, but are you too tall to ride a motorcycle? I asked this question because Vlade Divac, yes, Laker legend and Kings less than a legend, at least as a personnel guy for the Kings. Probably a Kings legend as well as a player, but as far as a personnel guy, not really. He was in a motorcycle accident, and it was scary. He broke his hip in a motorcycle crash in Montenegro. I don't know that his height had anything to do with it, but we talked about, at least I brought it up when I saw the clip of LeBron James dancing at a Kendrick Lamar concert. Like LeBron James that is in a basketball sense, he's a big guy, but they're bigger, at least taller players.
He's a wing.
Yeah, but LeBron James out and about in the wild or along with other people, that's a big person walking around where generally no one's taller than like 6'2", if that.
Yeah.
So he's a 6'8", 6'9", actually. I kept calling him 6'8" when I said it, but I looked it up after the show. 6'9" guy dancing to Kendrick Lamar. It's a little out of place. And for some people, maybe disconcerting. You're a big guy. That's weird. But is 7'1" too tall to ride a motorcycle?
I think
because it's
yes.
too tall to drive a NASCAR. It's too tall to drive an Indy car. Is it too tall to ride a motorcycle?
Too tall to drive a Kia Sorento.
That's true.
I think that it is too high or too tall to ride a motorcycle. I think definitely being 7'1" and also 57 years old.
That doesn't help.
That's a bad combination.
Yeah.
Like you could talk to me about how, I don't know, a random 7-footer here, Miles Turner. That Miles Turner could get on a motorcycle. I'd be like, that's probably not great, but not the end of the world to me.
Like the custom job that has to be done for you to ride a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Particularly if it's like a Harley.
But to be like Vlade Divac and do it. Maybe are we doing a little bit of bulk shaming?
I'm not talking about his weight.
Okay.
Just that's tall. 7'1" to ride a motorcycle?
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, you've seen the pictures of Wemby playing soccer.
Yes.
And that Wemby's too tall to play soccer. Like even recreationally. I think is he too tall to, I won't say cosplay, to be a Shaolin monk for a week? I don't know if it's actually Shaolin monk, but to be a monk for a week, to cosplay as a monk for a week.
I think when you're looking for spiritual enlightenment, you can be as tall or short as you want.
Okay.
Other players,
okay,
Shaq
so you're not saying he's cosplaying. That's just me.
That's you saying that. I just think that's a man who wants to get away from the world because in his regular life, there's a lot of attention placed on him. And sure, there are people taking photos, but the monks probably care that he's as tall as he is, but they don't care that he plays basketball. I'll say that. If I just go by the impression I get of monks.
I'm just thinking of him doing like maybe because I have just in my mind made him a like kung fu monk, but to like throw a kick, throw a roundhouse kick, I think he's too tall.
Didn't Kareem Abdul-Jabbar appear in like
yeah, he fought Bruce Lee.
Yeah, he was in them, but he was in those type of movies, but once again, shorter than Wemby. So you think 7'1" is
too
the
tall
right
to
height,
know kung fu,
but 7'6" or 7'4", however tall Wemby is too tall.
Yeah,
it's too tall to know kung fu or too tall to practice kung fu against other people. What if it's just him, Sean Bradley, R.I.P. Right? Sean Bradley's has he passed?
I think so.
What if it's fine? What if it's him and Bol?
Okay.
And others
Bol will take a
and Chet Holmgren.
Yeah.
What if we just had a
division?
A division
of long, lanky guys,
7'3" or above,
a height and weight class.
Yeah, 7'3", 215.
I was gonna say you can't be more than 220.
Yeah, 7'3", 215. NBA players who in the off season get involved in MMA. Who else could be on that in that league?
Gosh, taller than, because there's a lot of skinny guys, but there's not a lot of like
guys who are
that tall.
Sean Bradley still alive, so he could compete.
What happened though? We thought he died.
I think he might have been ill.
Okay.
I think that might have been the case.
Oh, there's someone that.
Oh, I can't put him in. Sorry, I knew he was ill. Now I feel bad. He had an issue where he was paralyzed after a bicycle accident, spinal cord injury. So that's why I was wondering whether he's alive or not. So obviously Sean Bradley not in the mix. Hopefully things are going well for him, or at least better. So, Bol,
What's
Chet
Ware's
Holmgren,
weight?
and Wimby in our league.
230. Ware is 230. He's gonna have to cut weight to make
in college.
to
He would
weigh
have
in.
he put on weight as a member of the Heat.
Yeah.
In college, he would have been able to be in the league. He's got to cut 10 pounds. He can lose 10 pounds.
It's not impossible.
Yeah. So we got 4 at least right now.
Yeah. So we have a tournament.
Yeah. I don't know what we would call the league though.
Tall Kung Fu League.
No.
TKFU.
Well, what will we find? What if they're just part of UFC, but just a different division? We'd have to call the division something. We got heavyweights. We got in boxing lightweights. You got all that type. We got to find something for these
Twig
guys.
weight.
Stickmen.
Yeah.
Stickmen division.
Slenderman division.
Yeah, Slenderman division. Didn't Wimby like cosplay as a
I
Slender
think he
Man or
did
something?
for Halloween.
Yeah, Slenderman division. That's what we do. We call it that.
The Slenderman division.
Now we got to take bets on who would win.
I think Bull because he would take it personally if he's matched up against Chet or against Wimby.
I think
actually Chet would also take it personally.
I think Bull would be very offended.
I think Bull because Chet, I've seen him play. One hit, he's crumpling against anybody. Against Andrew Nimhart, he falls down.
Sure.
And not because he's selling a call. He actually just falls down.
Yeah.
So give me Bull.
I think I agree. I think Bull is the favorite. Khalil Ware they have concerns about his motor and whether he's always going to show up. So maybe we put him as our 4th.
I think Wimby would be the 1 seed out of like name recognition and respect. Sure. He's like the Kentucky or Duke of this.
Sure.
But I think and he gets matched up against Ware. I think Chet and Bull is the 2-3.
I think Chet and Bull is the matchup.
Bull is the smart money.
Yeah, I know this will never happen. But if we could bring back Celebrity Deathmatch and just have it happen in claymation form, I love it. We're never going to get our Slenderman division, but Celebrity Deathmatch would be perfect.
Yeah, Bull wins. He's holding up the belt, the very small belt because he has a 28 sized waist, and he's holding it up. And then, by God, that's Reed Richards music, and it's Pedro Pascal stretched out.
Yeah, in our Celebrity Deathmatch fantasy,
Mr. Fantastic.
How that would go is whoever the winner was in the tag team match, someone else would come out of the blue and take it. Wait a minute, you're actually like only 6'3". Not when I do this. Yeah, that's how it would play out. And because, if we're doing it this summer, Fantastic Four is coming out soon. That's
integrated marketing.
We're marketing all these things.
You're welcome,
together.
Disney.
The NBA and Disney get together for another venture. There it is. They're already doing it with the NBA Finals. All right, Eric, I see you. You talked to Sean, but the guy who brings you on will be someone else because Sean has to go. Sean is going to co-host with Joe George out at the aquarium as we continue our summer circuit tour. So we say goodbye to Sean. We welcome in AJ when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's a place you go to when you need to swap yourself out for an actual accomplished plumber. Guys, don't do things you don't know how to do. You're going to cause yourself problems. You can turn a small job into a major one just because you decide to go grab a wrench. Don't do it. Go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company and check out their handy drop-down service menu, and they'll tell you all the things they provide. So you might think fixing a leak is too small of a job. It's not. They'll take care of it for you, and sometimes a small thing can turn into a big thing. So if you're sensing an issue with your water, have them take a look at it. No one likes dirty, smelly water because you use that water to cook, use that water to clean your clothes, use that water to wash your face and other parts of your body. You don't want dirty water. You want clean water that gets the job done. You take that for granted, but be preventative. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company check some stuff out to make sure you don't ever have a problem. You can get a free price quote as well. So if you do notice a problem, but you don't know what it is, they can take a look and you don't get charged for that. You can also call them at 281-488-6238. That's the number to contact the great people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And remember the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really. Okay.
We welcome AJ to the show for the final couple segments. He'll produce the show, then he'll take over when I was going to say Gallant and George, but there is no Gallant. But there's a Joe George. Joe George and Sean Mapes will take you to 3, and then the Killer Bees will follow them. So that's coming up in less than 20 or 30 minutes. Although I was informed that because Sean Mapes isn't sure he can make it. Eric, I see you'll get to you. He isn't sure he can make it to the aquarium by noon. That maybe I need to do a couple extra minutes, as if Joe George can't do 2 minutes or 3 minutes by himself. What are we talking about here? Joe, if you're connected and listening, just do the extra minutes without Sean. Okay, just do them. I've been here since early.
6.
Yeah, time to never 6. Come on, that's never. But in the 6 o'clock hour, we'll say, yeah, at some point. Although this job isn't really a job, sometimes you're done talking. You just want to go home, take a nap, have something to eat. All right, let's get to Eric. I can't imagine what Eric wants to talk about because normally this is Michael's time. And normally he would call about Toxic Avenger at this time. But with no Michael Carroll, Eric, what do you want to talk about?
How you go? Do you think the Astros dodged the bullet not signing Alex Bregman? And if the Red Sox continue to be in this turmoil, do you think they'll start trading off some of their players? And also, I'm excited to see the new Police Squad make a gun movie. It looks pretty good, the trailer. And Sean,
that was Eric's impersonation of Willie P. What it do, baby? That was what that was. I saw that confused look on your face,
Yeah, like,
AJ.
what was that?
Your look probably, for anyone is probably a duplicate of anyone listening. Probably everyone's like, what? What's he talking about? But I understood him because I kind of understand Eric, which is probably a problem for me. What it do, baby? That's Willie P's thing, who called in earlier. As far as the Red Sox, they already traded away Devers. How many other guys can they trade away to infuriate that fan base? From Betts to Devers, I'm not sure who's next. Did the Astros dodge a bullet? When you consider the combination of trading Tucker for Paredes, now Wisniewski's unavailable because he's hurt, and Cam Smith, and you lose Bregman, I won't say dodge a bullet, but they did a good job filling holes. Of course, this team has bigger aspirations than simply winning a bad division, which they're well on their way to doing. Kyle Tucker was bad in the playoffs last year. He has had multiple runs, if you want to call 2 games last year a run. He's had multiple runs of not being good in the playoffs. The question will be, considering this team's goals every year, is Cam Smith a playoff guy? If he's a playoff guy this year, then while I jokingly talk about who won the trade, if Paredes is productive in the playoffs, continues what he's doing currently in the regular season, and Cam Smith is a viable option in right field in the playoffs, where he's not someone you have to take out of the lineup because the moment's too big, you can lean heavily in the Astros' favor if those guys show up in the playoffs. Bregman, you go through his stats. There are years and series where he's good. There are years or series where he's bad. That's probably the case for a lot of players. I won't say they dodged a bullet, not signing Bregman. That will be determined, but they've done a good job making up for his absence. Thanks to Paredes. What else did he ask about? I don't remember. It's the Willie P impression, the bad one, the awful one, the Astros, and there might have been something else, but I forgot. I usually can only remember 2 of Eric's things, but I appreciate the call, Eric. Welcome to call in again. Okay, we will move from that to a couple of things that have happened in the NFL. Apparently and the NBA. Apparently the magic number is like 101 because that's what Zach Edey hit. Speaking of guys who are too tall, and that is what Shedeur Sanders hit in their driving incidents. Now, Shedeur Sanders has now 2 speeding tickets. I think they've happened very recently, so he's got 2 of them on the record, and Edey has the 1. I did see someone find a recruiting trip for Shedeur where he was at Georgia. Like, okay, this makes sense.
I saw that
they just go back to, oh, okay, you're at Georgia. So even if you don't sign there, you had an interest there, and they had an interest in you at some point. So it makes sense. there's not a lot to dig into with that, at least for me, other than you have to hope he figures it out and don't drive at that high rate of speed when it comes to people being around. I don't know. I don't know when it was, like as far as time of day, or was it late at night or whatever. But you get popped a couple times in a short amount of time. You'd hope at some point, well, you kind of hope the first time it happens, you figure it out and go, okay, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not naive enough to believe that's going to happen for guys who have access to great cars, money. It's just part. It feels like it's part of the game that gets played. With excess, or excuse me, with access comes excess sometimes, and you just hope the second time it happens, and now that it's been publicized, he goes, okay, this can't be what I do. Beyond perception of who people will think he is, just for the common good. And if he was driving in a non-populated area at a time of night where not a lot of people on the road, certainly better than the alternative. But if we go into what you want from a young quarterback or just any young player, you don't want a couple off-season incidents before you actually play in a real game. Hell, play in a preseason game. Hell, play with pads on, practicing pads on. I don't think he's even done that yet. It's just been helmet and shorts, and he's got a couple of those. So, and then auspicious start to his NFL career, but it won't define him. You just hope it becomes something where he figures it out and doesn't do it again. Once again, we had to talk about maybe sometimes you're too tall to do things. I feel like Zach Edey's too tall to drive 101 miles an hour. I don't know what that's about. You're tall, you play basketball, maybe volleyball, depending on your athletic ability and what you love. I don't want to hear about tall people getting into anything traffic related. There's no real rhyme or reason to my thinking. The thought of Zach Edey probably driving a truck. I don't know what he thinks fits him. I just assume he's driving a big truck, going 101. Nah, because imagine him stepping out of the truck. All right, sir, we're gonna need you to step out of the vehicle because you were driving 101 in a 65, whatever the speed limit was, and that's enough for us to at least have a conversation with you, even if we're not gonna take you to jail. Let's step out. Let's just step out of the car. And you imagine him peeling himself out of the car and going, you're the guy that Draymond said Taylor Jenkins shouldn't allow to be soft. If that clip was circulating again over the last couple of days when Edey got popped. He's too tall to be driving that fast. Mostly because he's gifted enough to be that tall to play basketball. You're winning in life. Let's not add any complications. And I started looking up tall people who rode motorcycles. I think Shaq's among them. Shaq had a bike. I think I remember that even when it was happening when I was a kid. I remember Shaq when he maybe got his contract, either with the contract with the Magic or the Lakers. There was a story on Inside Stuff. For people who don't know, that was a show on NBC back when NBC had the NBA contract. It was Summer Sanders and Ahmad Rashad. I remember they just did features on NBA players. It was a weekly show on Saturdays, and I think on one of those I saw Shaq on a motorcycle. Back then, I was less concerned. Now, there should be height restrictions.
Yeah, seeing 7-footer on a motorcycle is pretty odd.
Like maybe you heard the conversation, but you weren't here for it when I talked about it initially. Like LeBron is 6'9", and LeBron was on video at a Kendrick Lamar concert, but he was on a private section, so he can just do whatever he wanted. He wasn't among the crowd. Could you imagine LeBron in general admission just dancing? Like, first of all, you're blocking my view.
That's what I was about to say.
Get out of my way. Like, I was trying to figure out how it would happen here if I went to a show. Like, if Shingun and Jabari Smith just wound up at a show I was at.
Right.
I'm going to need you guys in the VIP. Like, another thing I don't need tall people around. Me at a concert.
Yeah.
Just go get in a section where you're not obstructing the view of everyone. I didn't pay for an obstructed view. Generally, when you're in general admission, there's no obstructed views unless there's a 6'8", 6'10" guy standing in front of you. So I hope all things work out for all the guys involved in either traffic accidents like Vlade was in, Vlade Divac, and of course Shedeur. Maybe we'd slow it down just a bit. I mean, I'm sure you can have access to a raceway if you want. That's part of your deal. There are ways to go about it without getting pulled over and having your name in the headlines for the wrong reason. It's not an egregious thing. as I said, but it's early. It's early days for him with the Browns and being a professional athlete. I'm sure the Browns, who appeared less than thrilled when they drafted him, at least the War Room did, don't need other questions to have to answer. Like, those guys don't even want to answer questions about the backup quarterback now, just because he's Shedeur Sanders. Now, hey, your recent draft pick can't avoid getting picked up for speeding tickets. How's that going to play? So, a couple things I just want to get to before we wrap that up. We got one more segment to go here. Me and AJ will take you till noon, and then the Killer Bees will follow Mapes and Joe George out of the aquarium for our summer circuit tour. We'll get one more segment in before we're done. We will be back.
It's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye and his intrepid, most outstanding, arguably the greatest producer of all time, the one and only Sean Mapes.
So great, he's not even here. So great, he's doing double duty out with Joe George at the aquarium. Okay. We didn't mention this on this show. I know it's been talked about in other spots, but the Texans are bringing in Damon Arnett, formerly of Ohio State, formerly of the Las Vegas Raiders, certainly formerly of the Roughnecks of the UFL. He is a player who fits something the Texans have done over the last couple of off seasons, signing a former first-round pick corner who didn't work out. Now, Damon Arnett didn't work out for different reasons than Chris Henderson from the Jags, and he also played for the Panthers as well. C.J. Henderson, and of course Jeff Okudah, who made the roster. Henderson didn't make it out of training camp. Jeff Okudah made the roster. I guess most notably I guess his biggest accomplishment last year was, did he get worked in a Cowboys game? He was in the slot or something.
Yes, by Turpin.
Yeah, by Turpin. That's bad. Hey, I don't even put that on Okudah. You don't put him in a slot against Turpin. That's a bad idea. But that was the most notable thing from his time with the Texans. They're going to try this again. They have, as good as they are in the secondary, there's not a lot of depth at corner. You've got Bullock, and they drafted a guy. You've got, of course, Stingley. But do they have a clear number 3? I don't think so. That's going to be figured out in camp. Maybe we'll see Jalen Prutry healthy and playing the nickel. That might be one of their answers for it. But they'll have time to figure that out. So Damon Arnett is a flyer. There's not much more to it other than he was a first rounder. There's some talent there. There were some off the field things that certainly got in his way. And John Gruden's stumping for him. John Gruden, when asked about it, I forgot how it even came up, but John Gruden said that's a change, dude. It's not the same guy he was before. So maybe the Texans see that and they find a surprise. Not that they have a lot of questions, but maybe a surprise addition. I won't say surprise answer, maybe a surprise addition to their secondary. So we'll see how that plays out. It reminds me of what Daryl Morey did, where he brought in Johnny Flynn and Hasheem Thabit, all those 09, I think, washouts from that draft class as first rounders who did not live up to their potential, and just gave them a shot. And because they were Johnny Flynn and Hasheem Thabit, they didn't do much for the Rockets, but they were low risk, low cost, like dart throws. So the Texans are at it with corner. It's a spot where they've done a good job drafting guys. Their street free agent acquisitions have not fared as well, which is kind of what you want. If you hit on one, cool, but not a lot of resources being thrown into it. They've done the research they feel is necessary to know that Arnett won't be an issue, and they think he may be able to help. So there that is. Another thing Texans related, it's probably pretty obvious now that I think about it, but I think Pro Football Focus had it. They do their list. It's list time. It's content creation time before the actual games are back, and it's the summer, so you'll see a list or two. They were making a list of the make or break players for 2025. Titus Howard is the player from the Texans on that list. They go into him being their highest graded offensive lineman, or returning. Tunsil was our highest graded lineman, but highest graded returning lineman heading into this season. And they like his ability to play guard and tackle. Now, he is not a good guard. He had a PFF rating of 46.3. That's bad. It's not great. They color code it too to let you know what numbers mean what. But he was a much better tackle. Problem for the Texans and maybe for you, he's not playing tackle this year, at least to start. Those jobs belong to Cam Robinson and Blake Fisher at the moment. Titus Howard, not only will he be playing guard, he'll be playing a new guard spot. He'll be playing right guard. He was a left guard, I believe, alongside Laremy Tunsil when he did move to guard. Now that will change. So your make or break player, at least, has been bad at the spot he's got to play. The Texans are taking an interesting approach to their offensive line and how to fix it. Some dart throws, the ability, or at least the belief that Cole Popovich will be the answer now that he has Chris Strausser out of his way. It's not going to be something that gets anyone fired. They are stable enough, Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, where if it goes poorly again, they're not going to lose their jobs. But they should really be taken to task if this approach, where you're signing guys who were bad in their previous spots, you are promoting the guy in the room that was the worst position group on the team after firing. You're promoting that guy after firing the previous head. So you thought he wasn't the right answer at the time to be your O-line coach. He could be an assistant, but now that the previous guy failed, the guy you didn't want hired above him, or at least above him in the pecking order, is now the right guy. It is approach that if I think about it logically, doesn't make a lot of sense. Bad players, and you're giving the guy the job to fix it who was in the room where it wasn't fixed last time. I mean, if I just go by history, it suggests this is going to go poorly. But Titus Howard is very confident. He talked about he's ready to take on a leadership role, and he's going to have to. They moved Laremy Tunsil out of here. They got rid of Shaq Mason, partly because of performance in Shaq Mason's case, but overall, they wanted to refresh that room. And Titus Howard, as not only their highest rated returning offensive lineman, but as far as guys who have tenure, who have status, he is the one. Cam Robinson got paid, as far as NFL tackle salaries, not very much to be a starting tackle. Blake Fisher's a rookie. If it ain't going to be Titus Howard leading the crew, who else will it be? So, once again, logically, getting rid of Laramie Tunsil, who they won't ever come out and say it, but the rumors are, the reporting for people who know people in the building say was a bad influence in ways that aren't like he's a bad guy. It's just the example he said isn't the one the Texans wanted set for their younger players. So a guy who was influenced by a player you wanted out of the room, now he's supposed to be the leader of the group. So I have to assume that Titus Howard wasn't overly influenced by Laramie Tunsil. See how we got to do these logic games to figure out how this is all going to make sense. Sometimes you get it right. Sometimes you're the exception. I just don't like counting on the exception to work out. So that's a couple of Texans things to get to. Titus Howard, at least right now, positioned to be the leader of that group, and they're going to need leadership on the field and off. You got several guys who are new and just some young guys who need to reach their potential. So maybe Titus Howard, along with Cole Popovich, can help that crew get where they need to be to at least be average. All we're looking for is average. I'm not looking at that crew and saying they're going to be good. They can have that expectation. They're well within their rights to have it. I'm just looking for average. Keep your quarterback off his back. Keep him upright. And maybe he can return to his rookie year form, and the offense under Nick Caley won't be hampered by a line. Because if your line's bad, you really got no shot. There are ways to circumvent it by play calling, by getting the ball out quick, but that still makes your offense limited. And the last thing we want, considering the investment they made, particularly at the wide receiver position in the draft and trading for Kirk, is to have a limited offense because you can't keep your quarterback upright. So we'll see how that plays out. My good friend KJ tweeted me because I mentioned early in the show that Nick Kurtz had hit 2 walk-off home runs in one series against the Astros. He's not one of the playoff guys who ruin Astros seasons. He's not a Howie Kendrick. He's clearly not a Pujols, not a Randy Rosarena. But at least as far as regular season is concerned, considering his limited amount of opportunities, he's done a really good job sending Astro fans to sleep unhappy. That was his 3rd walk-off of the week. I did not know that because why the hell would I be paying attention to the A's when they're not playing the Astros, other than when Denzel Clark is making circus catches, robbing home runs. He had a walk-off the day before Game 1 against the Astros this week. So that's 3 walk-offs in a week. He's on a heater. And right now I know the name Nick Kurtz, a name I didn't want to know, but now I know it because of what he's done to the Astros. So hopefully he's at the peak of his level of success against the Astros. If not, we're going to be seeing that guy, at least for the next couple years as an A, being a problem. We're done for the day. I think Joe George can do a show, at least a segment or 2, if Sean isn't out there by himself. I don't know. But I think I'm done for the day. The music says I'm done. We'll see if I'm back after the break. Joe George and Sean Mapes up next. They're followed by the Killer Bees. They're out at the aquarium. You can join them and maybe win yourself a bike. You don't win it on site, but you register to win a couple e-bikes, Power On e-bikes, and they're at $4,000. That's the value for those bikes. So good price. Just join them out there, sign up, and you got a chance. Also, don't want to forget, we got a new app. It's currently good to go for the iPhone. We're working on it for the Android, so we'll have that for you as well. So if you had an issue with their previous app, caused you problems, we got a new one for you. You may not even have to re-download it, but if you need to, just go into the App Store for Apple, download it. It's free, and you got a new app to listen to all the shows. We're working on things, people. Always trying to improve, right? If you're not getting better, you're getting worse. AJ, since we're done for the day, what does that mean? I did mention John Gruden. Appreciate that. I'll talk to you on Monday.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome into the Gallant Show here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's Joe George and Sean Mapes broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium, part of our summer circuit broadcast tour this year, going across restaurants all across the Houston area. You can arrive here. Victoria from our promo team is sitting right here in the lobby as well, and you can register to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. I will say, driving downtown, Sean, I was like, if I lived downtown, those would be perfect.
Yeah.
Like, that's like the perfect place to have them. It's like downtown, anything like that. Great place to have those e-bikes, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, the downtown aquarium, so close to downtown, very convenient. I mean, it's pretty close to where I grew up, honestly. So just right down the road, I could be on my e-bike zipping down Washington, cutting people off, as is customary. As a cyclist, even an e-cyclist, this is a great prize. Come see some stingrays over by the Stingray Reef. Maybe win a bike.
Do the terrible bicycle riders rules apply to the e-bike riders as well still? I feel like it's a little different because you can go a little faster. I feel like you can't be as...
Does that empower them to be worse, though?
I feel like you're closer to a car probably than you are a bicycle, right? I don't know. I just don't know if those rules apply in the same fashion as the normal bicyclists.
I don't know. I don't know where that lands. Maybe we can get our friends at e-bikes to get maybe send us an email.
Like rules of the road?
Yeah, let us know how it works. But
we obviously got a lot to talk about on today's show. The Houston Astros lost last night in extra innings. The NBA trades feel like they're, gonna heat up at some point. We're going to Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Lots to get to on today's show as we get today's camera set up here. AJ will be joining the room shortly. Let's talk about the loss last night. Not fun. Extra inning loss in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And not a real ballpark.
Yep.
That thing was long gone.
Yep. Same guy as before.
Yes. Twice in one series is tough.
Yeah. Nick Kurtz ending the game on a home run against your two best relievers.
Yes.
First game of the series was against Abreu. Last night against Hader. I was telling Dell, it didn't really even occur to me. This is how much trust I have in Josh Hader. It didn't really even occur to me that they would lose with Hader on the mound. I was like, if they lose, it'll be in the 11th or 12th. It'll be far deep into the night. But yeah, once he got a hold of that, and just the way you saw the center field, I think it was Myers. Once you saw the way he turned, you're like, all right, this thing's over.
Well, I mean, when you got a runner on third base because of what was it, a pass ball, wild pitch, whatever they categorized that one as, and there's no outs, you're not going to win a game in extras. I mean, he got the first strikeout. Josh Hader would have had to strike out pretty much at least the next two batters to make it a 2-out, situation to get a ground ball or a fly out. But like, you're putting yourself in a hole there with the man for man, which we're going to talk about on today's show because I still think it's dumb. I still hate it every time I see it. Now, last night is a little bit to the exception to the rule because it's on the West Coast. And I'm like, I don't want to be watching this game until 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I got sleep to get. I got things to do.
Yeah.
But it's just, last night's just one of those games. Like, the only real takeaway I have from it is Victor Caratini is just raking right now. He has been such a good signing for this team the last, season and a half now for them. I know everyone loved Martin Maldonado and everything that he meant to this team, but what you've gotten from Caratini to be the backup catcher has been really valuable, honestly, on a day in and day out basis when he's in the lineup. And replacing Yordan Alvarez kind of in the way that he has been part of this lineup, I kind of just like, how much is he going to get to play when Yordan's back?
Yeah, it is almost, I mean, it's not a bad thing the way he's playing, but I guess it's a bad how much the Astros have needed him to play like this because, like you said, Yordan's injury and, as of recently, Yiner's been better, but over the course of parts of this year and parts of last year, Yiner Diaz not hitting the ball the way you would want him to, and honestly, fielding the position the way you would want him to. I know Caratini wasn't great last night, but on the whole, he's a better catcher back there than a Yiner Diaz is, and having this guy who, he can play catcher, so you can DH Yiner Diaz when Yordan's out. It's been huge, and yeah, whether it's the clutch hits last year and just the solid play this year. Caratini really has been huge in this recent Astros run, where there's been, I feel like, more bad free agent acquisitions, definitely more bad big money free agent acquisitions.
Yes.
There has been good, since 2022.
Well, it's funny. He's actually still like one of like the highest paid catchers in all of baseball as the Astros backup, because the catcher position is unpaid so well across the league. But it's one of those moves where there's been some misses for the Astros in terms of the big name stuff. Obviously, Abreu, Montero, didn't get anything out of Brantley. Some of the guys you've paid, like Javier, who pitched a couple like 20 pitches last night, apparently was touching 95. That feels positive.
Yeah.
Like that actually feels like a real update, Sean.
Yeah. We're probably I would say 6 weeks away.
I think
just guesstimating of like rehab assignment for a month. He's still in Florida throwing, how many pitches did you say? I'm sorry.
I think it was like 20
or 30. Yeah. So he's still a little ways away, but you can definitely see his return on the horizon, which would be huge because, you're depending on Colton Gordon, Brandon Walter, Jason Alexander, Ryan Gusto a lot, and they've been solid, but you would like a little bit more of a proven quantity even coming off Tommy John, which I would say Javier would be for this team.
Yeah, we did see also a little bit of the why Jose Altuve plays left field last night. Which it's been such a good move for them this year to have him in left field on a consistent basis. I really just kind of wish he was out there all the time. It kind of goes to the Yordan Alvarez thing too. Jeremy and I were talking about this on Inside the Icebox. You hear the full radio version tonight at 6:00 after the Killer Bees, which will be Jeremy Branham and Will Kunkel today here at the Downtown Aquarium. But I would like, Jeremy had this idea of like maybe when Yordan even comes back, we kind of extend the Yordan rules that they have of maybe just play him like every 4 days a week, maybe 5 days a week.
Even when he's DHing?
Yeah. Because then Altuve can DH, you can get Caratini in the mix. Like, you don't need to rush him back. Like just you can ease him back in for most of the season.
For easing him back in, I'm in on that, or at least I'm open to that. But at a certain point, like this offense needs him in the lineup, and if we think that Yordan Alvarez will be his normal Yordan form and not the 210 hitter that he was when he was playing this season, maybe he was playing through a hand injury, so maybe that's why he was struggling. But if he is going to be the 900 OPS guy, like you kind of want him in the lineup as much as you can, not just limiting him for the sake of limiting him, especially when you're already kind of limiting how you use him when you stick him at DH full time.
Yeah, well, it's not like he's a great fielder. Like you're not missing.
No, but I mean, just the fact he can't, how often is he going to play outfield when he comes back? I'm not going to say he can't play outfield, but he can't play outfield well. That does limit him. I mean, you look at it's kind of the under the radar part of the Rafael Devers thing is just you can't field the position that you're playing, so you have to DH. That limits what you can do as a team. That's part of the reason the Red Sox, I think, ultimately didn't want to pay him $300 million.
Yeah.
Yordan, it's a different case, but it's still you can't field the position. You got to DH.
Yeah, and it's honestly it's kind of the honestly in a perfect world, if you could trust Yordan Alvarez to stay healthy and be in left field, you might be better off if Jose Altuve was just your everyday DH. Honestly,
that is interesting. Yes, if you could take the health questions away, I do wonder who actually is a better left fielder at this point. Because Yordan, at least he's not mobile. I would say not particularly mobile. I'd say below average. He's not completely a stiff out there, but he's below average mobility, but he has a good arm. Whereas Altuve probably below average at both, even though he has thrown a guy out this
one
season.
Guy.
He has done it, but
we like to wager on things.
Okay.
Over under games Yordan Alvarez plays in left field this year.
Okay, so when do you think he's going to come back? Let's just say he comes back with.
I have no idea. The All-Star break.
Yeah, so 70 games left.
Yeah.
They've already played 70, so I'm really just saying like 2 or 3 weeks.
There's 75 games in.
Yeah.
I think at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, like 5.5. Is that the number for Yordan?
I'll take the more on that.
More on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll prize picks more or less.
There we go.
And then let's go Jose Altuve, guys thrown out from left field this year. He's at 1.
Half. One half. The line's 1/2.
So, you think you might only get one more this year?
Yes.
I think you might get. I was gonna say like 2.5.
Okay, I take the less on that.
Okay, I think that's fair. Obviously, a lot to get into. You guys are welcome to the show on the phone lines, the HRMP listener line 713-780-3776, as well as the text line plus twitch.tv/ESPN975 and the ESPN Houston YouTube channel. All right, coming up next, we saw Game 6 last night of the NBA Finals. We're getting a Game 7 for the first time since 2016 on Sunday, which you'll be able to hear that game if you're in your car, not at home, right here on ESPN 97.5. Sean Mapes, Joe George, and AJ back in the studio downtown at the Downtown Aquarium here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On E-Bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
No Paul Gallant. He will return on Monday from his bachelor party.
Not his bachelor.
A bachelor party. I'm very curious what kind of shape he's in on Monday. Because I don't know if you're there yet, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
But Paul and I are at this age to where hangovers are tough. They're not as easy. We've seen Paul after a good
Yeah.
day or two come in,
Yeah.
and he's not in the best of condition.
Yeah, I
think
wouldn't
it's
say
the
he's
nice way to put it.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not quite there, but I'm getting there. Where it's just a little bit tougher. And honestly, a lot of it is just like staying up late. It's kind of like once you get past 1:30, that's where it's like, man, I'm just tired now.
Yeah. We will do a Ask Mapes and Joe Anything in honor of Paul Gallant not being here.
Okay.
So if you got any questions, you're welcome to send them in or comments on social media. A lot of violence being shown to me in the last 2 days by Not Santa on Twitter. He thought Michael at some point would punch me in the face yesterday, even though Michael's obviously a very good friend of mine.
Yeah.
And he has asked for you to slap the hat off my head because it is a Cubs.
Oh, okay.
We're all Cubs fans today. The next 3 days.
We are?
Well, they're playing the Mariners.
Oh, okay.
So you're rooting for the team that they're, you see the Mariners, division lead, dwindle or, fall farther back at this point in the season. So we're all rooting for the Cubs the next 3 days. So I'm in support.
Okay.
Next weekend they're here in town. But sorry, we don't work here. But it's a very interesting, situation here we've got at the aquarium. Let's put it that way. But
it still is a hot field trip destination.
Yes,
I'll tell you that.
yes, it is.
I didn't know if that had changed in the 15 years since I've been here. Hasn't changed.
And then from the 936, Eric, the driver, asks, we're on a road trip and stop for gas. What snack are you getting from inside before you start driving? So I'm sorry, we don't work here. But I think it depends on the stop that you're going to.
Are you asking for a restroom?
It's
right there.
Yeah. But I oh boy, this is gonna be an interesting day. I can't wait.
Do we have a sign that doesn't not an ESPN 97.5 sign, so they stop asking us if we
don't work here?
Basically, the concierge for the Stingray reef.
Um,
But we should have a sign that just says restroom that way, because we're at least number 3 if someone asks.
Yeah, since I've been here, number 40 at least for me. So Eric asked, what's our go-to stop on a road trip? Now it depends on where I'm stopping. Okay.
If I need to use the restroom, Buc-ee's.
Yeah, if I'm going to a Buc-ee's,
I need to use the restroom.
And what am I getting from the inside? If I'm going to Lake Charles, I'm probably getting a sandwich, maybe some beef jerky, usually a Coke.
Yeah,
I'm kind of off the energy drink thing.
I'm still an energy drink guy, so I might pick up an energy drink. I might have already had one for the first leg of the trip. But yeah, that I normally do, like, I just impulse buy a candy, like whatever Skittles, peanut butter, M&Ms, Reese's Pieces, that kind of lane.
Yeah, I normally go sour candy usually.
Oh, Sour Patch Kids is awesome.
Yeah, for a road trip. Yeah. Just because it's just, if you don't eat it right away, like I don't want any risk of melting if I stop again or less mess or anything like that. So I usually go sour candy.
You also have to worry about the kid with the mess stuff.
Yeah, he's a disaster all the time anyway. So Raza asks on I guess that's the Raza on the Twitch, who our go-to Super Mario Smash Bros characters were.
I played as Fox a lot.
Me too.
Wow.
A lot of Fox. And I was a big Kirby guy.
Kirby's a fun one. Yeah. Also like Donkey Kong. Big Donkey Kong guy.
I'll tell you, the one thing with Joseph that we've got him into in a very serious way is Mario.
Oh yeah.
Let me tell you,
the kids love Mario.
The Nintendo Switch is awesome.
You get the new one?
No, not the new one. Yeah. I think we got it like right before the new one was announced.
You probably got a deal. And also your kid's 4 years old.
And
so
the only thing we play, the only game he has is Mario Kart.
Yeah.
That's all we play.
Yeah.
It's awesome. He's finally starting to learn the controls and not get last place every single time. So he's thrilled about that. He hates losing.
Yeah. Who'd you play as Mario Kart? Or who do you play since you're still active?
I usually Link. I like to use a lot. It's a little throwback in there.
Okay.
Or I like to just Metal Mario. That's my go-to.
Yeah.
It's usually for me.
More of a Yoshi on the.
You're a Yoshi guy
on the cart. Yeah.
All right. So last night, the NBA Finals. We're getting Game 7.
Yep. Game 7.
In my wildest dreams, I never thought there would be a Game 7 in this series.
No, because I think we probably talked about it. I think one day you're filling in. And I think we were both pretty like 5 out of respect, maybe 6 out of respect for the Indiana Pacers.
Yes.
And especially that home crowd, which has been electric the 3 games they played there.
Yeah, and I just didn't like the Tyrese Halliburton magic was there early, and then especially after this calf injury. You know, Sean's just strong reports yesterday. It's a multi-week injury. He looked fine last night. Tyrese did.
Yeah, he looked, probably 85%. Like he wasn't that far off peak performance, especially after 2 days ago he looked
basically
terrible out there. Yeah,
I mean that one play where he gets the deflection and then he's running down the court and then he got the steal and he does the no-look pass.
Yeah, well, the pass and then he looks away.
Yeah, it's kind of a cheap way to do a no-look pass.
AJ and I were talking about that yesterday. Before he did it, I was like, it's the most annoying thing that he does. I hate it. And he did it in probably the defining play of Game 6 of the NBA Finals, and maybe if they win, it'll probably be a Game 7 play. But one of the plays that'll be on the highlight package forever of this finals series of that runaway game. That's really when they kind of took control, and when you're like, ooh, Thunder are not. We've seen a lot of comebacks in this playoffs. Thunder were not coming back after that little scoring spurt at halftime.
We don't work here. I'm sorry. And we saw like, I mean, they really just kind of ran away with the thing last night.
Yeah.
Thunder 7.5 point favorites on Sunday. I think I'm just gonna take the Pacers. I think it's what I want to see.
Take the points, or you think they're gonna win? Okay.
I kind of just want to see the Pacers win the championship, even though they're one of the teams I dislike.
Yeah, Central Division foe.
I don't hate them like a lot of other teams that the Bulls will play against regularly, but like I would say there's a strong dislike for the Pacers. But I think at this point, like I like the story of Tyrese Halliburton, all the big moments in the playoffs, taking down the Thunder. The only negative is the Thunder have all these draft picks, all this draft capital, all this stuff they've built up. I do wonder, like, if they lose, what the reaction is. Like that, it screams to me, Giannis.
See,
like, I feel like they overreact if they don't win this time.
But I don't think it's Giannis. I think it's like they load up on even more of the like Caruso types, where it's like, hey, you know what? Isaiah Joe, Case and Wallace, like it's nice. It's nice to have these type of guys. They're development projects. They've been with the organization for a while. But in the finals, like we've seen, like Case and Wallace has been pretty bad, I think.
Yeah.
Isaiah Joe and Aaron Wiggins basically alternate who gets essentially DMP'd. And then maybe one of them has a good game, but for the most part, they've been pretty bad this whole series. So I could see them as like a Cam Johnson kind of thing, like where they take the best role player
yes, I could see that.
Available. If they could get involved in like a 3-team trade with like the Heat, if they're making a KD trade and they get Wiggins or something like Andrew Wiggins. I realize they have another Wiggins on their team, but they get a guy like that who is more of a complementary piece to put them over the top. Really what they did last offseason with Isaiah Hartenstein and Alex Caruso. Although
just adding in the margins.
Yeah. I will say though, like to me, this is mostly if they lose the series, it's mostly a shortcoming on Chet Holmgren, I think, so far, is that he just has not been the guy you need him to be your third best player. And I feel like he has more games where he's 2 for 9 than he's actually been effective so far in the series.
Based on what they did last year with, going into the playoffs, you would think the Thunder were like Josh Giddey is a factor on this roster. And then he was not. And then they traded him. I wonder if there's some thought there with Chet Holmgren. If they fall short and what you're saying is like, is that the piece you move? Much easier to trade for a guy like, let's say it was Giannis.
Yeah.
If Chet Holmgren is the centerpiece of that deal, like to move on in a way that's maybe more drastic, and instead of adding the margins, maybe you're moving away from Chet. I think it just depends on what you believe in Chet. It's almost like what the Rockets believe in Jalen Green. Like, do you believe this is a thing, or do you believe Chet Holmgren has the higher ceiling that eventually he is the second best player on your roster? I think is the question. From the 281, asks, does it feel weird how much of a fanboy Reggie Miller acts on the sideline? Yes.
Really?
I think it is a little strange.
Completely. He's the best pacer of all time.
Yeah. Well, it's just weird having him on the broadcast. Like, it's
he's not on the broadcast.
Well, on the broadcast before.
Yeah.
And then because like now, no. I mean, I actually think what the Pacers have had is actually really cool. Seeing like Meta World Peace was there last night, right? We've
Yeah.
seen Steven Jackson at games, like seeing like the alumni, like kind of all come back and support this team. Like the Rockets have it, but like it's like Dream, Elvin, Vernon,
Yeah, and then like,
and that's kind of it.
Calvin Murphy and Gerald Green are on Space City Home Network, so they're like
Yeah.
around, but they're not like But I mean, I don't know. To me, I'm just like, yeah, Reggie Miller. I mean, it's much more palatable to me to have an actual great of the team being a fanboy on the broadcast than it is to. All right, we go to our halftime show for a Knicks playoff game. Here's Stephen A. Smith
and his daughter.
Yeah, and it's like that
Which was
to
the
me.
strangest thing I've seen.
That I didn't know he had kids, to be honest.
She looks like Stephen A.
She looks exactly like Stephen
yeah.
A. In maybe an
Leave it.
unfortunate way.
I'll leave it at that.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I won't. I'll leave it at that. At what I said. I'll leave it there.
832 says plot twist: the Thunder trade for KD. I mean, it would be a great story. Like it's a good story. Like Kevin Durant returns home to finally get the Thunder to win a championship. It's a good story for that to happen if that were to go down that path.
Yeah. I mean, it would. It's funny. It would make sense just like in the most basketball way possible. But once you start throwing in all the like human element stuff, it's like starts to make less sense. But it's still, I could still see it. I mean, I could see why it would help. I can't see it ultimately happening because I'm not sure if Kevin Durant wants to go back to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, it feels like Kevin Durant only wants to live in a place where there's no state income tax. I don't know about Oklahoma.
I just assume so.
I feel like they're a no state income tax kind of place. All right, he's Sean Mapes. I'm Joe George. We're broadcasting live at the Downtown Aquarium here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Reminder, you can come here, go over to our promo table, find Victoria, and register to win a pair of e-bikes worth up to $4,000 value. When we get back, your questions are welcome. We got a good one here, an over-under from a texter that we'll get to as soon as we get back. And we'll talk about the Rockets' expectations for next year. Now that the finals are almost done, you're seeing how this is playing out. What are your expectations now? Because the Thunder don't seem to be the big bad we all thought they were. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George and Sean Mapes broadcasting live at the Downtown Aquarium for our Summer Circuit. Just a heads up, next week, if you are out in the Baytown area, and that's where you live, we're coming your way. Paul and the Killer Bees on Thursday will continue the Summer Circuit at Cactus Jack's, a place that I know every time Sean and I drive to La Berge, you see it. I'm like, every time I'm with my wife, I'm like, that place looks cool.
Yeah.
So maybe I will go next week.
Okay.
It's not, and it's far from me too, but
I can't. I'm busy at work.
Oh, I can make you go out there if you want. If you want to go, I can move the schedule around, Sean, and find a way to get you out there. All right, fun text here from the 832. What's the over/under on We Don't Work Here? Looking for some afternoon action, non-Major League Baseball. So
okay,
we are
how
on.
Many have we been already?
On the air, 3.
3 on the air, and
I think
45 minutes?
Yeah, 34 minutes.
30 minutes. Oh my God. Okay, that makes the math easier though.
I would say,
so 6 an hour for 3 hours. That's 18. Let's bump it up to. Do you want to bump it up to like 19 and a half?
I think we call it for the day. Do we just call it for the day? I think Jeremy and Will will be on this action. Call 40 and a half.
Do we think it'll get more? Do you think it'll get more busy or less busy foot traffic wise?
Probably less at some point.
Yeah, because again, we're heavy in the field trip.
Right,
the summer camp field trips right now.
Let's call it 31 and a half.
Over the next.
Yeah. For our show, though, we're going to go 18 and a half. I think.
I maybe it's just because it's been like 7 minutes, 10 minutes since we had one. I might go under. It just it feels.
Well, we're
trending that.
We're going to set the number at 18 and a half. I'm going to keep track of it.
Okay,
that's what we're going to do on today's show. To ask Joe and Sean anything as well.
I'll try to look as unapproachable as possible.
Yeah. Honestly, I get why Paul wears the sunglasses now. I get it.
Oh, I have my. I mean, it would be
it's kind of dark in
like
here.
Yeah, it's so dark.
Yeah. From the 936, everyone talks about CJ, Altuve, and Dream as some of the best draft picks in Houston history. But now that Forrest Whitley is gone, who are some of the worst draft picks in Houston history?
It's a good one.
I mean,
Royce White.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think if you just like never play, that's a pretty quick way to like we can have our like we can be unsatisfied with some draft picks, like if whoever you want to. I mean, the Rockets, like they just haven't had a high draft pick from basically Yao till Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Like they didn't have a super high lottery pick. They had like late lottery picks in the meantime. But yeah, it might just be Royce White because he never played. The Texans normally did pretty well in the first round.
Yep.
If you want to say, oh, who's the corner in like 2014 that they drafted, had the concussion issues?
Oh,
Kevin Johnson.
Kelvin Johnson.
I forgot what
it's
his name.
Kevin.
He's probably up there, but at least he played, you know?
And
like at least he was out there.
And he was solid. Like it just he had a concussion
injuries.
problem.
Yeah. Even like Jadeveon Clowney versus like expectations, but I think the expectations were outsized for him. So, you know, he was a solid NFL player. He played for over a decade. I mean, he's actually still in the league, I think.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Astros is a little bit easier. And we don't even have to really give names.
Brady
like,
Aiken.
When's the last time they had a first-round pick they drafted that's like come up and been like an impact player on this team?
God,
it's Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker. 2015 draft.
I
right?
mean,
2016 draft.
You know, Luno and those guys. Now you used a lot of them to make trades, right? Like Seth Beer is a good example. Like you traded him. I think he's out of baseball.
No, come on. Is he a Savannah Banana now?
No. I don't think he's even good enough to be a banana.
Oh. I just thought a guy with the last name Beer, you get to have a job where you wear a jersey for the rest of your life.
And honestly, like it was, I mean, great marketing because he wore the number 30, so it's Beer 30.
There we go.
It looks like he hasn't played in the major since 2022 at least. I mean, Drew Gilbert, it got you Justin Verlander, but like he's not really doing anything for the Mets at this point. Like the Astros haven't had so because they've traded some of these guys, it's a little bit different. But
yeah, well, I mean, it would be like Brady Aiken or who's
Yeah.
the other guy? The guy they didn't sign,
Appel.
Mark Appel. Yeah,
Now that worked out because you got Bregman and Tucker in the same draft, right? So
true.
that one worked out in your favor.
That actually did very much
that
work
worked out very much so in your favor.
Yeah, the Astros is tough. It's also like the MLB draft. How many of these guys are actually contributors? I think there's something where I forgot who. Maybe it was Ken Griffey Jr. was the first number 1 overall pick to ever make the Hall of Fame in the MLB.
I think that's right.
I think like Alex Rodriguez, if he didn't do steroids, would be the number 2. Like it's not that many guys are the number 1 pick and actually turn into MLB Hall of Famers or even like huge contributors, superstars. So baseball is hard. It's I think it's Royce Young, unless I'm for Royce White. Royce Young's a beat writer for the OKC Thunder. Yeah. Because Texans, there's not like a huge one. David Carr, I guess.
Yeah, but even then,
again, he was the starting quarterback for 4 years, 5 years.
I'm trying to think. I think that Royce White's such a bad one. I mean, the fact that I went when they vetted him. Do you think they asked him are you gonna fly? And he lied.
Do you think he did?
And he was just like, yeah.
He was the first person ever to lie in a job interview.
It's like, no, I'm gonna
I'm
fly.
cool with it. Yeah, whatever.
I'm gonna.
No big deal.
Yeah. Some people might say Jalen Green.
See, Jalen Green, no. I just because of the level of guys we're talking about are so bad that Jalen Green, again, he falls into to me like the Mario Williams,
just below expectations.
Jadeveon Clowney, below expectations. Now he hasn't been as good of a basketball player as those guys were defensive ends.
Yeah.
But it's also he just wrapped up year 4, so I'm not quite ready to throw him in there. He was good enough to get a second contract. Like that alone kind of puts you in a certain place.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Text line says we got quite a few of these actually.
Reed Shepard,
Mark Appel, Amobi Okoye.
Oh, that's a good one.
Royce White. 281 says Marcus Morris. The next pick was Kawhi Leonard.
That's true. Now Marcus Morris had a long NBA career, but yeah.
DJ Swearinger, he's a second round pick, but not great.
Yeah, if you open up the second round picks, then the Texans just freaking every year of them.
Yeah. Kenyon Green, duh.
Yeah,
that's
what a miss.
Xavier Suafilo.
Yeah, second round pick. Ross Blacklock was the pick right before Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah,
and he was the trade. He was the pick in the DeAndre Hopkins trade. So it's the most compounding terrible decisions. And it's Ross Blacklock.
I know if we expand it past the first round, people would Davis Mills, but because
third round quarterback?
The grief is gone, but gosh, I remember every day at the other place, them the entire station just trashing Nick Caserio for taking Davis Mills as his first pick as a GM. We didn't have a quarterback. It could have been a lot worse, honestly, I think.
Yeah, I think in the moment it was just you have so little picks, so you're picking a guy who I don't know, pretty obviously won't amount to anything. It's a guy to be quarterback while you look to replace him. But again, I honestly thought he was good enough, for what they're trying to do. He's not a oh my god, he's so terrible quarterback. He's just a normal bad quarterback.
Yes. Your guys' reactions to this are welcome. The worst picks in Houston sports history from a texter that we got in.
Yeah,
so
let's
reacting to that.
Let's try to get some pre-90s ones because that's out of our wheelhouse. Let's get there has to be some old-timey one, or not old-timey, but some older school ones.
All right, we'll continue that. We'll get to the Rocket stuff a little bit later, and we got 2 fights last night.
Yeah.
In Major League Baseball, so we're gonna dive into what happened on the diamond last night as well. He's Sean Mapes. I'm Joe George. Broadcasting live here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5 from the Downtown Aquarium.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George and Sean Mapes hanging out at the Downtown Aquarium for our Summer Circuit tour. You can come on out here and hang out with us, get some food, check out the eel that's just been like chilling. Hasn't moved in like 30 minutes to our left.
I mean, it's moving, but it's in the same position.
I think it's sleeping.
It could be. Do
as-
eels sleep?
Do they sleep?
Are they like sharks and they can never stop?
I mean, it's either very bored or sleeping.
Yeah.
But then again, just kind of living in an aquarium, just chilling. You can sign up at our promo table for a chance to win 2 e-bikes from Power On Bicycle, $4,000 value. All you got to do is walk up, scan the QR code, and enter a reminder. You can enter at every single Summer Circuit broadcast. So we've got, including today, 10 of these things the rest of the summer. Again, next week we'll be at Cactus Jack's in Baytown. So you can sign up 10 more times, 1 entry per remote broadcast. A couple other texters here. Phil Nevin, 1992. First overall pick.
Okay.
Second overall pick, Derek Jeter.
Pretty tough.
Pretty tough.
Pretty tough. Yeah. That's a pretty that's a good one because Phil Nevin, he played in the Matrix, right?
Yes, yeah.
But I mean Derek Jeter would be what, top 5 Astro of all time?
No. Because he's not as overrated as he is if he's a Houston Astro. He is not the player I think people gas him up to be. I look at statistically, in honor of Paul not being here today, Nomar Garcia was a better player than Derek Jeter. He's close, but he's probably not a top 5 Astro. But you might win a World Series in 2005.
Yeah, it would be like Biggio, Bagwell,
Jeter.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Instead of Adam Everett, yeah. I'd say that's an upgrade, no matter how overrated he is.
I found an old Sports Map article. That's still a thing. Jason Babin, 27th overall pick in 2004. Whoever wrote this, I think this might have been Jermaine. No, this is Stutz.
Cody
This is Stutzy.
Wow.
Said that maybe the worst pick ever. The Texans traded the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th round picks.
Oh my God!
And got Babin and a 5th back. So they traded 4 picks for Jason Babin. He got 13 sacks in 3 seasons. Before he was pretty good elsewhere. Like he was pretty good for the Eagles.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was an Eagle, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I mean that's more like the draft cost
than the actual like high pick.
Because like I'm sorry, like a 27th overall pick in the NFL draft, like chances are it's not that big of a missed pick, you know?
Yes. Let's see. The 5 worst, according to Hoops Habit, for the Rockets are Royce White.
Yep.
Buck Johnson. So do you want to go back? That's 1986. Don't know who he is.
That's a bad sign. Bad sign. He was
drafted ahead of Sabonis, Mark Price, Dennis Rodman, and Kevin Duckworth.
Okay. That's tough. And he was also drafted by a team that had just made the finals.
John Lucas listed here instead of taking like Robert Parrish.
I think his assistant coaching career
it makes up for that.
He's just not in this conversation. He's not Robert Parrish, but he's not in this conversation.
Yeah. So I think there's every team's got quite a few misses. Brady Aiken was also listed there for the Astros 2014.
Yeah, Aiken's tough. Aiken and Royce.
Let's get to the fun stuff here. Yes, please. Yes, water. Thank you, Sam. That doesn't count.
No. Although it was an interruption.
But it was a team. That's a teammate. I feel like the rules don't apply the same way. Plus, a water would be great right now.
It would be awesome.
Last night was a feisty night in Major League Baseball.
Sure was.
Besides the near comeback and win by the Astros, let's start in Pittsburgh. I don't know who this player was, honestly.
Dennis Santana.
But last night, there was this video of Dennis Santana, a bullpen pitcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates, jumps up into the stands and tries to slap a Detroit Tigers fan.
Yes, he was in the bullpen. I don't know if he was warming up or not. I mean, he was obviously pretty heated.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was about to go into the game, but Yeah, in the classic scenario of fans chirping the opposing team's reliever, apparently Dina Santana had heard enough, and he points at him, kind of fakes at him,
And then
and
boom.
jump slap because he needs to get over the wall to get him.
I think as we're watching this video, I think my favorite
bad
part
job
of
by the
this
security guard.
is this he touches the security guard on the back shoulder. He points at the guy like, "Hey, get him out of here."
Yeah.
But instead of just letting that be the thing, he then jumps up and
Yeah,
slaps
and the
him.
security guard does nothing.
Well, because
to-
I think the security guard's like, "Oh, he's just pointing him out to me. He's not going to jump up and slap him." But no, full on slap fest happening.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
And then we see last night too a full-on bench clearing brawl after Fernando Tatis Jr. is hit by the Los Angeles Dodgers.
And I think there's like 4 or 5 guys that got hit
Yeah.
over the course of that game. It was,
And I think the day before too. So like it's
Yeah.
been
it's
been feisty.
It's a feisty rivalry, honestly. And it probably doesn't get as much recognition as that because A, West Coast, B, the Padres, for most of it haven't been like a even participant or even combatant
Yeah.
for the Dodgers. Then they're a little bit closer now, even though the Dodgers are obviously a super team, but the Padres they're holding their own.
Yes.
And it absolutely got fights. Actually, they played in the playoffs a couple years ago, I think. But yeah, they actually last year. But yeah, I that was one where even the managers got into it.
Well, that's what
Mike
really
Schilt, who
that's
I
what
learned
really
was the-
started it.
Yeah.
I mean, so Mike Schilt is upset.
Yeah.
And he is walking and he is pissed. He is screaming. Dave Roberts comes out and says, "I'm gonna beat your butt." And
Yeah.
not nice. We got field trips next to
Yeah.
us. So
There's some 7-year-olds.
and he goes chest to chest with Mike Schilt.
Yeah.
And I mean, and then the bench is cleared. This is a manager brawl.
Yeah, I think
this
there's-
is not the players.
I think there's a Dave Roberts finger to the chest, which
Yeah.
is always a good way to start a sports fight, at least.
I mean, like
real life.
these guys, like these old men, are really the ones like ready to throw down right here. It's not the players. And like after he goes chest
Yeah.
to chest, Mike Schilt is going after him.
Like-
I like this.
Like I'm just looking at different guys as we have the thing running. Machado completely nonplussed about this whole thing.
Yeah.
Former Dodger, by the way. And I don't think he like raises his hands to like even do the fake like, hold someone back who's not trying to fight, where they just kind of get in the mix just by appearing. He just if he had pockets, his hands would be in his pockets the entire time.
It's like the softest like breakup
Yeah,
ever.
I mean, even really the people most upset looked to be coaches.
Yeah, they were like because he was like they were very upset. I mean,
Even like bench coaches trying to break it up. Like I guess Luis Ariz gets in there a little bit, but yeah, this was not a very ferocious showing by the players.
no, my biggest question is are we going to get breaking news that bullpen man of glass, former Chicago Cub Mark Pryor is got hurt in the brawl last night. He is the bullpen coach for the Dodgers currently. So
I thought you were gonna say, is he gonna have to be the acting manager or something? I didn't know you were just trying to take a shot because
no,
because whoever his manager back when he played overused him.
Going back just very quickly here to the text line, Tony Vaselli listed as one of the worst picks.
Oh, that's a great one. A, never played. B, expansion draft. I think he gets extra points for being an expansion draft pick.
This one is not a actual fight we saw, but this story kind of rolls in what we're talking about. Did you see this? I should have grabbed the audio for this. But I did not.
Adrian Peterson fight?
No. Oh, well, that did happen at an undisclosed location.
It was a not Texas Card House poker house. In
Correct.
Houston.
Correct.
It was not Texas Card House.
Clint Frazier, the MLB player, was on the Foul Territory podcast. Told this story about how when he was on the White Sox, an unnamed player threatened the manager when Yasmani Grandal, who I have now found out is the player, sources confirm, Yasmani Grandal did not hustle down the line. The White Sox manager threatened to take him out of the game, and he's basically said, "I'm going to beat your behind if you take me out of this game." Feisty. We got feisty baseball stories happening right now.
Yeah, and did you see the story credited to Boogie Cousins of all people, that there was a fist fight in last year's Phoenix Suns locker room.
Oh yeah.
Apparently
and,
he
KD
went on,
had to shoot it down already.
naturally. Naturally, we have KD in the comments saying what did and didn't happen. But yeah, I will say I believe Kevin Durant. I find myself believing Kevin Durant
Sorry, we don't work here.
in the story because Boogie Cousins is not a trusted newsbreaker, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it.
Like I think he's closer to a guy on podcast saying stuff.
Yes.
I mean, he got in a fight in Puerto
who just
Rico
got into a fight
a
and,
week ago.
Got
Yeah.
banned from didn't he get suspended for a bunch of games, something like that?
I think he got banned from Puerto Rico. No, he didn't. But
that's tough to get banned from a whole country. It wouldn't shock me. Those leagues are a little. They're interesting.
They get feisty. Much more feisty than an NBA game.
I would call him a friend, who plays professional basketball overseas, and had to air out basically the fact that his manager made him play through injury and then trashed him publicly in the media on a pretty consistent basis. It seems a little interesting. We also apparently had a fight last night. USA versus Saudi Arabia, it looks like, in the CONCACAF Gold Cup. So it was a fight night apparently. Lots of stuff happening. Where's our fights? Joel's out today.
Yeah. And all I see are either old people, camp counselors, or 5-year-olds.
By the way, I might have just cheated the game. A lady came up to us. Sam was going to stop it.
Yeah.
I initiated it.
Yeah.
You're
the Dave Roberts aggressor.
But
that.
But there was a question starting to be asked. So I'm pushing I got money on the over. So I push it to 4. I'm the aggressor in this situation, no doubt about it. All right, it's Ask Joe and Sean anything.
And then I'll try. I just won't make eye contact. I'll put on the sunglasses to even it out.
On the Paul Gallant Show here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, we'll continue to get back. We'll get back to some Houston sports. But last night we saw the Astros lose in extra innings, and just a very generic, open-ended question for you on the text line, Twitch, YouTube. What do you just hate about sports? We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George, Sean Mapes here at the Downtown Aquarium, part of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5's Summer Circuit. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. Sean and I till 3. And then Jeremy Brandon and Will Kunkel on the Killer Bees today from 3 to 6. AJ back in the studio for this one. We're just talking about the fights that happened last night. This one was not a fight, but CJ Stroud apparently today was at Fanatics Fest.
Okay.
And apparently cracked a joke that said, I don't know if Caleb Williams likes my advice. going back to the video from last year. I think that's a fair assessment, CJ.
Yes. That's a good way to play it off or to bring it back up in a joking manner.
So last night the Astros lost in extra innings, obviously to the Ocramento Athletics, or whatever you want to call them.
Los Ocramento.
Oh, that's a good call. You got to include that in there. Even though I'm still not fully convinced until they break ground, which I think was supposed to be this week, but maybe it's next week now.
God.
Yeah, what a mess that is. It just made me realize, though, even though last night I'm glad we didn't have to stay up till 2 in the morning watching an Astros game or a baseball game in general. And the man-for-man thing worked a little bit. I hate it still. I see it and I still hate it. I just every time I see it, I'm like, I don't like this. I only like it on West Coast games. Maybe that's how they changed the rule. It's only a rule in
Pacific time zone.
Pacific time zone.
If the game starts after 9 o'clock Central.
We'll include Mountain Time Zone too. Like you happen to go to extras in Colorado.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it's the Rockies.
Yeah, we'll throw that in
who
there.
Who cares?
Yeah.
No, I like that. I would be okay if it was just after the 11th inning. Just you started in the 12th. That's when you pick things up because you mentioned it when we were talking about the Haters performance, where he just started with a guy on second and there was a wild pitch. So now it's guy on third, no out. Like that is immediately in, you're almost definitely giving up a run situation.
I would even be fine if it was just started in the 11th inning. Just give me one more inning of baseball.
Of normal baseball. Before you do that.
We don't work here. But I think that one was warranted.
Yeah, no, that one's fine.
I'm checking with the judges here, judges scorecard. I think he was just making sure we're okay. Never mind, because he works here. So we'll take that one off the board.
Okay. Okay.
But I don't like it. Start in the 11th inning. That's fine. Give me one inning of normal baseball.
Yeah.
I would much prefer that. I do not like the man-for-man rule. Of all the things in sports that are happening right now, it's maybe my least favorite thing. Number 2 on my list doesn't really apply to me anymore, but I did have a previous life, aka when I was in college, of covering high school basketball.
Oh, no shot clock?
No shot clock.
Yeah.
That can't be a thing.
That's terrible.
That cannot be
I hated it when I was in high school. This is awful.
That can't be a thing. Watching games just be dribbled out in the fourth quarter, or maybe the whole game if you're playing a really good team. It's your only strategy. It's the worst thing you could have in sports.
I think that's still a rule in Illinois, right?
I think they might have just changed it recently.
Okay, because wasn't there a game? I feel like we talked about a game maybe a year ago that ended 12-8 or something.
I think
because
you're right.
the team did that.
Yeah, it's not okay.
No, definitely not. That is a bad one. I was trying to think of basketball ones. In general, it's just the it's more the way the game, some calls are made that are upsetting more than the rule of itself.
Yeah,
that's upsetting. So it's a little bit of the Zapruder film replay analysis of hey, this guy obviously knocked the ball out, but was it on the offensive player's fingertips last?
I think that's where we've gone too far.
Yeah, where it's just the guy who knocked it out, it's out of bounds on him, in my opinion.
I also would like to just see speaking of shot clocks, I think we need to implement a shot clock for replay.
Oh, 100%.
Across all sports.
Yeah, I was going to say all sports.
If it takes you, more than 60 seconds to determine a call in baseball, NBA, NFL, it's the call stands.
Play on. Not obvious. Not clear enough, because they always talk about clear and obvious.
Because most of the time, that's what the call ends up being. They use the word stands, not confirmed.
Yeah, well, they changed that. I think I forgot if it was NFL or college, that they're stopped saying confirmed or stands. They'll just say upheld or overturned.
Because they still do it in baseball, and I'm like, well, that's dumb.
No, but
we're sitting here forever. and you're zooming in on exactly when the ball touches the mitt and when someone's foot touches the bag. And I'm like, that's not what this is for.
Yeah.
This was made to alleviate the the most egregious situations in sports.
Yeah,
not what we're doing.
When a base runner comes off the bag for like a quarter of a second, and normally it's shortstop because it's play at second, just has the tag on him still. Like the tag was late, but because the guy reached the base first and then in his course of a slide lost contact with the base, it's still like, well, he's not on the base. Like that, missed me with that because for the first 130 years of baseball, like that just wasn't a call that ever got made.
Yeah.
And then once they started replaying things 10 years ago, it did. That one's a very bad one. But that again is more of like how it's called. Like that's a very easy one to like look the other way on and to like, I guess, create a loophole for. It's the man for man one is especially bad. What do you feel about universal DH?
It's grown on me a lot, I would say. I don't really have an interest in, seeing pitchers hit that often.
Since it was like 2020, like obviously for Astros fans, like we haven't played a season with the universal DH since they moved over.
Yeah.
But even like, because it was after like 2020 where they went universal DH, right? Was that it? Where the COVID season was the first one?
Yeah.
There hasn't been any times in the last 5 years where I've been like, you know what? I really wish there's pitchers hitting right now. Oh, yeah, because Greinke had the last hit.
The last hit is
in a
Greinke.
World Series.
The last RBI is Lance McCullers.
True. Yeah.
Now I think Shohei doesn't count for that, obviously.
No, he doesn't. Because he bats as a designated hitter.
But the only, and then this isn't a rule. I don't know what the solution is because it is the right basketball play, but the way games have been going at the end of games, up 3 and fouling,
is
not enjoyable. It's not an enjoyable experience.
Yeah,
and I do think the NBA is going to correct that. Honestly, maybe this offseason, where I think they're going to implement some kind of punishment for that.
Yeah,
or make the one free throw count as 2 points. Like they only have to make one. If you make the first one, it counts for 2. That's a Bill Simmons idea that I like.
That idea, I hate that idea.
Really?
Yeah. Shoot both free throws. Like just shoot them both.
It takes too much.
You might miss the other one.
Well, if you miss the first one, then you take the second one.
Yes, but because you make the first one doesn't mean you're exempt from having to shoot the second. What do you do when it's a 3-point shot? Anyway,
I know.
The foul up 3. I would like it just entertainment wise. Like to me, it's a perfectly legitimate basketball strategy.
100%.
Like, I actually think it doesn't like break the game in any way. It's just not fun to watch games turn into free throw shooting contests. Now we have had teams screw up the foul up 3 in these playoffs.
Yeah.
OKC did it in game 1 against Denver in the second round. So I understand. I think I haven't completely thought about it, but I think the easy solution is foul. If ball is in play, last minute of a game, if you foul someone who's not shooting, it's for the offensive team. It's 1 shot plus the ball, and that pretty much ends it, right?
And I think I think we could see something like that
because they already do that when you foul before an inbounds pass. That's already the rule. That we saw that in a finals game. I think it was game 5.
Yep.
So I think that's the
and 2 of them.
Yeah, Matherin did both.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's the way you do it.
Let's see a couple other texts and comments here before we go to break here on.
I mean, roughing the passer, obviously. Like, just what are we doing?
Because they're terrible at it.
Yeah.
But to what you were saying, though, also real quick before about just like the way things are officiated, specifically in the NBA, how things are a foul in the first quarter, but they're not a foul in the fourth quarter. I despise that. I get why they do it.
Yeah,
because you don't want to be as ticky-tack.
To me, it's worse when it's flipped. When a game is very physical in the first half, and then in the second half, the third quarter, they're calling everything. That to me is worse than the opposite, because that happens like in pickup games, or like obviously when it's 19-18, it's more physical than it's 1-0.
Yeah,
but I get what you're saying, where it's the inconsistent.
Yeah, I
nature.
just want to be the same the whole game. And then obviously, like this also kind of leads into like what is being talked about a lot right now in baseball is the automated strike zone or the challenge system.
I like the challenge system.
How do you feel about what they're trying this year in the minors? I don't know if you've been to I haven't been there yet.
No.
They're doing the challenge system with check swings. So you can. So it's the same thing like you would see. I don't know if the Space Cowboy. I don't know if it's in that league or not. I think it is, but there's like a digital plane, and it shows it on the board where the check swings come in, and if it crosses this line that they have determined, then it's a strike. If not, it does not count. That to me is one where I'm like, I feel like how far is too far? I might be there with that.
See, I go on the other side because I go, how big of a problem is this really? The check swings, because it's not like the review that we talk about where it takes forever. The check swing, like it's just they look at the third base umpire, the first base umpire, and he makes a call. Like to me, you're not. It just feels like you're not like solving anything.
Yeah.
You're just slowing the game down, not by much. To be honest, it seems like it's 10 seconds. You're not slowing the game down by much. It's just like it doesn't seem necessary.
No, when we were at the Space Cowboys game last year, and they
the
were
challenges,
it's so fast.
So fast.
Yeah, so fast. See a couple questions and things here on the YouTube chat. Day One Donna asks, "What's the parking situation here at the aquarium?" It's the $15 pay self park, or there's a valet if you want to do that as well.
And it's very very easy.
Very
to
easy.
park. I pulled in probably at like 11:53.
Yeah.
and I was parked by like a minute later. So it's a pretty easy parking situation. Probably as easy as you'll get in anywhere downtown.
Yes.
As far as you just park and then walk across the little train tracks that they have for the shark train thing. And you're here. You're basically where we're at. You see the interest to the stingray reef, and you can
We're right
come, pet some slimy animals and see some stingrays.
And then Eric said in regards to our chat earlier about the worst picks in Houston sports history, says Travis Johnson. And look,
not gonna do it to him.
I am. You know why? You want to know why?
Why?
Because that's what he says.
Oh, okay.
Travis has told this story many times when he's been here on the station in the past, or when I worked with them at 610. It was a terrible pick. They never should have selected him because he didn't play the scheme.
I was gonna say he didn't fit the defense, right?
Yeah, like he says, he's like the Texans. And part of it is he kind of selfishly looks back at his career, and like he knows he would have had a better career if he was drafted somewhere else.
I got
than being drafted here. So yeah, Travis Johnson definitely belongs on that list, and
he can say it. I won't.
And because he says it, well, it's like I can make fun of short people.
Yeah, exactly.
I can make fun of kind of chubby people.
Yes.
Because Travis says it, I can agree with it.
Okay.
I'm just agreeing with his statement. All right. Any other sports things you guys hate? You can root for or let us know. 713-703-776 on the text line. We'll get back to what the expectations for the Rockets are and who you're rooting for in Game 7. Coming up next year on the Paul Gallant Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George, Sean Mapes hanging out here at the Downtown Aquarium on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What I love doing remotes. It was always a good time. Typically, we're at restaurants, bars, things like that, and there's a restaurant obviously upstairs here at the Downtown Aquarium. Great food. We've been here plenty of times with Joseph and Dana. We learned the hard way not to pay for the aquarium because he just likes the tank upstairs.
Yeah.
But normally, sometimes they give us cool stuff.
Mhm.
Usually, it's alcohol.
Yeah.
Today they hooked us up with Dippin' Dots.
Dippin' Dots.
Awesome.
Ice cream of the future. The ice cream of the future. And we're having them right now in the present. Literally, as the segment started, I was having ice cream as you brought us.
Yeah, I mean, like, great.
I was just into the Dippin' Dots.
Yeah,
cookies and cream.
Still a go-to for us. At Dyken Park.
Okay.
Probably we'll get some this next weekend. Probably get some Dippin' Dots next week with Joseph when we go to the park. When we were at Great Wolf Lodge, there's all this ice cream. Goes to the Dippin' Dots.
Yeah.
It's like his go-to move.
Dippin' Dots, they're great.
Didn't quite become the future they thought it would, but
Still time.
Still time.
Still time.
There's still a lot of future left.
I feel like ice cream. I feel like they responded. I think when Dippin' Dots came up and said ice cream of the future, I think the ice cream companies took that as disrespect, and they, in the words of Michael Jordan, they took that personally. And I really think they stepped up their game when it comes to the culinary science of ice cream. That Ben and Jerry got in the lab.
Yeah.
They took it personally. They're like, how about this? Here's a little half baked for you. Here's some fish food.
It's my go-to.
I love half baked.
Can I tell you something? I this might be a bad dad move, to be honest with you. Okay.
I love this preamble.
So I was eating some ice cream the other day.
Okay.
And I just kind of was like, Joseph just asked for some ice cream that I had. He's like, can I have a bite? I was like, yeah. And he fell in love with it. The problem is that I forgot that there's not just coffee flavor in the coffee ice cream.
Coffee ice cream, pretty good too.
Very good. It was the Bluebell Java Jolt, which has the chocolate in it too.
Yeah, it's called Java Jolt.
I just didn't think about it. I was like, yeah, it's just coffee flavor.
Yeah, because sometimes it is.
Let me tell you, I don't know how much coffee's in there. The kid didn't sleep that night very well.
Too much for him.
And the worst part is, that's all he asks for now, is coffee flavored ice cream. He's 4. That's a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem.
And so I don't know if it was the sugar or if there's actual coffee in it. And then we got a text here. I like this. We're talking about rule changes.
Oh, yeah.
And things we don't like. I love this suggestion from the 281. Instead of the man-for-man ghost rule, they should take one player off the field every extra inning until it's Bugs Bunny baseball in the 18th. Let's do it.
Yeah. I mean, you'd end it pretty fast.
I know Savannah Bananas only play 7-inning baseball games.
Yeah.
They don't do the whole 9-inning thing, and they probably don't do extra innings.
Yeah.
Or if they do something else. But I would love to see just the concept of that.
Yeah.
Just like some minor league team just start taking guys off the field. In hockey, they play 3-on-3 in overtime.
Do they really?
Yeah.
In the playoffs?
No, regular season.
Okay.
That
it is their Mickey Mouse rule of
I think it's
let's end some
3-on-3.
regular season games.
Yeah. Okay. Honestly, it's awesome.
Yeah.
I think they do their all-star game that way as well. But it's a lot of people hate it very similarly to the reason why they hate the man-for-man rule.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people don't like shootouts, or whether it's in hockey or in soccer.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I understand that, and I think I don't know. I see both sides of this. Sometimes you just got to end this game, man. We just have to, especially in soccer, where it's not guaranteed if you play long enough. If you play long enough, theoretically, someone will score, but you can go a long time in soccer without a score. So
I mean, if it's a 0-0 game, why am I pretending that things are going to be
exactly
different extras?
Yeah, let's give it another 45 minutes. Let's see what happens. No, I think that it makes sense to do shootouts, especially for the most time when we're watching soccer too, where it's like the World Cup, and it's like, hey, listen, these guys are doing this basically in their free time. Like they're all getting paid by other, but like it's like if a World Baseball Classic game went like 18 innings. At a certain time, every fan of a guy on the field would be like, "Oh my god, get this guy, get this game over with,
doing this?
like get this thing finished."
Now that we're like the NBA season's over, we got one game left.
Mm-hmm.
The Thunder don't seem at this point to be the big bad team that everyone thought. The Eastern Conference seems pretty weak, to be honest. Like gettable for the most part.
A lot of teams can talk themselves into it.
Yeah, but the way like we're seeing the Western Conference play out, what are your expectations now for the Rockets? Like as you're seeing this unfold, the way last season went, even before we get to the offseason and get trades or draft picks or free agency, like what are like the expectations for you going into next year right now?
Yeah, so to me right now, like just obviously before any of the offseason moves really get started, I see them as competing for a Western Finals kind of thing, and an outside chance to make the finals. Because like you said, it seems like the bar has been lowered a little bit with the Thunder. I mean, they still are favorites to win this thing.
Yeah,
but just how they a lot of times when a team wins their first championship, you kind of see them grow up over the course of the thing, and then they become like the 90s Bulls, where it's like, oh, now these guys they've learned how to win, and now they'll keep winning as long as their team is together.
Yeah, I mean,
and you see the same thing like the Lakers when they won theirs. Like it happens at the Warriors from time to time. Like they're shaky that first run, and then after that they're pretty much killers for the rest. I think that the Thunder haven't quite reached that. Even if they win Game 7, I don't know if you go into next playoffs being like, these guys just know how to win.
Yeah,
or like these guys, you got to knock them off. Like they're obviously a super talented team. They're a very good team, but they're not quite at that level in my mind where it's like Rockets don't even bother showing up against these guys, even if they don't make a move. Even the Rockets don't make a move.
Yeah.
I think that they could hang in a series with these guys.
Yeah, I think so too.
The Nuggets are the team that I'm like, listen, they are the championship team where I'm like, they know how to win. They push this Thunder team to the limit. I think that that's the team that you don't want to see again. Super early to be talking about this. Like the Rockets haven't made a move. They just brought back Steven Adams and their coach. So I think to me that would be the biggest. I guess that I would have the Rockets a bigger underdog under the Nuggets than any other team in the West.
I definitely feel like you want to see at least two, a bare minimum, obviously, of one playoff series won next year before they do anything.
Yeah,
and then as they add or play out through the season, that those expectations can change.
I think you should expect, like the expectation next year should be top 4 seed, win a playoff round.
Yep.
I think that's like the expectation, and I think I could see them even not making a move. I could see them making the West Finals. If they get Durant, obviously, I think it's more likely. And if there's another star if they make another star trade, it'll be more likely as well. But I think that right now, like that's what this team's potential is right now.
No, I agree. And it just, I thought the Thunder, we were going to walk out from this playoff series being like, oh, well, the Rockets are getting good at a time, just like they were good at a time when the Warriors were good.
Yeah.
And like you're going to have this really challenging dynasty in front of you. And the Thunder, they just don't feel that way right now.
No, like, they feel more like the Celtics that won last year, where even they even if they win this thing, they could lose it, and we think about them even worse. But like the Celtics, like didn't gain some like immense respect of like these guys are just crunch time killers.
Yeah.
Part of that is because they lost the series to the Knicks because they could not operate in crunch time, even fully healthy in those first 2 games.
Lots of stuff going on right now. Obviously, Game 7 on Sunday. Astros getting ready for a series. I'm drawing a huge mind blank right now.
The Los Angeles Angels.
That's right, of Anaheim. Oh yeah, you say Kikuchi versus Hunter Brown.
Okay.
You say
tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
You say his first start against the Astros since leaving the team.
Since they fixed him. Yeah.
Since they fixed him.
They fixed him and made him a 40 millionaire or however much he signed for. Yeah.
I wonder how much they can get the Angels to pay that contract to bring him back. If they want. Even though the Angels this division's interesting. Like, not that either, like, it wouldn't shock me if the Angels finish second in this division. They're only a game and a half behind the Mariners right now. They're 36-38. I think the Mariners personally and the Rangers are both going to make big moves at the deadline.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of talk this offseason about, Luis Castillo being on the market, being available for trade.
Yeah.
And if they keep going the way they are, it would not shock me if we see, because he might be the best pitcher on the market this offseason. And, if Chris Sale's not traded, Sandy Alcantara is not traded, people are not sure.
Valdez probably better than Luis
He's not on the
Castillo.
market.
Well, you said this offseason.
No, I meant the deadline.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the deadline.
Okay, yes. Okay, I got you.
In 40 days.
I thought you meant in the offseason.
No, that's my bad.
Yeah, okay.
Bad explainer over here. I don't do this every day anymore, Sean.
It's
Okay,
all right, it's
you
all
gotta
right.
help me through the bumps and the bumps of the business a little bit. All right. He's Sean Mapes. I'm Joe George. We're on social media, all platforms. At Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes. Yes to the text line. It is a Ask Me Anything or Mapes and Joe Anything Friday as we broadcast live from the Downtown Aquarium, part of our summer circuit here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and Sean Mapes filling in for Paul Gallant here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. AJ back at the studio, broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium. Come on out, sign up for our promotion we got going on this summer all along at the Summer Circuit. You can register to win a pair of e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. You just got to scan a QR code. Even though I think for the most part this doesn't apply to our listeners, must be 18 and up on a day like today. As we're here at the aquarium. So Can't have your kids register for you. 76 days until the start of the NFL season. Best number 76 in Houston Texans history. Dwayne Brown, Steve McKinney.
Okay. Yeah.
I would say at the top of that list.
Yeah. Dwayne Brown. Easy.
Yeah, pretty easy for that one. See, best ones. We got Steve Wisniewski, Orlando Pace, Steve Hutchinson. Lots of linemen still. The 70s are tough. You get in the 60s, it's much better. But the 70s are not a great number.
No. Do we have is Steve Hutchinson a Hall of Famer? Let's say, do we have Orlando Pace is a Hall of Famer? Never mind. We do have a Hall of Famer. And, and Steve Hutchinson.
Yeah, there's a handful of them. Not a lot going on right now in the NFL, so we'll be a little short on NFL topics today. But maybe the most reckless headline I've seen in a very long time.
This is like what didn't happen. This is an NFL story about what didn't happen, but when you read the first half of the headline, you think it did. Or you didn't happen.
Because we know that this player has a history of taking his helmet off and swinging it at people.
Yes.
Myles Garrett in the headlines today per TMZ. This is how the article starts. Myles Garrett beats girlfriend. Pause. That's not the real headline. Because the whole story is Myles Garrett beats girlfriend Chloe Kim in cute race. Why do you write it like that?
They're doing like YouTube or TikTok together.
Yeah, and he's running backwards. How do you write that headline?
I will say, to be fair, they normally don't say in the headline of an actual like domestic violence issue of
I know
he beat his girlfriend.
But like that's how they start this one. Like that's not a good headline. That is very bad journalism. It's TMZ. What a wild way to start that sentence.
I mean, honestly, it's a good job by them because
it's great clickbait.
Yeah, I don't care who wins. I don't care about their relationship and they're in a cute race together. I don't care. But he beat his. Oh no, he didn't beat his.
No, he did not.
Okay.
And then we got more. Apparently, this was Shedeur Sanders' second speeding ticket that he got.
Yeah.
Not his first one. Twice this month.
That's too much.
Slow down,
That's
buddy.
too much.
Yeah.
I can do one every 18 months. I think it's like not acceptable, but like that I'm not like, what's your problem, dude? You know?
Yeah, you're starting to come off very you play for the Browns, not the Raiders.
And he didn't play for Georgia.
Yeah. Now there is photos of Shedeur Sanders, very funny, wearing Georgia gear, like at a visit.
Yeah,
and you're like,
visit.
Makes sense.
It's already that's all he needed to get the
like maybe if he didn't actually go,
it's like Venom.
Follow his dad, like he would have gone to Georgia.
Yeah.
Like it's part of the DNA.
I like that. I saw this headline about Sean McVay's Rams mini camp in Hawaii is about spending quality time together. I have a question for you. Normally we do this on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Mini camp in Hawaii. Soft boys? I know they do it in LA normally, so it's not a huge difference, but it's like literally a vacation destination that you're having training camp at.
Yeah, I guess. Are they taking their families, they said?
I think so. I mean, I would fold it into a vacation. That's why I don't think it's doing a good job getting ready to play football.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
now it is June, so who cares? But still.
I'm gonna say a little soft boys. Like
it was the Sean McVay said the trip was as much about togetherness as it was about football.
Like is this
players were encouraged to bring their families with them for a Hawaiian vacation. McVay said it meant a lot for the team's bonding.
Is this like the Rams version of Remember the Titans going to Gettysburg or wherever they went in the movie? To the Civil War site, remember that?
Wait, what was the team?
Remember the Titans?
I only saw it when I was a kid. I don't actually remember the plot to that movie.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I've never watched it as an adult, and I've probably only seen it on a day where my teacher was too hungover to teach.
I'm a little surprised by that. Like, it's at a lot of people's like tops of their sports movies list.
I'm sure it is, but
yeah.
Oh, I mean, we talked about
it
earlier this week where it's like sports movies about like scrappy underdog team coming together.
Well, this one's a little bit bigger than that. It's more about like racial divide and things like that. But like, you know, and a player nearly getting killed and overcoming that, like it's kind of a true story.
Okay.
But then again, as I'm talking to you, I'm like, you know what? Sean Mapes sports movie guy. No, not really.
I mean, the only ones I like are ridiculous. Like I like Any Given Sunday. Like like it could be serious. It just has someone has to chainsaw a car in half. Yeah, and then like the comedy, like the good comedy ones.
Yeah,
I like those. I don't like the earnest like
true
like
story.
Rudy.
I think Rudy sucks.
Rudy does suck.
As
The
a
guy and the movie.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan when I met him. It was kind of a d-bag.
I've heard a lot of people say that. By the
Yeah,
way.
like I just don't understand.
Every person I've met that's met Rudy has come away disappointed.
Yeah, when Radio Row was here, when the Super Bowl was here, and I was at Radio Row, Rudy was the most underwhelming because like I was like, wanted to get like a picture, send it to my dad. I don't think I even got a picture. Like underwhelmed. But the one person who met my expectations and more is basically God. Not really, but the way he acts it was Tim Tebow. He met the Tim Tebow standard.
Okay.
And then some
of good guyness.
Not only the fact that like he was like a great dude, he also wore a cutoff hoodie. Like so his guns were just like out. Like he was just like showing the world that he was still Tim Tebow.
Was this when he was a minor league baseball player?
This was 20. When was the Super Bowl here?
2016, right?
Sorry, when did we fire everyone? I think that was 2016. Yeah, a lot of my time in this business is remembered by firings, to be honest, or things being shut down.
Yeah.
When you guys were talking about something last week, you and Paul, about some like radio situation. Oh, about the
Beetle thing.
Yeah.
Michelle Beetle basically fired while she's still on air.
I texted Paul and he didn't see it before the segment was over. But my first job in radio was at a radio station called WGN. It used to be the home of the Cubs. At the time, they carried the Blackhawks. I was just a part-time like producer. They also had this FM sports station. There was like a beat reporter who like covered media at the Chicago Tribune.
Okay.
And during the middle of the afternoon show, he broke
reported
the news that the entire station was going under in 2 months. And the host was talking to his co-host friend, also program director, who knew that it was happening. It was awesome.
Damn.
87.7 The Game. Great YouTube clip if you want to find it.
That's great.
Was going to work that day as like a 20-year-old kid was something.
Yeah.
Something. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
That is nuts.
It's an Anything Goes Friday here from Mapes and I, Joe George, here with you. Question from our good friend, John Belmer.
Okay.
Would you rather see the return of Astro World or an NHL team in Houston?
The like theme park Astro
Yeah,
World,
theme
I'm
park.
guessing.
Yeah.
Okay.
A new, also not just but a new theme park.
Okay, a theme. I'm assuming like same air, that same grounds, same name.
Yeah. It's Astro World, but it's modern. You're not going to die on the rides.
I think it's close because they're both things that I kind of like passively. Like I passively want both of them, but I'm not very like, I'm not making hashtags or passing out flyers to make either of them happen.
You're not behind NHL to Houston on Twitter?
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
You never know. There are lots of burners accounts in the city on
there are a
sports
lot of
radio hosts.
There are a lot of burners.
You never know.
But you would know. I think you would be able to detect which one was my burner account. I'm going to go NHL, but it's close, man. It's close. Just because I feel like there's a chance that I go to more NHL games because the tickets will probably be very cheap or if not free. And then I do go to Astro World.
Now, what if Astro World is at a different location? Is that because I think that plays a factor here?
It depends where.
But like not because it wouldn't be great to get to. Kind of like NRG is not. Sorry, we don't work here.
We don't work here. We're on the radio.
But I don't. If it was in a different location, I think it's a little bit different because like I know where it was at. Obviously, I never lived here when Astro World was here.
Yeah.
But that feels very inconvenient.
Yeah. It's like you go, like,
yeah.
It's not like hey, we're cool, we're swinging by Astro, at least for me, because I didn't grow up near there either. So
yeah.
It was like a day. Like, you spent a day at Astro World. So, yeah. And also, like, honestly, it leaving, I think it was like when I was around 10 years old. maybe I could have used another couple years, but that's pretty much prime amusement park age. And then as I aged out, like I wasn't missing it when I was like in high school or anything. So
Because even with like Joseph, like I'm like, would we go that often? I don't know.
I mean, you kind of have it covered with the rodeo carnival, at least as far as kids go. Like that's about like my appetite to go is once a year.
And like maybe like once like he's a little bit older and he like wants to go on rides. Now look, for me, I don't know if it's a prejudice because they were prejudiced to me.
Oh yeah.
Here
we go.
Because I wasn't tall enough to go on the rides.
Get on your apple box, not soapbox, apple box.
I don't know if it's also because I'm just lower to the ground.
Yeah.
I hate roller coasters. I hate heights.
Paul also hates roller coasters.
So I go NHL because like I don't want to go to those things, and I can't be a coward in front of my child. So
True.
when he wants to go on them, I'm just going.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping like something changes in my brain and I just start to enjoy them when he wants to go on them. But I have no choice.
Yeah. I really like rides. I'm realistic. I can't see myself going there very often as a 29-year-old. So give me a hockey team because at the very least, A, we'll have stuff to talk about. B, I might go to more games. Like I imagine it'll be like XFL-ish as far as like the vibe there, the atmosphere. If you remember, especially the 2020,
the good XFL vibes.
Yeah, the pre-cancellation.
Current Roughnecks,
I went to a Roughnecks game, probably 2023, the first season they came back.
Okay,
whatever that was. Obviously not. If the season 1 was 10 out of 10. This was probably like a 7 out of 10. Like it was still a good experience. Raheel was doing the hosting.
Oh yeah,
in
I
the
think he's still
stadium,
doing that
so,
right
yeah.
now. Gun to head.
Okay.
Who would you see in concert between Nickelback or Creed? I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna start here.
I think Nickelback.
I don't think either of those things would be that bad in concert. I think in concert I would have a great time.
Yeah,
couple beers.
Creed, I really only know the 2 songs.
Yeah.
Nickelback, I think I might know 3. So
Yes.
there you go. Nickelback. I'm in.
I think it would be a lot more fun.
Yeah.
Than I would. Sorry, we don't work here. I don't know. I think you go that way.
Actually, that's what we should start doing. Just start like upstairs.
Yeah, but I don't want to like send people the wrong
I don't
way.
care. Don't talk to me. I'm wearing a headset. How am I not on the radio right now? How am I not like? Where have you seen? We've seen a lot of employees here.
So let's do this.
We've seen a lot of. None of them have headsets on.
Next time someone asks, I'm gonna come to the left. I'm point left. You point right.
Yeah, I'll go back.
And then I'll just go that way. All right, we'll take a break here. When we get back, a trade proposal from ESPN.com for the Houston Rockets. I'm curious your thoughts on this because my initial reaction was gross, and then I thought about it. I'm like, maybe.
Okay.
All right, that's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George and Sean Mapes hanging out at the Downtown Aquarium, part of Summer Circuit. You can come on out here, find our promo table, and register a chance to win a pair of e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. All you got to do is scan a QR code, and you can enter. Also, reminder, if you're an iPhone user or have an iPad or any Apple product, our new ESPN Houston app is live. I like it a lot compared to the one that we had before. Android users, we're working on you. We'll get you there at some point. But if it didn't auto update for you last night, you can just delete it and re-download it. It's the same link. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store. You can find it. It will ask you to sign up for some stuff. You can skip that for now. Eventually you'll need to if you want to enter our contest, but you can access our social media channels. There's a chat room in there as well if you want to participate in that. So lots of cool stuff that you can access to on our app, plus a direct call-in line, or you just click a button and it brings up the call-in number, so you don't have to dial it yourself either.
Okay.
All there on the app. See, on Ask Us Anything Friday, 281 says favorite HBO series, and you can't choose Sopranos or Entourage.
Favorite HBO series?
I mean, it's so hard because I just want to choose Game of Thrones, but they butcher the ending.
I think it still might be Game of Thrones.
I think it might be Game of Thrones.
Even with the butchered ending.
Have you taken Michael Carroll's advice and
Probably
watched
not.
The Pit?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I just finished it.
I think you need more of a body of work to get into this conversation. Sorry, Dr. Robbie.
But it's a lot, okay?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great.
It is one of the goriest shows I've ever seen. It's the first medical drama that, it does the gore. Did you see next season?
Yes.
4th of July.
Yes. As someone who spent my summers in high school and college selling fireworks, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see how many blown off fingers we get in
my immediate reaction along with Michael Carroll's was they have to do a Jason Pierre-Paul story.
Oh, yeah.
There has to be a photo of a professional athlete in Pittsburgh with a bunch of fireworks, and then all of a sudden he's in the ER 2 hours later. It's going to be gory, but the show's excellent. But yeah, Game of Thrones is still my number one HBO series.
Yeah, Game of Thrones, Righteous Gemstones.
I haven't watched it
there.
yet.
It's good.
I'll be honest, House of Dragon.
Again, 2 series
But
or 2 seasons.
But it has I think we're only getting one more, maybe 2 more. But the problem there is they're taking too long to come out.
Yeah. Shout out to The Pit coming out next January.
Yeah.
They're boom, boom.
They know they got a hit and they're going to be pumping these things out.
Let's see. I'm just trying to think. The Rehearsal, only 2 seasons. Now, this is literally just what have I watched recently? So this isn't exactly great. I mean,
Succession.
Succession's good. Oh yeah, let me.
Trying to think. I didn't do a Band of Brothers.
No, that's the thing. I didn't grow up with HBO, so a lot of these, I've heard of them, but I've never seen.
A lot of it for me has been watch.
I was gonna say, and I haven't had HBO Max long enough for me to have gone back
fully invest
to the archive. Well, because they always have stuff. White Lotus just passed by. White Lotus.
I haven't watched the 3rd season yet. I started it, and I'm not really into it.
Really?
Yeah. Is it pretty good?
Yes, but it's also very much my vibe. I don't care about the murder mystery part of it. I do not care. I just want people doing ridiculous things in a beautiful destination.
Yeah.
That to me is enough. I don't act I found myself being oh yeah, I guess someone has to die at the end of this.
I did like the first 2 seasons though a lot. Curb is on this list on that we found.
Oh yeah.
I haven't watched Curb.
We probably should think of more. Last of Us, no, get out of here.
Haven't watched it yet.
Get out of here.
Have not watched it.
I mean,
okay.
not on these conversations. We're talking about the top of the top.
Now this one here is a 1-season show, but Chernobyl is fantastic.
Okay,
except for the accents.
Well, the show Chernobyl. Is fantastic.
Yep.
Not what happened. What happened is a tragedy.
Great correction there, Sean.
Because
appreciate
you
that.
just screamed in front of a bunch of 9-year-olds that Chernobyl is fantastic. I just want to get the full context.
I've not watched The Wire or Band of Brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean HBO's, they're always
They got hitters. We named like 15 shows.
problem is they got to stop doing this whole rebrand thing. 281 says, "Please don't judge me. I'm almost finished with season 6 of Game of Thrones." I mean,
I'm not judging you.
There's not a huge rush.
You watched all the good stuff.
To be
You-
honest,
you
with you,
watched all
Game of Thrones is one of those that like I'm kind of jealous of the people who are watching it for the first time.
Yeah.
Like Dana has not watched it yet.
Oh wow.
I did watch it with my father-in-law when we were staying at his house for a little bit in between moves.
Some episodes are pretty.
But let me
pretty
tell
tough,
you,
pretty tough.
watching his reaction to the Red Wedding for the first time was awesome.
Really?
I'm kind of jealous of those people who haven't watched it yet. I want to. I feel envious of them because it's such a big moment.
I didn't watch it as it was like on. Or not like the first 7 seasons were on. I binged it before, or actually kind of like before, and then I ran out of time. The season 8, yeah, the last season.
I did that going into season 7. I did not watch seasons 1 through 6. I was the same thing with Breaking Bad too. I didn't watch Breaking Bad till the last season.
I didn't watch Breaking Bad until it was already over. Until like it popped up because it was the thing where it come up on Netflix like 6 months after the season, and so that's when I watched it. It was 6 months after the finale.
Is there anything that you missed and you shouldn't have that you watched later on? So for me,
I mean that's most TV
until
shows.
2020 when they put all 3 Godfathers on Netflix, I had never seen it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's bad.
But
that's crazy.
I should have watched this and you haven't yet.
Yeah. That's something where like by the time you're like, I don't know, like 16 or 17, you
Yeah.
should probably pop that in. Maybe it changed now with the TikTok generation. They can't sit down for a 3-hour movie of mostly guys talking in rooms with Italian accents. But I don't know. My blind spot. I mean, what was the football movie that you mentioned?
Remember the Titans?
Remember the Titans? That's up there.
I think are you a Sons of Anarchy guy?
No.
Oh, Sean,
Haven't watched. Oh yeah, Sons of Anarchy, Justified. I haven't watched any of that.
I think you would enjoy Sons of Anarchy. It's my favorite show of all time.
Okay.
And I know it's not like the best show of all time. I know it's not put in that category, but like I just love the characters and everything about it.
Mhm.
I love that show. I don't rewatch as much as I watch Thrones, but I'm probably gonna start.
You've rewatched Thrones?
Yeah, I have recently.
I've only done it twice. I saw it once to catch up, and then I think during the pandemic I
was
rewatched it.
listening to a podcast, like a movie and TV podcast, and they said that they felt like if you watched it in a row from start to finish, it made them hate the ending less. And I was like, let me give it a try.
Well, because they were the first ones that did the like we're taking 18 months between seasons.
Yeah.
Which like was understandable.
And I think that's what
they were that good.
Yeah, the disappointment was you waited so long and you were upset with what actually happened.
Yeah, and it like rushed. Like it was rushed
Yeah.
because they all basically couldn't wait to get their careers going.
Yeah. Which none of them have really taken off, to be honest with you.
No, I don't even know who would be the biggest post Thrones star.
Jon Snow has kind of had a flop. I can't remember his name. Kit Harington.
Yeah. Tormund, because he's the Scots Lawn guy.
Oh, he's great. I need him in more stuff.
The tall woman was in the Star Wars movies.
Yeah, but she had a helmet on the whole time.
I mean-
Sophie Turner was on an X-Men.
X-Men in terrible X-Men movies. Yes, correct.
She was brutal. That movie it wasn't her fault, but those were brutal. All right, we'll take a break here. We are going to localize a story that I find interesting today about a big-time return in sports. And it kind of leads me to the question of like Jeff Luhnow and when he'll be back.
Yeah.
Eventually with the Houston Astros. But we'll get to that next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and Sean Mapes hanging out at the Downtown Aquarium here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're in the lobby area. Find our promo team here as well. You can register to win 2 electric bicycles.
Yeah,
from
come say
Power On
hi.
E-Bikes. Come say hi.
Ask us where the gift shop is.
Or the restroom or the restaurant. I think that's all we've been asked.
That's the big 3.
Well, the Stingray Reef is pretty easy to find.
Yeah, right next.
There's a sign right there.
I have a wristband. I'm hitting it up after this.
Are you really?
And then going upstairs to Landry's and eating.
I gotta book it out of here.
I'll wash my hands, but in between, I promise.
Good call. Have you ever fed the stingrays?
I don't know.
I don't know if they do that here. That might have been in Galveston where we took Joseph.
Where you like put in your hand?
Yeah, there's like food, like you like put it in there and like they come up and grab it.
I don't know. I don't think I did. I don't remember.
I was a little scared watching Joseph too. I was like, please don't like fall in. I'm like holding him. And like this feels very like a bad
one of these
idea.
still killed Steve Irwin.
Yeah,
We can't
no.
be feeding them.
Text line says to it from the 281. We're talking about things we've never seen that we know we probably should have.
Yeah.
This
blind
person
spots.
says Star Trek. I'm there too. Like
wasn't the original show on in like the 70s?
Yeah, like
I don't know.
I've seen the Chris Pine movies. They're not terrible, but like the anything else Star Trek, like no, like I'm Star Wars versus Star Trek. The characters just don't really interest me. Live longer, I don't know. It's not for me. It's just not.
Yeah,
It's like you're one or the other.
It's also like just so big. It's like so many TV episodes and seasons and spin-offs. And
where do I
like,
start?
Yeah, it's just too big for me. I'm good.
Yeah, like if it like looking at your catalog like makes me nervous.
Yeah.
Or like just like confused. Like honestly, Star Wars is kind of like that now. Like if you're like not a young kid,
I would tell people to like you can skip a lot of the shows. Yeah, you can just skip.
Yeah, skip the shows.
If that's
just
daunting,
the movies.
There's like I guess 9 movies, but
Yeah,
really,
and when you're a little older, you can
like-
watch Andor and Rogue One.
Yeah, there's like 4.5 movies that you actually have to watch.
So what am I supposed to do now as a dad? as a father, am I supposed to show?
Let me
my
give you some
son-
advice. Let me give you some parental advice.
Am I supposed to show my son the movies in the order of which they came out, or of Star Wars, or in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
I mean, you want them to like them.
So 4, 5, 6.
Probably don't start with Phantom Menace.
Well,
that'd be
it depends on
my
his age, yeah.
That'd be my reaction. No, because
Yeah, but when you're a little kid, Darth Maul's awesome.
no, because we did this in college where we had a friend in college that never seen a Star Wars movie, and it was one weekend where like I was out of town and they started it, but the guy who he watched it with did it in 1, 2, 3, 4. And I was like, why'd you do that? And he was like, you didn't like him? I'm like, of course you didn't. You start with two terrible movies off the bat. And you're like,
yeah.
No, you have to, because like
If you're gonna do it, you start with 3. You skip. You tell him what happened in 1 and 2.
yeah, you can. Yeah, if you're gonna do that, yeah, you could just start with number 3.
Because 3 is fun. I like Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
So go 3, 4, 5, 6. Skip 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Like,
and maybe if you want, you can circle back. But like, yeah, it's not. You got. I would say you have to do it in order of
Yeah.
release in the
Yes.
real world, just because like the decisions they made were made in that order. So like you
Yes.
can see how they like kind of like made it up as they go.
from the 832, yeah, only way to start is 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think that's the right way to go.
Part of it is you want them to like it.
Yeah, I want him to love it as much as I do.
Start with the 2 best movies in the franchise.
And then honestly, probably skip the sequels.
Yeah,
And
no,
just go straight to Andor and Rogue One.
I would say not.
Like-
I would say they're not necessary. I think it goes into like must watch and probably must watch in this order. And I think it's
like if you
it's-
really, really like it, there's some other stuff to watch.
yeah, it's
but,
like extra credit and like
Yeah.
hey, you might like these too. But yeah, I would say that the first 3 movies and then Revenge of the Sith are probably like actual must watches.
Yeah.
The 2 sequels are like the first 2 sequels are fine.
Yeah,
like,
I like
they're
those.
perfectly fine movies.
Then they butcher it. It's so bad. I think it's the worst ending to a franchise than Game of Thrones.
Yes, I agree.
I think Game of Thrones, like, I kind of get how they got there.
Yeah, it was just
I don't
sloppy.
like it. I
It was
don't
just
like
sloppy.
it. Yeah. I mean, there's no Starbucks cup in a Star Wars movie like there is in Game of Thrones.
Hey, they fixed that in after it aired.
I'll never forget that. Well, and there's a truck that
Is
you
that
can
really?
see while they're over the wall in the background. All right, today, look, I know people know I've got my thoughts on the teams I root for. But as I'm watching one and doing a show at the same time, there's a gentleman in the booth in Chicago that has not been at Wrigley Field in 21 years. His name is Sammy Sosa. And it got me thinking, How long will it take to see Jeff Luhnow return in some capacity to Dyken Park, to be honored, to be celebrated, to be just recognized? Like, will he be there in 2027 when they recognize
the
10-year anniversary of that team win the World Series? Like, will Jeff Luhnow be part of it? AJ will be. They'll probably do it against the Tigers if he's there still, or whatever team he's managing, because that relationship has obviously been corrected. But will Luhnow be there? Or like, is this going to be like Sammy, where Sammy lied about using steroids, they got upset, and it's taken 21 years to have a franchise-changing player come back? Like, how long can you really not welcome back Jeff Luhnow in some capacity?
To me, it's more of like, does Luhnow want to come back? That to me is like more of the, conundrum. There is like, I'm not sure what Luhnow's relationship with Major League Baseball, A, and B, specifically with Jim Crane and the Astros. Like, I'm just not very clear on that. Like, obviously, all we really heard about, from his side was the interview then 2020.
Oh, with Vanessa.
Yeah, with Vanessa. I think that
Which
it was
was
definitely
tough.
post sign stealing, but that's like, at least to my knowledge, the only time he's publicly talked about it.
Yeah, he's had
at
like
length
he's
in
had
any
like
way.
well, we tried when I was at the flagship.
You try to get him on,
We actually had an agreement in place for Jeff to come on the station,
but like you couldn't ask about it.
Oh no, the Houston Astros said we weren't allowed to do it as their partner.
Okay.
We were supposed to have him on the week after, because no offense to Vanessa, it was very scripted and like the questions weren't great, or the responses weren't great, and I could tell she had follow up she wanted to ask but couldn't. We had gotten Jeff to agree to come on with nothing like that.
Okay.
Everything's free, and then the Astros stepped in and said that's not allowed. I think if he's willing to come back, because the MLB can't deny him if they don't publicly say he's banned from baseball. Like they have not said that, so like they would have to publicly say that for that to happen.
Yeah,
I hope that by the time they recognize that team in 2027, because honestly, when you think about it, the only player left playing might be Jose Altuve, maybe Bregman probably.
Yeah, Bregman.
It wouldn't shock me if Correa and Springer are out of the game.
I think they'll be,
or maybe Correa.
Correa will still be playing. He's probably still under contract until then, right?
That's true. But Springer, I'm not sure the way he's playing, how much he's got left in the tank. Obviously, Verlander will probably be gone by then.
I got Verlander's probably. He's 44 years old.
I know, but I think he's trying for 300 wins, but he can't win a baseball game.
I was gonna say he was gonna have to pitch for 40 years.
Yeah.
To get the extra 40 wins that he needs. Yeah. I mean, other than that, Keuchel's free.
Yeah. You can get quite a few back.
Yeah, McCullers maybe. Do you think McCullers will be pitching in 2027?
No. No, he said on I think I said on Will Kunkel's podcast on Kicking It with Kunkel, that at the end of his contract he's gonna retire.
Really?
Yeah, kind of went under the radar, but he talked about wanting to be a family man, and focus on that, and maybe things will change. But
and he's off the books 26
yeah,
after 26, right?
No one's gonna offer Lance McCullers a contract. No offense, at this point.
I think you could get a minimum tryout deal.
I don't know.
Dude, Keuchel kicked around for 5 years.
I don't think Lance will want to do what Keuchel did.
Yeah,
which is pitch in the minors.
And there's also a little bit of Keuchel didn't have horrific injuries where he didn't pitch for 2 years.
Yeah,
I think there is a difference, and it's more acute in basketball and football, where when a guy has just so many injuries on his body, where the act of actually preparing to play and getting your body in shape and getting ready to actually play at the highest level is difficult. It is difficult to actually do that, where Keuchel just didn't have that. It was more of he kind of lost his stuff.
He was going out. Yeah, his career ended. But I would say I hope Jeff Luhnow is at some point.
Yeah, if not 27, then the next reunion.
What do you go 10 years and 20 years? Or if you're really selfish, every 5 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say there might be a 15th. There'll be a 25.
It depends on how good the team is.
That's true.
If no one's going to the games, you're doing it every 5 years.
Do you need to sell some tickets for one night every 5 years?
Well, you can't really do 5 years.
Why not?
Because that's 22.
Oh, good point.
So unless
Good
you do both in a
point.
season.
Oh, do you think there's 1%? Do you think there's 1% of Jim Crane who's pissed off that it's not staggered?
Yeah,
to where
just by a year.
I mean, he could do 2 in 1 year. Like,
But,
he
like,
could do 2 nights in 1 year.
Yeah, but I think that the sales and like everything would be much
Yeah.
bigger if it was in
if they're like
they would have won the World
2
Series
years apart
in
every
21.
5 years. Yeah.
Like it's like, hey, like, in 2027 and in 2028
Yeah.
or 2029 we're gonna do these
Yeah.
back-to-back years, like every 2 years. Like we're gonna be cooking with gas here a little bit.
Yeah.
I hope at some point he comes back. I don't like when I think about this too with like for the Texans with like obviously they very much quickly rekindled their relationship with JJ Watt. DeAndre Hopkins was on a podcast recently and was asked about being put in the Ring of Honor, and he
Yeah.
was very pro that.
Yeah.
Like I do think like that's important. It's important for teams to recognize their history, and even though yes, we are aware of what happened with the trash cans, you got to bring Leno back. I mean, he built that team. Like it would be just weird.
Yeah, and it's because it's like mostly for the fan base. Really, it's like partially for the fan base, and it's for the members of the team. It's for those guys, the people being honored to, give them a salute. And if you're doing it for the fans aren't mad about trash cans. Like the Astros fans are mad about that. So yeah, I think you could definitely bring them back. I mean, I don't know who would be Mike Fiers probably won't be there.
No.
Alex Cora, questionable to be on there.
Let me tell you, Mike Fiers walking through those doors would be, unless there's an octagon being put on in the diamond for the 7th inning stretch.
They have him wearing a bulletproof vest.
Yeah.
When he's there.
Like,
yeah.
That rat. Like,
yeah. So I think for the most part, there's not like a like Sammy Sosa, Jerry Krause level of like.
God, both my teams.
I mean, those are the two. Those are
you're
two.
right. No,
they booed his widow.
That was so mean. That's one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Like the Astros fans are not going to do that for anybody.
No, and
even if they're mad that
he
these
won
guys
6
left.
titles. Like booed his widow. That's crazy.
To be fair to Bulls fans, they started booing before his widow was put on camera.
Yeah, that's Michael Jordan's fault too.
Yeah,
It's the last
because
dance.
he made a 10-hour documentary about how he sucks.
Yeah, and he was an architect.
He blamed the dead guy for why the
and who
dynasty.
couldn't defend himself.
Yes, he blamed the dead guy.
Yeah, that's what like I'm always. I'm very fascinated one day because one day we're gonna get a tell-all. I know we're gonna do like weekend homework here in a little bit, but like one day we're gonna get that tell-all documentary on the Astros. I think it's gonna be
who gets shanked.
Fascinating.
Yeah, who's the bad guy?
Because it seems from afar, it's like they're going to go after Cora, Beltran, and Fiers. But like, I wonder like what like AJ will say like when he's older and retired and unfiltered a little more about like taking down the TVs and breaking them and then being put back up. And
I think he'll be like it'll be like AJ Hinch could have done more to stop it. The real bad guys are. Basically whoever's not in the documentary, whether they're dead or alive.
So my theory on this is that there'll be 2 versions of this documentary one day. There's going to be the Altuve version, and then there's going to be the real version. The Altuve version is going to be when the Hall of Fame, when these loser baseball writers keep Jose Altuve out of the Hall of Fame, there will be a trash can documentary that all it does is vindicate Jose Altuve. And it will be to try to show these writers and it's going to be Bregman and Correa, all these guys, and they're going to fall on the sword so hard and then blame the other guys.
Yeah.
But then one day we'll get like a little more like big picture thing.
So there'll be one that comes out 4 years after Jose Altuve retires. So right before he's on the ballot. And then I by the way, I think Jose Altuve is like obviously going to get into the Hall of Fame. I don't think it's like a question whether he'll get into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I think
people were already forgiving him in 2022.
And like
we're like, how could you hate this guy? Like the national media was already doing that.
Yeah.
I think if you add another 10, because he's probably gonna play for another 5 and then retire and then be on a ballot in 10 years, like people are not gonna care as much.
Where is he gonna play for the next 5 years?
Daikin.
No, like is he gonna DH? Or is he gonna be a left fielder for the next 5 years?
Probably left fielder.
Yeah, it's gonna be. We'll get there one day. All right.
As he gets 3,000 hits.
All right, we'll move things around a little bit. Let's do some weekend homework. Let's see what's coming up this weekend. What are you watching? What do you need to watch? We'll do that next year. Joe George, Sean Mapes, filling in for Paul Gallant here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George and Sean Mapes hanging out here at the Downtown Aquarium. Jeremy Brandon and Will Kunkel coming up next. You can come on out here and sign up for our big giveaway this summer. Giving away 2 e-bikes worth up to $4,000 value from Power On Electrical Bicycle Company. Over at the promotions table as well. All you got to do is walk over there too and show that you're subscribed to our YouTube channel. You can spin the wheel for, it looks like, t-shirts, koozies, stickers, cups, some other stuff as well. A couple Rockets things. We'll do weekend homework in the next segment. A couple Rockets things to get to. When we were talking about things that we hate about sports earlier, I forgot to include one thing. Off-season NBA hype. This is no offense to the person who wrote this, but a tweet was put out today. However you feel about Jalen Green is what it says. one thing that has been evident this offseason, Jalen has spent a good amount of time working on his mid-range game. Okay. This goes back to Hoodie Mello, and like it happens every year.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons
shooting threes.
Oh yeah, that's number one guilty party of this.
Yeah.
It is my least favorite thing in sports is how much we gas up NBA players for doing their job in the offseason.
It's not even the like look at them doing their job. It's the idea that like making jump shots over 5'9"
with these like weird contraptions.
Yeah, dribbling coaches in an empty gym will like translate to playoff basketball.
Yeah.
Like just the idea that like, oh, he made a shot over Drew Hanlon. Now we think he's going to be awesome. Because did you engineer Rockets games when you're at the flagship? Like, did you go to Rockets games?
No, I was in the studio.
Oh, okay. Well, if you've ever like seen like a layup line or the warm-ups, like Dwight Howard would just like make threes in the layup line, like just messing around. Like all of these guys, Clint Capella was another guy who in warm-ups could just like make threes, and make most of them when he's on guard, like when he's wide open, gets to take as much time as he wanted. It was always a thing with Dwight Howard in free throws because they would do like practice free throws contests where they would keep track of how you shot in practice, like you'd shoot 100. And there's plenty of times where Dwight Howard would make like 91 out of 100 in practice.
Yeah.
And we just see how it translates to the game where it's just different doing it in a game. So yeah, all these guys, no matter who, not just Jalen Green, like Şengün working on stuff in the practice gym. It's like, that's good. I'm glad you're working out. It's better to have those kind of videos of Jalen Green working on his game than whatever, being on a boat somewhere. Like, okay, that's a little bit better, I guess.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
But
like,
by how much?
Yeah, A, that, and B, it's no guarantee that actually translates.
Yeah, and it's just like it's just your job. Like I think Jeremy Brand, like, should I tweet out my show prep before we get on the air? Because that's essentially what it is. Like it's just like and then Brett Siegel here from Clutch Points, who's a pretty good rider. He's had some past history with more reputable places. No offense to Clutch Points.
Whoa.
Says the Rockets. His latest update is the Rockets have offered Jalen Green in the 10th pick for Kevin Durant. Have refused to include players like Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, and Reed Shepherd, who the Suns have all expressed interest in. If you had to include one more piece though to get KD, Jalen in the 10th pick, is there what's like the one thing you're okay with?
Jabari.
Really?
Yeah. You gotta pay him. You gotta pay him the closest. So like to me, Reed Shepherd's more valuable just in the sense of like, even if he's just like the sixth man, like he is only replacing Aaron Holiday. He is not going to be the point guard of the future. It is actually more beneficial to have that guy on a rookie contract for the next 3 years than it is to have to pay one of Jabari or Tari Eason $30 million a year to also maybe come off the bench.
And
so
I think I'd rather have Tari than Jabari.
Yes. Yeah,
Even
that's how
Jabari Smith has moments where I'm like,
that's how the math works for me. Where it's like I'd rather have Tari than Jabari. You're both gonna have to pay him either this offseason or next. You're gonna have to pay their next contract, and it's more of a timeline thing than anything. And it's not like really a knock on Jabari Smith the player. It's also if you're having Kevin Durant, are you also gonna have Jabari Smith? Like what's the like? How do they play together? Or is that a too big lineup? Is Durant at the 4, Jabari at the 5? Like I have my questions of how that would work out. And
I agree.
And again, Jabari Smith, like he was not prioritized his rookie year under Steven Silas. I remember at the end of the season, Steven Silas came up and said, "I don't think we've drawn a play up for or I don't think we've run a play all season to get Jabari Smith the ball,"
which is crazy.
Insane thing to do because what the hell are you doing other than trying to draw up plays to get young players involved?
Yeah.
Like what is the point of losing 60 games a season if you're not doing that? So, and then obviously when Ime Udoka got involved, they kind of shifted into more of a win now, less developmental, playground.
Yeah,
where
if you're
it's
not
like,
going to develop in practice, like it's not going to show up. In the game.
so it's like it's been tough for him to like really get his footing and show what he can do as like a guy running it or playing within an NBA offense. It's just the financial realities is like he just will be less affordable going forward.
Yeah, and I think if the Suns are smart, like they'll flip these guys. Like they won't keep them.
Yeah, there's already a report that they're anticipating what a Jalen Green trade would get them.
Yeah,
because
like they have their like Memphis has one of their picks.
Yeah.
So maybe it's like Bane is out in Memphis, Jalen's in, and the Grizzlies are still trying to compete, and Ja Morant and Jalen Green are their backcourt kind of a thing going forward. I think it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, there's other like I saw there's something where like the Nets, Hornets, Bulls, those type of teams would be interested in Jalen Green, which makes sense. They're all different, different levels of not really competing. Don't have like a star that you feel awesome about.
Yeah.
Like LaMelo is probably the best player on any of those teams, but he's not like
for now.
He's not super available. B, you don't know how he is in an actual serious winning environment. And it's a way for them to get at least a lottery ticket on a star, because I still think Jalen has some upside. It's just I don't view him as a top 3 piece on the Rockets anymore. I think that on the Rockets he'll be a 6 man.
Yeah, the timeline is just different. Like from like you mentioned the Bulls, like pairing Jalen Green or Jabari Smith out with like Modest Buzelis like makes some sense.
Yeah,
like there's some logic behind that.
Yeah, like the Bulls could theoretically like give up Kobe White to get Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Like where Jalen Green just kind of a higher upside Kobe White.
Yeah, and it's like he's younger, and it's just like see how it goes. I actually don't know how much younger he is, but the other Jalen Green thing we have to talk about here, and I don't often look at social media and be like, because we're talking about practice, right?
Yeah, not a game.
Practice.
Jalen
Green, I'm officially out on. I don't want him on the Rockets anymore. If you don't know why, just search Jalen Green on social media and find the video of him and his girlfriend, Drea Michelle. She does this challenge where she said she can drink a whole cup of water without touching it and puts a little cloth over it. And if she can drink it without touching it, she gets to go like unlimited
without
shopping.
touching the cloth.
Without touching the cloth. And if she gets it, she can go like unlimited shopping to Sephora.
Mm-hmm.
This dum. She tells him to pick up the cloth because that's the whole magic trick, in quotes. He picks it up and she drinks it. Too gullible.
Bad decision making.
And this is where like the age thing, like this is something I would do with my child.
Well, to be fair,
that's my point, Sean. She's 40, he's 23.
There's 17 years difference between him and her.
Yeah.
There's like a 30-year difference.
29-year
difference between you and your son.
Yeah. Like I would imagine she test piloted this on her 23-year-old son before she did to her 23-year-old boyfriend. So for that reason, I'm out. Of anything else, this video is embarrassing.
It's not a great look. I will admit it's not a great look.
And there are a lot of bad Jalen Green videos on the internet.
There are.
This one I think tops it. So
yeah, it's tough. It's top 3. there's one that it's tough to beat that one.
Well, that guy got traded away after the video came out. All right, we'll take a break. Our weekend homework, what's coming up this weekend that you need to watch, and then we'll wrap up the show with garbage time as always. He's Sean Mapes. I'm Joe George. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So what are we doing this weekend? Yeah, what are we doing?
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow.
Oh, and I almost forgot.
I'm also gonna need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday, too.
Because Paul Gallant has weekend homework for you.
All right, time for a little weekend homework here on the Paul Gallant Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and Sean Mapes hanging out at the Downtown Aquarium here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A little weekend homework. Now, this is a segment that Paul and I were not doing together, so I'm going to let you set this one up.
Yeah, so weekend homework, basically, what we're doing is telling you what you need to do, need to watch, mostly. Less do. It's pretty easy homework. You
Yeah,
just
swatch
got
it.
to sit in front of your TV to watch things. So we'll start off with the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
In their weekend action in Anaheim. It's in Anaheim, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, because they're playing at 8:30 tonight. Oh, it's 8?
8:38.
8:38.
It's my favorite West Coast team. I like that 30 minutes, a little bit, or 25 minutes earlier start than everyone
Really?
else. I don't know why. It also just kind of makes me laugh. I don't get the purpose of it.
They do a lot because I think when the Astros played, I think it was the Pirates. They played at like 6:12 or 6:08 or something. Like they were just.
Oh, yeah.
It was like just
Yeah.
off, and I didn't notice until then that some teams do just play at weird times, close to a normal time.
Yeah.
But like I don't know what I guess to stagger it a little bit. I don't know the
Maybe
reason.
it's like a sunset thing, like the Rose Bowl.
Are we doing that for PNC Park?
I don't know.
I know it's a beautiful park. Everyone loves it.
Maybe it is.
But are we doing that for a Wednesday night? Anyway, they're not playing at PNC Park.
Yeah, Hunter Brown, Yusei Kikuchi tonight.
Yep.
Walter on the mound on Saturday and Gusto pitching
Okay.
on Sunday.
Okay. And Kikuchi for the Angels tonight.
Yes.
Expectations for this series?
2-1? 2 out of 3, for sure. Just keep winning series. That's all you can do.
2 out of 3. Yeah. I almost want to go sweep because you lost last night to the lowly Los Angeles A's.
Yeah.
Or not Los Angeles A's. The one place on the West Coast that they're not playing baseball.
Yes.
The Sacramento A's.
I still feel like at some point, like it wouldn't shock me if they ended up in LA for like a season before they moved to Vegas.
Where would they play? Would they? I guess they would play in one of the other.
There's like split time with the Angels.
2 other teams.
Like they get like day games, the Angels get night games.
That sounds tough. But okay.
Tickets as low as $11, $10, and $8.
Hey, Key in
These 3
LA.
days.
Key in LA. I know you listen. I don't know if you're listening right now, but
He's a Dodger guy too, right?
I know he is a Dodger guy.
That's right.
But that's all right. We forgive him even for that. But yeah.
Sorry, we don't work here. We don't work here. Sorry. I said 2 out of 3, but 3 out of 3 would be nice. Get back on track. We went way. We went
I was
way
gonna
too
say the
high.
we don't work here over under update.
We
Where are
bullshit
at?
it. We're at 7. We set it at 18.5.
Okay.
I thought it was gonna be a lot higher. Maybe it's 18. I think it's gonna have to be 18.5 for the whole day. I'll loop Brandon in.
Okay. Just send them that email that you're
Just be like we're tracking
that
this.
you're updating on your drafts. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this is what we're doing today. And then we got NBA Finals, Game 7 on
Yes.
Sunday. 7.5 point spread right now. The Thunder were a minus 2,500 favorites to win the NBA Finals going into last night's game.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They're minus 700 to start this thing.
Yeah, I lost my action on that.
I still lean. You probably took them in 5 or
I took
6.
them in 5.
Yeah. I don't have really any analysis for really any Game 7. It's tough to have like here's what's going to happen because we've already seen 6 games this series, and there's a lot of ways where it's like, yes, this leads to an easy Thunder win. There's also ways where it's going to be a very tight one, and in tight ones, the Pacers pull away. And last night, the Pacers blow out the Thunder. So it's really like, I mean, it's kind of cliche, but is Alex Caruso and Lou Dort going to swing a finals by making shots like they're Shane Battier in 2013, or is it going to be a defensive slugfest where neither team could score like the last NBA Finals Game 7 that we saw in 2016, where I think it was the last 4 minutes of that game, there's only one made field goal, and it was the Kyrie Irving shot.
Crazy. I think, and we still have a lot of questions about Tyrese Halliburton. Like, while he looked good last night for the most part, like,
how's it going to respond?
Yeah, but he's got a couple days off now. Like, I hate the schedule. I know why they do it.
Well, you have to play it on Sunday. Like you have to play on
Yes,
Sunday.
Yes, but like,
do you want it to?
I want every other day. Like I want the momentum.
What
Like,
about 2-3-2?
I saw that. I know Zach Lowe talked about that in his podcast last night. I would like 2-3-2 to come back.
I did not like it when it was happening, but just as far as a day off perspective, I'm open to 2-3-2. I think some of it you could just solve by like, I think they took 2 days off between game 1 and 2. I mean, you could just do one game there, but I think for game 7, you want it on Sunday, and I'm honestly fine with the build up.
Yeah. I think it's like, I think championships should always be played on the weekend. It's the worst thing that they do in college football.
Played on Monday.
That they play it on Monday. Like
that one's like slightly more excusable because like on that weekend, it's what, 3 NFL games?
Yeah.
Or 2 NFL games each day. So it's a little tougher to do a Saturday, Sunday in January. But Monday is definitely the wrong answer. I would prefer almost a Friday to like start the weekend, start that football weekend, but I don't. It should be a Saturday. In a perfect world, it's just a Saturday because you play the whole season on Saturday.
Yes, in a perfect world, yes.
That's the same reason. Same reason I'm okay with the Super Bowl on Sunday. I know that's a, dare I say, hack radio topic where the Super Bowl, they don't want the Super Bowl to be on a Sunday. I love it on a Sunday.
I do too. It would be so weird to have it also on a Saturday.
Yeah. It's a Sunday sport. Play it on a Sunday. Also, like, I don't know, we have the next day to talk about it. Like we get on air right after the Super Bowl. It'd be weird if there was a date in between, or if they do the thing where it's like, oh, but they make it a holiday where you get that Monday off.
Well, the thing is,
like
so
we won't get the day off.
We've been talking about that for years, and it's happening. And starting in 2 years, I think it is.
Oh, will it be President's Day?
Or I guess whenever they expand the schedule.
Okay.
It'll expand to Super Bowl will land on
the week before or the day before
President's Day. I mean, yeah, it doesn't affect.
Do we get President's Day off?
Not if it's the day after the Super Bowl.
I don't think we get it off when it's not the day after the Super Bowl.
I have to go back through and look. And
I don't think we got that day off.
It might have been a comp day.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, but we're all going to work the day after the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
like.
And that's why I'm like, why is this always a topic? Like, it's the laziest.
Well,
it only comes up after the Super Bowl, by the way. So there's plenty to talk about.
Yeah, it's like the one radio topic that it's really for the listeners, not for us.
I guess.
Like I feel their pain. For us, it's like, yeah, I mean, this is what we signed up for.
I also like, if your team's in it, like, how hard is it to go to work the next day after watching the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Like, if it's like I was gonna say like last year, like every Super Bowl I've ever watched where my favorite team isn't in it, I have no problem. Like when I was a kid going to school the next day, I don't get like super hammered watching the Eagles and the Chiefs.
Yeah,
like I just have
Super Bowl's not like a drinking day for me.
No,
like
maybe you have wings and like
I'll have
some beer.
I'll drink. But
Yeah, like it's not like you're getting crazy. Like it's not like Halloween or something.
Yeah, like Halloween this year is gonna be fun for us.
Is that a Friday?
We're at Drift Bar.
Oh wow!
We'll be at Drift Bar next Friday as well.
Wow!
So Cactus Jack's on Thursday next week. Drift Bar on Friday.
Will there be a World Series game? Are we coming? What's the World Series? The Astros win the World Series the day
Halloween.
before the Halloween,
and then Paul will be dressed as Batman at Drift Bar.
And the parade will be the next day.
Yeah, because when were the parades were during weekdays, right? The last two, they were on Saturdays. I think they won earlier
it was
in
on
the week.
Monday on 2022.
That's right. Yeah, that's
I think they won on like
a Friday or Saturday, and then
I think it was a Saturday. They won on Saturday, and then the parade was on Monday.
Yeah,
if I remember that correctly.
No, I think that sounds right. Well, hopefully we'll get to see one of those again this year.
Yeah,
they're fun. They're fun to go to.
Yeah,
World Series games are a good time.
Yeah,
They're a good
especially
time.
when you win. Yeah.
Yes.
I found that in this Astros golden era where I've seen about even wins and losses.
Yeah.
I like the wins more.
All right. We will take our final break of the day today. When we get back, we will get to a little bit of garbage time. Some random stories that we got going on. And we'll remind you again when we get back where we're at, where Jeremy Brandon and Will Kunkel will be, and how you can win some 2 awesome e-bikes. It's all coming up next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Final segment here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and Sean Mapes filling in for Paul Gallant. We're broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium, part of our summer circuit tour that we are currently on. A reminder, you can come on out here. We are in the lobby of the building near the Stingray Reef and the stairs up to the restaurant. Also across from the bathroom if you need to ask questions. You can also go to our promo table and scan a QR code on the sign that's there, and you have a chance to register. You can register to win 2 e-bikes courtesy of Power On Electrical Bicycle Company, worth up to a $4,000 value. That winner will be announced in August. Our last remote for the summer circuit is August 21st. We will announce it on that Monday. I will reach out to the winner directly. And now it's time for some garbage time. Sean, I have a question for you.
Yes.
What's the worst thing you watch on television or on YouTube?
The worst thing I watch.
Is there anything that you watch that you say, this is garbage? Why am I doing this?
Not really, because mostly I watch sports, and the sports teams are pretty good here. And
we don't work here, sorry. We don't work here.
We don't know. We don't work here.
Yeah. But no, you're fine. So is there anything at the top of your list that stands out? Nothing?
No, not really. Because I really don't watch I don't watch reality TV. And I think that's most people's answer is just whatever reality TV show they watch. And
yes.
I just don't watch it because it's not interesting to me.
I have at the top of my list something that I started watching recently that I don't know why I'm watching it. And I am an avid fan of Barstool Sports.
Okay.
And I watch a lot of the content they put out there.
Okay.
And sometimes I watch content that I'm watching my television. I'm going, what am I doing with my life? Very specifically right now, the Barstool Basketball Association, which is 3-on-3 pickup basketball between the worst athletes I've ever seen in my life. And I've watched every game so far. It's been 4 games, and they're 30 minutes. And it's hysterically bad.
Yeah.
But I'm watching. I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? Why am I watching this garbage?
I do wonder.
And I'm not alone because I see the YouTube numbers. I'm not alone in watching it. But I don't get it myself, and I still do it.
Would there be interest in a ESPN 97.5 3-on-3 basketball tournament?
One day, and I think I actually am the person that could put this together because I have good enough relationships with the 2 other stations. I would like to do a 3-on-3 basketball tournament between us, 790, 610, the TV stations if they have sports departments left. Shout out to Will Kunkel coming on next.
Will Kunkel next on ESPN 97.5.
But I think it would be a lot of fun to do that. I would love to do that, and
I feel good about our squad.
I think we would crush that.
I feel because it'd be Joel. It'd be
you, me, Joel, and Paul would win that thing.
Really?
I can be the man off the bench.
I want to play too.
I can hoop.
I was going to say AJ.
Forgot about AJ.
AJ,
I'm so sorry.
That was crazy of you.
AJ, I forgot about you for a second. That's my bad.
Yeah. Actually, what we do, we hire some ringers. What we do, we see what Ryan Elvin's up to. If he wants to be a quote part-time producer,
he might fit more in the iHeart category though, because they do carry the Cougs. So
yeah.
Now, see what's interesting is Jeremy probably could choose the other team if he wants.
There we go. So we just get some ringers of some guys on the Cougs that go pro in something other than sports. Guess what? They're still on a different planet than anyone who works at any of the radio stations here.
Now, I'm not worried about 6'10".
No.
They got 1 or 2 guys that now Clint's got some height on us.
Yeah,
there'll be a height mismatch
Clint
there.
in the post, but you know
what?
Paul and I will fight.
I think we've just put Paul on him. I think we might go the way of our way. Now 790 is interesting. I think I respect Ross.
As a man or a basketball player?
Man.
Okay.
And then they've got some older gentlemen.
They're carrying a lot of dead weight.
But
in a basketball context.
But specifically Adam Wexler, who obviously I love. He's got the old man basketball game vibe all over him.
Does he really?
That's when I look at him.
Do you know if he plays?
No, but he's the kind of guy when you play pickup basketball and there's the guy who looks like he doesn't belong but just makes every single shot. That's the vibe I get. But besides, no, I think we have youth on our side.
We have actually, I hadn't thought about it. We do a lot of youth on our side.
Yeah, we're a lot younger.
Like even Paul's on the younger side than I think almost other than Ross, everyone that we talked about, right?
Yeah, and him and Ross are pretty close.
Yeah,
yeah. Ross is a little older than everyone thinks. See the gray in his hair. Sorry to out you, Ross. Thanks for liking my Instagram post that we're here at Downtown Aquarium.
You get thanked with A, you suck at basketball. B, you're old. Thanks. That's your friend, Joe.
Yeah, that is my friend.
That's not me. That's not me.
Well,
I don't know you. I've never met you.
It's because
I'm being
I still
respectful.
lost the worst bet of my life to that man. I lost a bet that Forrest Whitley would never pitch to the Astros. He pitched like 3 innings and I lost. I didn't have to realize I should have set an over-under of 10 innings pitched to qualify for this wager.
Because, yeah, you said ever pitch for the Astros. He did pitch for the Astros.
He did.
Like 3 innings, 4 innings, something like that.
I still think it would be very funny if he like goes to Tampa, even though the Astros like fix all pitchers. Tampa's the other organization that also does it if somehow they fix.
Yeah, maybe as a
Forrest
reliever.
Whitley.
We
Yeah.
talked about it a little bit yesterday. I could only see it as a reliever. I really can't see him becoming a starter ever again. But that is funny that you won the bet on principle.
Yes.
But hey, rules are rules.
Text line asked, didn't LZ play high school basketball? Yeah, I got some injury concerns.
Injury concerns and like LZ playing high school basketball. No disrespect.
A while ago.
It's like 40 years ago. Like, let's not.
To be honest, I don't know how long it was ago, but that's why I said a while.
I mean, both morning show guys have kids that are my age, so.
It's a good point.
I know my parents went to high school 40 years ago.
713. Do you think the Killer Bees want to say we don't work here? Classic best show. Yeah, to wrap up here.
Thankfully, Joel isn't. Joel would. I decided Paul and Joel would be the two most ill prepared to go. We don't work here for 3 hours,
Yeah.
and luckily for them,
We overshot the number for our show. It's going to have to become the station number. Since it's not a real wager, we can do that. We set the number at 18.5. We had 3 within the first 30 minutes. We ended up with 8 on the day.
and really probably the other 5 were in the last hour of the show.
Yeah, we went like an hour with like hour and a half, like being clean.
Yeah.
But that will do it for today's show of the Paul Gallant Show. Paul will return on Monday, hopefully in one piece from the bachelor party he is at. Again, it's not his.
Not his.
Just to clarify. I think I confused some texters earlier.
You definitely did, and I tried to jump in there and clean it up.
I know Paul and I don't work together every day anymore. That would be a big change for me not to know about. I'd be a bad friend.
It'd also
too.
be very anti-Paul to not tell anyone.
Yeah. Think we get the invite for that? When it eventually happens?
No disrespect. I think I do. You're on the bubble, I think.
I think so too. Honestly, I was just going to say no for me.
Yeah. I think I'm in, you're out.
All right, he's Sean Mapes. I'm Joe George. Find us on all social media platforms at Sean A. Mapes, at Joe George Radio. The Killer Bees with Jeremy Branham and Will Kunkel are up next live here at the Downtown Aquarium. Paul returns on Monday. Thank you for listening, texting, interacting with us on Twitch and YouTube. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? No Blank today. No Blank today. He's out. Will Kunkel is in for Blank. I'm still Branham, though. And Ryan's behind the glass doing the hard work. Brian is off again. The guy gets so many days off. It's crazy. A lot of days off. How is it in your ear? We just sat down, so the levels might be messed up. You good?
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, can you hear
I'm trying
okay?
to figure out the Wi-Fi here. I think I'm on. I think I'm ready to roll.
You got it?
Yeah, let's party.
All right, good. You want to try a What Up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
Am I ready for that?
I don't think anybody's ready for it.
No.
Okay. I don't blame you.
Let's lean into that. Let's tease that.
That works for me. Astros lost a baseball game yesterday in Sacramento. This was a weird series to me, Will, because like a road series, 4-game set, you split it. It's not the worst thing in the world. It doesn't feel great because the A's are in last place in the American League West. I'm not going to overreact to something in June, and the standings are favorable right now for the Stros. It was just a weird series in which the 2 games you won, you killed them, you crushed them. And the 2 games that you lose, you lost in the final at bat.
Isn't this the Astros? Like, they have the potential to beat bad teams really badly like they did. And then if the pitching doesn't work out and the offense goes a little bit quiet, then all of a sudden you lose to a team that you probably shouldn't lose to. But at the same time, like you win 2 of 3. That's the goal. I don't care who you're playing. It's still Major League Baseball. Winning 2 of 3 is the goal at minimum every single time. That's 66 baseball. You ain't gonna finish the season 66. So take it, run, move on. Let's go.
All right, you're not worried about it. You're not worried about the.
Remember last time we did this? It was the morning after we lost the White Sox or something, and it was like, all right, so Jordan, like, what's that trade bait look like? What could we get back for Jordan? When do we get rid of Chaz? How do we handle?
We weren't doing that,
moving?
were we?
Oh, we weren't not doing it.
We were trading Jordan then?
We were talking. Put it this way. We talked about what it would take and in how many years we are away from that.
I do remember that.
Yeah, you were in.
I was in Arlington.
Arlington, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, great to be next to you.
Yeah,
At
I know.
the
I haven't seen you in
aquarium.
a while. I think the last time that I saw you in person was probably the tournament, right?
Maybe.
Might have been the NCAA tournament.
You doing okay? You
No,
miss me?
I've not. Do I miss you? Is that the question?
Yeah, both.
Yes, I miss you. No, I'm not doing okay. I refuse to let myself think about that game.
That game, man. That was a wild game, but again, it's one of those everything kind of regresses to the mean. What happened to Duke? They had no business winning that game, and they win. They had a little bit of business, I suppose, losing to Florida. Florida was a damn good team. It's a national championship game. That stuff happens, I guess.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it, Will. I refuse to.
Let's do a whole segment.
It was great seeing you, but I refuse to allow myself to think about that game. But I think what you said is valid. Like, you could have very easily lost the semi. You could have very easily won the final. Did it shake out the way it was supposed to? I don't know. That's for higher powers than me. Here was how the walk-off sounded last night, though, on Sacramento Athletic Television.
Here's the pitch. Nick Kurt destroys another baseball. Home run hero here in Sacramento.
That was Jenny Cavanaugh on the call. Killer Bees are big fans of Jenny Cavanaugh. You a fan of Jenny Cavanaugh? Grade the call we do, 1 to 10. We always say very, very nice things about Jenny Cavanaugh /S.
Is she a sponsor?
That's messed up. Is she a sponsor? We'll let anybody be sponsors, but no, she's not a sponsor. For Cavanaugh though, this was a fine call. I sincerely mean that.
I have
It was
no
a fine
problem
call.
with that call.
You want to hear the Lawrence Butler one?
Do you hear the Dippin' Dots?
Yeah, we couldn't play that on the air.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That would have been a fine. You know what's funny, though, is whenever I parked, I walked into the downtown aquarium where we're at today. Great time if you're in the area or any time that you're in the area. I walked by a Dippin' Dot stand just outside, and I immediately thought of that Jenny Cavanaugh awful announcing from yesterday.
Was that a Freudian slip, type of deal?
To be fair, she was outside on the right field berm during that game. They were doing it from the right field. I can't call it seats because it's a minor league park and there aren't seats there. But here was her Lawrence Butler call from yesterday.
Lawrence Butler, he swings on one out to right field, and how about a tower bridge shot? Lawrence Butler, solo home run. That's number 11. It is 2-0.
There you go. Little Jenny Cavanaugh. Our listeners crave Jenny Cavanaugh calls. So we're giving you the Jenny Cavanaugh. There was some debate, Will, on whether or not they should have pitched to Nick Kurtz in that spot with Josh Hader. Are you going to listen to that at all?
No. Why? Listen, Josh Hader's one of the best. He's been the best, arguably, in all of baseball this season. You ride and die with him. He's not a guy that you intentionally walk anybody with.
No,
Do you?
Not in that spot. I mean, if you're facing Aaron Judge, okay, put him on. But he's not Aaron Judge. And it's a lefty-on-lefty matchup. Kurtz has been swinging a good bat, but he strikes out a lot. And you have a strikeout pitcher on the mound. No, I would have pitched to him there. I don't think it was a fair criticism of Joe Espada. I think there's certain hitters there that you should walk, but it's not Nick Kurtz and it's not lefty-on-lefty.
You're Josh Hader. It's the Athletics. We're in the middle of June. I'm okay with the decision that was made. Ride or die with the guy that's been the best closer in baseball. It's always so easy to go back and say, why didn't we do this when it didn't work out? Why didn't we do that when it didn't work out? I've gotten into it with a couple Astros fans recently because I said, and we can get into this later, I said Joe Espada is deserving of AL Manager of the Year. And it's like, well, he was stuck. He did this with Jake Myers. He did this with Jeremy Pena, XYZ. Like, any decision that he made to start the season, he's kind of rectified by moving Jeremy Pena to the leadoff spot. Jake Myers has played really good baseball, especially at the plate. Like, he's made a lot of changes that a good manager makes, and that it's not easy to make either.
No, I think he's had a good season. Coming into this year, we were calling him Joe Espada because I thought last year he was fine. I mean, it's tough to look at last season because they were 12-24 and he got them into the playoffs. Like, that's pretty good. That's a good job. But then you can point to the first 36 and be like, well, you were 12-24 after your first 36 and you're inheriting a really good team. So I thought last year he was fine. Like, I think he's a top half of the league manager. Do I think this season he should be in the running for manager of the year? Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. Like, the Astros have had tons of injuries. You're missing your best offensive player. You're without 60% of your opening day starting rotation, and you're leading the division comfortably and fighting for one of the top two spots in the American League. I think it's a fair take for sure.
I think what he did last year, he set himself up for success this year because he didn't overreact to stuff. He did it. He wasn't in the clubhouse flipping tables every time Josh Hader was bad to start the season, and Brian Abreu and Ryan Presley. Like, those guys were horrible. There was no other button for Joe Espada to press last year outside of those guys. We walked out of spring training into the regular season and said, this is the best back end of the bullpen in all of baseball. That is the strength. And he turned to that strength game in and game out, and they let him down game in and game out. That's not his fault. He can't reinvent those guys. Those guys are solidified. Now, coming into this year, because of his cool, calm demeanor, always positive and uplifting, I think that's earned him his stripes, and that's earned him the benefit of the doubt in that clubhouse on how to handle things. I also love how he talks to the players and gets their insight. Maybe doesn't do what they want maybe all the time, and we don't know about those things, but things like Jose Altuve saying, I think I'm not in the leadoff spot anymore. And he takes that advice, he rolls with it, and now Jeremy Pena is a stud.
Can we give Espada credit for putting Pena in the leadoff spot if it was Jose Altuve's idea?
It's fine. I was thinking about that yesterday. But to even listen, like, there's so many managers that say, you know what, you do the playing part, I'll do the managing part. Thanks, but no thanks. Joe, he's got his leadership committee, if you will, and certainly Jose Altuve's on that. And if he says something, you listen and you roll with it. Maybe you don't agree with it, but I think Joe's done a really good job this year as well.
Can I throw a working theory by you? I'm not saying that I believe this, right? Do you have to believe a theory to pitch a theory?
No, you can
right?
You can discuss a theory.
That's what scientists do, right?
They used to.
They just throw stuff against the wall and then hope it sticks.
Exactly.
So here's my scientific theory: throwing something against the wall, seeing if it sticks. I'm not sure that Jose Altuve told Joe Espada to move Pena to the leadoff spot. I think Joe Espada wanted to move Pena to the leadoff spot, and they came up with a very calculated lie that makes Jose Altuve look good to do it. Oh, okay. Jose Altuve knocked on my clubhouse door or my office door and said, yeah, I think Jeremy should bat second. Oh, okay. He needs more time coming in from left field before he can step into the batter's box. Okay, maybe you're not with me on that one. But how about the whole moving to left field thing? Remember whenever he initially, he's moving to left field. Why was he moving to left field? He was moving to left field in case they signed Alex Bregman. What a teammate. What an icon. What a legend. He's willing to move to the outfield for the sake of Alex Bregman. What do we know now? We know that he was actually doing it before they even had this second effort at Alex Bregman. And why did they move Jose Altuve to the outfield? Because his defense at second base is terrible, and they didn't want him to play second base behind Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. So they came up with this little calculated lie that makes Jose Altuve look great, doesn't make him look bad. You don't have to say he's terrible at second base, and we don't want a terrible defender behind Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown. So let's come up with a way to make our legend look good by doing it.
I think a little bit of both can be true. So let's attack the second one first here with Jose Altuve going to left field. His defense was atrocious. It wasn't good enough. Jose knows that. So maybe he comes up with the idea of like, hey, how can I get out of this position? How can I help the team? Maybe left field, you can hide me there. Short porch, big wall. You know, my arm's not going to be massively an issue out there. As for the leadoff spot, it was me who asked Joe the question, like kind of how this came about. So it wasn't them that pitched that idea. They didn't roll out with it. I was sitting next to Joe in the clubhouse or in the dugout, and he said it was actually Jose that came up with it when I asked a specific question. I can't remember exactly what it was. And it kind of took us all by surprise because we're like, oh, shoot, really? And then we talked to Jose afterwards, and he said that he wanted the extra time. It was good for him to be able to go that route. As for Jeremy Pena or not, I always thought Jeremy should be in the 1 or 2 spot. So
Same.
I think I deserve the credit.
I'll give you the credit. I don't care. And look, I don't necessarily believe that entire theory. It's just a little fun to throw out there. And I believe the positional theory more than I believe the batting order theory. I think the batting order theory is actually mostly true. Like the whole he needs more time really only applies half the time, though. Like you don't need more time when you're the visiting team. So like that part of it's kind of like you can poke some holes in it. But I like Jeremy Pena in the leadoff. I wanted Jose Altuve batting third for the last few years, so I'm happy that it eventually got to that spot. But just fun to throw out there, especially the defensive thing. Yeah, he's moving out there for Alex Bregman, except you had him taking fly balls before the second effort at signing Alex Bregman. You wanted to get him off of the position defensively because you have ground ball starters at the top of your rotation, and he played left field even though you didn't sign Alex Bregman. That's the funny thing. And plus, the spot lied the other day. He lied Tuesday night with the roster move thing. He was asked, is your bench healthy? And he said, yeah, our bench is healthy. And then Brendan Rodgers goes on the injured list the very next day for something that happened prior to his comments to the media.
I always get conflicted with the injury stuff and how honest someone needs to be with us because they are still competing. Like in hockey, it's upper body, lower body. So you don't want everyone to know like where to press on it, right? Like in NFL, you're forced to kind of say what it is, but you want to be a little bit mum in these press conferences. Baseball is not as much, but maybe availability in that situation. Although Brandon Rodgers, by all means, please, I'll send the limo for him to taking that bat if I'm the opposing pitcher.
Yeah,
but yeah, I always kind of like get conflicted with that. I want honesty, open, and transparency, but at the same time, why would they ever tell us?
Yeah, see, I don't even need transparency. Like I'm with you on what you just said. Like I don't need the transparency. I don't need them to tell us everything and this is all that or whatever. Whenever you're asked, hey, is anyone injured, and you say flat out no, well, I can't take you seriously then. Like I can't take you seriously if you're flat out saying no. I think the approach there is we're not ready to announce a roster move.
There's a better way to handle it, right? Like there's a better way to say, we're a little dinged up. We're as any team is right now.
Yeah, I'm with you on the transparency thing. That's something that Blankers and I will get into a lot. Like if you look at the Texans just their belief is we're not going to tell you anything. Like you asked D'Amico Ryans an injury question, game week. We'll see where he arrives. We'll see where he arrives. We'll see where he arrives. We have fun with it on the show. Oh, here's another D'Amico injury question. What's he going to say? We'll see where he arrives. So they have a very specific plan on how they want to handle those questions. Unless it's like season ending, then you'll be like, yeah, he's out for the year. You don't have to worry about him anymore. The flat out, no one's hurt. Lands on the IL the next day. Oh, yeah, he was hurt yesterday, by the way, when I lied to you. And he gaslit the media, too. It's just, and is it tangible? Does it matter? Not really. No, not really. Does it affect his managing prowess? No. Is it going to impact the win-loss record? No. It's just kind of weird.
I don't disagree, especially, and I will just say it's case-by-case scenarios, and this one I don't understand, like, why just not say something?
Yeah,
who cares?
All right, 713-780-ESPN. We are at the Downtown Aquarium. If you're in the area, you want to get some good seafood, you want to enjoy some of the rides they have here, maybe pet a stingray. That could be something that you're into as well.
Do you get to pick your own seafood? Like, I want that one?
No, they just go to the aquarium and say, this is what you're getting.
Yeah, that's what I want.
No, it's a sit-down place.
I want that little
good
yellow
food.
one.
I haven't I'm not sure how that would taste. Wouldn't be a whole lot either. It looks like you'd be on a diet, a seafood diet. Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, will be joining us at 4 o'clock. Talk some NBA Finals and what is going on today on a Durant of our lives. Also, we'll play Who Said It later. No Brian today, but still he's forcing us to play the world's worst game, Who Said It. We'll do that later. 713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. What's your TikTok handle?
At Will Kunkel V. Just type in Kunkel in all your platforms.
And what's your Twitter's at Will Kunkel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at Jeremy Branham. You can find us there at ESPN 975 as well. No Twitch for us today. It's behind the firewall here at the Downtown Aquarium. They won't allow us to be on the Twitch, so no toxicity today. But we are on the YouTube. You can find us there. We'll talk more about this Astros game yesterday, evening the series at 2 apiece. And also, Astros admin, they've been known for a lack of feel at time. Was last night another example of that? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Will Kunkel in for Blankers today. You can come over, though, sign up to register to win those e-bikes. $4,000 value. Victoria's here. Apparently, Joe and Mapes were they thought they were like hostesses. Mapes and Joe, like, where can we sit? And Joe's like,
Where's the bathroom?
Wherever. Yeah, they were asked that a lot, which I think it is nearby, in case you were wondering. So Twitter, the Astros admin yesterday got criticized a little bit for a tweet they had yesterday, and the Astros admin does lack feel. There's no doubt about that. They sent out a tweet yesterday, who's watching with admin, hashtag built for this, hashtag a beer sponsor, right at midnight, and it's welcome to Astros After Dark. The moment the tweet was sent out, it was the bottom of the 10th, and there was a runner at third base with nobody out. So they're being criticized for not having any feel of the situation. Like, come on, Astros admin, you're about to lose the game. Like, you're a pitch away from losing the game. So I understand the argument, but at the same time, it was sent out exactly at midnight with a sponsor. This is standard. Like, I'm going to give Astros admin a free pass here, which is very unlike me to do.
So you think it has nothing to do with the game? You think it was scheduled?
No, 100%. I think it hits midnight. It is now Astros After Dark, and they have a sponsored element for Astros on Dark, Astros After Dark. I believe that the situation of the game was a coincidence. This tweet was going out at midnight no matter what.
But if they were playing East Coast, they obviously wouldn't be playing baseball at midnight. And they obviously wouldn't be playing baseball at midnight even in this game if they weren't in extra innings.
Correct.
So this is being sent regardless is what you're saying.
No. I'm saying this is being sent if they're playing baseball when midnight strikes.
Yeah, okay. Like, whatever.
Yes.
I get that. That's part of it.
Like, if they're playing the Angels. Yeah. The Angels actually start like 30 minutes earlier for whatever reason. But if they have a long game, this tweet is being sent out again at midnight Central, no matter what, if the final out has not been made.
If you have a problem with it, why? Who gives a...
Because they lack feel, and they're like, hey, the Astros are about to lose. Why are you sending this out? If it didn't have a sponsored element, I would agree with that take. But because it has a sponsored element is why my opinion is the way that it is.
I was going to say, this is why and how you re-sign Framber Valdez.
Well,
tweets like that.
They haven't exactly done that very often, though.
Well, they
signing their own.
That's because they haven't sent that tweet very often. The tide is turning.
They need Anheuser-Busch to fund the bill of Framber Valdez. What'd you think of Colton Gordon's performance last night?
I like Colton. I like what he brings. I think he did a good enough job. Like, well, let's remember, he's not supposed to be here. He's filling in right now. This is my biggest concern with the Astros right now, is getting through the regular season into the playoffs. I think that if they get to the playoffs, they're a very dangerous team because of their top two. We talked about this last time. It's right now, can Colton Gordon fill in enough? Can Spencer Arrighetti get back and get healthy and get rolling soon enough in the regular season? And whoever else is going to fill in, can they do it with regularity to keep this thing on the tracks right now? But 5 innings, 7 hits, ball, like, what else are you going to ask for this dude?
No, I thought he was I didn't think it was his best performance, but I thought it's passable, right? Like, I kind of look at starting pitching performances from these back end of the rotation guys as pass-fail. Like, did you land the plane? Colton Gordon, if he goes you 5 innings and gives up 3 runs, only 2 of them earned, like, you have a chance to win the game. And that's all that you're asking for when Gordon's out there. It's all you're asking for when Gusto's out there. It's all you're asking for when Brandon, Jamie Moyer, Walton is out there. Who else? I'm missing somebody else. Oh, yeah, the Jason Alexander, George Costanza. Like, you just want them to keep you in a game. And Colton Gordon, even though he wasn't his best yesterday, kept you in that game.
When Framber or Hunter are on the mound, I need your, as you just said, your best effort, your best game. I need that 7 out of 10 times. These guys, like 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10. Like, then you're like, that's what you're escaping. You're living on borrowed time with some of these dudes. There's a reason they were in the minors and they're career minor leaguers. It doesn't mean that some of these won't pop and you won't catch lightning in the bottle. Like, have favorable matchups in particular, like whether it's against the Royals or an anemic Rangers offense or the Athletics. But Colton did his job. His job's not to win games. His job is to keep you in a game. That's his job. Framber and Hunter, their job is to beat any team in the league, no matter what, and help you win that game. Colton is just to keep you around and keep you relevant.
Yeah, I like Gordon too. I actually think he has a chance to be a rotational piece foreseeable future. Like, it's not bad. It's pretty good. He's not going to kill you with velo, but he's got really good spin, and he's got great. I'm a Colton Gordon fan too, and it's not just because he went to UCF and it's a Big 12 brethren. I think he's pretty solid. It is interesting though that the Astros could be in a spot where, like, we're hearing these pitch, and with the Astros, you never know how the return to play is going to turn out, but. JP France is throwing his 3rd live BP. Javier was throwing a live BP for the first time yesterday, hitting 95 through 20 pitches. Luis Garcia is supposed to throw a live BP soon. Spencer Arrighetti is going to be good to go, hopefully sometime in July, maybe after the All-Star break, maybe even August. But there's actually guys that are coming back. Lance McCullers is currently on the IL. He's coming back. The Astros have like 9 starters that could help them this year, maybe even more than that.
Now, granted, Colton Gordon hasn't pitched nearly as much as Framber Valdez, but Framber has blown up more times than Colton has this season. He's given up 5 runs in a game, 7 runs in a game. Colton's only given up 4 runs one time. Every single start, 3-3-3, 4-1-2-2. That is really good. Now, he's not going deep into games. He's giving you 5 innings of work basically every game that he goes out there, but that is more than enough for a guy that ideally is not even in your rotation.
Yeah, he's a back half of the rotation guy at best. I'm with you. I like Gordon. We did see a pretty good example of why Jose Altuve got moved to left field with a throwing error at second base yesterday that allowed to run to. He tried really hard though. I mean, he gave it all his might.
He had fun.
He put all of his gusto into that throw as he airmailed Christian Walker. People still argue with me about that. I can't believe Altuve's in left field and not your everyday second baseman. It's like, do you watch the games?
Your team is significantly better because you're getting the better bats in there. Now, you didn't know that second base was kind of going to be a hole offensively.
Yeah.
You thought you'd be a little bit better with what's his name that just went on the IL?
Rogers.
You thought he would be a little bit better. Now, unfortunately, that's not the case. But, like, this is a massively better team offensively, amazingly, than it would be with Altuve at second because who you putting in left?
Yeah, and you have the injuries right now, too. Like,
Exactly.
Chaz isn't available. DeCinzo's not available. I think it goes to your point, really, about Espada, because what I think Espada's doing pretty good about is when to play Altuve in left and when to play him at second. Like, I think there's only been one game that was pitched by Framber or Hunter Brown this year that Altuve played second. He's been in left field or DHing all those other games or off day. So I think he's doing a really good job of when to move Altuve around. Like, okay, fly ball pitcher, you play second. Oh, ground ball pitcher, you're going to go to the left.
How big is the outfield? Like, where's that wall? Is it tough to play? Things like that. You know, he can escape and play left field at Daikin very easily because he gets helped out by that short porch.
Mm-hmm. Texter, she's insufferable, talking about Ginny Kavanaugh.
You didn't have to say who. We knew who he was
That's
talking
not.
about.
No. We're not going to read mean texts about Ginny Kavanaugh. We're not going to read she's insufferable on the air. We wouldn't have disrespect like that.
You know, that's one of my favorite things about this show is that you don't read those.
We don't
things.
read mean things like that.
I love that. It's high class. You set the bar high.
Yeah.
For the rest of radio, it's so easy to go low in radio.
Yep.
You, my friend, you don't play that game.
We're not lowbrow.
I dig that
with
about
the
you.
killer. We don't read texts like she's insufferable.
What does
she
that
makes
add?
My ears bleed. We don't read texts like that on this show. 713-780-3776. Did you see the benches clearing last night in L.A.?
I've heard more about it than I saw it.
Let's kick that around when we come back. It's one of my favorite things in sports, quite frankly. I love when the benches clear. We'll discuss more next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You've been in the market for a new vehicle, then you need to listen up. Whether it's a new vehicle, whether it's a pre-owned vehicle, Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing. You're going to love doing your car shopping at Monument Chevrolet. They've been serving the Houston area for 50 years, and they've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. It's a family feel over there, the friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, so that culture that's always been good remains good. Also, if you're looking for a vehicle for your business, Monument Chevrolet has you covered. They're one of the biggest and best dealerships nationwide in commercial vehicle sales. A huge selection of work trucks, vans, SUVs. Monument Chevrolet has the perfect vehicle if your business is looking for vehicles for the inventory, for the stock, whatever, for the fleet, whatever the case may be. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. You can check out their entire inventory at monumentchevrolet.com, or you can just go visit them in person. It's a massive, massive lot. They have streets. They have street names for their streets on their massive lots. How big it is. 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Will Kunkel in for Blankers today. We're out at the Downtown Aquarium, all a part of our Summer Circuit. You can join us every week as we visit different spots all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win a grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. All you have to do is stop by the promo table, say hello, be nice, and register to win. Of course, we're at the Downtown Aquarium. Joe and Mapes were out here earlier. Kunkel and I here today. You can find the entire Summer Circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. I was just scrolling Twitter. I have a bad habit of doing that. I waste so much time scrolling Twitter. But this F1 movie promo showed up on my timeline. Have you seen this with Brad Pitt?
Yeah,
plays
looks
the driver
good.
or whatever?
I'm in.
Same. I was going to ask you.
As soon as they said it was directed by the same guy that did that Top Gun Maverick as well.
Oh, is
I
it?
was like, let's rock.
I didn't know that. I haven't watched a movie in a long time.
That was the last one I saw in theaters, which I didn't realize was pretty long ago.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah, it's probably double that for me. Texter 713-780-ESPN. The guest host this morning told Lance not to nominate you for Hall of Fame, that you're a clickbaiter. Grimace emoji. What is this all about, Kunkel? What is this texter
I'm
talking
a
about?
clickbaiter?
He said the guest host this morning. Oh, he's talking about Michael Connor. I thought he was talking about you.
He would never talk about me like
That's
that.
the second time that in as many days that unemployed Michael Connor has taken jabs at Branham. That's messed up. Not very nice of him. Davis Mills will have a better career than Shadur Sanders. Cash or trash? I mean, probably pretty good.
I mean, Davis Mills is doing very well for himself. And jokes is like everyone has a jokes about a backup quarterback, but that is the life. I remember when I worked at ESPN behind the scenes on Mike and Mike when I first graduated college. You remember Sean King? He played quarterback for the Buccaneers for a year or so.
I do.
He was there as an analyst, and I asked him one day, I was like, would you ever want to go back and play? Because he had recently just finished playing, and he was like, I'll play, but I don't want to start. Like, I'll go back. If I can hold a clipboard for a couple $1 million, I'm in, dude.
That's what Case Keenum's going to make tons of money over his career. And it's really, like, how do you get that job? It really, I mean, obviously you have to be good enough to be an NFL quarterback, but you don't have to be the best quarterback outside of a starter, right? Like, there's 32 teams in the NFL. So the quarterback 33 through 64. It's not the most talented quarterbacks 33 through 64. It's the guys who are coaches in the room that can help the starter, with film study. That if it's a young quarterback, that can be a mentor to that young quarterback. That's why Ben Johnson coveted Case Keenum in Chicago. Hey, we need a guy that kind of takes Caleb Williams under his wing and teaches him how to be a pro.
People will laugh because they don't understand the intricacies that go into being a rookie quarterback at the highest level, like where to park, when to arrive, where to get your food on game day, what to expect from the fans. Like there's just so many things, not to mention, and it sounds like, oh my God, you don't know where to park, you don't know where to eat. Like, well, I also got a lot on my head right now, a lot on my plate about remembering the playbook. What's our script to start the game and playing the actual game at the highest level in the NFL, the toughest position in all the sports. There's just a lot of stuff that goes into it. Eventually, you get all that down. That's why guys have routines and they stick to them, because not because they're superstitious, but because if you don't, then things feel out of whack and your mind's not in the right spot.
The Davis Mills thing is interesting too. Like, I wonder, he signed that contract extension to stay the backup when he could have entered free agency, a year or two earlier. I wonder if he kind of knows where he's at in the NFL. Like, he's not a top 32 quarterback in the world. He's probably a top 50 quarterback in the world. But if you can carve out that career as being holding the clipboard and being all those things you just described, I mean, you're going to be in the league for at least a decade and making good money for at least a decade.
Man, there's nothing better in life, and I mean this seriously, than self-awareness. Know your strengths, but also know your weaknesses. Know what you are and know what you are not. Davis Mills is not a year-in, year-out starting quarterback. In the right year, he could go somewhere and compete for a job. Yes. But is that the life that you want to live? Because then you're there on a one-year contract making, a couple $1 million. Or would you like stability, have your family in one city, know that you're a pretty dang good quarterback, now you're on a good team, and that quarterbacks get hurt a lot in this league. ZJ's going to miss time, especially with what the line did last year. Davis will get his moments, and he's always the hero. Come in, throw a couple screens, couple dump-off passes, complete a touchdown pass, and be the man at Houston. Like, he's got it made.
He's got to be a pro. Like, if he's a pro and he is, then he's going to have that job for as long as he wants it. Texter Luke at Cooper Rush, he just got paid great to not start. Good call. This is literally what the show Blue Mountain State is about, one of the funniest shows of all time, says Saints Patrick. Have you watched that show?
I have not.
I haven't either. I've never got into it. What's your favorite football show?
I will tell you my least favorite football movie is Friday Night. What's the one with Al Pacino?
Oh, Any Given Sunday?
Yeah, as soon as the eye pops out on the 1 yard line,
Too
I'm like,
fake?
are we good? Can we move on now?
What was
Friday Night Lights' my favorite show.
See,
Clear
I like
Eyes, Full Heart.
I like the show more than the movie.
Absolutely. I thought the movie was okay.
Yeah, like the movie's not bad. It's not a criticism to the movie. It's more of a credit to the TV show. I almost quit the TV show after the first episode, though. When Jason Street broke his neck, I was like, this is going to be soapy. It's not for me. I almost quit on it. But I was like, I'm going to give it a shot. And then it kind of, it
was
settled
awesome.
into the game.
If my wife is listening, Hannah, she will not watch past this first or second episode. She
Really?
doesn't think that it's going to be any good. All her girlfriends are telling her it's good. I'm telling her it's good.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing. It's one of the best. I remember when it was over, I was like, so what's Riggins up to these days?
I know.
I was like, I watched like 6 in a row to wrap it up type of deal, and I got so sucked in. I was like, where's Timmy?
Underrated cast, too. Like, you had Minka Kelly in it. What's her, the wife is Connie Britton? That's her name, right? Always forget the coach's name. Something Chandler. Is it Michael Chandler?
No, I'm so bad at Hollywood stuff.
I don't remember the actor's name that played Riggins, but he played David Koresh in that Waco FX show.
He did the opening monologue, which was awesome this year for the Stanley Cup Finals.
How's his physique?
Not bad. You know it's him. Like he's
No
still,
Diddy.
He's still Tim. It's still him. Taylor Kitsch is his name.
See, whenever he played David Koresh in Waco, he got really, really skinny. Like, he looked malnourished how skinny he was playing David Koresh in Waco. Like, that's why I asked about his physique. Like, I'm wondering if he just did that for the role and he's, like, beefed back up, or if he's just, like, super skinny and beefed up for the Riggins role.
He's not. That was not a role. He is Higgins. Like, that's one of those things where that's Higgins. Like, that's Coach Taylor. Those people are those people to me. They are not. They don't have other lives outside of that show.
Let me show you. Let me show you when he plays David Koresh. I don't know how to play David Koresh's name. The Branch Davidians. Like, he is super skinny. Like, he's almost like who played Harvey Milk?
Is he a meth head in this?
Look,
or something?
well, David Koresh. He had a lot of things going on. I don't know if meth was one of them. That's more of Damon Arnett's thing. Look how skinny he is.
Yeah,
though. He's probably what, 40 pounds. 40, 50, maybe more than 50. Look at this one. Look how skinny his face is.
That's not his playing weight.
He has zero body fat there.
Definitely
he
not.
looks nothing like he did in Friday Night Lights.
Definitely not his playing weight.
He's, what would you call that, 50 pounds underweight?
Yeah,
or at least less.
That's not going to get it done at the fullback position.
So he's gained weight since he played David Koresh.
Yeah, he's Tim Riggins, though, forever and always.
All right, let's get into the brawl that happened yesterday in L.A. Got sidetracked there. Our bad. Oh, well, you'll get over it. 713-780-ESPN. Bench clearing brawls. Is it fair or foul? Pardon the pun. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Honey Glaze Branham says Michael Connor is trash. Bad word. Michael Connor. Keep Branham's name out your mouth, you ginger. Appreciate the love, Honey Glaze Branham. Appreciate you having my back. We're not going to read mean things about Michael Connor. Not going to call him trash. Bad word. Michael Connor. Ginger's not a bad word, is it? So ginger's fine,
No,
right?
I think that's okay.
Maybe it's the tone that you're using it as.
Damn ginger. Like something like that I wouldn't recommend. We wouldn't say that on the air.
We wouldn't say that about Michael Connor. Yeah. Kind of interesting though. Phil-ins
getting hosed.
Going at a full-time host.
You need to show respect to the elders.
Would you go at any full-time host?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
I grovel in your presence.
It's an interesting play there by one Michael Connor. All right, moving on. 713-780.
Interesting.
What's that?
Speaking of interesting,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
People watching's fun around here.
I thought you were watching the fish.
Well, man. Oh, all right. Move on, Jeremy.
The restroom's right that way.
Yeah. Do people that point out where restrooms are often sit behind a table with headsets and computers?
Yeah, that wasn't fake though, by the way. Like a lot of times I'm like acting a bit. That was legit. We 100% just got to ask where the restroom was.
What about this setup says, oh, I'll ask those gentlemen.
Joe was warning us, saying that was going to happen. I wanted so bad to put a microphone on our board, and anytime they had a question, I'm sorry, could you ask it in the mic?
I would be here for that. Whoever's working that dump button needs to be on.
That gentleman's wearing a Dodger hat. What'd you think of that fight last night, huh? Yeah. Oh, you didn't hear about it.
Yeah.
Dodger hat, didn't even hear about a Dodger
that's
fight.
About right. That makes sense.
That's about right.
Par
right?
for the course.
He's just wearing the Dodger hat.
What,
Not actually
what
a Dodger
am I wearing?
fan.
Wait, what? What do you mean? Where?
Yeah, it's the biggest storyline of the season for the Dodgers. I have no idea what you're talking about. It says the Dodger fan.
Did they play last night?
So, anyways, if you missed this, Dodgers and Padres hate each other.
I love it.
I do too. I love rivalry in sport, and I love a benches clearing. I wouldn't call it happened yesterday a brawl by any stretch of the imagination. And I have a long-standing take that baseball people sensationalize things. You threw at me, I'm going to lose my mind. You ran into my third baseman, I'm going to lose my mind. Like, baseball is sensational. And I think it's because they play every single day. They play in the summer. It's a long year. They're away from home. So they get mad at literally anything and everything. And I love every bit of it. So the Padres and the Dodgers, they hate each other, played the playoffs last year. Yesterday, I think it was the fourth game of a four-game series. It was the series finale. I think it was a four-game series. Might be wrong on that, but series finale. There had been some bad blood in this series. There had been some hitters that were dotted up multiple times. Fernando Tatis ended up getting hit for the third time yesterday in the ninth inning. Padre manager, how do you say his name? Mike Schilt.
Mike Schilt, yeah.
He comes out of the dugout yelling at Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts comes out of his dugout, bumps Mike Schilt with his body, which, again, just great sensationalism. Walks out there and, gives him a belly bump. And then they start jawing. Everybody comes out. They start jawing. Dave Roberts, a manager, is telling the other manager, I'm going to meet you in the clubhouse after the game. It was high drama last night in L.A. And then in the bottom of the ninth inning, the Padres reliever, I think it was Suarez, he hit Shohei Ohtani high and tight right on the shoulder. Loved every bit of it. I think that benches clearing is one of my favorite things in sports.
I think it's one of the most useless aspects in all of sports because you clear the benches and you just yell at each other. The best is when the 6'4", 180-pound reliever starts running in 120 yards away. Oh, here I come.
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, Tony. Just stay out there, bud. We got this. They never do anything. The best
they belly bumped
brawl ever was not ever. One I remember is Yankees Orioles back in the day. Spilled into the dugout. Darryl Strawberry after it.
Yeah, what are your favorite brawls? That's a good topic. What are your favorite brawls ever? 713-780-3776. You remember I think it was a minor leaguer, I want to say for the Boston organization, where he got hit and he super kicked the catcher and then sprinted out to the mound.
Smart move.
That's so smart. He had to know it was coming. 2, he had a plan. 3, he executed that plan to precision.
It was well done. Obviously, the Nolan Ryan, Robin Ventura comes to mind immediately. Like, you charge and get your tail handed to you. I mean, just clean your clock, put you in a headlock, and beat your teeth out.
Texture says Nolan Ryan and Ryan Sandberg. Unless I'm, by the way, it's Ryan, not Ryan. I think he confused him with Robin Ventura. I don't remember a Ryan Sandberg and Nolan Ryan brawl. Do you?
I do not.
People always confuse the Nolan Ryan blood on the jersey with him punching Robin Ventura. But that was actually got hit by a comebacker and started bleeding.
That's right, and stayed in.
It was completely different.
Yeah,
I think, and
right.
I want to say the hitter might have even been Bo Jackson. I'm a little fuzzy on the details, but
I'm
maybe.
good on that.
There was one with
Would you
Ozzy.
rather? Okay,
go ahead.
Would you rather get run over by Bo or get hit by a line drive from Bo?
Oh man, like a punch from Bo? I'd probably. Oh man, that's tough.
No, a line drive comeback by Bo,
Yeah.
or in football, he runs you over. That man could do it.
Where's the line drive hitting me?
Not the face.
Probably the line drive then. Probably the line drive.
That's blunt force trauma.
Yeah, but you're gonna get blunt force trauma with him hitting you in the football field, and then you get all of his weight behind it. Man, I would go line drive.
That was a bad man.
But if you go face, I would have to go Bo Jackson.
Not the face. I'm going to take a baseball to the face.
My take on Bo Jackson was that he was too athletic for his body. I think he was so athletic that he ran out of his hip.
You know what's funny? I don't disagree necessarily with that because I saw it when I was in Carolina. I covered Christian McCaffrey. And it's like he was too big, too thick, too fast for like what he was doing. It was like he got hurt all the time with the strained muscles because he was so freaking fast that he would get hurt. His body couldn't handle it.
No, I think that happens. And like they start working out too, like so you throw that on top
Right.
of it. So like they outgrow what their body can handle. I think that's the truth with Zion Williamson too. Now he didn't like outgrow.
Yeah,
it
he's just too strong and too fit.
Yeah, he just got
yeah.
too heavy, you know. But remember whenever he ran out of his shoe at Duke?
Yes.
Whenever he ran out of his shoe at Duke, I'm like, this might be like a Bo Jackson type of thing where
He
he
can't
is
be held.
Yeah, like his body can't contain his athleticism and size. I think it was the same thing with Bo. I think that's like, I mean, obviously you need to work out and do all that stuff. But if you get so big as an athlete where you outgrow what you can handle, it can actually be counterproductive.
Well, your tendons don't grow. They don't grow stronger. So your ACL, MCL, all that stuff, like they don't get any stronger. So all you're doing is putting more weight, more muscle, more strength, and more power in there, and your tendons can't actually handle it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why I never went to the NFL and got so big.
Yeah.
Because my tendons, I knew that. These idiots don't know that.
Same.
I knew that. I've known this for years, Jeremy.
Same. I'm right there with you. People always, you don't know anything about sports you didn't play, which I always counter with. I was a 400 hitter in high school. I hit 400 at Humble High School. David Sitten, what's up? I was 2 for 5. Rugnet Odor and Bautista. That was a good one too.
Great
at second
one.
base. You know what was another underrated one? Was Jose Ramirez clocking Tim Anderson.
That was a good one.
That was a pretty strong one.
The Jose Bautista Rugnet Odor one was so good because it felt like Odor's punch spoke for America. I think everyone was like done with this dude. And the bat flip. Now, I don't have the problem with the bat flip. It just seemed like so much from that guy. He just seemed like he was always making himself the center of attention, and he was irritating as all hell. And Odor just said, you know what, dude? But Batista ate that. He ate it. So I don't know what that says about Odor and the punch that he delivered. I don't know if he pulled it. But
Well, I mean, he knocked him down, didn't it?
I don't think so.
I want to say it knocked him down. Maybe I'm thinking Tim Anderson. Maybe I'm confusing him.
How about A.J. Przinsky and Michael Barrett? Cubs, White Sox, play at the plate.
Yep. That was a really good
right
one, too.
to the jaw. A.J. ate that punch from Barrett.
I can't stand A.J. Przinsky.
Okay, so one of my favorite players.
Is he really?
Yeah,
I
because
cannot
he
stand him.
He was just a mouthy, obnoxious guy that I thought was awesome. I loved it. Loved it.
Maybe that's why I don't like him
Yeah.
for all of that.
My favorite hockey player of all time was Sean Avery. Absolute pest of a guy. Mouthy, chirpy as all heck.
See, I hate the pest whenever he plays against me. But if he plays with me, I love because it's like I'm annoyed with Jacob Wilson lately. I've irritated a bunch of people with my thoughts on Jacob Wilson. I thought he had a little bush league antic the other day, the game 1 of the series where he ran into Luis Guillermo. I don't like the way he moves around in the box. Like he's the baseball version of John Stockton, where I cannot stand him, partially because he's so good. But if he was on my team, I would absolutely love him. Would absolutely love him. Because he's not, I cannot stand him.
I made
at
that
all.
same speech when it was Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks, and I understand there are differences between the two of them. Dylan is not nearly as dirty as Draymond, okay? However, you love Dylan in this city. If you had Draymond, I promise you, you would love Draymond as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I can't stand him outside. Like, yeah, I would agree. Brandon, how are you going to forget Coach Thames and David Frost? Sitton was such a bad word. LOL. AR Platinum. Sitton's got some issues. He's I shouldn't have said that on the air, but he's got some issues. Thames was gone by the time I was a senior, though. We had old, what was his name? Coach Russell. Billy Russell. Billy Russell was his name. Son pitched to Dallas Baptist. Good family, good athletic family there. Lenny Randall intentionally laid down a bunt down the first base line to dot up the pitcher from the Cleveland punch. I vaguely remember that. I don't have very good recollection of that, but I do remember there being a huge brawl up the first base line. There was one with Dusty Baker whenever he was the first base coach with the Giants, where there was a huge collision on a hard slide at second to break up a double play. And I think it was Will Clark and Ozzie Smith. And there was immediately a huge fight. You see Dusty Baker sprinting in from off the screen because he was the first base coach and like tackling a Cardinal.
Oh, hell yeah.
That was a pretty good one too.
There was obviously the Don Zimmer, Pedro Martinez, Red Sox,
Oh,
Yankees.
yeah.
You know what sparked that whole thing? I believe it was this brawl, and it's actually a brilliant line, and this is why I love Smack Talking Sports so much, is that they threw at A-Rod, and A-Rod was having a notoriously bad season, and Veritek said to A-Rod, we don't throw at 200 hitters. And that was about enough. And A-Rod shoved his hand into Veritek's face, and the rest is history.
That what was that? There was the Netflix doc on that series.
Yeah, I didn't
in the
watch
offseason.
that.
It was really good. I really liked the Red Sox until they won a World. And I've later like kind of learned. I think I was enamored by the curse.
It was real, man. You go back and think about some of those series. Like, it was inevitable that they were going to lose in epic collapse fashion. Aaron Boone's home run against Tim Wakefield was having the best series of anybody throughout that series.
Yeah.
And we don't need to go into that. No one cares. But nonetheless, although the Yankees George Brett brawl was really damn good at third base, and no one got ejected back in the day.
Yeah.
That was the thing. Back in the day, you could brawl, you could get after it, and then just resume activities.
The hard slides at second base
Oh,
used to be unbelievable.
And they were out of pocket.
Oh, like they weren't even near the bag.
Oh, I'm surprised no one in right field got taken out on the slide once. I mean, some of the slides were horrible.
I don't know how it wasn't a brawl, but when Albert Bell ran over that second baseman, I thought there would be because he was Albert Bell. And
They were
you don't
probably,
mess
"No,
with
we're
Albert
good.
Bell.
We're good."
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
one
we're
of the
good.
dudes you do not mess with. Bryce Harper versus Jonathan Papelbon. That was in the same dugout.
That was in the dugout, same team. That's so true. Papelbon talks about that on his podcast a little
does
bit.
he?
Yeah, I think I don't want to speak for him, but he did talk about it. It's worth a search, if you will. I can't remember exactly what he said.
I miss back in the day when managers used to kick dirt on the plate and umpires' feet. Don't see that anymore.
Billy
Those are
Martin.
great. Those were good. They would cover up the plate so they to clean it off. That's why they would always throw the baseballs and stuff onto the field too. It's like you got to clean it now. Which I mean, they have ball boys.
Who was the minor leaguer? Wally something, the manager that
he did the
He
grenade.
did the grenade and the army crawl and went behind the mound. And
Have you seen the one where he goes and confronts the visiting radio guy in the booth? Have you seen that?
yeah, like didn't they prep it the whole thing though? Like,
I was
there's video
wondering
of
if it
all,
was
right?
fake. Yeah, it had to be fake. Right?
Sounded real.
It
It
did.
sounded real.
I couldn't tell because this was also before the time before people started faking things for social media.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like this was probably 10, 15 years ago. We're live on the air right now. Yeah, what do you need? Tickets?
Tickets.
Tickets for what?
Get
What do you
your
need tickets for?
tickets.
Oh, tickets.
I think they're outside
yeah.
to the left.
Yeah.
This is ESPN Radio Live.
You can give me your money though if you'd like. I won't
yeah,
give you
$10.
tickets. But
Put your $10 here.
yeah, get the money. Natural segue to break, I think. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. That's next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. If you're looking for something fun to do here in the next week or two, get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the rat race. Escape the hustle and bustle, the stress and anxiety, whatever is causing that for you, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. From the open green spaces, wildlife, the majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. We went up there a few weeks ago. I went straight from work on a Friday. I was up there in no time. I was up there before the sun went down. That's how quick you're going to get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Just 90 minutes from Houston. Escape the city without traveling too far. Hike on their 92-acre property. Kayak. They have pickleball courts. They have a fantastic pool. You can pick up a drink right by the pool, too, and that's always a fun time, of course. Two Creeks Crossing Resort always takes care of their visitors. They had food trucks whenever we were there, both on Friday and on Saturday. They had some live music on Saturday, a little live music and a cold beer. Ain't never been mad at that. Glamping, cabins, tree houses. We stayed in the tree house or pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everyone. And also incredible savings right now in June and July. You book 5 nights, you save 35%. It's that simple. All you have to do is book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com, twocreekscrossingresort.com. Will Kunkel filling in for Blankers today. Killer Bees live at the Downtown Aquarium as we go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. Todd, I hope the travels went well. Split a road series in Sacramento. Okay result, but you have to feel good where the Astros are in the AOS and really the American League standings as a whole.
Yeah, the fact that they've kind of gained ground on the Yankees, almost have the second best record in the American League right now. It's been a good run. It would have been nice to win 3 out of 4. They were in every game, lost on a couple of walk-offs by their young star who's emerging at first base, Nick Kurtz. But overall, you're going to take a split on the road. You can't win them all.
Todd, I'm curious what you think about this. Will Kunkel here. I said that Joe Espada is deserving to be in the conversation of 1-2 with A.J. Hinch and AL Manager of the Year. I know it's early, but what's your take on what he's done this year, the changes that he's made? Because he hasn't made small changes. He's made big changes with the outfielders, the corner outfielders coming into the season, and obviously with the lineup, and they have worked out.
Yeah, no doubt. Joe finished fourth last year in AL Manager of the Year voting, and he's doing a better job this year. I agree with you, Will. I would say, yeah, right there with A.J. Hinch for sure. When you don't have Yordan Alvarez, when you don't have 3 fifth-year starting rotation, he's done it. And really, we haven't seen Christian Walker at his best yet. Isak Paredes and Jeremy Pena have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But, yeah, it's been mix and match. Find the right guys, fill in when you can. Joe has pulled all the right triggers to this point, and he would definitely deserve consideration for AL Manager of the Year at nearing the halfway point.
Todd, I'm curious your observation and your assessment of the ballpark there in Sacramento, because it's not a temporary home, as you guys were talking about on the broadcast. The Athletics are going to live there for a few years before they make their eventual move, maybe to Las Vegas. And you saw Jose Altuve with a couple of 400-foot homers, Mauricio Dubon as well. What was your assessment of the ballpark and the way it plays?
Definitely an offensive ballpark. You're going to see a lot of runs scored there, and it's not just because the A's have struggled with their bullpen. It's just the ball just flies there. And the win yesterday for the first time was a big factor. We saw a lot of balls blowing 20 to 30 feet, starting on the foul line and blowing 30 feet fair, or starting in the stands and blowing 30 feet in play. So that was a little different. The first 3 nights was pretty calm, but last night the win was a big factor. I like it a lot. I think it's going to be, like you said, it's a temporary home. They're going to be there until 2027, then they're going to move to their new digs in Vegas across from the MGM Grand. But I think it would be worth it if Astros fans wanted to take a little trip out there. It's kind of that minor league intimacy where you can get up and close with players. Jose Altuve, I think, signed autographs after every game, if not every game, all but one, because I saw him at least 3 of the 4 nights signing autographs right by the dugout after the game. So a lot of little spots to stop in along the way to the stadium, and you can stay right there where you can walk to the ballpark across that bridge. It's a nice setup. It's not going to be major league quality in terms of all the amenities, but it's got a really nice feel to it, and they've done a nice job.
You had a lot of nice things to say about it, but do you think this is a good look for baseball? Like, do you think this is good for Major League Baseball to be playing in a park like this?
I don't know what their options were. I mean, once they decided they were moving to Vegas, Oakland was out at that point. They couldn't negotiate a deal with the city at the Coliseum. So I don't know what, it's kind of like Tampa Bay when they lost the roof off Tropicana Field. They had to come up with a solution in a hurry. So I guess this is the next best thing. I don't think, even though their AAA team plays in Vegas out in the burbs a little bit, I don't think you want to have outdoor baseball in the major leagues in Vegas in the summertime. As hot as it gets in Sacramento, it's definitely not as hot there as it would be in Vegas this summer. So, is it ideal? No, but is it a decent temporary stop for 3 years? Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I'll be happy to go back there in September and for the next 2 years after that.
Being joined by Todd Callis on the HR&P guest line. Our conversation presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. The trade deadline approaching kinda. I mean, we're still over a month away from the trade deadline, but you're starting to see a bunch of the articles. These contenders need this. These contenders need that. The Astros are in an interesting spot because they're playing really well. They're doing it without some of their best players, Yordan Alvarez. They're getting a lot of pitchers back. What kind of challenges or what kind of options do you think will be there for Dana Brown?
I don't know if it's going to be very easy for Dana to pull a trigger on a big deal, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's so many teams in play right now. There's not going to be many sellers, so the sellers are going to get a huge haul for whatever players are traded to a contending team. Number two, they've been very careful to stay under that next level of the CBT. So if he's going to make a trade, he's going to have to balance the books a little bit. I don't know if he can take on, a $10 or $15 million salary. So it's going to be trying to thread the needle a little bit. Certainly, would a left-hand bat help this lineup at some point, even when Yordan comes back? Absolutely. I think they feel pretty good about where they are with their arms. Right now, 3 rookies, 4 out of the 6 are starting, but you're eventually going to see guys come back off the IL that are going to be available in the second half. So that could be a nice boost for the Astros. Meanwhile, the rookies have done just fine. As last night was the first game in 17 this month where the Astros gave up more than 4 runs. So long-winded answer to your question, I do think they're going to do something, but I think it's going to be more challenging this summer than it's been for Dana in the past couple of trade deadlines.
Todd, I'm curious, what's been your biggest surprise this season? For me, I think it's Jake Myers. Like his WAR this year, if you're a WAR guy on Fangraphs, is approaching 2. He's hitting over 300. He's not an offensive juggernaut, but what he's been able to do compared to previous seasons, he's able to fill a gap that was a big hole coming into the season because they were going to kind of have to platoon those guys, and it seems like Jake's really taken this role over.
Yeah, Jake's right up there for biggest surprises. I'm agreeing with you there. I put Steven Okert in that same category. He's been really, really good for a guy who we didn't know much about coming into spring training, had a down year last year with the Twins. The rookie guys that are in the rotation, that's been a big surprise. I mean, the team has been able to not only steady the ship, but they've been able to move forward and pick up a nice lead in the AL West without a lot of their starters, without the Spencer Arrigettis and Hayden Wisniewski's and Ronel Blancos of the world and Lance McCullers Jr. more recently. So, yeah, they're all surprises. And another little sneaky surprise to me, I knew that Cam Smith had incredible physical skills as a baseball player. You can see that right away in spring training. But watching him day in and day out, the way he runs the bases, the way he spits on tough pitches, the way he knows the game so well and knows how to play the game so well at age 22, is kind of an innate ability of his that I didn't know about just watching him a few games in spring training. Now watching him every day, this kid is going to be something really special. He already is kind of special, but he has got a huge future in front of him.
To that note, I do not think that we can overestimate how hard it is and how impressive it has been for him to play right field almost for the first time in his career at the major league level, and it makes it look like he's been playing it his whole life.
The fact that he was, I don't know if he's still there now because he had a little bit of probably his worst defensive series of the season in Sacramento, and there's a lot of factors in with that stadium. But the fact that he was leading right fielders and outs above average coming into that series, and he had never played that position before, is incredible. You don't learn that fast that he has learned. And you think about this, last night was the 1-year anniversary of his last college baseball game. He was playing Tennessee. They got eliminated that night, and here he is 1 year later, coming off an 8 or 9 hit series where he hit a couple of home runs in one game and continues to play great defense and run the bases and take tough pitches. Yeah, I'm really high on what Cam Smith is doing in 2025, and even more looking forward to his future.
How about at the plate, TK? What is the difference, do you think, in his first 115 plate appearances and his last 115?
I think a little more aggressiveness. I think he was always selective with his pitches and not leaving the zone too much. But I think a little more aggressiveness early in the count. Sometimes he was taking early count strikes, and now I feel like he's going after them more. And I think just once you get used to the whole major league setup, right? It's not – college is great. College is getting closer and closer to Double-A, I guess, at the minor league level in terms of how they learn the game and what kind of amenities they have and how tough the competition is. College baseball is great, but until you do the grind every day where you're not getting a Tuesday and a Thursday off every week or a Monday and a Wednesday off every week, until you do the grind at this level, it's hard to really replicate that unless you're in the minor league. So for him, I think it's just getting used to the major league lifestyle and traveling and getting it out there every day. He's already played probably close to the highest total number of games he's ever played in his career. So I think all that adds up to why he's been better in the last month.
Pretty fun pitching matchup tonight, huh? Hunter Brown and Yusei Kikuchi.
Man, it's a good one. And I know Yusei struggled early, but I think since May, he might have the second best ERA in baseball. I was running through the numbers earlier. I think it's Terrace Kubel 1 and Yusei Kikuchi 2 since May 1. And Hunter Brown's been otherworldly, could be the AL All-Star starter. So, yeah, give me Hunter Brown and Yusei Kikuchi to start the series. I'm in.
Yeah, should be a fun one. We'll be watching, TK. Have a great call.
Thank you, guys. Good to talk to you.
Thanks, brother.
It's Todd Callis, TV voice of the Astros. Our interview presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the downtown aquarium. If you're in the area, swing on by. Say hello to us. Ask where the bathroom is at. That's fine, too. Try to buy tickets from us, whatever the case may be. Let's discuss the NBA Finals. It's going 7 for the first time in a while. I think it's only the fourth time, like in the last 20-something years, that the series is going 7. Let's discuss that next. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Listening to the car with my hubby. I know nothing about sports, but I love that you all sit there and talk mess. Can I work there too? Laughing face emoji.
We are with ESPN
Yeah.
Radio.
What are you asking for again? I'm sorry. The aquarium? Are you looking to eat or are you looking to play? Oh, okay. Ask Victoria over there. Victoria might have a good. She doesn't know. Yeah, we're not the guys to know.
Take a left.
Yeah, take a left that side. Yeah. I think we have a future in directing people around, so that'll be a lot of fun. Texter, listening to the car, my hubby. I know nothing about sports, but I just sit there and talk mess. Can I work there too? Laughing face emoji. You think it's a woman or a man that just texted that in?
Man.
Yeah. You think it's a man?
Yes.
Listening in the car with my hubby?
Maybe not. I was making. There was a talking mess part.
I could be. It's 2025. I don't know.
I guess it was the talking mess part. I didn't hear that part. Okay, I'll go female.
Yeah. Not sure who Michael Connor is.
I'm sure they're laughing now.
Being salty, I want in. Laughing face emoji. I think that was the same person that said that. Ocho's funny. Ocho Altuve makes Mauricio Dubon look like Tony Gwynn at times with his aggression at the plate. Jose Altuve is super aggressive. I don't know who's more aggressive, though, Altuve or Yiner.
Yeah, well, there's something to be aggressive, and there's something to be aggressive with success.
Yeah. I mean, Yiner's been good. He's been better. Texas says, come on, I'm a woman. So there you go. There's your answer. She threw in 2 exclamation marks.
That's
4
my
exclamation
fault. I didn't
marks.
hear the first part. I just heard the talking mess part, and I was like, well, I guess that's kind of a
We
dude.
don't talk mess. We don't put
No.
people down. We don't talk negatively. All we do is talk glowingly about people and lift their self-esteem. That's what we don't talk poorly about anybody. I don't know what you're talking about. Would you be happy if ESPN 97.5 becomes the flagship for a Houston hockey team? I would be thrilled.
Hell yeah.
I would love for that to happen.
I'm a big hockey guy. Big hockey guy.
Have you ever done any radio for hockey at all?
I have not.
Okay.
I haven't done much radio in my life outside of stuff like this.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never done hockey, period. But yeah, I would be very happy if we became the flagship for a Houston hockey team. I've made the commitment that the moment that hockey, NHL, I'm not going to get it on board with a minor league team. No offense. And we've had minor league hockey
I'm just
here.
not doing it.
No, I don't like minor league sports.
Offense or not, I don't really care. It ain't happening.
With what?
My fandom. I'm not diving into an AHL team.
No way. I hate minor league sports. Like I've had this take forever, and people like we used to be the home of the Sugarland Space Cowboys, and I would still say it. I don't think they got offended because they understood. Like I understand the value of it and the importance, especially in baseball, and I'll follow like the top prospects and look at their numbers, and like that matters. Like I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I just don't like minor league sports. It doesn't do it for me.
I've never gone to a minor league baseball game and cared about who won.
No.
It is a social event, and it is fun. Like, go. It's awesome for kids. It's a great time, but I don't give a damn who wins.
And you're not going there for the minor league game. You're going there for the social event.
You're
because
not
that
going
part
for
is
the
fun.
atmosphere, no matter what the sport is. You're not going for any of that stuff that has to do with the sport. The game takes place behind you while you're running around having fun talking mess to other fans or whatever shenanigans you're getting into. Your kid's rolling down the hill.
Yeah, I'm with you. Ask that texter if his wife has a friend. Come on, how desperate are you? You're asking us to ask that texter if she has a friend for you. You're reeking of desperation right now, texter.
Text your picture in first.
Get Bumble or something like that. Hockey is awesome. Even if you lose, at least you're still ice skating. I've never heard it put that way.
I've never heard that.
That's a really fun way to discuss hockey. Yeah, but I'm all in if the NHL comes here. All right, NBA Finals go in 7. This series has surprised me. Like, I thought the Thunder were going to win this series. I thought in 6, but I thought it was going to be a comfortable 6. I thought they'd get up 3-1, kind of, let the Pacers win Game 5, and then comfortably win Game 6. It has not been the case at all. This has been a sweat throughout. Indy Steals won in OKC. They win the game yesterday by 100 points, it felt like. And the Thunder actually got off to a good start. Like, that's the weird thing about that game yesterday is that the Pacers rolled. The Thunder are the team that jumped out ahead. So I still feel like Oklahoma City is the team to beat. I know they're favored in Game 7. They're returning home. But every single time that I've doubted the Pacers, they have proven me wrong.
They have not been favored in a single game in this series. They've gotten 3 wins. they're 4 quarters away from being crowned the NBA champions. The series and the playoffs in general have been awesome. It's been so much fun to watch, and I love it that much more because it just shows you that sports is the greatest reality television in the world. No matter what everybody says, no matter what everybody thinks, no matter what the paper says, Vegas has built buildings and structures and an entire city on us losing bets and them knowing what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And they are eating it this series. It's been a blast to watch, and it's been good basketball. It's been fun basketball. Like, this has been a lot of fun, and I'm all in on the Pacers winning, baby.
You think they're going to win?
I don't know if I
Or
think
you're
they're
rooting for
going to
them to
win.
win? Okay.
I grew up a Pacers fan.
Okay,
so
cool.
This has been a lot of fun. My uncle worked for them when I was a kid during the Reggie Miller, Rick Smits, Davis boys, Travis Best, and all those guys. So this has been a blast for us and our family. But I think it's just been really cool, good basketball. I don't give a damn where the teams are from. I went on a rant on X and Instagram about this and my TikTok. Like, so if it was the New York Pacers, people would be diving in. Like, just stop. If you don't care about basketball, then I don't care what you think.
Do you think people have had that opinion?
Yes.
Like, they're like, this isn't good
Like
basketball?
small mark. I think that they tune out because the drama's not there
Yeah.
of New York, LA, Chicago, whatever it might be. But I also do think that ESPN television side, not 97.5, ESPN television has done such a bad job at building up this drama and selling the game. Like, they go in and they make it all about themselves. I understand that you want your personalities to be likable or hateable. It doesn't really matter. But you, at the end of the day, you also got to sell the product. You've got to tell me why I want to care about this basketball game and why I should. And it doesn't take care of itself. You've got to do it. Nothing sells itself. Ask a salesman that. I promise you that's not the case, and they haven't done a good job with that.
No, I can't stand ESPN. I like big ESPN, not us ESPN. Like, I think they're poor at everything. Not like all that you just said, yes, but all of their programming, I think, is terrible.
I think they do some things really well. I think they sell college football to us really well. Game Day with McAfee and Saban.
I do like Game
me
Day.
Is must-watch TV. Their NFL Live, is an expanded product, so you can really dive in on some stuff. Marcus Spears, Dan Orlovsky, I love. Not all of it's great. Like, there's a lot of programming that they got to fill. So I agree with you. I do think they do some things really well. SVP is the man.
I do like SVP, but I don't ever watch them. Like, the only time that I watch ESPN other than a game, of course I'll watch ESPN for the games. But the only time I watch ESPN programming that's not a game are the game days, the football game day and the basketball game day. I don't watch anything else. Like, I like Orlovsky too, but I watch his clips like on social media. Like, I don't tune into their programming.
Their programming's on a tough time.
Of their Sunday programming either. Like, I don't watch their NFL game day stuff. Like, what do they call it? Countdown to kickoff, or I don't know.
NFL Countdown. It's the first one on, so that's why I lock in when I do.
Gotcha.
Because when I go to the stadium, I can't watch Fox or CBS because I'm in the stadium. I'm on the field pregame doing whatever it is that I'm doing, and
Fair
then get in
enough.
the press box. So ESPN's the only one I can watch.
Yeah, it's been a fun series though. My wife's from Norman, and her parents are like locked in for the Thunder. We actually went to the in-laws last night to watch. Like, they're gonna clinch it all. I'm like, they did. And they lost by 40.
Can't wait to taste their tears on Sunday night.
So I found myself pulling for OKC because I want them to be happy, and I like joy with my family. But I actually like the Pacers a lot too. Back in those Reggie Miller days, I like the whole choke to New York. Like, that was awesome to see. But then the Pacers, they've been underestimated. I didn't think they had a chance in the series, and I've been terribly wrong. What a job by Halliburton too, man. Like, he wouldn't be playing if it was the regular season, obviously. He probably wouldn't be playing for another 2 weeks. And not that he played not that he had this unbelievable game, but for him to do what he did on an injury that would have kept him out for a few weeks, unbelievable, man.
Shocked. Like, you don't really – blowouts are never good for sports. However, there's one caveat. When the best player on the underdog team plays, goes lights out, is awesome, and you win to force a Game 7, that's when it's fun to watch. That's when it's exciting, and that's when there's drama. This series, man, the NBA playoffs, for as many flaws as the NBA product has in the regular season, and I'll go on about this with the load management and the 3-ball, and it's just, they're really unrelatable players because of the way they carry themselves with their oddly weird fashion. I don't know if they're super rich or they're homeless at times, but based on the way that they dress, and it's the same damn outfit. I don't even know. But the playoffs, like, they're playing through injuries. They're playing like everything matters. There's obviously no load management. The product has the ability to be so much better, and we're seeing it right now, finally.
I told that to my wife the other day. I don't watch much NBA regular season basketball. I watch every Rockets game, about 25 to 40% off the DVR, and catch up with it like after like that night or even like the next morning. I watch 0 NBA regular season games outside of the Rockets. Watch every Rocket game, but 0 NBA regular season games outside of the Rockets. Watching playoff basketball is drastically different. It's a completely different sport. Playoff basketball versus regular season basketball in the NBA aren't the same thing. They're not the same thing at all. I told that to my wife the other day when we were watching the finals. I'm like, this is a totally different intensity that you do not see in the regular season.
And that's the problem with the league. You can't have that because you're going 82 games. That's the span of the calendar that you really got to sell and ramp up into the playoffs versus starting the season in the playoffs because you lose all your fans. Nobody cares. Rafael Stone, the general manager of the Rockets, accidentally made this point for me when they wrapped up the season during his press conference. He said that his favorite part about this team and their culture is that they play hard. That is great. It shouldn't be an outlier. He went on to say that we won so many games this year because we played hard. Now, in the playoffs, playing hard alone will not get you wins, he said. That tells me right there, not every team plays hard every night in the regular season. What the hell do I care? Why would I sit there and waste my time and give my effort to watch?
Yeah.
If you're not playing hard, if you don't care. I even asked Steve Kerr, I said, coming into the playoffs, do you just kind of like roll the balls out at this point? Or like what? Because you do this every single year you're in the playoffs versus the Rockets. There's so much expectation and excitement. For the Warriors, it's very different. He said, actually, it's the regular season where we just kind of roll the balls out. Now is when we really bear down. He said it flat out. Like, that's bad for the league.
I would agree, but I am pro mailing it in sometimes. I am pro lack of
I
hustle
listen to the
selectively.
show. I listen to the show. I know.
Yeah, selectively. Like when the game's in balance in the regular season, you should be playing hard. When the game's no longer in the balance, you need to be worrying about the next day. I don't need Isak Paredes with an 80% hamstring trying to stretch a single into a double in the ninth inning of a 10-run game. That's stupid.
I agree. You go into every game, though, trying to win.
I'll agree with that.
Then, when it gets out of hand, you throw in the flag. You
Yes.
live to play another day.
Yes.
You throw the flag. Right. You lose the battle to win the war type of deal.
You know when to throw in the towel. Like you need to be wise on when you throw in the towel during the regular season. But no, I agree with that stance. It's a different sport for sure. All right, people want to weigh in on the finals. We'll discuss that. Also, how about Chet in this series? Who is that guy? Because he's been awful. And I was watching the game yesterday, and I had a thought. Now I want to run this by you. Want to run it by the Hive? What if Reed Shepherd has a T.J. McConnell career? Would that be good enough? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from the downtown aquarium on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cool spot here, Downtown Aquarium on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Yeah, we're on the radio right now. Hey,
A guy says hi, Mom.
He was looking for the restaurant, I think.
I don't know.
You like seafood?
Yeah, you want seafood? Nah.
You don't like seafood?
I do.
Oh, okay.
You don't remember that joke as a kid?
No.
You like seafood? And show your food.
What's that
In your
from?
mouth?
Yeah. I do that. I have a seafood diet. I see it. I eat it. I like seafood. My wife does not, so I don't eat it.
Anything?
She'll do some shrimp, some fish.
Is your wife a picky eater?
No, not really.
Okay.
Hope not. No, she's just from Oklahoma.
Oh, just not very sophisticated.
713-780-ESPN. Hopefully the Pacers get it done for Jarris Walker. Go Cougs. Go Cougs. He was on the bench yesterday. Street clothes. He's hurt. That's too bad because he was actually getting some minutes there in the playoffs before he got injured. But that'd be cool for him to get a ring. No doubt about that. 713-780-ESPN. Heck no on Reed. TJ was undrafted. Reed was third overall. He better be better than TJ. I hate that comparison. I hate that comparison with, like, okay, this guy was the third pick. This guy was undrafted. So if this guy has an undrafted player's career, he's a bum. Okay, so if a first rounder had Tom Brady's career, that's no good.
It's
That's
all
bad?
about expectations, right?
Yeah.
That's how everything works in sports. I'm just wondering, why does he have to be compared to TJ McConnell?
Well, because they're about the same height. They both shoot the basketball well. They both play in the backcourt, kind of control the ball, kind of point guard McConnell more of a true point guard than Reed. And then that's really where the comp ends.
I think Reed is more. Now, I hate this comparison too because you can't compare to the greats because everyone loses their damn mind. But the way he plays the game offensively is more Steph Curry. He's a far better shooter than TJ McConnell. He's a much bigger weapon offensively than TJ McConnell. Now, you don't throw TJ McConnell's, like if you're saying, hey, do you want this career? You're like, you know what? I don't want to throw it back into the pool and see what else I could get.
Right.
But I think Reed Shepard's got a lot more promise offensively, and he needs to be better than TJ McConnell.
Okay. Steph's a big name to throw out there.
And that's what I mean. He's just an offensive three-point shooting juggernaut that doesn't have a whole lot of height. And, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious what he looks like going forward in his career. I think he would have a career closer to TJ McConnell than Steph, though.
Ooh. Closer, yes.
I mean, Steph's one of the all-time
Steph's one of the
greats.
all-time greats.
Like
exactly.
it's unfair to
There's
unfair
such a
to
gap.
read.
There's such a gap there. But I think he's going to be far better than TJ, but he's not going to be a Hall of Famer.
Like TJ McConnell's career is pretty solid. Has been in the year for nearly a decade now. Like he's not a starter. Like he's not a
averaged
starter.
7 points a game. He averaged double digits last year, 10 points. Reed needs to be much better than that. I think he thinks he should be better than that too.
Yeah, he would think that for sure.
Now, Reed, if you disagree, please call in.
It's more about like their style than their stats, though. Like there were moments in that game yesterday where McConnell was like, I wouldn't say taking over, but the offense was going through him and he was getting buckets.
But what we're seeing right now is not TJ's career. This is this is a very, very good spurt in what we're seeing right now. So we can't extrapolate what we're seeing right now to his entire career because his entire career is just 7.
Yeah.
He's averaging 7 points a game, 3 rebounds, and he doesn't shoot the ball that much. He's a 34% three-point shooter and only shoots 0.2 per game. Like, it's a very different game than Reed Shepard. Reed Shepard's going to shoot 5, 6, 7 threes a game when he gets the minutes.
I mean, we're knocking 7.5 points. That's almost double what Reed Shepard did last year.
It's his first. He's a rookie. He got no burn.
Just saying.
So am I.
780 ESPN. No, I like Reed. I'm just having a little fun with him.
Boy, you could have fooled me.
I see Reed having a Stephon Marbury career. What? I don't see that comp there. Reed Shepard's going to report to camp with a huge tattoo on the left corner of his face. If Reed was Tyler Hero, that's a success. See, I think that's a high bar. Like if Reed, I would agree. I'll agree, Texter.
Why Tyler Hero? Why is he compared to him again?
Probably because he's a white guy.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, it's hard to compare Reed to a bunch of black guys.
Well, why?
Because he's not very athletic.
Yeah, I guess he is
for a white guy.
No, he's in the NBA. He's still playing in the same league on the
Sure,
same
but
court, doing the
Reed-
damn thing.
Reed Shepherd, relative to the NBA, is a below average athlete.
But he's a better basketball player than some guys that might be better athletes.
Maybe.
So what the hell does that matter?
Which part?
It's like what does lifting weights make you good at? And it just makes you good at lifting weight. If you're a good athlete, if you're not a good basketball player, you ain't gonna play.
No, I see. Yeah. It's better to be a good basketball player than it is to be a good athlete.
And
no
Reed
doubt about that.
clearly is a good enough and very good athlete.
Right. But you're saying like he's a fantastic athlete, which he is relative to like the normal human being that we're seeing walk up and down the stairs here at the downtown aquarium.
Even the walking's a little suspect. There's a lot of elevator use for a 2-story building right now.
But Reed Shepherd, relative to the professionals in the NBA, is a below average athlete. I used to get into this argument all the time with Braxton Miller. Like, when I thought it was a joke of a draft pick whenever Bill O'Brien drafted Braxton Miller in the middle rounds. I think it was the third round. Might have been fourth, but I think it was the third round. And I thought that was dumb to take a college quarterback, hoping to convert him to a receiver and waste a third-round pick doing that. And my argument was that Braxton Miller was not a great NFL athlete. And people roasted me. No, he's a great athlete. Yeah, for comparing him to you and me, he's a fantastic athlete. But comparing him to the normal wide receiver in the NFL, he was an average athlete. It's similar to Reed. Reed's a fantastic athlete. Reed Shepherd, relative to every NBA player's middle of the pack at best.
I wish there was a way to prove this one way or the other.
I mean, there is like speed, like how high you jump. Like those are certain measurements of athleticism.
Braxton was a great. I remember covering him when he was at Ohio State, and I got in an elevator once because he was hurt, couldn't play, and I towered over him. And that was the moment I was like, "Oh, the NFL is not happening for this dude."
Oh, really? Was
Yeah.
he still in college?
Yeah.
And Bill O'Brien drafted him in the third round.
I towered over him.
Yeah. So, I mean, but he was good. Like, I'm not saying that he was like a bum, but if you put him in a foot race with every NFL receiver, he probably finishes middle of the pack. You put him in a what do they call them? The vertical jumps with every single NFL receiver, he's probably middle of the pack. 3-cone, shuffle drill. Yeah, he's a great athlete, but relative to the NFL receiver, middle of the pack. Texter saying that TJ McConnell's having a JJ Barea from the 21 or from the 11 Mavericks spot. That's a pretty good comp.
That's a great comp, but also TJ's had a much better career than Barea.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Was there ever a white Michael Jordan out there with the same skill set or even a white Kobe? No.
What about the MVPs, the last handful of years MVPs, aren't they all white European players?
Yeah, I don't think there's been a U.S.-born MVP like in the last 7 years. Because you have Shea Gilgeous, you have the Joker. Was Luka on that list? I don't remember if Luka's on that list, but it's like 7 in a row. That
yeah, Shea,
I guess
Joker,
Luka's not.
Joel, Joker, Giannis, James, and the last American one was James Harden.
Yeah.
What's with America? So are Americans not good athletes now? All of a sudden, how's it going on?
No, I think they're great athletes. I think it's more to your athlete skill conversation.
Yes.
Like
And we do not play the game.
I mean,
properly.
those guys that you mentioned are. I mean, well, the Greek Freak is an unbelievable athlete, but like you wouldn't look at the Joker and be like, "This is the best athlete in the NBA." You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't, or even Embiid. Like Embiid, I mean, they're all great athletes, obviously, but they aren't top 3% in the NBA. Anthony Richardson's athletic. Yes, he is. He is super athletic.
Who?
Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, exactly. And a horrible quarterback.
Larry Bird wasn't a good athlete. Come on.
Do you remember Hakeem Warwick out of Syracuse?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Freak dunker. Unbelievable athlete.
I want to say he spent a little of time with the Rockets.
Horrible basketball player. Relative to the NBA. Better than you or me.
Yes.
Maybe.
I feel like we're saying the same thing. In like
parts, for
different ways. No, he didn't spend time with the Rockets. I thought he did.
He actually didn't have a horrible career.
Yeah, kind of had a TJ McConnell career.
That's your comp. TJ McConnell, Hakeem Warwick. Hakeem, whatever.
McConnell is Matthew Dellavedova. That's not a bad comp either.
Again. Man. This drives me up the wall.
You're going to love this one
It's like
from
nails on the
Chris and Humble. Reed Shepherd equals Matt Maloney.
Dude. There was a comment the other day. There was a little white kid on ESPN's Instagram, and it was putting all these moves on in flag football, and the headline was, "Is this Christian McCaffrey's kid or something like that?" I'm like, Why is he compared to Christian McCaffrey? There's 1,000 running backs that Christian McCaffrey's way better than that this kid could be compared to as well.
No, I'm with you on that.
It's lazy. You remember Ron Baker?
It's not lazy. It's accurate.
No, it's not.
It's like why
lazy.
why do stereotypes exist? Because
No.
they are mostly true.
It's lazy. Ron Baker came out of Wichita State. Everyone comped them to Kyle Korver because they were white and they had the same stupid mop haircut. Kyle Korver was an elite three-point shooter. Ron Baker couldn't shoot the ball.
Well, that one's lazy.
Exactly. Well, I live with that one forever inside.
Yeah, I mean, we're not comparing Reed to a bad white shooter.
He's more Kyle Korver. He's
he's not
he's
as
a lot
tall.
more athletic
The
than
player,
Kyle.
yeah, but the player
He'll go to
comp
the rack, better handles.
I mean, Korver was bigger though. Korver was
Exactly.
6'6". Reed's like 6'2".
Very different player.
On his tiptoes. Did you say Israel's on the line, Ryan?
Yes, sir.
Israel loves Reed Shepard.
Oh, I think we did Israel last time I was in.
713-780 ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. What's up, Israel?
What's going on? Yeah, Conquer, yeah, it's me. Well, look, hey, this is the thing with Shepard. Why is everybody like he's a number 3 pick? Oh, he's a rookie. You know how many rookies top fives produce? How about when the Lakers got at 17 Connect? You know what I'm saying? The one who can ball. He can ball. He can shoot the three. You don't get a number 3 pick, a G leaguer, and talk about wait, what 2-3 years? No, he's a wasted pick. But hold up, TJ, the little Irishman, he can hoop, bro. Hey, Shepard, he will make Shepard look stupid. Put him 1-on-1. Put Shepard, let Indiana play the Rockets and let Shepard try to hold him. He will take Shepard to the hole and drop him off. He can ball. Shepard just, for some reason, y'all are like, we gotta wait. Nobody gotta wait on him. But the Rockets can't get rid of him. You think Indiana would take Shepard, undrafted TJ for Shepard? Absolutely not. Because you know why? TJ can hoop. TJ get that ball. Not only can he ain't shooting the three, but when he do, he steals the ball. He takes the ball. He dishes the ball. He's a good point guard, bro. Shepard they drafted him to shoot the three. Some like Connect, who the Lakers got, who can drain it. He can't jump. He's too slow. He can't drive to the basket like TJ. Okay. It's like with y'all CJ. He back-to-back division. CJ got to do this. This is on his third game. He got to do this. This guy averaged 3.5 a game, and y'all talking about, just wait. Ain't nobody waiting on him. He's a bum, and y'all ain't got to like it or whatever, but he's just a bum. And they don't get rid of him. They don't have to release him because nobody will pray for him.
I assume Izzy wants to move on from Jalen Green, too, because that dude's now 4 years in the league, couldn't figure it out in 7 games in the playoffs.
What do you think Israel thinks of Reed? Could you tell?
I think he's going to buy his jersey.
That'd be funny if he did. We need to figure out a way to get Israel to agree to a bet where if he lost, he has to have a Reed Shepard jersey. I don't like it. Like Dalton Connect is one. He's much older than Reed Shepard. Dalton Connect was like a 7-year college basketball player. Reed Shepard came out after his freshman year. So there are different stages of their life. Now it is fair to say, well, they're both rookies in the NBA, but what Connect had and what Reed Shepard did not was opportunity. I think Reed Shepard with Dalton Connect's minutes would have done more than what Dalton Connect did. And they are different players too. Like Connect's a bigger body, whereas I think Reed's probably a better shooter. I actually think Reed's a better athlete than Connect.
Damn straight.
Yeah.
Reed Shepard's the elite athlete.
713 is not an elite athlete. Trying to sneak that by there. Reed is Abdul Rauf. What was his last name?
Abdul Rauf.
He said this text says Reed is Abdul Rauf variant.
It sounds like
what was his name? Raul Abdul Rahim, right?
Yeah.
Remember he had the free throw record. He broke Calvin Murphy's free throw record. I remember that. That's an interesting comp because they're like kind of combo guards, but both kind of small. But both could well, I mean, we're saying that Reed can score because we think he can score. Texter, Israel equals channel change. We're not going to read bad things about Israel. Don't send us that stuff. 713-780 ESPN. Israel watched White Man Can't Jump earlier today. Come on. 713-780 ESPN.
What did that guy say about Israel?
He said that he equals the whenever I hear Israel, I change the channel.
One more time.
Whenever I hear Israel, I change the channel.
Oh, that's what he said?
Yeah.
That's a bump. We were not going to read that.
No, we're going to read that stuff.
No.
Saying Reed is slow is comical. Did Israel say he was slow? I
he said he was slow. He's unathlete. I mean, the dude, if Reed is listening, this man has to go see therapy after Izzy chimed in on him.
Yeah, he's
Good heavens.
He's not Israel's not a Reed Shepherd fan. 713-780 ESPN.
Well,
TJ
he's played in 7 games, so I can see why you'd form such a strong opinion.
What?
He hasn't. I mean, my God, how do you form such an opinion? He started 3 games in his career, and he's got it all figured out.
They make 10 times the money and play a quarter as hard as 90s players. Talking about just the state of the league. Rockets are fun to watch because they are old school defense. Do you think the 90s era could keep up with the pace of these days?
Yes.
In the NBA because they're moving fast. Now they would adapt.
It's not like they're constantly running sprint. Like, yeah, these guys, they would be just fine. And to that argument, I always find it kind of amusing. These guys lived on cheeseburgers, hot dogs, cigarettes, and Budweiser. Like, they had nobody taking care of them.
Yeah.
They stayed in a Motel 6. They had no chartered flights. They went out and balled and taped things up, and that's how they lived. Today, they're so pampered they can't play through stuff. That's the problem.
Yeah. No, I think it would. I agree. I think that it could, some guys would be not able to handle it, but for the most part, it'd be fine. Texter Reed Shepherd had a 42-inch vertical, highest at the combine last year. Okay, that speaks to his athleticism. Instead of figuring out a way for him to buy a jersey, you should figure out a way for him to stop calling the show. Come on. It's a Friday. We love each other in the Hive. We don't hate each other like this. Texter, I stand with Israel and the tax against him. I see what you did there, Texter. Reed is Jimmer Fredette. Oh, that wouldn't be good.
That would be all bad.
That would be bad if he was Jimmer Fredette, which not a bad comp.
Oh, boy. And we're off.
They're both like score first guards. I don't think Jimmer Fredette could jump 42
Isn't
inches.
every guard a score first guard now?
Nah.
You can't be a guard if you don't score first.
There's some like true point guards.
How many true point guards do you think there are? And I think you need to have a true point guard. Fred's a true point guard. Yeah.
He scores quite a bit, but yeah, no, I would consider him a true
comparatively.
point. Like, he's not a combo guard. He's definitely a point guard. Like Steph Curry will get the point guard label sometimes. He's a combo guard. I think Reed Shepherd's a combo guard. I don't think he's a point guard.
I agree.
Which combo guards, being 6'2", 6'3", is kind of, you usually like him to be a little bit bigger, I guess.
Positionless basketball is tough. It's tough. It's tough to watch at times because it doesn't flow as well. It's not your roles aren't as defined. It's a little weird.
Israel sent a middle finger emoji, them clown emoji, Shepherd, trash can emoji, laughing emoji. That's from Israel to all of the people that are going at him.
Israel, who hurt you?
Israel can't keep Reed's mouth out of his name. I had to change that text on the fly. Israel can't keep Reed's name out of his mouth.
I was reading it and I was like, is he going to say this?
That's not what the text said. I took liberties with that text for the station's FCC violations. Ocho, the NBA has changed too much for my liking. I'm completely out on the NBA. Call me back when the corner three is no longer the new layup and when bigs actually look to score from point-blank range instead of being conditioned to kick out for threes. I mean, Joker's won 2 MVPs recently. Embiid won 1. I've tuned out of NBA basketball since load management, whining LeBron, too many days off, soft players, media princesses, bring back the bad boys and Akeem. This game is pathetic, and I don't give a rat's you-know-what about what they are wearing. I think it's a fair take. Branham goes to work to get away from the kids screaming, just to get it every few minutes from Sandy's kids getting scared of the Stingrays. LOL. That's from Zach. Actually, those aren't kids. That's Michael Connor and Joe George. Bring SVP and Russillo back. Their basketball takes are great. I do like Russillo. I like both of them.
Fantastic.
Every single ESPN show's hot takes or what they think. What happened to actually talking about the games or highlights. Those were the days. I would agree with that. Kendrick Perkins and Stephen A. suck, says a texter. That's fine. Texter called me a D-bag. It was supposed to be funny. That's whenever I made fun of him earlier for asking that listener for a date. Tell him to touch grass. All right, I think we're all caught up. Shepherd must have taken Israel's wife. That's not nice. Come on. I don't think Israel's married.
I'm about to say, Izzy ain't married.
Izzy doesn't strike me as the
married
married type.
Sitting at dinner with Izzy?
I would enjoy it.
I would like a recap of this meal.
I would like to spend time with Israel, quite frankly. I think he'd be fun to hang out with.
Make it happen.
Israel, I think Israel dabbles in some stuff that I wouldn't mind dabbling in.
Drugs?
That's not what I was saying. I wouldn't. That's what I was saying. I asked Israel once on the air how high he was, and he said he was very high. He told me that one time. How about Chet? I've been very disappointed with Chet Holmgren in these finals.
He has not I was surprised too because he hasn't even been very good defensively, which he had been great defensively throughout the entire regular season. And I mean, he hasn't played. Last game he played just 24 minutes. I mean, he hasn't scored points. He's scored double digits a handful of times, but not impactful. I agree. His shot has not shot the ball well at all.
He looked really bad. He's
shooting 11% in the NBA Finals from three. 11.
That's brutal.
not
What did he
good.
shoot on the year? Do you know?
He shot 36% in the last round against the Timberwolves.
See, I think Chet's one of those players that can feast when everybody's kind of coasting. And then all of a sudden,
47% on the year.
like it's kind of like Jalen Green a little bit. Like Jalen Green had a great, okay, maybe great's too strong a word. I think Jalen Green had a really good regular season. Fair to say? Really good regular season, Jalen Green?
He made a very good jump. He was very impactful, very good.
And then I think whenever the defenses turn up the heat on him, it's like, uh-oh, here we go.
But do you
and
even
he struggles.
turn up the defense on Chet in the manner in which they did on Jalen?
I think not necessarily in like a apple to apple comparison, because he's not their best offensive player. Like they're going to turn up the heat on SGA and Williams and stuff like that.
Like Jalen
But-
wasn't even getting the looks that Chet's getting.
Right. No, but defenses just in general crank it up in the postseason.
Yes.
So like if you're just, let's put it like on a scale of 1 to 10, like how hard are defenses playing on average over 82 games a year? Let's just call it like a 5, right? What do you see in the NBA Finals? It's a 10. It's a 10. So I feel like the dude from Varsity Blues. So Chet, whenever he's getting that 5-level defense, the mediocre intensity, okay, he's going to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. And then all of a sudden you turn it up against him, and it's like, uh-oh, I can't shoot unless I'm wide open. I can't create my own shot. Maybe I can get to the rim every now and then, but not consistently whenever the teams that we're playing crank up the defense. I've been very disappointed in him. Like, it has changed my opinion on who I think he can be as a player.
Yeah, he is not, but he's missing open shots. That's my biggest thing, is he's just not shooting the ball well at all. It's not like Jalen was so unaggressive. He didn't make anything happen. He wasn't getting 10 to 15 shots. He disappeared. That was my problem.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, let's get to the today on a Durant of our lives. What is happening today in the Kevin Durant saga? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Hey, if you're thinking about buying a vehicle this weekend, you should go out to Monument Chevrolet. If you're in the market at all, it should be Monument Chevrolet. The next time you're in the market for a vehicle, it should be Monument Chevrolet. Why Monument Chevrolet? Well, they're the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent. They don't hassle you with their pricing. You're going to get an easy deal, a quick deal, and it's going to be fantastic for all parties. They've been serving the greater Houston area for 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, pre-owned vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. And then it keeps growing and growing, word of mouth, all of this stuff, because Monument Chevrolet is unlike other dealers. So you're not worried at all about if you're getting a fast one pulled on you, because that's not going to happen at Monument Chevrolet because they don't hassle you. You get what you get at Monument Chevrolet. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time and aggravating stressful negotiations. There's no tricks at Monument Chevrolet. They're not going to waste your time at Monument Chevrolet. They're not going to hide charges on you at Monument Chevrolet. So if you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it with Monument Chevrolet. Maybe it's not today. Maybe it's not next month. Maybe it's next year. But Monument Chevrolet is the place for you. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. Check out their inventory at monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8. You can't miss them at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Will Kunkel in for Blank today. A Durant of our lives, the saga that will not end. I think it will end by the draft next Wednesday. A lot going on here with the Kevin Durant, all those reports that may be true, may not be true. Here was Jake Fisher with his latest hypothesis yesterday on what's going on with Kevin Durant.
On the Heat right now. That's not with like direct source to say the Heat are the leading contenders. I just think when all is said and done, when you look at this whole landscape, if you're trying to triangulate what the most likely outcome is, Golden State didn't seem to be Jimmy Butler's home at first, but you started to read the tea leaves and figure out, well, if Phoenix can't do this, if this team can't do that, maybe Golden State and Jimmy Butler are going to need each other. I think at the end of the day, right now, that's my best educated guess as to what the outcome is going to be for Kevin Durant. I think Miami still has the pieces and the willingness and are a team that KD would want to go to that could ultimately rule out and win this landscape and this sweepstakes for Kevin Durant.
That was Fisher yesterday. Fisher since has reported that the Toronto Raptors and the Houston Rockets are both heavily involved in the Kevin Durant trade talks.
I love the Kevin Durant move. I think it would be a great move for them. Obviously, you don't want to give up a crazy amount, but I am definitely good with getting rid of Jalen Green, the 10th overall pick, and then you pick who from there other than Alperen Şengün, Tari Eason, and Amen Thompson.
So what is the
Tari Eason can go, never mind.
What is the most you would give?
The 10th overall, Jalen Green, and then no Alpi, no Amen Thompson.
Okay, what about the Suns picking 27?
Which is what?
Just the Suns.
Oh, the one that they own?
Yeah, the one that they won back.
What is it?
It's their first round pick. I don't think it's
Whatever
unprotected.
it would be.
It's unprotected too. Yeah. So I mean, we don't know what it is yet, other than it's an unprotected first.
I think you can probably get it. I think that's fine, only because you've got a lot of young talent on the Rockets. You can only have so much. It's like the Thunder. They've got all the first-round picks in the world. They're not going to be able to use them all. They're going to be able to do whatever they want. That's why they might just win the next 10 of these dang things if they win on Sunday.
I've been a big fan of trading for Durant at the right cost because he's immediately your best scorer. He's one of your better shooters, and he's immediately your go-to guy in crunch time. Like you would facilitate the offense through Kevin Durant. Durant also has a history with Ime Udoka. Whenever they were at Brooklyn together, when Ime was an assistant, Royale Ivy's kid, his granddad or his godfather rather is Kevin Durant. Like so, they're tied. That's why I actually think that there's some. Whenever Royale Ivy, it was reported earlier this week that he's staying in Houston after San Antonio was trying to poach him. I thought that was a bit of a clue on where Kevin Durant might be going. We'll see if that is actually true. But no, I'm okay. I like the idea of trading for Durant. I agree with you that you have the surplus of like young players, draft picks, and you eventually have to put those all together to move for another player to try to level up. It makes sense that it's Durant because Durant's probably the best player that's available. I don't think Giannis is available. So I'm mostly in favor of it. And also, like all the offers that we're seeing, they don't include him in. They don't include Alpi. I think the Suns are having to – the Suns eventually, in my mind, are going to take a trade offer that they felt at the beginning of this process was peanuts, was pennies on the dollar for their expectations. It feels like what I wanted to trade for Kevin Durant, that the Suns' asking price is coming down to that.
Is Jalen Green the best player that they'd be willing to trade?
The Rockets?
Like who, I guess in your mind, is Jalen Green the most valuable piece outside of Alpi and Amen? Is Jalen Green the most valuable?
See, that's a good question because it depends on who you ask. And if you believe reports, Phoenix doesn't want Jalen.
That's what I mean.
So,
like how valuable after what he put on paper or put on film in the playoffs is he?
See, if I was just like, okay, let's take every single player in the NBA and just put them in this big draft, right? Like, so every player in the NBA is available. You can draft whoever you want. It's a start over draft. I would have Jalen ahead of Jabari. Like, I think that Jalen would have more value around the NBA than Jabari would. Look, I like Jabari too. I think Jabari's a unique player. I think he has a unique skill set. Like, he's a guy who I think is capable of shooting 40% from three. I think he's capable of averaging double-digit rebounds. Needs to be a little tougher because he hasn't done that yet. I like his touch. But if you were just putting everybody in a redraft, Jalen Green would go ahead of Jabari.
I agree. Can we just talk about the couple that walked in here, though?
I missed him. I was lost in my own thought.
Both wearing different, but both wearing Jaws shirts.
Oh, really?
To come to the aquarium.
That's pretty funny.
65 years old.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was adorable and cute or what's going on here.
No, I think it's adorable and cute. Those are life goals.
What are we doing here?
Those are life goals.
Who convinced the other one to do it?
Like, do you think that they're like natural antagonists?
They're both
like
the Jaws character.
We're gonna go to this place where like everybody's enjoying fish and stingrays, and we're gonna walk in there like we're a bunch of sharks. You know what I mean? I wonder if they're natural antagonists or serial killers.
I wonder what's gonna come of that. Like, is that a talking point around the aquarium? Anyway,
I don't know.
I just hadn't seen a matching fish-oriented shirts since we've been here, and I just did. If a shark is a shirt, a fish.
I would have a min ahead of Alpi. I would go a min, Alpi, Jalen. I think I'm going right off the top, so I might miss somebody here. Jalen, Jabari, Reed, Tari, Cam. And that doesn't even include the draft picks. Like, I'd rather have Phoenix's 27 pick than the number 10 pick this year.
Yeah, you just don't need that. Like, you don't need. I put Fred in there too, obviously.
Well, I was going young players.
Oh,
but
I see what you're saying. Okay.
I was going from your youth, but he would be in there as well.
Whatever the order is, here's the problem. It is a bit of a debate, and there is a discussion around it whether you rather have Jabari or Jalen. And Jabari played a big role off the bench. I know as sixth man, but Jalen just the amount to which he disappeared for 7 or 6 games of the 7-game series is what is so alarming. He admitted that it was a big stage after game 1, and I actually kind of gave him a little bit of props because he came out in game 2 and was awesome. He dropped 38 points. But then to be overwhelmed and irrelevant in game 3 and game 4 and game 5, also in game 6 and in game 7, is just inexcusable to be irrelevant every game.
Yeah.
Because that's more of a that's more of a character, mental, physical flaw or whatever that you can't. That's something that's tough to build.
Do you think it's an anomaly though? Like one bad series,
6 games, irrelevancy.
I mean, he had one good game.
That's what I mean.
He had one good game.
Like the outlier can't be the one good game.
But could the outlier in his career be the one playoff series?
Maybe. That's what I've been saying. The Rockets and Rafael Stone are going to have to take a gamble this season, whether it's with Jalen or without.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a gamble. That's not good. Like, it's not a gamble to keep Amen, we don't think. It's not a gamble to keep Alpi. It's a gamble at this point to keep Jalen. Doesn't mean it won't hit, but it's a gamble.
So, but if you believe the reports on all this too, though, it seems like the Rockets are willing to get rid of Jalen Green. Like, to me, he's not the holdup here. To me, he's like the Rocket. The Rockets are hoping he's the centerpiece. The Rockets are hoping they don't ask for other people that are in this trade. Like, I think the Rockets want it to be Jalen Green, and you basically swap out Jalen Green for Kevin Durant as your best perimeter scorer. And yes, you add sweeteners to the deal and salary filler to the deal to make it legal in the NBA. But the sense that I have, no matter what anybody's opinion is on Jalen Green, based on what we've heard and based on all the reports, the Rockets are more than willing to move on from Jalen Green.
And what hurts Jalen Green from this standpoint of being willing to let go of is the fact that you can plug and chug with some other guys, with Jabari Smith, with Tari Eason.
Yeah.
So basically the way I look at it is, okay, Phoenix, here are these guys, Jalen Green, Tari Eason, Jabari Smith Jr. You pick who you want. Like, you pick. I don't care who it is. You take whoever you want to take out of that, and we'll give them to you.
Would you do Jalen, Tari, number 10 pick, Phoenix's pick in 2027, and salary filler for Durant?
I would say yes, only because I legitimately think that they could win the the national title, the NBA Finals. They could win the championship with that team. Here's the problem. You are selling a lot to win right now, and you really got to give it a run, and you got to believe that you can win it all.
Yeah.
Because Durant's on the back end. He's only got a couple of years left. He dropped 27 a game last year, though. Let's not act like he's fallen off a cliff. He has not.
See,
and he is all ball.
No, I still think Durant would be very, very good too. And you get him in 2 more years probably. Now, how good he is in those 2 years is fair to question. I also don't think that I really don't think it's mortgaging your future a ton. Like, you still have a really good foundation. Like, okay, Kevin Durant, you get him for a year plus the 2-year extension, so he's here for 3 years. What he is for the duration of 3 years, who knows? But you still have a pretty good young core of at least a min, of Alpi Şengün. If you don't trade Jabari or Tari, they're in the mix there. If you don't trade Reed, if you don't trade Cam, which I don't mind trading Cam, like you still have a lot of youthful foundational pieces. I don't think that Jalen Green and draft picks, for the most part, for Kevin Durant is a huge mortgage of the future. I still think you have a strong future.
This is going to sound really, really weird, but I'm just going to draw a little bit of a parallel to the Astros in a weird way. I think a big-time X factor in this trade going forward and what you're willing to give up, especially from a pick standpoint, is Cam Whitmore. And I say that because if he can fill that gap, if he turns out to be that good, then you can do it. And I'll say this with the Astros. It was like Jake Myers and Chas McCormick for me. If Chas McCormick was able to return to popping 22 home runs and 70 RBIs, like that fills a huge gap that you had a huge concern coming into the season. But it's just such a big if that if this happens, man, I'll give you that pick and I'll give you an extra guy because I got this guy in the wings that we're going to gamble on and we think we're going to hit on.
It's funny though that according to reports, Phoenix is like, no, we're good. We don't want Jalen. Like we want the other players, and we don't want the leading scorer. We want the other guys.
And is that even the best offer on the table? Because the T-Wolves have offered up the 17th pick, Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, and some other young talent.
It depends on what Phoenix wants to do. If they want to rebuild, then I think Houston's the better option. If they wanted to try to contend, which I don't think is a good idea because I don't think they're going to contend to that level where it's worth it, then Minnesota is the best option. The problem there is Kevin Durant doesn't want to go to Minnesota, and I don't believe Minnesota is going to give them that trade offer if Kevin Durant doesn't sign an extension. So it might be a moot point. I do get the sense that Phoenix wants to try to contend, which I don't agree with. They should just tear it all down, I think. But.
Well, they have to based on where they kind of are with the new apron and the like the financial aprons with the new deal with the play. Like it's something squirrel. They're in a bad spot.
Yeah, but it seems like they want they could tear it all down. Like they could. I think they're stuck with Beal. I think they're stuck with Beal, but you could trade Booker. But it seems like okay, we're going to keep Booker and we're going to try to figure out a way to win with Booker, which I like Booker. I just don't think the pieces are nearly good enough there for them to try to continue to win at the level they became accustomed to prior to this year.
I mean, Booker was the end all be all coming into the season, and now nobody wants him. It feels like.
Well, he's kind of committed to stay in there. And Phoenix is kind of committing to him, which, again, I think is kind of odd. Texture, it's his first playoffs. If we taking a risk, why are we taking one that involves assets? Kevin Durant's 38.
It's his first playoff thing. Can absolutely pound sand with me. That doesn't – he's been in the league for 4 years. He played 7 games in the playoffs. When you're in the NFL and you reach week 10, you're no longer a rookie. Like you have to wait a whole nother year to play another playoff game in the NFL if you lose. He had 7 tries at it. And again, go out and not be good, fine. But he wilted. He didn't show up. He didn't offer anything offensively. He couldn't even get shots up. He couldn't do anything.
He got locked down by Steph Curry.
It was so bad. So lose me with it's his first playoffs. He's played a half a decade in the league, dude.
Why do we give Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson a free pass, though?
Who does? Who's giving them a free pass?
Most people.
I feel like Lamar is highly criticized because he hasn't won the big one. When's he going to win it?
Josh Allen's not.
Peyton Manning was always everyone's criticized. John Elway was always dragged. Josh Allen is criticized. However, I think that him playing so well, same thing with Lamar Jackson in the playoffs this year. It came down to them doing their jobs, but the other guys didn't. Like Mark Andrews dropped that ball. They should have won the game. Lamar did everything. it didn't come down to years past. Lamar was not Lamar. Josh, I don't know his full playoff history, but he played his tail off against the Chiefs. It wasn't anything he did wrong. The Rockets lost because of Jalen Green. That can't happen.
Yeah. No, Allen's had some really good playoff games. He also just gives the ball away too much. I feel like his style and Lamar's style isn't conducive to the postseason because they can be reckless with the ball at times.
Are they comparisons?
I think so. Yeah,
I agree too.
No,
Why
I
not?
100% would have put them in the same. Like they're both MVP level quarterbacks. They're both top 5 quarterbacks, probably top 3 quarterbacks.
Great runners,
athletes. I don't think either one's ever going to win a Super Bowl.
Man, really?
Yeah.
I think both of them got a good shot. I would take one. I don't care which one, but I would take one of them to win because both franchises seem to be all in and doing this properly.
How long can you do that in the NFL, though? They're also the prime of their career, so their window's probably shorter than you think.
And it's such a team game, man. It's all, to me, it's not about them as quarterbacks. They have to be good, obviously. But to me, it's about the franchise and how they run the franchise because you need 22 other guys around you to win a Super Bowl. Yes, Patrick Mahomes is awesome. But, like, that defense has won them the last couple Super Bowls that they won. And when they lost, the offensive line was trash.
Mahomes also takes care of the ball, though, and is very careful with it. The other guys can be reckless at times.
I'm not
every game, just
sometimes. Comp between those guys, but, like, give me the franchise versus the player in the NFL.
I would agree with that for sure. Willa Bits coming up next. It does pertain to Jalen Green, too. A couple of videos from Jalen Green. That's next. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
It's time for Buzzkill Branham.
Me? Never would I buzzkill something. You know what makes me sick? And this pertains to Jalen Green. I can't stand when professional athletes post their workout videos. Look at me. I'm working out in the off season. I'm working hard. I'm working on my craft. I'm trying to get better. Isn't that the bare minimum? You're making $40 million a year.
Yeah, I'll one up you. I don't have that much of a problem with the videos. I have a massive problem with the fan that says he's working his tail off. Look at this video. He's working so hard this offseason. Comeback year coming at you.
No, I hate it all. And then, but I totally agree with your stance. And then also like the person that tries to make it translate into the season in some way. Like, Jalen Green's working on his mid-range game. He's going to be awesome from the paint. He's going to be awesome from 15 feet.
They do a side-by-side of the jumper that they do in game 48 to what they did in the summer. Like, this is what I was talking to you right here. Double dribbles twice, pounds his right foot and pulls up. He worked on it all off season.
He comes off a screen for a guy who looks like me, and he hits a 12-foot jumper, and he's going to be the next guy in the NBA that averages 40. It drives me nuts. But the reason I hate it from the player perspective, too, is, like, I'm a big believer in greatness that feels it has to be proclaimed amidst the doubt of its existence. So the moment that you put that out there, you're like, well, I'm trying to prove you wrong that I am working. And somebody tweeted at me, was like, well, this is like his marketing team trying to make him stay relevant. Yeah, that could be true. Like, I'm not going to dismiss the possibility of that. It's just lame to me. It doesn't do anything for me. I find it to be cringe. He's working so hard. Cool. It means nothing.
I agree with it means nothing to me. I think it is mostly marketing and its relevancy in its business, and it's all that stuff that it is today. What bothers me in that line more is that Michael Jordan, I don't believe in a press conference ever said that he's the greatest. LeBron has to tell you that he's the greatest. You ain't the greatest if you got to tell me you're the greatest. We know what the greatest is, and they don't have to tell us.
Let's see if I'm going to pull up the comments here.
Can we talk about what's happening in front of us again?
It looks like a field trip, but it's summer.
But like a sleepover. Do they have sleepovers in here?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, come on.
You
haven't signed up for one of these?
It does feel like they were here for a while.
I mean,
that's more than a sleepover, though. They have luggage.
There's luggage, there's laundry, there's pillows.
And they're all girls who are about 12 years and under, right? Like the range of these girls are like 8 to 14, maybe.
They're
I don't know
loading
what
everything
this is.
into like laundry bins of sorts.
It feels like it almost feels, I don't know, man. This is weird.
Yeah, definitely that. I agree.
It feels like they were on vacation.
And then like the meetup spot was the aquarium.
Like a group vacation, right?
Yeah, it's like the DC trip. You know,
do you know what this is? Group vacation?
What's
you with
going
them?
on here?
Are you with these people? You're not with. They're not with them. I couldn't tell you. We were trying to guess and we couldn't figure it out. It looks like a sleepover at the aquarium, right? Yeah. What are they doing? What are they sleeping with the fish?
Oh, here all week. Try your veal. Speaking of, as we've been hosting here all day, don't you think that the fine establishment restaurant above us should be bringing us a dish or two to try to rave about on the air to all of our listeners?
You're walking a very fine line here, Kunkel.
I'm a fill-in guy.
You're acting a little like Connor. You're going to get us in trouble.
I'm just wondering.
My mom texted, I think that they're spending the night. Can you believe that? Unbelievable.
Go join them.
Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't want to join them. She doesn't want to join the pre-teenage kids. Cincinnati
We have
Red
another
fan.
question, guy.
Yeah, Cincinnati Red. I think the restroom's right there. Yeah,
Not my restroom. We just work for ESPN Radio.
Yeah. He's wearing. You're a Reds fan, though, huh? You like the Reds?
I bet you has
He's
no
not
idea he's
listening.
wearing a
He heard where the restroom at, and he checked out.
Are you a Reds
Are
fan?
you a Reds fan, sir? Yeah, Reds. Yeah, okay. Die hard. You from Cincinnati? Where are you from? Beaumont. Okay. Yeah, a bunch of Reds fans in Beaumont, huh? Yeah.
Boy, you guys are everywhere. They're taking over.
My mom texted me. She said, Branham. Actually, she didn't call me Branham. Jeremy, it is the 50th anniversary of Jaws.
Really?
50th
Oh,
anniversary.
oh,
Jaws.
here we
Oh,
here
another
come the
one.
flurry of
Ice cream
questions.
shirt. What's your
Yeah,
question
we're
for
we're
us,
live
sir?
on the air
What
on
we got?
ESPN. What do you got?
Oh, you got a ticket there.
Sure.
You got a
So
city
you're going to go
pass?
out the door. You're going to take a left, and you're going to
Yeah.
find a nice woman or man that will help you. This is live ESPN
yeah.
radio.
You never know in 2025.
Yep.
Though. Yeah.
However, they never mind.
Yeah, we are. What would you call us here? We're the help booth. What do you call it? Like customer service?
We're in a fishbowl.
Yeah, that guy has a question too. He's looking at it. Guest services. There we go. Here we go.
I feel like we're getting pranked.
Come on, let's go. What's
This
your
is-
question?
let's
for
go.
us? Oh, the city. Oh, he's got the city pass too. Or is that Uber?
You're
I
an
don't-
Uber guy?
You're picking.
You think are you picking up Jeremy?
No,
All
you're
right,
picking.
Jeremy. See you later, buddy. Your ride's here.
I can't help you, sir. I don't know.
This is ESPN radio.
I don't know. Yeah, we definitely needed a microphone for these people. This
Oh,
was
this is-
gold.
we need to do
I'm,
this
I'm,
more.
I am upset with myself because I really wanted to bring a microphone out
This is
for all
fantastic.
of these people.
I feel like I'm in Times Square.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, but 50th anniversary of Jaws, so I think that's why that that very fine couple was wearing the Jaws T-shirt. They're
Okay.
here. I wonder if they do that for every anniversary of Jaws. They come to the aquarium to have a seafood dinner.
Exactly. I don't know if this has led to more questions
Maybe
or
that
it's
was their
answered the
first date.
questions.
They're
Not
older.
at that age.
I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
but, maybe maybe no disrespect to the elderly dating crew.
Oh, this texter says pretty sure Jay Bruce is from Beaumont. He is. He went to Beaumont Westbrook.
Jay Bruce. Man,
So
he
that
was
might
good.
be why he's a Reds fan. You know who got a base hit off of Jay Bruce in high school?
Not you.
Your boy.
Oh.
2 for 5. One of them was
He
from
was
Jay Bruce.
pitching?
Yeah, Jay Bruce had me up on an 0-2 count. He shook off a breaking ball. I was like, this punk. He thinks he's going to blow a fastball by me, and I was able to squeak it through the right side.
Do you think
It's
he's
one of my
telling
2
this
high
story?
school hits.
Do you think he'd tell this story to this
So
day?
he was a sophomore whenever I was a senior, and that was his last year of pitching. I think I retired him. I put to bed his pitching career. That's not why. It's because he was such a good hitter, and they didn't want him to get hurt.
No, that's not why.
he was up 0-2, and he shook off the catch. I was like, I know what he's thinking.
Man, there's some funny people around here.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
It's a very small cowboy hat.
I don't think that guy would have been a fan of Jay Bruce, though.
Why?
I just don't think that he would have,
They're from the same. Maybe they can be buddies. They're probably the same age-ish. Jay's getting up there.
I don't know if they're the same age.
How old?
Jimmy, he's 2 years younger than me, and I'm going to be 40 in 10 days.
Yeah,
so
that
he's
guy-
38.
That guy's in his mid-40s.
Yeah.
This is great radio describing to you. The
I mean, it's a
clientele
Friday.
of
It's a
the-
Friday at
of
5:30.
the aquarium.
It's a Friday at 5. If people are still listening to us, they need to get a life. I'm just kidding.
The clientele and this girl is appalled with the smell. Interestingly enough, of the
Really?
fish. Yeah, she has had her shirt over her
Let's-
nose.
hey, the Reds fan's
for
back.
15 minutes.
Let's ask if he knows Jay Bruce. Hey,
Reds fan.
Reds fan.
Reds fan.
Reds fan. Do you say you're from Beaumont? Do you know who Jay Bruce is? Jay Bruce.
Oh.
He said no.
He
Yeah.
played.
He's from your neck of the woods. He's from Beaumont. He went to Westbrook. He was a Red. He was a Cincinnati Red. I don't know Chip Ambrose. Who's Chip Ambrose? Oh, he's your cousin.
He just lives in Beaumont. It was just it.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
All right.
I got you.
Okay.
Awesome. Y'all have a good day.
All right.
Y'all be good.
See you guys.
Yeah. I told you didn't know who Jay Bruce was.
Yeah. But his wife maybe or someone else in the group.
I mean,
did.
she kind of spoke up once she heard the name. Well, I guess we asked
Once
the name.
you broke it down a little bit, Westbrook High or whatever.
Yeah. If he doesn't post videos, he's going to get criticized, lose. I disagree. I don't need my athletes to be posting videos. Like CJ Stroud hasn't been posting videos this offseason, and I think that's perfectly fine.
Someone said they need him.
Yeah, he said if he doesn't,
No,
Jalen,
he's
if he
not.
doesn't post
No, he's
videos,
not.
he's going to get criticized, lose situation.
All right, name all the athletes then to that texter that haven't posted videos. Name them all. Name the ones you want to criticize because of it. That's such baloney.
I don't follow players. I think it's
Here's a hot take. Not everyone's J.J. Watt looking to be tapped on the back all the time with every video he posts.
That's what I mean.
Here come the text messages.
That's what I mean, though.
Now, if I could do anything that J.J. Watt could do, I'd put it all over social media.
I wouldn't.
The jump at 55. So I did a box jump the other day. I think I did 48, 48-inch box jump. I was pretty pumped. I was stoked over it. And then someone showed me J.J. Watt, who is a significantly larger man, did a 55-inch box jump. And I was like, damn, that's awesome.
I rolled out of bed this morning.
Dude, I heard, and elite stuff right there.
I didn't post that. I mean, I
Elite
don't
stuff.
sit there and post my athletic feats.
Your
on social.
comp is Sam Perkins.
He could shoot. He could shoot. Texter, how don't they have it obvious that you are doing a show? This has been going on for 5.5 hours. People are just oblivious. I mean, we're most people. I mean, I wouldn't say most people. Like, they're just oblivious. They're not sports people. They probably don't listen to sports radio. They don't. He got his Uber Eats. Good on him. He wasn't a driver. He was an Uber Eats guy. I feel bad now because I know where he could have picked it up, but I just didn't really know what he was asking.
Did not know.
He was an Uber Eats delivery guy. I thought he was an Uber driver guy.
To be fair, I asked if you're looking to pick someone up. Is Jeremy your ride? He said yes.
Well, I did notice that his Uber was in a different language, so I felt like it was not going to happen for us.
There was a language barrier.
Yeah, I think I like people
What
asking
language?
us stuff. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I did not know.
I couldn't
either.
tell. I didn't recognize it.
Either. Yes. Usually I can pick it out a little bit, or at least the area of the world.
Yeah. I had an idea more based on him than the language.
Yes,
Which
yes.
is very mean of me to say, I think.
That's not me. No.
I
No,
think that's
I will
mean?
not allow that.
Is that
no?
Is that
You're not
being,
saying it's a bad thing?
what would I be? What is that? What is it when I do that? Am I labeling somebody?
No, you're figuring it out based on
Deductive reasoning?
stuff.
I
Yeah.
thought I liked you, Will, but you can't crash JJ. You're losing me, Will.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, how many workout videos how many tires have to be flipped?
Ocho. I saw Chip Ambers play quarterback for Westbrook. He was really good. I believe Ocho, too. Ocho goes to a bunch of high school games and stuff. Ocho's been in Houston forever.
I want to catch a high school game this coming up season if I'm around here. I do want to do that.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I grew up on high school. I grew up on 21-5A football. Uncle Barney would take me to Thorne Stadium like every Friday night. That's how I knew who Odell James was. Odell James was Vince Young before Vince Young, but he blew out his knee and he went to Baylor. It was a bad idea.
It's always fascinating if you talk to some of your favorite athletes or best athletes when you have a chance and ask them, like, who's the best athlete you've ever played against or seen? So many times the answer is some guy that blew out his knee in high school.
Mm-hmm. Mine was Vince Young. Odell James was up there, though. I saw Luck play. I saw Andrew Luck play Sam McGuffey at Tully Stadium.
Man, I had a little bit of a man crush on Sam McGuffey when I was younger.
He jumped over. He was like the first dude who hurdled to somebody.
Yeah, a lot of relatability there. My comp was Sam.
Branham had a memories moment right there. I mean, it was the highlight of my athletic career. Base hit off Jay Bruce, guest fastball. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Let's get to the stupid game of Who Said It. That's next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance
No one loves it. Very few tolerate it. Brian's not even working today, and he's making us play this game. Ryan filling in for Brian, but Brian force-feeding us this stupid game. Will read to us 5 quotes that were said by ESPN 97.5 personalities. We will guess who said it. We're also going to race through this here. Brian texted me, Will, and said that because there were so many people out this week that he included fill-in host. So good luck us. Brian's cheating. Let's get started, Ryan. What is quote number 1?
All right, so quote number 1 is going to be, Dana Brown has come in here and lied to your faces. I hate to be this way. He sucks. He's a bad GM. I don't care what anybody says. He's a bad GM. I know that he made a good move here to go ahead and pull the Kyle Tucker trigger when he did. But he's told you that he was going to come in and sign young guys from the start. He signed one. He signed Christian Javier, a guy who was barely pitched since then.
Oh, wow. That's a strong take on Dana Brown.
That's a horrible take.
I don't think it's Paul. I don't think Paul would go that hard on Dana. I don't think Lance would. I think this is actually one of the fill-in hosts this week. I think this might be Michael Connor. Any objection?
No.
Let's do Michael Connor, Ryan.
I hate to be this way. He sucks.
Yep.
He's a bad GM. I don't care what anybody says. He's a bad GM. I know that he made a good move here to go ahead and pull the Kyle Tucker.
That's wild. It's a hot take.
That's a horrible take.
Yeah, I disagree. I agree with you.
And he's not like.
All right, ready?
I don't think he's great, but I think he's good and solid. I think I don't know enough to say he's not great.
He's so far from horrible.
Right.
He's not even close.
Look at the bullpen.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's a bad one. All right, quote 2. Sorry, Ryan.
All right, no problem. Quote number 2. Don't be an Android user. It's 2025. Get an iPhone. Get with it. Stop being the green bubble guy. Be the blue bubble guy. It is a vibe killer. You really don't want to associate with them.
Any guesses?
Paul?
I would say either Paul or Joe. You want to go Paul? You said Paul. Let's go Paul.
Don't be an Android user.
I don't
2025.
I don't know.
Get an iPhone. Get with it. Stop being the green bubble guy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 1 for 2. What's quote number 3?
All right, quote number 3. But sometime I just wish my wife would just listen to what I say and just do what I say. She just won't. She just won't.
That's Lance.
She's
That's
bossy.
Lance.
My wife.
Lance.
She's not going out like a sucker. She's gonna
All right.
sometimes.
Go ahead and play it, Ryan.
Lance.
Lance is our guest.
But sometimes I just wish my wife would just listen to what I say.
When you're together?
Just do what I say.
No, I'm sitting there while he's saying this. I'm like, man, he is close to the edge. And I don't know where he's going to go.
Just do what I say.
Yeah, he's like, I just wish he would do what I say and sit there. So I was like, oh, boy, Lance is getting close to not eating for a week.
Oh, man. I love that one. That's a great one. All right, 2 against 1, or 2 for 3. Quote 4, Ryan.
Okay. Memphis, Milwaukee, even Minnesota. Maybe Minnesota is a little bit easier, but there are certain cities that are going to be hard to draw stars to. Memphis is where you go to lose. That's live. You go to lose your relevance there. You get lost there. Sacramento, you get lost there.
Yeah, you think it's Paul or Dell? What do you think?
Dell. No, Paul.
All right, let's go Paul.
Paul? Okay.
Memphis, Milwaukee.
Okay. Oh, well.
Son of a.
All right, this is the rubber one. This is the rubber quote.
2 and 2. See if
Do
you'll
or
win.
die.
This is intense. I feel like I'm playing a game that my mom forced the family to play.
Exactly. That's a great way to describe it.
All right, ready
5?
for number 5?
Drum roll, please.
I lose audio every time I move away. Okay, so I would like to have another great sports movie. And unfortunately, it feels like they're all the same. And I've gone back and I've watched some of the more recent ones, and they're always a little bit disappointing because it just feels like it's the same. Whether it was The Longest Yard, the original one, which is the good one, or it's Rocky, like everything in some way, shape, or form was built off of that.
I think it's either Paul or Dell. You have a preference?
No, whatever you want.
Let's go, Paul.
I would like to have
There you
another.
go.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Hold
way
it
to
out.
go.
Ultimately, it feels like
Let's go.
clutch.
What a Brian. That was what they say about me. Like when I got that base hit off of Jay Bruce batting in a 10-1 game, they're like, that Branham's clutch.
Is that a sponsored segment?
No, it's Brian sponsors it. He puts a stamp of approval on it, and it sucks.
Brian's blaming me for
Stand
y'all
that
winning.
game. He's blaming you.
Yeah, he's like
He's there.
Crushed.
Look at Brian.
What up,
It's his
B?
baby. He's got to watch over his baby. Blankers gets mad at me when we play this game because I melody. He gets so mad at me.
Does he
right.
take it serious?
Oh, he doesn't. No, he doesn't take anything seriously. Blankers. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees live from the downtown aquarium on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. He used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect you. He wants to protect your business. And he's been doing that for nearly 25 years. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits, administration, payroll, all of it. HR&P, though, is going to work with you to customize a plan for what you need. You might not want all of it. You might only want HR compliance. You might only want the payroll aspect of it. You're good at the other stuff. The other stuff is stressful for you. Whatever you and your business needs, HR&P is going to customize a plan. Nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You're not reading off a menu. A little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to be there for your business. The customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who knows you, knows your business. I can attest to the customer service at HR&P. They're fantastic. And whether it's calling them, whether it's emailing them, whatever is your style, whatever is your lane, they're going to be there with whatever you want to do. I'm more of an email guy. They're always giving me a quick answer that's very, very easy to understand. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business or golfing a little bit more. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. Another mixed market on Wall Street as the Dow failed to hold on to much of its gains after Federal Reserve Governor Christopher Waller suggested that the Fed could cut rates as early as July. However, the head of the San Francisco Federal Reserve kind of pushed that off into September in yet another interview on CNBC. Interest rates ended a little bit lower today, while the market in terms of equities ended mixed. The Dow up 35 points at 42,206. S&P down 13 for the third day in a row. It's traded lower to 59.67. NASDAQ down nearly 99 points at 19,447. The yield on the 10-year note slipping to 4.38%. Dollar down on the day. Oil off 14 cents, while gold futures were down more than $26 to $33.81 the ounce. This as Wall Street is not only keeping an eye on Washington, but also as to whether or not the Trump administration will join the offensive fight against Iran with Israel. Are there bombs coming is the key question. The president said he'll give it 2 weeks to figure it out. However, we will see whether or not there's any let up in the offensive by Israel and whether or not there's any further push by the U.S. to get
Broadcasting live from the Downtown Aquarium as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Will Kunkel in for Blankers today. Thank you for filling in, Will. Great
world
time
for you.
I'm going to ruin it here in the next 11 minutes, though. Try my best to ruin the 2 hours and 49 minutes of bliss that we had. Thank you to the aquarium for having us out. Thank you for all the people stopping by and saying hello, whether you knew us or didn't. That was very entertaining. That was fun. That was fun. Hunter Brown on the mound tonight. I like this pitching matchup. I didn't realize this was a pitching matchup until this morning. I knew Hunter Brown was pitching. I didn't know who was pitching for the Angels. But Yusei Kikuchi versus Hunter Brown. That's so fun. And Kikuchi, like TK said, he's been really good lately. His ERA is down to 3.05. That's Israel. I can't remember if Israel liked Kikuchi or didn't like Kikuchi.
I think Israel likes a lot of
I think he liked Kikuchi, actually. I think he was a Kikuchi. Israel, I know you're listening. Did you like Kikuchi? I can't remember. 713-780 ESPN.
How could they won every game he pitched? If this dummy doesn't like him, then
I think he liked him. I think he liked Kikuchi. I think he was a Kikuchi stan. But fun matchup today. What do you think Hunter Brown does against this Angel lineup that will not be managed by Ron Washington for the foreseeable future? He's taking a medical leave.
Prayers to Ron. I think he goes 8 innings of 2-run ball.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Hunter Brown is an absolute stud.
He's so good.
He's better than Fromber. He's a star.
That's a hot take. I don't know how hot it is, actually. I really don't have a problem with that. The problem that I have is when, like, Hunter Brown's the ace and not Fromber. I think it's it's
whatever.
It's just a word. Like, it's not really a real thing. It's like a mythical title that we create.
Well, I guess it kind of depends what kind of team you're on, but the idea of an ace is that you stop losing streaks if it ever comes to that. Like, you're that stopgap guy or the guy that turns to in the playoffs. And to your point, both of them are an ace. So you don't have to have just one. Both of them are that good.
Agreed. Like, they're both really, they're both ace caliber.
I feel more comfortable with Hunter, though, of late. I just feel like Fromber has the ability to blow up and mentally kind of wander on the mound.
I mean, he hadn't been that way lately, though.
No, he has not. I agree with that.
I do like the moxie of Hunter Brown, though. Like, he just, to me, what's the 6 inches between his 2 ears is a little better than Fromber's. But I love that you have both. The duo's fantastic. Texture at Triple H just hits different on the radio. It's like good or bad. It's like good different or bad different. Don't know. Peter K. Blank hates puppies, kids, nickel corners, the Rockets, property taxes, beef fajitas, Draymond Green, trampoline park workers, coaches that run up the score when Branham checks out, Jordan Love, James Harden, and the aquarium. Oh, he had daughter duty today. Well, happy birthday to Blankers yesterday. It's 31st birthday for Blankers
Happy birthday,
yesterday.
you young pup.
Honey Glazed Branham, Will Kunkel, more like Will Skunkle.
Am I right?
That's so bad. Let's get to our car wreck of the day, Ryan. Car wreck of the day is this guy trying to sneak a photo of me. I saw you, sir. I saw you taking a photo. I'm just kidding. Good to meet you. Oh, okay. What's wrong with the Spada's lineup? Am I right? Yeah, he didn't. You don't see my post.
Spada's on DH today. I mean,
oh, good. Happy
DH
anniversary
today.
to y'all. Y'all enjoy.
Oh,
All right.
Congratulations.
He goes. I see your post every day. He didn't even know my name.
Yeah. Nor did he know your famous tweet.
I know. All right. What's your car wreck of the day today?
I'm going with the kind of the general problem that the NBA Finals hasn't gotten the attention that it deserves and that it has earned, and that Kevin Durant has kind of come in and stolen so much of the conversation in the NBA world right now. And to the reporters that are like, the Rockets are in. I'm hearing the Rockets are out. I'm hearing the Wolves are in. I'm hearing the Suns are in. I'm hearing like, okay, can we just move on from this thing? I don't have a problem of us speculating and have some fun with it, but my gosh, it's taken away from the NBA Finals. It reminds me, not to his fault, it's not Kevin's fault, but in 2007 when Alex Rodriguez announced that he's opting out of his Yankees deal during the World Series, like, dude, as if enough wasn't about you already. Gosh.
Yeah, I do think that the NBA offseason timeline is really, really quick. Like the NBA draft is Wednesday. Game 7 of the finals is Sunday. There's 2 days between the end of the NBA basketball season and the NBA draft. Isn't that weird to you?
Yeah, it's like the WNBA does the draft like right after Caitlin Clark dominated in Iowa. Like it was like boom, done, big time. Like here we go.
It was like in the middle of the year.
It was like right away.
So it's like the Major League Baseball draft.
Like there was
in
no
the middle
like
of the WNBA
season.
season. Yeah,
like there's nothing. It's just
That
like
is
the end
weird.
of season into the draft.
Yeah, it's so weird that the NBA season's going to end Sunday and the draft is on Wednesday. So it probably like throws it in
I
the
see
Kevin
what you're
Durant.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like think if you're Sam Presti, like you're watching the NBA Finals, but you also have to get ready for the draft and like work the phones and stuff.
It's a good problem to have.
For sure. It's just so weird that it's so quick.
Yes.
So the offseason's going to start like that, which is kind of fun, but at the same time, it's weird for those GMs.
That's why the NFL is king.
Uh-huh.
They have so much spread out. They own the calendar.
I am nauseated with the Kevin Durant stuff though. Like, oh, okay, this is happening this hour. This is happening this hour. And they're all, you know what they're all doing is they're all playing poker with each other through the media. What I think is happening right now is I think the Rockets have the best offer. I think that they're not budging on adding a sweetener. The Suns are like, well, we're going to go to the media and like all this stuff. Like, the Suns, unless somebody tops the Rockets offer, he's going to be a Rocket. That's my feel on it. I think the Rockets, as of right now, if the Suns were forced into a trade at this moment, I think it would be to Houston.
Do you think that they deal him no matter what? Like they will accept a deal?
I do. I don't think there's any scenario where they keep Kevin Durant past the draft. I think he is on a different team by Wednesday night.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any reason to say that you're wrong.
My car wreck is Dennis Santana. He was trying to punch guys in the seats yesterday. Pirate reliever who's been really good was trying to punch a fan. He leaped up into the air and tried to like slap at him. The fan was wearing a Roberto Clemente jersey, which, okay, that's not very sportsy. That's not very sportsy to be yelling at a Pirate reliever as you're wearing a Pirate jersey, but he was wearing a Tiger hat. That's kind of weird.
What did the fans say?
I don't know. Dennis Santana said he just crossed the line.
Sometimes you just deserve a little punch in the mouth.
I agree with that, actually. I think they should let players go at fans.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to go that far.
They should. That'd be fun.
But I do think that you should be able to, if you want to sign up and the player wants to accept your challenge.
Yep.
Let's
That'd
roll.
be awesome.
Like,
All right.
there's some fans that need to be punched in the face.
I agree. Kevin Durant, you're our car wreck of the day. Congratulations, Kevin Durant, for winning the car wreck of the day.
Honor.
Thank you, Ryan. Good work, Ryan. Thank you, Will. Good work, Will. I'm Branham. I was average at best. Smoking and toasting coming up at 7 inside the Icebox right now. Have a great weekend, everybody. Talk to you on Monday.
See you, gang.